not like the objects being, displacing the horizon.
Is the horizon too far away for the globe model?
No, it's not that it's too far away. It's just that the geometric horizon is now some further distance because of refraction allows you to see more.
So is the geometric horizon there or not? Is it meant to be there? Huh? Is it meant to be there or not?
Okay, so that's weird. It's a weird thing to ask because they're both things that you see. So the geometric horizon would be where your line of sight would be if it were tangent from where you're standing to the surface of the Earth. That would be the geometric horizon.
Let me say my problem with refraction is I just posted the main surveyor's Al Baruni test, and he did it at Cape Elizabeth up in Maine, and he was off before the refraction corrections. He was off by it was off by 7 million feet. I mean, I know that's feet, so it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot considering the radius. The Earth is closer to like 20 million feet. I mean, that's a hell of a fucking adjustment, man. I don't know.
How many is that in miles?
So you said 7,000 or 7 million?
7 million. So divided by 5.
7 million would be about a third of the Earth, so it'd be about third of the radius.
And Baruni was off by that much? I thought he was only off by 1%.
Mathematically,
10%.
So listen, the challenge for you guys, that is Kosho and Moyak and anybody else, the challenge for you guys is to consider this possibility. When I understand what Andrew Thomas Young describes as standard atmosphere is the conditions for looming. So the standard presentation is an apparently flattened convex surface. Okay, so we see.
Yes.
Okay, so that's as far, and I'm open to anybody going to Andrew Thomas Young and correcting me from him. But from what I understand, the way he describes looming and the way he describes the standard atmosphere, they are almost synonymous. Okay, so here's
one is greater.
Okay, so here is my suggestion, and that is the trick is not that we see too far. The trick is that we don't often see far enough. Okay, so the standard atmosphere is quote unquote normal. That is, we ought to see that far. Looming is normal. We ought to see just simply the extension of the distance in front of us. But when we don't see that far, the only reason for that is refraction, either with or without mirage. The only reason. Because again, I can show you in different observations. I can show you an extended plane in front of me where there's more water and the distance is receded into the background, even though it's the same target. And then in other conditions, that distance is cut short and that target is actually visibly closer to me. So I'm not seeing as far as I did before. So the narrative is being flipped. We're told that refraction allows us to see farther in the globe model. That's what looming does. Looming allows us to see over the curve. We see what we shouldn't normally see. It's too far. No, that's exactly the opposite.
That does allow for that, though.
Right. In other words, he measured. So he got it. He rounded out and wound up with a radius of 27 million feet, which is like I said, it sounds like a lot, but and then after refraction corrections, he got 20 million feet, like 20 million, I think 700,000 or something like that, which is closer to 39, which is closer to 3959 once you put it in miles. I posted the math on it. I mean,
it's less than a million away, I think.
Yeah, but dude, it was 27 million before his standard deviation, error, allowance, and refraction. To me, that's a lot, dude. I mean, you're seeing.
But,
Do you really think we're seeing that much further? I don't know, man. I guess you'd have to claim
yeah, I
that.
do. First of all, that's not a measurement of how much further you're seeing. That's a measurement for how much bigger the Earth would have to be if there were no refraction, and you were take the measurement. So there's more calculations that you take in. So it doesn't mean like you'd be able to see 1,000,000 feet further or something like that.
I know that, man. I know that. That ain't
Yeah,
what
no,
I
but
said.
you're
But
saying you
look,
can't believe that much further, but it's not really that much further.
yeah, it is that much further. It's a good percentage, man. It ain't like 5% or something like that. And it wasn't even enough. It's still off by a couple percent. It still wasn't enough for correction. But here's my point. We show what happens with light, man. I mean, can somebody please show me light bending down? Show me a laser bending down in the distance. At least one, dude. You got to have at least something to show me.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, this happened in the flat Earth. What do you call those guys? FE core. Like Balaton, they were measuring a laser light that was changing the position on the other side of the lake due to refraction.
Oh my god, dude! Can you show me? Post a picture
I
of
was there.
I posted some of the lasers curving up, like several of them.
Well, that's not
Well,
a conversation.
a few of them anyway. In a video of them changing the
Rufus,
angle. And can you
I
show me?
understand.
Y'all
Hey,
claim
Moya,
light does something, but you just can't show it.
I understand the request. It's pretty simple.
Moya, can you turn your camera off?
Yeah. So
Oh,
Ruhif, he was trying to show you something, and you said your screen was broken or something like that. So I'm not sure if that would even help, but I mean, you do know that that FE Core did that, right? They were at Lake Balaton and they measured a laser light across the lake.
Yeah, and they showed it bending up. That's
Yeah,
one
well,
of my.
they were there for 5 days.
Yeah.
They
So
have
what? They were
measurements
there
from
for
each
5 days.
day.
Okay. Again, you're not answering Brian's question.
Yes, I am. The laser that they shot across the lake, there was a target, there was a specific elevation. They weren't at the elevation each day. They're at different elevations. They have different measurements for each day.
Right.
So this is exactly what you asked for: a laser being shown to, be luminous up and down.
Well, because it's hitting the lower portion of the target you're on about.
No, the actual, where it's hitting the building.
I don't want to see something hitting something. I want to see the light curving down, like I showed.
Yeah, but how do you think that's happening then? If the light's changing a vertical position, how's it doing that if it's not bending?
Well, bro, I mean, like I said, everyone I've ever seen, it looks like it's curved. You could see the curve upward. Not everyone, but everyone from a slight orthogonal view, and they did it for to demonstrate it. Because this is what light's doing in the atmosphere over long distance. It's progressively, bending upward. And it's noticeable. It's not a ton, but it's enough to see the light bending upward. So we know what the atmosphere is doing with light because we see it. Now, y'all describe it a certain way. Can you show it?
Wait there,
But
Kosher,
you-
are you
you
claiming
just
in
said that you see-
FE4? Wait there, Kosher, I want to make this clear. Are you in FE4? Are you claiming that you do see a laser go down, or are you saying that because it hit something and you're assuming that that thing it hit must be low because they're on a globe?
No, okay, you have a wall across the lake, okay, and you have a laser that's hitting the target, right? It's a circular fucking laser. By the time it gets over, it's probably 6 feet tall or something like that. At different days, it was on different parts of this wall. The wall is 5 stories high.
Okay.
So I don't know how else anything could be happening unless the actual path of the light.
that's another example of it bending up, Coach O, because they weren't 5 stories high. They're only 21 feet up.
It's shifting both directions. So it started out at the highest part. It wasn't to the bottom until the 5th day.
How do you not know?
Realize you just described a better example than any I even showed, right?
How do you not
He
know,
literally-
Kosher, that
He
it
literally
was
just
already bending up?
described.
Sorry. I'm just talking about the right. You're talking about it being higher up, right, on this wall, okay? And then it ends up lower. How do you not know that it being higher was it bending up, right? And then effectively it went back to a straight line of sight. That's why it looked lower in the view of, and chronologically speaking, to the original view that you saw higher up with it was that it bending up. You don't know
If
that.
that were the case, if the case that you're describing was the case, then that proves the globe because it started off at the top of the building.
No, it doesn't, because didn't they put a didn't they add a
Not horizontally. If what he said was there was no refraction, he's saying that's the way it was supposed to be.
wait.
Up,
They added a collimator, dude. You're talking about before and after they added the other collimator, man.
No, I'm not talking about after. I'm not talking about before anything.
There you are.
They had the collimator the whole time.
A laser being higher on a wall doesn't prove the globe, Coach. It proves light bends
No,
up.
yeah, but if what you just said, it started off where it was supposed to be, and then it got bent up and ended up lower, and it hit the target, which was at the same elevation that they were, where it wasn't hitting before. It was hitting elevation.
You're telling me they didn't add a collimator the second day? That's what you're telling me?
No, I'm talking about the full data that they got. They didn't get to the bottom of the wall until the 5th day.
Right, but dude, they were only 21 foot high, bro. So you're giving me you're describing a better example than any of them that I even showed. But still, it ain't no good to me unless I see the light physically bending like I showed, you know. But so I won't even count that one. Though I tried to be clear.
Okay, what was the what's the explanation for it being in a different position then if it's not bending?
What is light? Light's already in all positions, and you're doing nothing more than perceiving what's already there. You're reifying a physical photon traveling from point A to point B, and then trying to ask me why it's in a different position. Thanks for playing.
Can we not come on? You're
Can we not get destroyed?
No, you're deviating. We're talking about something else, and you want to be like, oh, what is light?
He's talking about light bending.
Yeah, of course. If you are at one elevation and I don't know, 5 feet off the ground, and it's going across the lake, and it's not hitting 5 feet above the ground, or it's hitting 5 feet above the ground, but it's also later hitting 20 feet and 50 feet. It's moving around. Then whatever's causing the path of light, it doesn't matter what's causing it.
There's no path.
It's gonna be bent.
There's no path.
Look, that's once again that's
additional
really
disturbance in the
irrelevant.
physical medium. The air alters our perception of the disturbance of the background medium that is the light.
We're not talking about. Look. Let's not. All right.
Let's not. Let's just reify our assumptions.
No, it's irrelevant. We're talking about
what
like,
light does.
We're talking about just like refraction stuff. You want to go over here,
refraction with your reified story of a photon. So define refraction. Okay, the change of direction of the path of travel of a physical photon from one medium to another, but then we try to apply it to a differential equation within our atmos. So thanks for playing. You do need to know what light is before you reapply it. Thank you.
I don't think we need to know 100% what it is. Just but to know what it does, like we know like it bends or not bends, but like if we have like a hot and cold whatever, like temperature difference and whatnot, right, that it could like make something appear higher or lower. I mean, like that's what we see. All right, I don't need to know what the fuck light is for me to know that it does that. All right, so I think it's totally irrelevant. Let's just go back to the original topic. All right, we're not.
It's not totally relevant because you're claiming that light's bending, and you're asking us why does light bend, and light doesn't.
The visual
bend
image is bending. All right, it's moving. So I don't.
All right, let me take care of this. Let me in case you might have something to comment about. But I showed orthogonal views to long distance lasers and how they slightly start curving up progressively over distance. Because they make all these claims that light's bending down. They got a good explanation because of density and all this bullshit. But then when we see it in reality, it bends up, which is going to make things in the distance appear lower or even set below, apparent horizon.
But there's
my point was to them, which it was, can y'all show me? They talk a good game, but anytime we ask them to show what we show light's doing in reality, they just give us another story. So that's where we're at. But that's where we were at, but they can't show it anyway, so I don't know why they're objecting to anything you say. They should be trying to change the subject because they never have any demonstrations in reality over long distance.
Okay, but what are you trying to claim that light? You're claiming light does bend if you view orthogonally.
It changes angles, whatever you want to call it. It's,
sure. No one's disputing that. I mean, we're not doing our
additional disturbance of the physical medium that is there. So if you don't fully understand light, you're a little like I'm just being honest as a critique for both sides. Like the idea of refraction right? It requires the idea of a photon. The truth is we don't fully understand light or the behavior of it. So we're making long distance observations with an additional disturbance of air. We have a fluctuation of things. Anyone that goes in the real world and makes real observations, which the Globers don't do that, I know that. So you see all kinds of crazy stuff happen all the time. You see all kinds of stuff. And you're asking us why
But
does
it's
something
consistent.
happen?
Yo,
It's-
I disagree with you, man.
Oh,
I disagree with you with that.
I don't
Refraction,
disagree.
automatically,
I'm sorry.
hold up. I disagree that with refraction it automatically denotes a photon. That's not necessarily the case. You could have refraction causing this perceived bend by the induction of the energy just changing according to the medium.
Right, but I didn't deny a perceived bend. I literally said that. But
The laser kind of supports his stance too, man.
Refraction in its current definition does 100% assume physical travel from one location to another.
The laser does support Austin's stance a little bit, though, if you think about it. Austin's stance, the way he describes it, not traveling, but think about a laser. It's coherent light or coherent energy, and it stretches out. As far as depending on how much power it is, it almost backs up his whole paradigm. If you think
I can't
about
understand a little bit of where he's saying it seems like I'm just diverting it. In a way, it just kind of throws the whole thing off the tracks, and I'll give you that, and I'll back out. But the point is, it does objectively assume that light's traveling from point A to point B. So yeah, based on what is in the air, the additional medium, typically temperature, pressure mediation going on within the air, disturbance in the air, alters how we perceive light. But until we fully understand that, your stupid ass refraction doesn't mean anything to me because I know it's retarded and it assumes that light's traveling from point A to point B, which it can't be. I mean, I don't want to just poo-poo on your guys' conversation.
It's irrelevant, though.
It's irrelevant to you because you
No,
need
it's irrelevant
this.
because this stuff is consistent. All right, we don't need to know. Okay, what
It's not
light is
consistent.
per se. Yeah, it is consistent. All right,
Prove it.
Let me prove it. I mean, you have to disprove it. You have to say, "Oh, this is the example where it doesn't."
I think
work.
I did, man. I did with the photos. I mean, it's not consistent to the way y'all describe it. That's for damn certain.
Exactly. You guys don't even know what light is. So this is what I'm saying. I looked into refraction. You're saying disprove it. I'm telling you to prove it. It isn't consistent. And if you actually look into refraction, it isn't consistent. And the highest levels of academics admit there's all kinds of crazy phenomena with light and what we call refraction. You're just pretending you have a perfect math. The reason that you do that is because you need to save your globe, because we go out and we debunk it with our eyes on a daily basis.
So the laser.
You guys are talking about the perceived
Did you say that it
bend.
doesn't travel?
Hold
If
on.
that's the case, it's
Moyak
kind of
was
red
talking.
herring.
Come on.
Not traveling. I can modulate that laser, and I can count the number of microseconds it takes to travel a mile. It seems to travel. It starts at my laser, it goes to the destination, and it seems to take time to get there. But what is that? How's that not traveling?
Yeah,
Yes.
light doesn't travel. All you did was quantify the rate of perception. All you did was quantify the rate of perception. Yeah, listen carefully. So you just quantify the rate of perception. So you're quantifying how quickly it illuminates and is perceived. That's not synonymous with something traveling from point A to point B. You're conflating the perception of illumination with what light is itself. Light's already there.
The light's already there. So I'm in a dark
Does
room.
it travel when
I
you
turn on the
drop
laser, light-
in a pond?
Got it.
Well, if you drop a rock in the pond, the water is just already there. So if you look at the waves and you're like, how fast are these waves going?
I'm asking Moyak.
Oh, sorry.
There's light that you can't see, guys. You know that, right?
Yeah, there's a non-visible
doesn't
spectrum
travel.
of light too, but yeah. Moyak, do you understand that we've quantified a consistent rate of induction, which is actually just the rate of illumination being perceived, and you've quantified it to light physically traveling to point A to point B, like a caveman with a clipboard trying to quantify something that isn't moving?
You know what? I'm not going to talk to you. You're a little snot.
I'm
That
not
was
trying to
funny,
talk. I'm
dude.
not trying
That
to
was fucking
personally insult
funny.
you. I'm just talking
He's
about
that, and he's
scientists in
derailing
general.
because we weren't even
Okay,
talking
man,
about
with a
what
clipboard.
light is.
Personally, I just mean scientists in general, like a caveman scratching their head with a clipboard.
Talk my left toe.
Dude, I described Zanuck like one of the gremlin with the glasses on and shit, dude. I caveman with a clipboard. That's even better, dude.
Okay, that's
I wasn't trying to
right?
personally attack him though. Like I say this about all of quantum. Like I'm just saying they're just trying with their little keyboard, little clipboard in the corner. They're like a caveman with a pencil they just sharpened for the first time, and they're like, oh, light must go from here to here because I see it here first. And it's like, that's not what's going on. Like, you're just quantifying how quickly you're seeing it. And by the way, it's just a convention. There isn't a two-way. There's only a two-way, quote-unquote, speed that we quantify. There is no one-way, because light's instant every time we try to do it one way. And, of course, we actually always read it through a detector, through an electronic circuit, which has a delay. There is no travel speed of light. We're doing nothing more than quantifying the rate of perception.
All right, let's find some common ground real quick. So when you guys were talking about refraction, were you guys saying that they're photons moving, traveling photons?
Oh, yeah.
It's important to understand what a photon is. If it's a disturbance in an electromagnetic field, and it's a perturbation, and that perturbation is basically a value or magnitude, and it's moving through the field at the speed of light, that's not different than a wave doing that thing.
Waves aren't things. It is different because it's not actually physically traveling. So the only thing that matters is like exactly how coherent the introduction is, what the disturbance is, what state that the ether is in. Like if you have all kinds of other energy going on around you, it's going to affect the light, the disturbance that is the light. That's what the double slit shows us. Like when we introduce additional energy, then it affects the wave interference pattern. So I can see what you say. It's no different. Like I will tell you this, that the convention is useful. Right, that's how we have like laser finders and stuff like that, but distance finders. But it's just a convention, and it's not like actually a speed of travel from point A to point B. That is an inaccurate assumption. When you apply it,
it is. It's distance over time. Distance over time is speed.
Yeah, that's right. But the problem is there isn't a distance being traveled, so it's actually a rate of induction.
But it is. It's like a laser finder. The distance between the laser and it's the reflector that you're bouncing off of, it's traveling to the reflector and back to the receiver.
That's crazy. Left lane. So if I have a rope stretched across the room and then I move the rope and it waves all the way across the room, and then I count how long it takes the wave to go through the rope, how long did it take the rope to get to the other side of the room?
I don't know. How does that relate to the speed of light?
I'll ask you again, see if you can try to actually answer it. So if there's a rope stretched across the room and then I wave it.
We're talking about light, not rope.
Yeah, listen carefully. So if there's a rope stretched across the room and I wave it and then I take my clipboard out and I count how long it takes the movement of that wave to go through the rope, how long did it take the rope to get to the other side of the room?
That's not the same thing, though.
I would ask how that relates to the speed of light.
Now, so I'm stupid because you don't understand the most simple analogy.
No, it isn't. Light would be the wave because
light is the rope.
How could it be the rope though?
Induction. That's
because it's already there.
That's what you guys aren't picking up.
It's a
physical,
background
the visible.
So then what's the wave then?
That excitation in that rope, that is the perceived light that you see.
Yeah,
exactly. Light is all around us all the time.
We're talking about the perceived light.
It's not a wave. It's everywhere.
Even if you want to assume that there's the perceived there's perceived light and then there's like the light that was already there, whatever, right? We're still talking about the perceived light though, right? So I mean, I'd imagine, like you can't, like I don't know.
Yeah, but that's his point. That's a wave in the rope of all the light that exists.
Yeah.
What you're visibly seeing is just that excitation, that induction.
And it does matter whenever you're trying to apply a physical thing called refraction to it, because it's the idea that something's traveling and then the medium bends it during its travel, which is not impossible at all because it isn't traveling.
Okay, hold on a second, because in this example, the rope is the field. The rope is the field, and the height of the rope is the magnitude of the light.
What you're saying it's a field. You can't define field, though. You define field as math. You say it's math. So that's not what a field is. Math describes.
I never said that. Don't put words.
Yeah, we
could define field.
We could say medium.
It's a description. No, it's not. It's not the difference between a medium. It's not a substance. So it's a description of all the space.
How do you know
it's
not
some
a substance?
space we're talking about? Hold on, dude. Because then we're not talking about a field at that point. We're talking about a medium. So let me finish. A field is a certain volume of space, an area, volume of space, where you're describing each of the points in that space by some magnitude.
With math.
And it could be a vector field, or it could be a scalar field.
You just invoked like 5 different versions of math to define the field.
No, I didn't. I was describing what the field was. I can describe the field.
You said that a field is us describing a certain point in space with a certain volume and a certain vector and a certain magnitude, and the way that we describe those things is with math. Okay,
I didn't say that.
That's just
I didn't say that. I said you can have scalar fields or vector fields. And the space, each position in that space can be described by a magnitude. That magnitude doesn't have to be a number. It can be big, small, medium. That can be how you're describing your field.
So
but
the
each of
definition of fields is big, small, or medium.
Yeah, you can use whatever you need to use to describe the magnitude. If it's a scalar field, if it's a vector field,
why do you know
you have to have a magnitude and a direction.
Hey, if you give a field a descriptor of big or small, are you defining what the field is? If you say what's a human, and I say I'm a big human, does that define what human is?
Oh, dude, you missed it. You're not even listening. I'm not talking about the field is big. I'm talking about the positions in the field. They're going to be denoted by different magnitudes. Those magnitudes can be whole numbers. They could be you saying, big, small, or medium.
Well, they're always numbers.
Whatever.
The position in the field is not what the field is. A position of something that you're quantifying is not what the field is. So anyway, and you're also trying to impose your field theory of QFT onto what I'm describing with light, and that's not what it is. So good. No, that's not what it is. So we are objectively surrounded by quote unquote light all the time. There's a non-visible spectrum of light. It's everywhere. Okay. Like radio waves are everywhere, for example, radio waves, quote unquote, right? And that's light. It's a certain spectrum. There's already light everywhere. So you guys are now thinking the only thing that's light is what lights up, right? And no, it's just everything's already there. And then that medium, when it's excited a certain way, becomes perceivable light. And then we quantify how quickly we see it. That's all that we're doing. It's already there.
The only light that's there is light that's already been emitted from somewhere. There's not going to be random light. It's light that was emitted at some time or another.
So can you get to a place that has no light on the Earth?
Good luck.
What do you mean?
No, you can't. So you're begging the question that it wasn't there and it had to be put there and it traveled there and all this nonsense. And then the point here is that it's just.
I didn't even understand your question. I was asking you to.
Can you get anywhere on the Earth where there is no light?
No light.
Yeah. Can you
get somewhere where it's dark? What do you mean?
Stars?
No,
that's just somewhere where it's dark. The thing is, there's
still
background
light there.
There's background radiation that was here from the beginning. So but what I'm saying is that had to be emitted at some point or another.
Okay,
it's not just always there.
Non sequitur. Now you're begging the question of emission, okay, which is begging the question of travel, which is what is the question? And you're saying, well, I know what happened before all things existed. See, light is always everywhere. That's what we actually observe without. Well, no, like. We're using words, right? So we can communicate. Tesla would describe it as the primary state of matter. So like primary matter would be what's called the ether. And it is substantive, but it has tenuity beyond comprehension, as he would say. So it acts as if it has viscosity and substantive qualities, but it is the primary state of the substance. It's a background medium. That's all that it is. It is everywhere.
Kosha, if you're saying that it to be emitted, that means that this emission could be absorbed, blocked, or what have you, to show that it is indeed an emission, right? So you should be able to have some sort of like chamber or some sort of volume that doesn't have any electromagnetism. You should be able to and not just ever present.
The reason why we could send signals and we do receive signals, and the reason why signals get anywhere is because somebody sent them. And all light has to come from somewhere. It doesn't exist there and then just
those are fluctuations to the wavelength or something that already you're excited to it, wavelength or making it visible or what have you. That doesn't mean that if you didn't have it would be whatever it was, right?
You're roboting, bro. But yeah, you're just begging the question when you say we sent. Every one of your examples of proof is just begging the question. When you say you sent, no, you just created an additional disturbance in the background of the light that was already there, making some of it become perceivable.
If you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, you should study what NASA and people like what's his name, Chronic does, because they have these antennas that are way bigger than the visible spectrum. And so what they do is they open it up to view all different parts of the electromagnetic field, and all that it's showing to us is images of things that emitted light. Other than the cosmic background radiation, it's just sources where light was emitted.
Wow!
So this
so
is
you just
all that we receive in any of those things.
You just begged the question again, which, by the way, that's all you will ever be able to do. You begged the question of emission, reifying the idea of emission and travel when you said there's radiation everywhere. Yeah, light is everywhere. Whatever we look at in the sky is emitting certain types of energy. It's an energetic reaction to the background that's already there, and it's creating a disturbance. So when you look at a star or whatever you look at, you're looking at a disturbance that is creating a different visible spectrum, or a different spectrum that might not be visible to the naked eye, but that actual disturbance is what's creating a different quote unquote wavelength or frequency of light, but the radiation's all encompassing. Thank you for playing light is everywhere. You can't find any area on the earth that doesn't have light. It is everywhere. It is where it already is. And all stupid humans have done is try to quantify how fast we see it and say that means it's traveling somewhere, and then come up with an atomistic, materialistic reification of particles.
So you can measure it traveling, you can see it traveling, and that's besides the point, because when you isolate, no, you can. I've shown you a picture in the chat, which I don't know if you can see it or not. It's a picture of a light source and where light's hitting, and the entire path being lit up and being visible. Okay, but that's
yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that visible light is traveling, as long as we're clear that the light is this induction of energy, this excitation that's moving.
That part of the light was already there.
Yeah, there is something wrong with saying the word travel at all.
But the visible portion is, you can see it actually moving, right?
Yeah,
so
you can
excitation,
quantify
this induction is visibly moving.
Well, it's becoming
that
illuminated.
Doesn't mean the light.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, but that's the point. It's not like this. We're not. You could say it without automatically saying that. Light
let me jump in real quick if I can.
Can't say the word travel, bro.
Can I jump in real quick?
Well, can you say sound travels?
You can say a rate of induction, and then
can you say sound travels?
Sound doesn't travel either, right? So sound is just a disturbance of the air. So when you talk or you create sound, you're creating a vibration. That's what we do when we talk. So we're vibrating the air. That disturbance, right? We receive it at a certain time because of the Okay, go ahead.
Let's go ask your doctor.
For sake, colloquially, is it like what's your alternative to saying that sound travels?
Well, it's just a rate of induction into the air. So we can quantify the disturbance and how quickly it becomes perceivable or detectable. That's fine. But we have to create the distinction between something traveling from point A to point B, because it's not. The air is already there. If I scream at you down the street and then it takes a second to hear it, the air is still down there where you are down the street. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
So here's my thing. My thing is, like, we're fine to say that sound travels as long as we define sound as this rate of induction, and that's not an actual physical thing traveling, not a physical particle traveling.
Well, that's not what.
As long as you make the definition clear, then you can proceed with the conversations, no problem.
Sure, but using the word travel is going to really make it difficult, right? I mean, yeah, you have to distinguish between the perception and what it actually is. When you say sound travels, then you're saying that what sound is traveling, and that's not true. Sound is just a disturbance in the air that's already there. It doesn't travel.
If you're at a soccer game, there's a crowd of people. It's in a circle, and they stand up, and the wave goes around. Everyone's still in the same seats. The people aren't moving because the people are the field, and the wave is that excitation that's going around there. That actually is traveling. And that is not a physical. That's not like a material thing in itself. That's the energy. That's the action itself. It's something different. But you can describe that thing as having a speed.
I don't think that's the same thing.
You can try.
That was pretty lame,
honestly.
I don't think it was lame.
Reserving the word travel for physical things.
Yeah, you're a cheerleader there.
And I don't know if it's warranted.
I say so.
It is, because stupid humans use the word travel the wrong way. So this requires very precise delivery, because when you say, like just like how Oakley berated me and took his victory lap and all this shit, when I say rate of induction, everyone's like, oh, you're so stupid, that means speed. It's because they're stupid, and they think speed, being distance over time, means something's physically traveling. And no, nothing is physically traveling. The medium's already there. It's just vibrating.
Absolutely. Yeah,
but that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. The thing. Okay, in this circumstance, the field is the crowd of people, and in case of water, it's water, and the wave is the action. The wave itself, though, is not. They're not just describing the thing is moving. The wave is the energy in that system, and the photon or light is that energy. It's not some the material in itself. It's the energy.
Yeah, can you define energy? You keep using the word. So you keep using the word energy so much for your definition of how you're refuting me. Can you define it?
The ability to do work, and work is
that's
work is the yes.
That's not a
energy is
definition.
the ability to do work.
That's not a definition of what energy is. If I ask you what a human
That
is,
is
and you tell me humans walk and breathe, then you tell me what humans can
See,
do.
That's what energy is.
Can I jump in? Can you guys not hear me?
We can hear you.
So,
jumping in,
Kosho, real quick, the thing that I would say is, I don't feel like you're defining energy, because I would then ask you, what is ability and what is work? Like, you're still not defining what energy is. You're just almost.
I see what you're saying. You want me to use a different language then? Because every definition I give you is going to be words, and so be made up of words that you're going to have to know.
I can
if you don't
give
know
you a
the words it's
definition
made
that
up
works.
of, then that definition works. That's the definition.
I can give you an actual definition. No, the actual critique is you're describing what something does, not what something is. Okay? And so you're not explaining what it is.
That's not what something does.
The ability to do work is what something does.
No, that's not. It's what something has. If you're describing energy, you're describing something that has the ability to do work.
So it has ability. So energy is defined as ability.
The ability to do work.
Well, to do work is what something does. So then you're saying the definition.
Doing work is what something does. Having that ability, though, is energy.
So then the definition of energy is having the ability, having ability
to do work.
To do work is describing what it does. The energy.
Having the full. I don't know why you guys are having a hard time with this. All the words put together is a definition of what energy is.
You're describing that it has the ability to do something. That's not a definition of what something is. Like if you have the ability to jump off a building, that doesn't mean anything, right? Like
if you're fast, it means that you run fast. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why this is a hard concept. It's like
I would say the definition of something is the culmination of these descriptions, these adjectives, and everything, right? So, if you can you define something purely with one adjective?
You don't have to have one word. The definition for energy should be something more like.
I don't necessarily mean one word, but one descriptor, right?
Yeah,
so if it's just one descriptor, can you have a full definition of something? I think potentially, if you don't know enough about the thing, then yes.
The definition of energy should be something more like pressure mediation.
That's not it, though.
That's actually what something is, not what something does. It's a million times better than your definition. So.
It's okay. So here's the definition for energy in physics: the capacity for doing work.
I know that. You think I don't know? Right. It's the capacity or ability to do work. I'm saying that's what something does, not what something is.
No, it's what something does would be. This is the only thing energy does.
All the descriptors of it. So if I was to define a book, I would define it by describing what it is. I would say it's a set of pages bound together, blah blah, right?
That's a definition of what a book is, not telling me that a book can be opened up and read. That's not telling me what a book is. That's telling me what you can do with the book.
So what would you say if somebody was articulate?
What? I told you, energy is articulate.
I know if someone's articulate, they have the ability to speak with large words. They know, but they have a huge vocabulary. So having something that this is a definition. You can have a definition that is just describing what the ability is.
Articulate is a conceptual descriptor of ability and aptitude. That is not synonymous with a physical claim of something that literally physically exists called energy. Try again.
That's
You're never going to win this.
That's okay. So then you tell me what the definition is.
Energy is physical. Well, they'll claim that. Yeah, they'll claim that physical is defined as energy or mass.
I'm not sure energy is physical.
Well, that's what they'll claim.
It might be the metaphysical that allows for the physical.
Well, you got to define physical, and I would say, for intents and purposes, interaction within the physical world, perceivable within this world, physical material world. So it doesn't have to be matter, of course, but it just has to interact within this physical world.
Yeah, I don't know if energy is doing that interaction. Energy is everywhere, and I think the physical, the material things are doing the actual interaction. Like I can't think of a single physical property of energy.
So
energy
just real
pressure
quick,
mediation percentage. That's
just real quick. Percentage. So you just said energy is everywhere. So the ability to do work is everywhere.
I mean, anything can take advantage, can exploit it, right? Everything, you know, there's light everywhere, so I don't see why.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is,
everywhere.
can you give someone energy? Can you give
No,
someone?
That's my point. I wouldn't consider it to be a physical thing if there's no physical properties to it, right? It's indirectly, you know, you could say it's indirectly physical, but not really. It's really, you have to refer to whatever it's acting upon, or whatever's exploiting it, using it, to say that thing is physical. It's kind of philosophical.
Yeah, energy isn't just like physical the way I see it, right? Like, because energy is actually seemingly coming from somewhere, because we claim that it cannot be created nor destroyed, which Tesla agrees, and I've never seen evidence of the contrary, right? So if it can't be created or destroyed, then where does it come from? It would come from the immaterial realm that clearly interacts with the material realm. So, you know, energy being pressure mediation is not confined to just physical interaction or physical perceptibility, right? Like, if we're going to get really in the weeds here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I agree that it's immaterial, and that the pressure mediation, the actual, you know, molecules or what have you that are affected by temperature and pressure, those things are material and physical, right? But energy in and of itself, it's the immaterial. It's like, I can't think of a single physical property of it, so I wouldn't consider it to be a physical thing.
Are you sure?
You guys do see the important distinction between a definition that explains being like what something is, not what something does. I boiled it down to a really simple analogy. Like, if I ask you what is a human, and you say humans breathe oxygen, that isn't telling me what a human is. It's telling me what they can do. If I ask you what is energy, and you say the ability to do work, that's what something can do, that's what something does. That isn't telling me what it is. So when you say like energy, it does this. It's like, what is it? Right? Like, what has the ability?
Work is metaphysical.
What has
work
the ability?
in and of itself, it has no properties. You'd have to actually talk about whatever material thing is being affected or doing this, doing that, to say this is work. Work is a concept.
Caveman definition, bro. It's like, it's useful, right? Because we can do things with it. It's like, it's crude to call it caveman because like we quantify the immaterial, attempt to, and then we can make computers. Like, computers aren't caveman, or whatever, but like, it isn't accurate. Like, we have a bunch of caveman definitions and a bunch of caveman models, and then we have Globers that think it makes them smart to ridicule people for rejecting it because they've thought about it philosophically and profoundly, and they know that it's actually insufficient. It doesn't make you smart to regurgitate what Google says. Everyone knows what they define energy as. It isn't a definition.
All right, man.
Did you say
hold on. If he's gonna rant
Yeah,
about me for whatever reason, I'm gonna respond to that unnecessary rant because I'm not insulting you for making up a definition, right? Even though I feel that's a much worse infraction than simply telling you what the actual definition.
I wasn't insulting you, Kosho.
Well, however, if I asked you to define the word ambidextricity, right? Somebody who can be an ambidextrous, they write with both hands or both feet or something. Ambidextricity would be the ability to write with both hands.
Yeah, ambidextricity is by definition an ability. That's not the same thing as energy.
Yes, that is what the definition of energy is. It's something that has the ability to do work, or
something that has work.
That's all. No, it is that essence.
It's something.
So it is the ability to do work.
Something that
if something that has the ability to do work, then something has energy.
Okay, so with electricity, what's the something that has it?
The charged particles, the charged material, whatever it is.
Whatever it is, charged particles.
Yeah, whatever it is that you're talking about in electromagnetic, any interaction, it's going to be the charged material that is the thing that possesses the actual thing.
So you can't have energy without material.
No, you can have energy. You know, material and or mass and energy can be interchangeable. So there's
but can you have electricity without
energy? Yeah, energy. Oh, you say electricity without matter? No.
Without reifying the electron, now we're in a predicament. You see how it's all built upon.
I said no. I said the answer was no. I said no. You
I know, but I'm saying because you have to define the electron as matter. That's why you say
Well,
no.
no, it's because that's not how you can't have electricity without matter. It's just you can't.
That's just what you say. But if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, where does it come from?
Well, you can start off with just energy, and since they can be transferred to one another, the energy can transform to matter, as it did.
If it can't be
So
created nor destroyed, it can only be transferred, right? So where's it being transferred from?
Physically transferred.
It's not. It's being transferred. The energy. All the energy that existed at the beginning exists now. It's not that it's.
Why are you making claims like you're God? Like you
because
claim that
you're asking me a question like there's a there's no way out of it. That's the answer. The energy that's here now was always here, and so that law is not violated.
But I ask where it comes from.
Always here.
It doesn't come from it. It was here. I'm not making a claim of where it came from.
So within your realm of quantum, when we sit here and we look at a vacuum, all of a sudden electromagnetic fluctuation pops into existence from nowhere. Where is it coming from?
Yeah,
that's the energy in the field.
To be honest,
that's the energy in the field. When they describe the energy of dark energy, and they're describing this, they're trying to equate vacuum energy and the cosmological constant. That's the value that they're talking about.
Where's the field?
So.
Everywhere.
Hold up, man, you're on one right now. If you say, like, if I asked you what came first, the immaterial energy or the material thing that you on it, would say that the energy existed before the material?
Yeah, I would say as far as we know, there's no reason to make a claim. Like I don't think, like when people talk about the Big Bang and expansion, I don't find a reason to try and make a claim that that's when the energy started. It's enough for me to. I mean, there's no evidence to show that it was never here, and if we know the law that you can't create or destroy it, then it's easy enough for me to, at the moment, have no better reason to just say, okay, well then it was always here, unless I see otherwise.
Yeah, but when you do that, when you extricate it, sorry, hold on. All right, so when you extricate it from the physical world, right, and say that it was here first, before the material thing. Then you're giving physicality to it.
No, I wasn't one of the people who said it's not physical. So.
Well, hold on,
yeah, but you said it came first.
Energy is physical.
Dude, you said you can't have energy without matter.
Yeah,
and now you're saying
he asked me about electricity.
Energy or matter.
What? Yeah, you can't have electrics without matter in your paradigm because
that's what I said. Yeah.
Well, dielectricity, electricity, electrostatics, any of that. You can't have any of that without matter.
And now you're saying
he's saying that this energy was a thing that existed before the material. I disagree with that. I think they come hand in hand. You know, I think is a physical thing, right? So
I'm not gonna
say that the energy came first. That means it physically had to come into existence. Right? It's not metaphysical at that point.
Well, you have to define the word
from lack of existence to existence.
Yeah, there had to be a metaphysical realm that was the antecedent, prerequisite, if you will, to the material world, which means, logically speaking, energy did exist before physical anything.
Now you're talking about God, basically.
Okay, well, sometimes if we're logical beings addressing the real world we live in, you gotta talk about God. It's crazy.
You better believe that's what we're talking about. That's what y'all are having so much trouble with.
God is the energy that things are acting upon right now.
No, but the metaphysical realm is the source of the energy, dude. The metaphysical realm is the source of the energy. We have phenomena that irrefutably demonstrates this, like magnetism, right? So, like, we have the energy coming from somewhere. There's a bridge between the imperceivable, immaterial that gives us energy in this physical realm. And not just me say this, like, literally anyone that's ever tried to explain phenomena such as magnetism or electrostatics, like, there's no other
magnetism is physical.
Yeah, godlike.
Yeah, magnetism is physical.
Magnetism is physical.
Okay. Physical. It's not energy.
Okay, so
it's using energy or what have you, but that again, energy is just this metaphysical concept.
What physical thing is
with the physical effect?
What physical thing is the magnetic field comprised of?
We don't know that, but that doesn't mean that it's metaphysical. Just because we don't have the tools or the knowledge to know what physical thing it is, we know that it's a physical thing because the effect is physical.
Well, where does it come from, and what's in the middle of the magnetic field?
We don't know, but that doesn't mean that it's metaphysical.
No. Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is what happens when the magnetic field disappears, right? Like what happens before you make it? Where does it come from when you make it? What's in the middle of it when you take a picture of it with the ferrocell cell and you see this black concentration in the center? What happens when the quote-unquote photon disappears? Where does it go? What happens when it just appears? Where does it come from? What happens when they call virtual particles appearing? See, we can measure that all of a sudden energy's there when it wasn't there previously.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was going to answer one of the questions, but then you asked 18.
You're not going to answer them, though.
No,
yeah.
The
So magnetic fields are components.
We don't know what happens in between, right? We know that there's a physical effect, just like with light being, like, the kind of induction happens at the source and then is received at the receiver, right? We see this transmission of energy, right? For lack of a better word, I don't want to say actual energy, but it's basically this induction rate through this medium, right? But we don't know exactly how it works in between perfectly. Same with I mean, even worse with magnetism. We don't know exactly or at all how it happens in terms of the mechanism, but we know it's a physical one because the effect is physical.
Yeah, we have a perceivable, physical, naturally occurring, observable phenomena. Like we have a perceivable physical phenomena, but the question is like, what's the source of it, and what happens? Like, where does it come from? Where does energy come from? It can only be transferred, and these are energy questions that have still to this day not been answered. And the Creator made this world in such a way that to address this question, you have to acknowledge the metaphysical realm. We have materialists that don't want to. They think they're smarter than they are, so they're making up stories.
Listen. This is some advice, man. To make your claim, what you tend to do every time is you make your claim, and then you reiterate what you think the opponent's claim is, and then you go ahead and strawman what your opponent's about to say. So why don't you just leave those last two parts of it out of it, and then just say what your claim is? Okay, because
why don't you take that advice, Coach? I'm not ridiculing others.
I'm not.
Do what you do, man.
I'm not ridiculing anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You are, yeah, actually.
I'm asking him to do that for the sake of me being able to answer his question. He's sitting there saying nobody can answer the question.
Not about you.
People are trying to answer his question.
This isn't about you. Or wits it.
Right, so...
Right.
It's claiming that people can't answer the question when they're trying to answer it.
Hurry up and answer, man. You can't.
Yeah. Instead of doing all that, which you would call gish galloping if someone else did.
Yeah, I forget what his claim.
Yeah, I know you did. Maybe write them down.
Was.
You tend to forget a lot. Use that excuse.
We're wondering about this, Phil. So repeat the question again, just very briefly.
Energy can't be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. Where's it transferred from? You've reverted back to the
right.
It's just already always there. It's always been
I remember.
Bro, energy.
Yeah, right. It's about magnetic. No, your question was about
actually transfer.
Hold on. His question, that wasn't the question. The question was about magnetic fields and what they're comprised of. And magnetic fields are components of the electromagnetic field. And they in themselves aren't comprised of anything except for, they're a field produced by the charge. And when you say the energy being created or destroyed, like entropy, for example, the entropy in a system would be low if you had this, you had these opposite charges. Like you had these charges that had the ability, it wasn't equilibrium, right? There's going to be energy there because there's going to be the ability to do work. And if that's balanced out, then that energy is going to be, potential energy.
So we once again reify the concept of energy, but just as a description of what it can do. And then you said the magnetic field isn't comprised of anything.
I'm not redefining energy. I'm using energy the same way I was using it. I'm just giving you examples of it.
I said reifying it.
Oh, okay. I think you said redefining it.
And you said a magnetic field is not comprised of anything. Like, look, it's not a big deal. These are just like philosophical questions that jump on top of our physics. And it's been ignored for a long time because our physics realm is controlled by materialistic devotion.
Right. So the field of the electromagnetic field is not. There's no material that it's made from. The field itself is exactly like every other field. It's the values of each position. Each position in that space is going to have some value, which is going to be a vector of the direction and of the magnitude.
You said fields are everywhere, that the magnetic field is no different than all the other fields, meaning everywhere. So you're saying by deduction of your own application of your own claims, the magnetic field is the same as what's everywhere else.
No. I didn't say fields are everywhere. I just described the fields that we were talking about as being everywhere.
I said, where's the field? You said everywhere.
Yeah, the field. Yeah, the field I was talking about at the time. Yeah, the electromagnetic field exists everywhere where the light, where light is a component of. But a magnetic field is a component of the electromagnetic field, and the magnetic field is not a quantum field in itself.
So if I ask you to define the magnetic field, you invoke the electromagnetic field. So what's the electromagnetic field comprised of?
Comprised of well, the perturbations are the electrons and the photons, and it's the same thing. All locations in all of space, and they're going to either be a zero value or non-zero value in the direction.
Yeah. So direction is just a descriptor of movement. So you're just putting math on something immaterial again so that you can quantify it, and then you're conflating the definition of field to a mathematical description, which describes, it doesn't explain what is, which is what a definition is. So we've come full circle back to the problem, and this is a problem that's acknowledged at the highest levels of academia to this day. This isn't like this is just Witsit on the internet saying it. Just like everyone knows energy, there's not anyone that's come up with this fully satisfactory definition for mankind. These are just well-known conundrums of materialistic physics.
These aren't conundrums.
So
NASA Page Shill's here. He's going to tell us what's going on.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
Strange
It's not
thing
a
to say.
conundrum. It's really not a conundrum to most people. It's just to you. I mean, there are some things we don't understand, and just because we don't understand some things doesn't mean we don't understand everything.
Remember, this is an officer from the Air Force that refueled.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead and speak.
Before he starts acting like
Go ahead and speak, concrete man. Yep, I live in your head.
Yeah, I'm a
say it again,
concrete
Paige.
guy.
I live
I'm
in your
honest
head.
with who I am. There is no way an officer.
Yeah, why
in the
don't you
Air
go ahead and attack
Force
me?
acts
How come you can attack me here, Gio?
Let's all
Gio, why can I be attacked?
Why we keep all the personal stuff out of it?
Gio, why can I be attacked without being without?
Well, he just got modded. He just got modded, buddy. He just got modded. So stop crying.
Okay, so just real quick, I just want to reiterate what I think you said. You said there are some things we might not know, but we do know everything. Like, what did you say?
Just because we don't know some things doesn't mean we don't know everything.
Right. Just because we don't know some things doesn't mean we don't know everything, which means you just contradicted yourself.
What he's trying to say is just because we don't know some things doesn't mean that there aren't things we don't know, but he just didn't know how to say it. But
exactly.
But that's not what he said. But hey, what I got a question for you, man. You said that I'm just so stupid. I think they're conundrums, but they're not. So is that similar to the wave-particle duality? That's just a conundrum that I don't understand, but you do?
Well, I'm beginning to understand it. It's a difficult concept, but yeah, I mean, you can prove the wave-particle duality. It's not easy. It's not difficult to do.
Yesterday, verbatim, what you said to me was wave-particle duality. I guess you just don't understand it because you're an idiot with it, but it's not difficult to understand. You've just now said that it is difficult to understand, and the reason it's difficult.
The reason for you to understand is because you firmly reject it because it has to be that way for your little fantasy of yours.
No, you just said it. You said you're charting to try to understand it, but it's difficult to understand.
Yeah, it is difficult to understand. No doubt about it.
Well, you just said it was for me, so you're contradicting yourself again.
It goes against your common sense, but it's physics. It is easily demonstrable.
No, wait there. You just said it goes against his worldview, not his common sense. Now you said it's his common sense. What is it? His worldview or his common sense, mate?
Yes, both of them.
Say something fucking coherent for once.
What is called is you can do the experiment. Listen to me. Do the experiment yourself. Do the experiment.
Everyone knows that wave-particle duality is a perplexing paradoxical conundrum because waves and particles cannot simultaneously be what a single thing is.
No,
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, well, that's not the claim, though. The claim is not that they are both particles and waves. The claim is that they have properties of waves and they have properties of particles.
So what are they?
Sometimes behave as a wave. They sometimes behave as a particle.
Photons.
And what is they?
They are what they are. Yeah, they are what they are. There's no that's the reason why we have this problem. Is because we are using words. We're limited by the words that we're using. There's not.
We don't know what they are.
Which is why we use math.
Yeah, the descriptions of them are known.
We don't know what they are.
Descriptions of them are known. And they are the words we use for them are what they are. Maybe one day there'll be a word for the this new sort of the quantum state. You know what I mean? Like a quantum particle. They use these words to describe that are described in this way. They just don't. There's not like a word that describes.
You're being kind of dishonest by misrepresenting the conundrum as if it's just like a limit of semantics and vernacular, but that's not the situation.
That's why we use mathwitz.
It's a limit. You're being a bit dishonest and misrepresenting as if it's just a limit of vernacular.
That's why we use mathwitz. We use math for quantum physics because it's more concise.
It's not just a limit of vernacular. It is that the physical observations do not coincide with a specific denotation of physical quality.
What the fuck did you just say?
What does concise mean?
What?
The physical observations do not agree with specific physical qualities of one or the other.
That's correct. It's a combination of both.
Okay.
Neither. It's both.
It has nothing to do with just vernacular. It's what we observe.
At the same time, both, neither.
Okay, thanks for playing. So it's a wave and a particle at the same time. That's a duality. It's a contradiction. That means it cannot be correct.
No, actually, that's incorrect. It's both at the same time. It's a photon.
But they're different things. They can't be the same thing at the same time.
Actually, it can be. It's demonstrable.
Okay, so explain it to us then. How can something be a wave and a particle simultaneously?
Because it is.
Because it is. How profound. And this guy was telling me I was stupid just a second ago.
Yeah, exactly. Because it is. You can't handle that simple observation. This is a fact. What's it? Facts
so you don't know.
Facts are not in. We don't have to logic out facts. We can just say this is a fact.
We don't have to logic out facts. Yeah, it's not a fact, dude. It's a concept. It's a model. It's a concept. We use math of quanta. We describe everything as wave particle dualities and wave functions. It's just a concept we came up with. Like wave function is a mathematical concept.
Actually, it's a description of what's happening.
Using a mathematical description, which is a concept used to describe
just as good as English. Just as good as English. In fact, better. It's more concise.
Which is English again is something that explains something, right?
So does math.
Describe.
Wait,
are
you saying that you don't explain things with English? What?
You explain stuff with math. Math is a language. If
you explain things with math, or you describe things with math?
Yeah, that's exactly. Math is a language, just like English.
You describe things with languages. You describe things with math. You don't explain things with math.
Actually, you do.
Okay, so NASA page feels smarter than Richard Feynman, and he's promoting the same worldview that Richard Feynman does. So I'm not appealing to authority, but I'm just kind of perplexed why he's.
Well, let me ask just real quick, Paid. How do you give us an example of math explaining something?
No, because you need to have a basic understanding. It'd be like me suddenly speaking Greek.
Really? Are you going to really do this right now?
It would be like me trying to speak
You're having an
Greek
opportunity to have an open and honest conversation where I'm asking you. No,
why is he involved in the conversation if he doesn't want to conversate?
It would be like me speaking Greek right now.
Yeah, we're beneath you, so move on to
being a pussy, man. You're pussing out.
No, I'm telling you, it would be like speaking Greek. It would be like you're suddenly breaking into Greek here.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, you guys barely. Hold on, Paid. You might not know this, but I took 8 years of Greek, so please try me. Go ahead.
I don't believe that you spoke Greek.
I had 4 years. 4 years in college, 4 years in grad school. Go ahead and try me. Why are you even here, man?
Why am I even here?
Yeah, see you later.
Better question.
I'm asking you a simple question, and you are avoiding it because you can't answer it.
Can you just
not here to have a conversation? Just put everybody down.
Wait, I just want to ask him something very quickly. Can you genuinely though, so that I can try and read this Greek? Can you genuinely, and I mean this very genuinely, and I'd love to look at it. Could you explain this and describe it using mathematical language, explaining exactly what we talked on, please? Please?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me see if I can find something that'll be, I'm not here to teach you.
It's not a
teaching. Wait there, it's not a teaching, it's just like someone writing out in a language, it's just writing.
He doesn't know it. He has to go find it and read it. He doesn't know it. Why are y'all asking this guy questions?
Wait there a second, bro.
We're just talking the world's famous
we can go look it up.
I know, dude, but we can go look it up, but he's talking about a language that can explain things. So,
here, let's start with
mathematics able to describe and explain it.
He just told you he wasn't going to teach you. He's not going to explain it. He's trying to look it up to link something.
I'm not here. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to link you to something.
Yeah, there you go. Not a conversation. Not this is voice chat.
I can't teach you.
This is voice chat in Discord.
Okay, I'm going to turn the.
We need to know.
And if you ask him to cite something to back up his claim, he'll tell you to go research it because he doesn't have time to do it. But now that you're asking him to teach him something, he's going to say he's not a teacher. Go look it up.
Okay.
He's going to find
Wait
it
there
for
a
you.
second.
Ridiculous.
So the definitions that we had from him, right, with this, the mathematics has to not only explain this, it has to describe it, right? So I want to basically look at this wave function and the particle, right? Both. I want to know how mathematics explains both simultaneously, and it better do so adequately, right? It's going to describe it in mathematics, and it's going to explain it in mathematics also, right? So he can cite this, that's all well and good, but he set up certain axioms along the way, right?
How much math have you had? This gets difficult really quick.
Huh?
How much math have you had? This gets deep really quick.
All right, mate. Well, you can't explain it, so you don't understand.
No, because if you had a fair amount of math, you won't understand.
Oh, okay, mate.
Understand what? You haven't.
Yeah, okay, but see, look, the thing is that we have two different languages.
Not a language, then, is it?
Hold on. We have French and we have English. If I can't understand French, just tell me in English, okay? So the math is the same thing. If math is a language and you can describe or explain something, and you might think that I don't understand math, then just use your English and tell me what's going on. Come on, Paid. Step up.
He just Googled the first thing and found and pasted it. That's all he did.
He's a fraud. A fraud.
100% fraud.
Why don't you actually read some? Why don't you actually,
Yeah, now he's going to ridicule us for not understanding what he hasn't presented.
You guys must be getting paid so well. Yeah. You guys are really good trolls.
Pitiful.
Absolutely good. Brilliant.
You don't know anything about math.
This is what I would honestly like to hear if you don't mind. If he has,
you never use once.
How many stories would he have? Yeah, how many stories would he have as an Air Force pilot for that many years and refueling SR-71? Let's hear about that. That would be interesting. That's something he knows.
Where's the mathematics in that article, by the way?
If you page down, it starts getting there.
Description.
Why don't you give us a brief description of this duality, this particle, this wave particle duality? Go ahead. Give us a brief description.
Oh, no. Not to you.
He doesn't understand it. He already admitted it.
He doesn't have a clue.
He's going to say that.
Look who's talking, though. We have SC Montreal who can't understand.
Why are you personally attacking everybody?
Okay, wait a second, guys.
I'm about to psychoanalyze you. I'm about to psychoanalyze you. You need to be big bro, dude. You just come on here, NASA, to try to get attention because you don't have importance in your life.
Guys, this is not productive. In the absence of quantum entanglement, the quantum state of the composite system, called a separate state, the density matrix of a bipartite system in a separate state can be expressed as P equals, and then it basically goes into a mathematical formula, right? So, can you show me where it's not only describing what we're talking about right now in the mathematics, but also showing that, as you stated, because this isn't a language that you talked of, right?
It is a language, actually.
It's language prefaced by. It's language prefaced by what other language needs to be.
You've already shown you don't understand this because that first letter that you read is a density matrix. Density is referred to as rho, not p.
Do you agree they're just descriptions and they're not explanations?
No, they're explanations.
The mathematical formulations of quantum mechanics are those mathematical formalisms that permit a rigorous description of quantum mechanics.
Did I say the word
description?
description?
He debunked himself anyway.
Did I hear the word description? Stop. Did I hear Witch say the word description?
Yeah, and I just said that it just describes things with math. It doesn't explain them.
Listen, okay, right.
You said it explains.
What's the difference between describing and explaining?
Wait there. P equals, I said P equals, and you went, no, that's wrong. It's not P, it's rho. How do you know that?
Right.
Did maths tell you that, or did English back? No, because that's what I'm saying. How would I know that based on maths
what you
alone?
read is what
How
you
would I
read to
know
me.
that
Then
based
I'm not
on
the
the
same page you
mathematics
are.
alone?
They're talking about density, and if you look at that, it
Listen, you're
does
not
not
understanding what
appear
I'm saying,
that
are
it's a
you?
row.
Listen, please, bro. I'm not. I don't want to do this.
I mean, come on. If you don't understand that,
Right. Okay.
that's not
Listen to what
P,
I'm
then
saying.
we're
Listen to what I'm
definitely.
saying.
Like I said, you want to understand math, and you don't even understand that that's not a P.
I don't want to have to
understand it.
He's just wasting our time. This is what he does. You guys are feeding him.
In the meantime,
Quit feeding
in
the
the meantime,
troll.
you guys are just calling me
He
trolls,
might go
calling me
away.
names, attacking me personally, and who's getting? And I don't see any of you
You're
getting.
attacking everyone personally. You have said nothing. You have done
So I'm
nothing.
going to leave before I get modded.
See you later.
Oh
Bye.
no! Don't leave.
Oh, definitely. I
See
know
you
you're
later.
heartbroken. You don't want
Bye.
anybody. You want to make
Bye,
anybody.
Pain.
Don't let the
Thanks for
door hit you
coming,
on the way
Pain.
out.
SR-71 refueling presentation. I would love it personally.
That was easy.
The most interesting thing I've heard in a long time. That I've been asking for years. We have someone here, right, that has served our country in the Air Force, has refueled one of the most amazing engineering feats of all time, and we're going to ask him about something he doesn't even know about? I think it's y'all, actually. Sorry. You want to know about something interesting Peyton Shield knows about? Ask him about the refueling of the SR-71. Because that
We've
is
already
the
all done that.
thing that he will ever be able to tell you.
Wait,
That most
we've already
men
done that though.
tell you.
Why am I going to ask him a question I've asked him before? You know.
He admitted he didn't know what he was talking about the other thing, and y'all kept asking him questions. So
No, the point is that other people could listen to this and then believe what he's saying, regardless of how that conversation went up until a certain point. The point is that I then purposely go to a formula and I say P equals. It's not P, it's rho. How do you know that it's rho? Oh, because other language had to put into context for you the very representation of the concept of the formula, right? You basically had to be taught in a different language in order to even ascribe a value, a letterhead, any of it, right? Like an actual word to use instead of P. Like it's not a pure language, is my point, right? You can't describe things; it has to be described with other language in order to be do. So it's not a pure language.
none of that matters. All he did was ridicule how people make their living, right? He ridiculed me. He ridiculed SC. He ridiculed you. He ridiculed the other guy, and had a mod named Left Lane defend him. That's all that happened. It was a time waste. Nothing got achieved. No one learned anything. He didn't say or do anything. Nothing.
Racket, I get you, but he is an idiot troll, right? Yeah, and he left, right? Because he was caught.
We made him leave. He didn't leave.
Yeah.
We made him leave.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about now? Like, he destroyed the conversation.
That's what he does. That's exactly
what he does.
Yeah, he achieved his purpose. We allowed it to happen.
That's true.
Sorry, guys, but that's what happened. And that's what always happens with him. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's not character association. There's certain people in this arena that do exactly that. And we all know who they are.
And he's got Left Lane defending him. First time I've heard Left Lane's voice all day today was to defend a known troll. Crazy, man. It's a crazy place.
I don't think he was defending him.
Really?
I remember he was.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
Yeah, but I didn't. I think he was correcting something somebody said, because I was going to say the same thing. And something I was going to say.
Where's Left Lane? Where is it?
Osho, you gotta admit he gives you guys a bad name, bro. I mean, we can have a conversation.
If you clap this
Even
together,
Zanuck, we could have a conversation. God help me for saying that, but Paid Nasa Shield, there's no chance ever.
that's fine, but
Ever.
I wasn't in the Air Force, and I'm not his brother. I mean, he's cool. Like, I don't have a problem with him at all. But there's no reason why he would make me look bad. You know what I mean? He's not,
Why do you condone what he does, Kosher?
I'm not condoning what he does. I don't know what you're talking about.
What Kosher just basically stated
cool.
was.
You just said he was
basically
cool.
admitted it. Kosher just said it without saying it. It's cool. We know Kosher's opinion.
No, he said I think he's cool and everything.
Oh my god! Can
Yeah.
we just go back to debating? This is fucking stupid.
On a personal level, he's okay in that, right? I don't condone what he does in this theater. However,
that's cool.
I don't condone what he does. I speak up against it all the time. I did, or I told several times earlier. We talked about it, but that's not the point. I mean, I'm not condoning anything he's doing. I'm just saying that he's not. Whatever he does is representation of him, not of me.
Well, were you on break when he was doing it, or would it be okay for you to step in and go, "Hey, look, man, Peyton has a shield. Chill out, bro," like you do other people?
I tell Peyton has a shield to chill out all the time. If you scroll down on the chat today, I've said exactly that to him. I don't condone.
That's why I asked you. Were you on break just now? Were you on
I'm
break?
not his chaperone. I'm not his chaperone, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't say you were.
Like, I
just
don't know what you're
asked you, were
talking
you on
about.
break? You don't
I
know
think
what
you guys
I'm talking
plan
about?
these. I think you guys plan these little endeavors and
well,
shenanigans.
don't say that. Come on. Peyton Nasser Shield's an idiot, right? Think about it, guys. Like, if one of us gets rambunctious, right, we're not always going to tell each other off, right? The conversations could devolve into madness.
Yeah, but you got to understand,
involved,
certain people like him, right, and Brenda, for example, right? Let's take these two individuals, right? You're never going to have a constructive conversation with them, ever. So it's just a complete waste of time. I mean, why am I not saying this about Kosher or Left Lane or... I'm saying this in these particular two people. I mean, everybody knows that.
Yep. If I acted like if I came in and did what Peyton Nasser Shield just did, there would be 10 people and 3 different, like I would be muted, I would be ridiculed. 10 people, including Kosher, would have jumped on me, or Rumpus, or Brenda. If any one of us acted like that, even if Kosher acted like that, why did they let Peyton Nasser Shield and Zanuck and people like that get away with it?
What are you talking about? I'm not his. I can't punish him, so he's gonna get away with everything he does. If he's obstructing a conversation that I'm a part of, I'm invested in, then I like he did earlier. I specifically say his name and I ask him to stop. If he's the one having a conversation, I'm listening to it. And he's having a conversation with you guys. I have no reason to ask him to stop. And listening to the conversation.
I think they're orchestrating it.
It's like what you guys said. We can't ever have a fruitful conversation with someone like him. We can't correct him or veer him into the correct path. I believe Kosher probably knows that also, so it's kind of redundant to keep trying.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just don't get suckered in. When people like that come in, don't get suckered in. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the only
I messed
thing.
up with that too. I was gonna say like that's the main thing. So if like he jumps in the middle of a conversation as soon as he comes in the room and he just like right over the middle of someone and everyone takes the bait, it's like he gets what he wants. I think
exactly. Just
I wasn't there for that.
Oh, there's no doubt he's laughing right now. Wherever he's at, he's laughing. He did exactly
mission
what
accomplished,
he wanted to do.
man. Mission accomplished.
Well,
I'm just wondering why certain people let it happen.
Sorry, guys, I wasn't there for that bit. I didn't realize he came in and fucking moved the whole conversation. I just come in and heard him make a claim about mathematics and the language therein.
Well, what sucks is like it's whatever. It's just that what he always does is just tell everyone how stupid they are and how they don't understand basic things. And I know all things, but you're not even worthy of me explaining it to you because you couldn't understand it. It's like, oh my
that's his spiel. Yeah,
it's egotistical. Yeah,
same script, man. Every time.
Same script. Google
Y'all
it.
are beneath me. You're a concrete finisher, which is the meaning of that is it's not a noble profession. You're just a lonely old concrete finisher, right? You're beneath me. Where was Left Lane when he said that? If Left Lane is going to step up, don't make it personal, then where was he when he did that? I mean, come on, man.
I've heard him say things.
Man makes a living. He did it on purpose. And he does it to trigger you, right? And he's good at it. And that's why he's laughing right now.
To be fair, anybody's going to get triggered if like every time you try to go talk, they talk over you, and then like even if you concede the floor to them, and then when they're done, you go to talk again, and then as soon as you talk, they do it. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, I think even like the Messiah would be like, all right, I'm getting frustrated, bro. You know, like I'm not necessarily literally, but I'm just saying like it's pretty impossible to stop. They're not doing
he was doing that earlier, and that's exactly what I was speaking up against. I said exactly stop doing that. Actually, it was him and Zach, because Zach was doing it too. But yeah,
Think of them like kamikaze pilots, right? They're there when everything is going good. You just send one in and just cause damage. That's all they do.
Mayhem.
Yeah,
because we were having a deep conversation. Whether I agree with all of it or not, I was definitely learning. Like I've never heard some of the stuff that I've heard today. It's interesting nonetheless. Like I can go research it and look at it. I've heard terms that I haven't ever heard before today, so I can Google that and learn what it is. But when when people like him are here, you can't do that. It's weird, dude. I mean, you take this group right here. Can we talk all night with Kosho and one or two other ballers all night? Yep. Put Zanuck or Peyton Asashil in the room and it goes to hell, right? You think it's us? No way.
Yeah, I would say statistically speaking. I mean, we just like the thing about it is we're basically it's just about trying to see how long we can keep our cool, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I feel like there's ego brought into this sometimes that it shouldn't be, you know. Ego. Like I really like Gio's approach. He never feels like he's condescending anyone. He doesn't really bring ego into it a lot. And if you've got a point to convey, having any vitriol in your voice only hardens that person's mind.
Yeah, no, I'm guilty of that for sure.
Yeah, you are, you prick.
Yeah. Well, I'm passionate. I'm not going to change myself for anybody, so I'm just passionate. That's the way it is. Deal with it.
But to be fair, like I can have a respectful conversation with Kosho all day most of the time, you know. I think
we've had it. Kosho's been chilling, like giving good information, his point of view or his side. That's awesome. That's what it's all about, right?
I don't know, man. Kosho was in here last night talking about we can't see vanishing points on Earth, so.
But he wasn't screaming in the middle of you talking, calling you, saying you can't understand basic things. You're a moron, you know.
Yeah, and he's like, "Hey, man, go ahead." It was funny today because it's me and Kosho talked at the same time, and Kosho was like, "Go ahead," and he was meaning me go ahead, and Zanuck starts talking. Like,
Zanuck just finished. Yeah, Zanuck just finished, and then no, but it's not that he started. It was his turn, and then no, it wasn't his turn. He interrupted because we both stopped, and then he came in, and then he said we were interrupting him.
Yeah, but we sat there and listened to him the whole time. You and I went to answer his question, and we're probably going to say about the same thing. And you said, "Go ahead," and then Zanuck starts talking again. I'm like, "You didn't even get your question answered, dude. Why are you talking?" It's so like that is either drugs or like I think Zanuck means well. Like I really do. I think he just is wound up and he's not on the right medication or something.
Yeah, we can't put Zanuck in the same camp as Brenda, and
no way.
He's in a different camp.
Yeah. No, but you know how what he said earlier, like he's not a violent guy, but he is extremely athletic, and I think it's the competition in him that is really good.
Well, I don't remember what it was that made me
4-3.
Yo, I don't know about the 4-3. I don't.
Yeah,
that's so fast, dude.
No, he really was a national.
Right, but he might be embellishing that a little bit. Like you said, look up the fastest dude in the NFL right now.
Yeah, it's like literally a 4-3.
You think that's Zanuck?
The fastest person in the NFL, bro.
No.
I said he was. I don't want to say which record, but it was a national record that he was in the national champion, and it was running. Oh yeah, amongst other things, that was back I think high school or something like that.
So what happened was he was like, I guess he just kept jumping over top of me. I'm like, damn, bro, you keep it around me. He's like, oh come on, what's it? You'll be fine. You're a tough guy. You used to play sports, and I was like, yeah. And I said, yeah, I'd probably lay you out if you ran. I'd probably lay out if you ran around across the field or something like that. And, dude, it was over.
Yeah, he got triggered. He's like, I'm 195, 185 against 195 on the football field. Ain't that big of a difference. I promise you. I've laid a lot bigger people out than I ever was.
Yeah, and I was kind of trolling him, but like I actually was kind of known for like I would go kamikaze, bro, like to a reckless extent. You know, like I was like known to. But I mean, I don't know. I just was trolling him, but dude, it got so intense. It was like, whoa, bro.
He couldn't let it go, dude. He was triggered over that. But he's competitive, like you said. I'm the same way. Like that's why I think poker is a good deal. I can be competitive and not, like do the physical aggression anymore.
I don't want to dox him, but Jeremy asked him this for everybody. He at least answered that time. But he was actually an American Gladiator.
I know. We're gonna run it all back. We're gonna see the American Gladiator back because when you hear Xanix's voice, it's gonna be obvious.
No, but listen, yeah, because whenever you asked him that, I was like, shit. I didn't want him to think that because I didn't reveal that. But since you revealed it to everybody, I took it for me to say it.
I mean, if he was on American Gladiator, you gotta be fit for that. Like,
dude, listen, he told me one time he was at a science festival or something like that, and they had a competition. Somebody had a stand with like these two like strong magnets, and it was just showing how strong the magnets were. So there was if you could pull it apart, you'd win some prize. And he said he sat there and he pulled them apart. He said fairly easily, and they basically smashed back together, and they both disintegrated. Like the magnets disintegrated because of the impact.
He's also a bullshit artist, right? Like this is what he does. He just bullshits every day. Like I knew a kid that told me he went to the hockey game and the team was in fucking California, bro.
I've never known him to lie though. The stuff he said has been substantiated to me.
Okay,
Yeah,
well I've known him. I'm not gonna say he's gonna lie about his personal life or anything, but I've known him to lie for sure. Like within the debate platform, like. Like I've had to teach him about, like no, point blank lie, bro. Like
I'm talking about his personal stuff. Maybe in Bella, everybody does it, right? Everybody lies. How can you say Xanax doesn't lie? I mean,
well, I think
maybe you've never caught him, but
yeah, he's not like a liar. But I'm just saying, like when it comes to debate, like dude, he will swear up and down. I didn't just like I tell him something, he swears up and down it's not true. Then I go get it for him. He goes and looks into it. Then he like kind of walks it back, ends up conceding, and then like 10 minutes later, he swears up and down that never happened. So I mean, like that's lying, right? I mean,
he just loses time, man. He's so wound up. But I think overall, I don't think he is like one of the deceivers. I think he generally believes what he believes. He has a lot of knowledge. He's experienced and he's smart, and he puts all that together. But his like he's anxious and so he gets ahead of himself, so he might not remember what he's saying.
I actually agree that
I
think so too. I think he believes what he says for sure. I don't think he's like trying to be like super mean or anything like that. He just gets caught up.
I honestly think he's trying to help me, right, and help you. I honestly think he thinks that, right? I don't think he's not telling the truth there. I think when he says I'm trying to help you or teach you something or whatever, I think he really truly is doing that.
He tells me all the time that he's like, you're way too smart, man. You need to go to university and get a degree, and maybe you could answer some of these crazy questions. And my nephew is a very prominent particle physicist, and you could do that and blah blah blah. Like I believe that he means that. You know what I'm saying? Like he truly thinks I should go to a university and that will it'll change my life. I'm like, but dude, I can go watch a Harvard lecture on YouTube. They don't have answers to these questions. I'm not going to go in debt so they can tell me I don't know, elegantly. And no, he says it all the time.
I think he's saying that because his nephew is like when you're doing stuff like his nephew's doing on like practical like phonic, you're not just working there and learning what other people are doing. You're now like a part of the part of people answering the questions. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't think because if you were working in that field, you're not just learning what everybody else knows. You're one of the people on the precipice of your understanding.
Yeah. No, like I said, I think it's good intent. There's a little backhanded slide in there once in a while, just wasting your time on looking on stuff on Google. But anyway, long story. I won't talk too much about him. He's just been here, but we're not talking bad about him. Like yeah, there are worse people. Like there are people that come here that are intentionally trying to get a rise out of you, and want to see you get mad, and that's their sole objective. And that is a totally different realm, you know.
Well, you know what? That's what I was trying to speak on what you said earlier. Because when you said that, I agree 100%. That's one of the most disappointing things. And you're right. You did it too earlier because people, you were trying to say one thing and somebody would jump in and say some argument against you before you finish or insult you or something. And sometimes you brush it off and sometimes you respond to it. And yeah, it's disappointing when people respond to that shit.
Yeah, I hate it.
What
I'm
the hell
trying to
are
work
you
on it.
watching?
Your background noise is horrible, dude.
I'm filming Footloose. I'm watching somebody's watching Footloose.
Footloose.
The original?
Yeah.
No, it's hard, bro. It's hard, like, not to take the bait sometimes. Like I was talking to that dude in here earlier about the moon landing. I was trying to stay so calm. Or Rakia, we were in here. We were talking about 9/11. Napalm was here too, and like I've been really trying to work on it. Like just I've realized that I have a lot of responsibility with it as well. Like kind of like what Crack was saying. When you say it, like when you're coming off like you're talking down to someone, or you have all the knowledge, and I can come off like that for sure. You know, it just like is begging for like them to react the same way. And I'm trying so hard, but dude, I found out there's a lot of people on here, man, that when they see you're trying to do that, they can tell you're trying to do that. They're like, "Not on my watch, buddy.
They
Like
block
you're
it,
gonna
mate.
get mad today."
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, you're
like
getting
people
mad
often.
there.
So QE talks a lot of vitriol, but what's it? QE does that on purpose, you know? Like he does that because it elicits a certain response. So like, what are you trying to achieve? Like you got to think about your objectives and your goals, right? Like, what are you actually trying to achieve in this conversation? And I believe a lot of the people in here are really trying to actually speak to one another and find things out and do it correctly. It's like, we're not at the base level here. What aids that in the best way possible? Remove the ego completely. It's completely going to block most of the things that are going to be said because it just puts a slant on it. It really does harden people's like minds to all of this shit. It's annoying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like not to like throw him under the bus or anything, but a good example of that, because like I actually just want to wake people up. Like I feel really good, like whether they figure out like exactly what the earth is, whatever, just like waking them up to like, damn, I can't just blindly believe whatever the consensus is. Like I have to go look into it because like understanding what I hold to be true is like super important, right? And like when you start to like kind of shift people to that, it feels really good. Like you feel like you actually change their life for the better. You know what I'm saying? And I was doing that with this younger girl on 24/7 one time. She was probably like 21 or something. And she was in college. I was talking to her. And dude, I was like changing her life, bro. She came in there like kind of like, this is the stupidest thing ever. But I started hitting her with I didn't hit her with the 3 questions, the monotonous scientific method and all that, all the script, I really can't stand that. I was just like talking to her about the big points, like the philosophy of Copernican principle and just bigger points. And I'm like, yeah, you should just check it out. It's kind of crazy stuff. It's not as open and as closed as you think. And dude, she came such a long way. You could tell like you could feel it through the ether. You know what I'm saying? Like dude, having like an epiphany. And the Q came in just ready for blood, bro. Like heard the motion comment and pulled up a drone about the independent frame of reference and was like just berating her, bro. Like answer the question. She was so taken off guard. I'm like, dude, you just undid 45 minutes of me like patiently trying to wake this girl up, bro. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. Like I think intention is a big part of everything.
Yep.
What do you think about Logos? What's it?
Logos?
Yeah, like I think it's God's word. Like,
yeah.
Do you know it?
Like the
Do you know what it is?
logos? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Like logic and order. Like so, like word and then in the word instilling logic and order. So I think that it was. I even take it as in a physical sense in a way, like a physical application of a auditory vibration, setting a literal order of things, and so you have logic and order set by logos.
See, I think I don't believe in coincidences. So when you and I come up with the same thought, or like I come here at a time where someone's saying something that I really needed to hear. I think that's Logos, right? Like it happened because it was already set in motion. And the word frequency, right? Speaking or vibration, that is what we're dealing with. That's, and what medium that is, already exists. Like it exists everywhere. Fiber optics, like why do they use the word optics in there? I think that didn't make sense at the end, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it all connects.
Yeah.
Like everything's connected.
Like, dude, Kosho, I know that you kind of already knew it, but like, I know it kind of hit you for a second where you were like, whoa. Because like, that even hit Oakley, who is obviously, got a lot of pride, especially live. And the idea that light is all around you, bro, that's some mind-blowing stuff, man. Like, that stuff is everywhere. Like, you can't get rid of it. You can't find anywhere without it. Like, and it makes you really kind of sit back and be like, wow, bro, like, light is so hard to understand in like the perceivable version, but that's just like the tip of the iceberg, bro. It's like, it's hard to understand, period, bro. That stuff is everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Ask me what light was, right? Like for years, God is light. Like, and I don't mean it as a religion. I just mean it as it's the unknown. It's the supernatural part. Like it just is. I mean,
I like to say though, like, bro, God is light, but light is not God. Like,
right? No, I get it.
Yeah, because it seems like Kabbalistic undertones to quantum is deifying the photon. I know that sounds crazy to some people, and I know that's not what they think they're doing for the most part, but it is getting kind of weird, where it invokes sentience and omnipresence and like
definitely.
If you look at time.
I loved it earlier. Like it's like y'all are inserting like the God, but I'm like, that is exactly what's going on here. Like, and I think that's Logos. Like,
where do you think we got the 10 dimensions from? The 10 dimension comes rid of the Kabbalah. The full 10 dimensions equals our reality.
Well, yo, think about this, Rakia. So we're talking about like the word, right? And the vibration that's everything into existence and created the natural order. Well, what is light? Light is oscillation or vibration, reverberation, disturbance, right? So
I think it's all about that. And then
dude, it's like there is literally a freaking like pressure mediation, and there's like a metaphysical pressure applied to this place via oscillation, which could be tied back to like the word. And bro, Tesla would agree from like a physical stance, like it compresses on us all around, and that light is matter. Like, not that light is material, it's that like matter is a version of light. And it starts to get really crazy where it's like that's much more accurate than you may think when you first hear it. Not that light is matter, but matter is a version of light, right? Like ice cubes and water. And it starts to get crazy where it's like there's this underlying component that connects everything. And it's very interesting.
Wait, so listen to this part, right?
Logos.
One sec. So you got the Ruach HaKodesh, right, which would be the Holy Spirit in English, right? But not really. It means basically the divine breath, the holy breath, right? Abba's breath, our Father's breath. And remember, he breathed that out onto the face of the watery deep. And it's the same breath that he, breathed into the nostrils of Adam. And scientists now are claiming that out of a woman's rib they can impregnate a woman, and that's what Eve was apparently made of, right? But the point is that life was breathed into him, up into his nostrils. I get what you're saying, acoustic sound. That's the idea of the Big Bang, right? Let's face it, right? Anyway, he spoke the earth into existence. Okay, acoustic sound, oscillation, same the Hydra Collider, right? But the Ruach doesn't mean Holy Spirit; it means holy breath. So that very breath being breathed out onto the water deep, that's the creation of the medium of the air that we breathe.
So like, the energy, I would say. That's what I call it. That's a great breath. That's what I call it.
It's almost like ether. You can call it ether, and that air and energy combined. I think that's what
air itself. That's what I'm trying to get. Air itself is a little bit more than what we think. It's very important. Like, think about this, bro. Like, I could say a prayer today, right? Entropy is that crazy, right? And the way entropy works, okay, is like it is completely divine almost, right, in nature, because it has a couple of things that make it move, and what happens in this is very crazy. But I could say some words tomorrow, like I could pray for you guys, And like next week, you could be breathing in the same breath that I blew out.
Yo, Crack, what
Well, praying for you.
what's the independent variable for entropy?
Go away.
You mean like
What's the independent variable for entropy, bro?
Entropy is not an experiment.
No, I know. I'm just making a point. The answer is God again. So I would say yeah. But like, dude, I have to go take a shower fast because I'm doing a stream at 11. Colin,
you guys smell good. You guys smell good for that.
Yeah, well, I just look crazy right now. I've been like sweating outside. But I want to read this quote that I found from Tesla. He said, "We are now confident." This dude didn't just speak loosely, man. He meant what he said, bro. Right. He said, "We are now confident that electric and magnetic phenomena are attributable to ether, and we are perhaps justified in saying that the effects of static electricity are effects of ether under strain, and those of dynamic electricity and electromagnetism effects of ether in motion." Nikola Tesla. And bro, this was such a crazy confirmation for me because that's what I've been saying to people. I get a lot of my stuff from Ken Wheeler, and I've read a bunch of stuff from different people from back in the day. But I was trying to think of the most simple way to say it, and I've been telling people, okay, well, it looks like dielectricity, like the ether is pure potential, so non-manifest pure potential energy or dielectricity. So basically, you can look at it like the ether or the dielectricity is the ether at rest, and magnetism is the ether in motion. And then look what I found today. Tesla agrees. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that I think I might be on the right path. You guys, come on over. The water's fine.
You said you had to go, but let me ask you because I've said this before. I say this all the time to other people also. But the quantum fields, especially the quantum field, the electron and the electromagnetism, this wouldn't be different than what you described. This is. And when Tesla had said this was around the same time even people like Paul Dirac was of the same mind. And so that's almost like that idea, which was more or less correct, transformed into what became described as quantum field. Like they're not; those descriptions aren't very different.
They're a little different though. But yeah, quantum is crawling its way back to the ether. It'll eventually realize Tesla was smarter than them. That's how I look at it. But yeah, it's similar. I agree it's similar, but it still has to comprise everything of particles. And it is easy to it's convenient to use particles because we can count it. Okay. But it's like even at time for conceptualization purposes, Tesla would refer to things as particles, including the electron. But it has a very important distinction. He would refer to it as particles of primary matter. And they're like, oh, so he said the electron was a particle of primary matter. That sounds like the electron. We say it's matter and blah, blah, blah. No, like primary matter, meaning the ether. Okay. And he said there's a creative force that interacts within the ether that gives us physical material phenomena. And matter, as we call it today, is secondary matter. And so it's a huge difference. And he would describe it as a corpuscle of ether or a condensate of ether, what we call the electron. So it's like this, he would say it was bigger, much bigger than they claim, but it's in the primary material state. And yeah, it's different. It's just definitely different. And like, I'll read this real fast because I do got to go. But he said, they say much about the Einstein's theory now. According to Einstein, the ether does not exist, and many people agree with him. Now, let Oakley and QE say it. He loved the ether or whatever, but that's wrong. But so he said, and many people agree with him, but it is a mistake in my opinion. Ether's opponents refer to the experiments of Michelson Morley, who made attempts to detect the Earth's movement relative to the fixed bed ether. These experiments failed. However, it didn't mean the ether's non-existence. I always based as fact the existence of mechanical ether in my works, and therefore I could achieve positive success. He point blank tells you that's how he came up with his inventions, and without that framework, he wouldn't have done it. And that dude was a genius and very successful, and the government took a lot of the stuff that he did come up with, and I think that really packs a punch if you really soak that in, dude. You're never gonna fully understand things without.
You catch that word, mechanical?
Yeah.
me and my brother.
You know what that means?
Mechanical ether. First time I heard it referred to it as that.
Yeah. I mean, he also referred to it as a substance, and of tenuity, meaning like super thin. He said a tenuity that's inconceivable, meaning it was a primary substance, or like a primary material, meaning not like this matter, but the primary state in the ether, and that it was substance, but like of tenuity, right? So it's like, I don't know, like I'm gonna put it together, but it's just very interesting. And yeah, mechanical meaning you can apply motion to it.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. That means motion.
That's the trick, I think, to everything. Yeah.
It does. It means not static. Yeah, but yeah, I know you're leaving, but I'm trying to say one thing about what you said about the fields, because what you said about Tesla describing them as whatever, the parcels or whatever. Quantum field theory is exactly describing that. In quantum field theory, all that there is fields. All the particles are just perturbations in the field. They're not isolated of their own. Like they're not something.
They claim they're like matter, bro, and they claim that the fields are just like sustaining themselves. And so what Tesla would say is, no, there's an overall, all-encompassing field. It is the ether background, and then it interacts with the physical world and can physically manifest when put into mechanical motion, right? So it is different. It's similar. QFT is similar, but it is different, and obviously so, because relativity does not coincide with electrical field theory ether that Tesla is speaking about. They cannot, because just like Tesla said, just like Einstein said, space-time must have physical properties, and in this sense, an ether does exist. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable, for we would have no time interval to apply any of our measurements of rods or clocks to. And this is not to be thought of, though, as a medium that emotion can be applied to. And so that's the fundamental difference. It's like there has.
Wait a minute. Tesla never spoke about space-time, did he?
Einstein.
Well, that's a bunch of bull.
Well, that's
as far as I'm concerned.
Explain to him is that the reason that it's different is quantum mechanics is still trying to find a window to connect to relativity. So it's not the same as what Tesla was saying. And the fundamental difference is that Einstein still needed some type of, like, let's call it a metaphysical realm, right? He still needed that so that he could have a propagation for light, and so that he could invoke some type of mechanism that would give movement. Ironically, mechanism. But he had to say that there was no like substantive quality to it. And so that's why he just said there was nothing but space, being emptiness, like a description of an area within emptiness, or volume and emptiness, and time, conceptual. So that way there would be no substantive drag on anything within the material world, so that you could explain Michelson Morley. So they are different, and Tesla was clearly right. And I think it's an interesting quote where he says, I had to assume this, like, based as facts for my success.
Yeah, man, I'm just trying to finish my response. Right, about magnetism also. Well, that's right. I heard you say something about magnetism and relativity. But magnetism is actually explained in relativity. Einstein addresses it.
Okay, I'm not saying he doesn't. I mean, he's the one that came up with the current quantum theory of light. All right, I really do gotta go. I love you guys. I'll jump back on here after my show or something.
What are you doing now?
I am gonna jump in the shower fast because I have a call-in show on my YouTube channel at 11. 20 minutes.
I know about the shower bit, but
I like them like really hot, and I usually wash. I usually push like this beard conditioner in my beard first, so it can sit in there for a second while I'm doing the rest of the shower, and then I use a towel when I get out of there, and it's crazy, bro.
Fuck, you're describing the fucking whole thing to us.
I'm just talking.
Is that your definition of shower?
Crazy.
He just defined shower.
Yeah. I'll catch up with you guys later, man.
Now, Kosho, why were you saying we don't see vanishing points yet?
Because they're a function of art, of images. Whenever people say, when they're being applied to something that's not an image, it's actually just spoken as figuratively, like the vanishing point of a civilization or something.
No, we're talking about vanishing points in reality. Two lines merging into a a point.
You don't see
converging.
you have vanishing points in the real world, like
Ruhif already said Ruhif already said last night with their railroad tracks, perfect example of a vanishing point in reality.
Railroad tracks in reality don't do that. That only happens in an image, and you can say like in a still image of like a still frame of what you're viewing.
it's not an
But
image.
you have to.
That's what you're
It would have to be
seeing.
an image.
That's not true.
But that's what the vanishing point is describing though. It's not described outside.
I'm gonna stop
if you're watching a movie, there's no vanishing point in the movie.
1 second, let me say something, Kosher, right? If you were like in a helicopter, right, and you were hovering above like off to the left side of a pair of train tracks, yeah, and you were hovering above them and flying forward, there would be a vanishing point in which you couldn't see, right? You would see the train tracks converge in that moment, right? But it's not
in that moment.
The vanishing point would just be further away as you continue to go forward.
Yeah, I know, but what you just said is exactly what I said. Dude. In that moment, in that still image that you can, take a snapshot of and look at the image and see what's going on.
I'm just saying, there's continually a vanishing point as you keep going forward.
No, because
we don't only see a snapshot of a vanishing point, right?
Yeah, it does. If you painted a picture for each one of those stills, there'd be different vanishing points.
Well, a picture is a snapshot. It's a still, yeah. But I'm saying we see that in real time with our eyes, right? In real time, we see that with our eyes, right? Okay. It's not one moment. It can be an hour of flight above a train track. And they converge. I understand that. It's not. I'm just saying the vanishing point continues to exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Your vanishing point will continue to be there all throughout every moment. Every moment it will be different, and so you'd only be able to describe it uniquely for any given moment. You know what I'm saying? So it's a product of an image.
Of the image, but you can see it with your own eyes, correct?
But like I said, if you consider a single frame, viewing it that way, but typically
not a single frame.
Yeah, but that's what it's being applied to.
It feels like it's saying a vanishing point in real life isn't real. Yeah.
No, they're saying there isn't one in real life. Like there's not one in real life, but there's not one that you can see in real time.
But there is.
It has no meaning that way, because if you describe it like that, then every moment you have a different one.
Well, if I stand on a train track, it's not one image that I'm seeing. It's not a snapshot. I'm continually observing the vanishing point in real life with my eyes.
Yeah, if you don't move and you're not moving at all, and the scene's not changing, then yeah, you're right. But at the same time, that's a single picture. Just
real quick. Kosho, SE, I made that video. Beb's saying to clip it out, but where Brenda Identity Crisis. I just posted it. It's like a minute and a half video. Brenda Identity Crisis, flat or globe, where she was fighting hard for the flat Earth, dude. That was fucking hilarious, and I got her lying through her teeth as usual. But a little minute 30 video for anybody who's interested in live chat. It's hilarious.
I love Brenda, man. Brenda's a brilliant ally.
Yeah, well, she sets herself up, dude, for this one. Trust me, it's entertaining, bro.
Tell me, what do you like about Brenda? I'm really curious.
Brilliant ally for the flat Earth. Brilliant flat Earth. What are you on about?
Kind and clever.
I'm telling you, then some of these people make more flatties than us guys could ever do, bro. What are you talking?
I'll agree on that one, yeah.
Huh?
I agree, yeah. Just to hear the crazy.
Yeah. That's my point. That's what I like about Brenda.
Listen, man, do we see vanishing points in reality or not?
Mate, they're fucking reality, bro.
It's not described.
I don't even know anymore.
It's not described in that way. I don't know why you would there's no point in describing it in that way. And anytime that you would describe it in that way, it's because you're applying it to some image, like in construction or whatever. And construction is it's used. It's literally I'm sorry, I wasn't pushing button.
So no vanishing points in reality, you're saying?
No, it's just like the horizon or whatever. It's like the horizon's only described as something you see. You know what I mean? It's the point is only describing an image.
Yeah, but if it's what we see, it's not just an image. It's what we see. What we see is an image, right? But it makes it sound like you're extrapolating it onto like a camera and load it up to the internet, and then it's only real then. But I know you're not saying that, but that's what it sounds like, bro. A little bit. Am I right, Jeremy?
It's a property of an image.
Right, you're saying, correct. You're saying we do see vanishing points in reality. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we do.
Ruhif also agreed with that, and so did Zanuck yesterday. But then he changed his answer, and no, we don't. I don't even know anymore, bro. I don't.
Wait, so what is the argument? I am so confused.
It's not really an argument. It's just
armbar.
Kosho agrees with us as well, though, Jeremy.
Stop.
Kosho knows that
what is
in
this?
reality,
We're talking about
he's saying there's no real value to describing this place as a vanishing point in a real life where you're moving continually, because it's no longer the vanishing point. The moment you stand forward, it's a different location.
We're not moving. We're not moving continuously. We're just standing there looking at a vanishing point. No one's moving. There's no movement.
That is one. In reality, yeah. Exactly. That's kind of what that's what I was trying to get at. And Kosho, that is correct. That is a vanishing point, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, for all intents and purposes, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but it's no different than a long exposure image.
Yeah.
I imagine at that point, in that example, it's just basically, so I'm just saying that it's just a description of it's a property of an image, or it's still like
so,
a still
Kosho,
shot.
now you're saying Kosho, now we're saying we do see vanishing points.
My goodness gracious. You should become a court appointed attorney.
Bro, I'm just trying to figure this out, bro. Before I got in bed with you goofy people, I never would have questioned it. I would have just thought, yes, there's vanishing points, end of story.
Why are you questioning now, Jeremy?
Are you questioning whether there's a vanishing point in reality?
Yeah, in reality, if we can we see vanishing points in reality, right? You would think, yes. I think
100%. That's
you can see them, but I mean, they don't. I don't know if I mean, is the argument that they're a physical thing or something? Like, what are we like? I'm kind of confused.
Can you see them? The vanishing point is the thing you see.
But it's like an angle thing, though. I mean, that's yeah. I guess what. Yeah, I don't know. It's an angle thing, but it's not like it's not a physical thing. We could see them though.
He's just talking of the value of describing it as such, because in real life, in reality.
So we do see armbar. We definitely see a vanishing point, right?
Anytime you're talking about seeing it, you're talking about like a vanishing point. You're talking about a still moment of your vision. If you view something for a second or whatever, it's the same thing as an image. That's what I'm saying. It's a property of a still image of a still frame.
Yes, of course. This isn't a moving thing. It's a standing still, static thing. Duh.
Isn't seeing a vanishing point kind of an oxymoron?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, because that's the whole point. That's where things vanish. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's how you look at it, I guess. I'm not gonna touch this. This sounds stupid. No,
be careful.
Be careful.
Hop right there.
You're right, Arma. It is quite literally how you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing the vanishing point. Seeing the vanishing point would be an oxymoron. Yes.
Exactly. Jeremy keeps asking for a vanishing point.
I mean,
so vanishing points don't exist in reality.
I'm just telling you what they pertain to. They're a property.
It's a point where things vanish.
You can describe them.
You can
describe them. You can describe them as somebody viewing it in theirs, like the still frame, but you just be describing a still frame, a hypothetical still frame of their vision. But it's described in the realms of, like I said, a still image, and like the lines that would be drawn on it.
wouldn't kind of like a one player or whatever you call a perspective in a video game where it looks like you're the character inside the character.
Like convergence point. Convergence point would be a better word for it, Jeremy. Convergence point, I think.
Wouldn't your view on the screen, even if you're moving, going all over the place, it's always going to be constructed to what we would call a vanishing point?
Yeah.
There's going to be vanishing point created. In those games, you have the scene that's created, and you have the camera, and ultimately that camera is going to be moving where your character moves. And so each frame, whether it's 30 frames a second, each of those frames are going to have a direction that camera is pointed. There's going to be a single shot image that each of those images you can draw vanishing lines. But that's what I'm talking about.
So what you're telling me is the reason those games look so realistic is because of the way that the perspective is within the game. But you're telling me now in reality, when you're looking around, even if you have movement, you're not looking towards a vanishing point. Like your eyes don't work in a way that perspective draws everything in the center of your vision to a vanishing point.
Yeah, and exactly the same way I just described that is exactly how I also described the vanishing point. The only one that you can describe you see in reality. It would make sense if you're talking in reality, only if you're talking about a still frame of your vision, like one, not your continuous vision, but a still, any still image.
Every point of your movement.
Hold on a second.
Every point of your movement is going to. Go ahead.
So when we're just standing there, hold on, man. So when we're just standing there and we're static and still and our head doesn't move, okay, we can see a vanishing point. Is that what you're saying, Kosho?
I've already addressed this, dude. If
Is
you're
it yes
talking
or
about
no, man? Yes or no?
If you're talking about a moment when you're sitting like that, you're talking about a long exposure image. And as long as you're talking about a single image, then I suppose it makes sense to speak about it, and you've seen it in real life. But
no long exposure, no picture, no cameras. I'm standing there with my head still not moving. Can we see a vanishing point? Yes or no?
Where do you respond to? I've said if you're using it in that case, you're using it to describe a single moment, then there's no I don't see a problem using it. You can use it, and you can use it as saying you can see it in real life as long as you're talking about a single single frame.
Okay, well, do you know the definition of a vanishing point is it has to be an infinite distance?
That's not true, I don't think.
Well, that's what all the Globers were in here yesterday arguing, that how it's got to be an infinite distance or it's not a vanishing point.
Well, I mean,
But yeah, I was trying to jump in the whole time, dude. I finally got to get it at the end. But you go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna say was, I mean, like, I don't know, because I feel like a vanishing point actually is really based off of the angular resolution of the thing, like whether it be your eyeball or a camera, because obviously, your camera has a finite amount of pixels, and obviously there's a vanishing point in that, and you don't need at that point like an infinite distance. You just need a distance to where things are small enough to where it's smaller than the pixel at that point for it to vanish. So, yeah, I don't know about that. I'm a little mixed about that. I don't know.
So that definition's fucked up, right? With the infinite distance thing.
It works if you have, I don't know, I don't know. It really depends on how you define vanishing point too, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's defined as an infinite distance. So we know that's not true, right? Because we have them in reality. We know there's not an infinite distance.
They're talking about its range, first of all. About its range, and when they say infinite distance, it's because a point has no dimensions, and that point on that image, because this is what I'm saying, this is why it only makes sense in a still frame, because in that still frame, there's a single point that where the focus is, where all the lines are going to appear to be going off to, and they're going there infinitely. Once you reach that point, you're infinitely, the two train tracks, whatever, they're infinitely parallel at that single point. Maybe stops at some point. But you know what I mean? It's not actual infinity. They're just saying that's the range of where those things are converging.
That's why
because they were talking about there'd only be a horizon. Well, they were talking about there'd only be a vanishing point on a flat Earth if it was an infinite plane. So that's not true, then, right?
No, they said a horizon on a flat Earth.
He just made that up, Jeremy. He makes stuff up on the fly. That's a good one, bro. That's a good one. It's a point. Point has no. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think. Well, you first.
Go ahead, man.
What I was gonna say was, I think the argument would be for the horizon to always be eye level, that you need an infinite plane at that point. But I don't know about the whole vanishing point thing. Yeah, I don't know about that though. That doesn't sound right though.
It doesn't make sense. Is what it does. That's why I came in and said that. They were conflating vanishing point and angular resolution limit.
Well, that would be true with the eye level thing on a flat Earth with an infinite thing. Only if there was no atmosphere. Only if there was no atmosphere changing where things were. Right? If you have an atmosphere making things be up here lower, up here higher, then who knows what it would actually be, right? Or whether you would actually see it.
That's not the problem. Promise
You let him get away with the point thing, the infinite, and he just said a point, and you don't let him get away with that, bro.
That's 100%.
What he said.
Point is zero.
Yeah, come on, Coach.
What did you say about
infinite
an infinite
means a point?
What did you say about an infinite point?
I earlier. What'd you say? I said it has 0 dimensions, right?
So what does that have to do with the vanishing point?
Because it's a point on the page where the lines are converging, and they converge to the range of infinitely. So at that point, they're going to continue to converge, and at that point, which has no dimensions, you can't see beyond it. So you're not seeing what they're doing. You see them converge at that point, and it appears to just do that continuously forever. There's no stop.
So it's infinite, but it's close to you.
No, the range is infinite.
What do you mean the range, Kosho? How can infinite be like a point like near you? Like that? What would you say in the picture? That would be what? How many miles would you say?
It depends on how many miles it is. That's what every point. So if that's a vanishing point, the lines will, no matter where the lines are, how far they are from you, they converge there. And in that point, they're converging infinitely out. So
but it's not infinite. It's a finite point, right?
That point, that point encompasses that distance of infinity. That's the point. That's what I'm saying.
It's a finite point at the distance. Right?
So are you saying that an infinite heights and distances all converge into a singular point where it becomes unresolvable?
No, not at all. Again, that's completing angular resolution limit and vanishing point. The vanishing point is where the range, where the lines all converge to, in that perspective, specific image based on the perspective and the focus of where the viewer is supposed to be looking, and that limit. So that distance that it's supposed to represent might not be infinite, but they are converging infinitely. So it doesn't matter how far away the thing is supposed to. Like if you were to draw the universe and you drew like all the stars and stuff, and there's places where you just appear to be a vanishing point, or whatever, that is going to continue on infinitely at that point. Like there's no limits to the distance.
Nice try, Kosho.
That's what a vanishing point is. I don't know why that's even a debate.
No, well, you linked it to infinity.
That's the limit to that range, dude. That's just I don't know what else to tell you. You could describe any number between 1 and infinity, and if it's if it's relevant in that thing, and that point would represent your distance from that.
So you can make any point infinity, you're saying?
Oh my god.
Am I the only one not getting it? I don't know. Maybe I'm slow today.
The vanishing point. And let's say you're drawing the train tracks, and they're sort of right next to each other. They're parallel. They move closer and closer and closer. And on the page, on that point, They are. That's where the vanishing point is. You don't see where the railroad stops. They actually continue on to the vanishing point. Well, in that image, that vanishing point extends out to infinity. So everything that's in that direction is all encompassed in that point.
Wait, so it's safe to say then, yeah, like that like angular. I know I brought this up before, but angular resolution to some extent would kind of play a part because obviously it continues, even past like you were just saying whatever like.
Yeah, but that's the reason that it's very different because a vanishing point is about an art. It's like the focus of the perspective of where the artist is drawing the audience's perspective in the image. Whereas the angular resolution limit, that would be the same. That would be no matter where the object is on the image. Let's say you have all of the same size object, all the same distance from you. Their individual vanishing point. I'm only using that because that's where they're vanishing in your perspective. But they have their actual position that they're going to be where they're can't be seen anymore. It's going to be the same, and they're going to be all over the page. So, but yeah, those aren't called vanishing points. That, I just did. It's called.
That's
So here you go. What's the cause of the vanishing point?
In that case, it's angular resolution.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
How far away is the vanishing point from you?
Well, when it becomes about 0.02 degrees.
So the vanishing point is visual. It's optical.
Yeah.
So
no. Sorry. I was thinking something, and I heard you say something else. Vanishing point. No, I thought you were talking about the angular resolution.
Okay, so are you going to change your answer now then?
Yeah. Vanishing point. I wouldn't say vanishing point is optical. Vanishing point is that's like a art based. Like you talk about it in reference to an image, not necessarily optics.
Okay, so I'm not sure why you're making that distinction. We're talking about looking out on a landscape. If we're on the railroad tracks and we're looking out straight ahead of us, right? The point of convergence. Do you feel more comfortable with that reference?
Like I said, it depends. If you're talking about the person sitting there viewing the railroad, and like you said, you can take a still shot of that image, then it makes sense to say vanishing point. If you're talking about some random image, let's say he's focusing somewhere else, but the railroad is in that image, and it does go off, and it does appear to converge because it reaches the angular resolution of that person or image or whatever. That I would not call a vanishing point because it's not his the same point of his perspective.
Oh my God.
I've never spoken.
Was that a fucking duck in the background? What do you got going on over there? Is that a goose?
I was gonna say, I kept my mouth shut. I was like,
Black swan. Yeah, but I hope that was clear. I'm sure it was.
I think so. Yeah.
By a duck show?
I smoked a little bit of weed earlier, and I don't smoke very often anymore. So when I do, I get all fucking.
You get all quacky?
Exactly.
So you would agree, Kosho, why didn't you step in and say, hey, guys, Glover guys, my friends, my Glover team friends, teammates, this argument is bullshit nonsense. It doesn't have to be infinite distance to have a vanishing point. Why didn't you say that?
Yesterday with Zanuck and Nidhug and Paid NASA Shill and Brian Leakey with this conversation.
The vanishing point one where they were saying you need an infinite distance. Right. And I was trying to say, yo, guys, that's fucking stupid.
I forgot how simple you are,
dude. Like, hey, Jeremy's right. This is stupid.
Let me break it down for you, dude. Those people didn't back up your friend, didn't allow people to enter the conversation. I just said that several times. I tried saying this several times yesterday, and it was impossible to get in.
As long as we both agree that's stupid.
So Kosho, so what's going to make you comfortable about not talking about a still shot? You and I are standing out on a railroad track in the vast expanse of the landscape.
Okay.
Is there a point at which, when we look straight ahead of us, that we are not going to be able to resolve certain things at distances.
Yeah, the angular resolution limit. When those things become too
small. Okay, so you're then, in my opinion, using angular resolution in real life and a vanishing point in still life. Is that correct?
I am, and I'm also using them in two totally different ways, which is important.
Okay, so differentiate that for me.
Yeah. So in an image, you can describe the vanishing point where the focus seems to be like where the parallel lines seem to converge. And some images may appear to have multiple ones, but that's not the point, because in any real life image, any real life scene, when you're talking about things in the angular resolution limit, there could be, I don't know, 10,000 things. There could be birds. There could be 10,000 birds that are all the same distance from you, and they've all just become at the angular resolution limit of your eyes. You wouldn't describe there being 1,000 vanishing points on your image. Those are just the.
That's a good point.
Those birds are becoming indistinguishable. So that's why they're two different things.
Yeah, but I think that's a distinction without qualification, because I'm not talking about objects like birds. So if we're looking out over the landscape and there's a flock of birds 3/4 of the way to the horizon, and we can see some of the birds that are close to us, but then there are birds that are farther away that we can't see, I'm not going to be talking about them as a vanishing point. So the vanishing point, in my opinion, in a still shot, like if you had a camera, we're standing on the railroad tracks, you take a picture, we're looking at that in real time. There is a point in the distance where things have vanished due to angular resolution. That same point is going to exist. That same point is going to exist in the still shot that you took. So that frame of reference is going to be what we're talking about with the term.
Yeah, but that's not the vanishing point.
That was just a stupid argument. I don't know. Let's just move on. That was dumb. These guys, the word games, these guys try to play, right?
Dude, it's not a word game, dude. It's a definition. When somebody talks about the vanishing point, they're not talking about angular resolution limit. And when somebody talks about the angular resolution limit, what about?
If we talk about the vanishing point, are we talking about an infinite distance?
In the context of an image.
You said yes.
Yeah, why not? There's no reason. Like I said, in that direction, things infinitely converge at that point.
So you need an infinite distance. Their argument. Did you hear their argument?
Nice. Yes, I did, and I thought it was a little bit lazy, because I'm not requiring I'm not requiring an infinite distance, dude. There's not an infinite distance being required here. The infinite distance is what is the range, the limit of that of what's in that point. Things are converging at that point, infinitely. There's no limits to that distance.
Right, exactly. So now we're talking about foreshortening in the same discussion. When we get to that point of looking out to the horizon where things become irresolvable, there's still a distant expanse that continues in front of us along the same line of sight that does not change. Just like we're standing there and we look, just like we're standing there and we look 1/4 mile away, and then 1 mile away, and then 3 miles away, and then let's just say for kicks, 4.3 miles away, everything just stops being resolved. But 6 miles away, along that same line of sight, there's Jeremy waving at us, but we can't see him. But he's right there directly in front of us. And then 10 miles farther than him is SE Montreal along the same train tracks in the same line of sight.
And you can see him?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, what's the point? I don't know what you're talking about anymore, and you're taking a long time to say. There's people in a straight line.
I'm just going to give you the punchline. That irresolvability is completely optical. It has nothing to do with being hidden behind the curve of the Earth.
Yeah,
there
sure.
is no curvature.
In the case that you described, the example you made up, that could be true. But in reality, we're not.
It is true. That's the way the world works.
We're not limited to those examples because we have a horizon. And if you were to say that's the point where things become unresolvable, and then you happen to see things that are beyond that horizon, that would render that explanation wrong, right? Because you can see things beyond the point things become resolvable.
No. There's two reasons. There's two viable explanations as to why you would be able to see those things. Either they're not too far away and you can still see them, so then the horizon extends to wherever those objects are, or the target is higher than that point of angular resolution that you can't see at that point.
Okay. Well, every point is higher than the ground if it's above the ground, so it's just a flat plane. So
They're still right, but then if you have Jeremy again at 4 miles away and we can see, let's say, his torso and his hand waving to us, hey guys, here I am, but we can't resolve his feet. His feet aren't behind a curve.
That doesn't.
They're irresolvable.
That doesn't check out.
Yeah, if you can resolve his torso, you can resolve his legs.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, well, that doesn't check out, man.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely does not.
Absolutely does.
Does not.
The top half and the bottom half of his
body. I got all day.
Shrink at the same. They're shrink at the same rate.
No, it's no different than seeing an island out on the ocean and the convergence at the horizon leaves the shoreline irresolvable. Jeremy's on the shoreline waving at us, hey guys, here I am at the beach, come on, I got some brews. We can't even see him. But he's right there directly in front of us, 20 miles away, directly in front of us. And then we get into a boat and we start sailing towards him, and as we get closer, we start seeing the resolution from the top down.
No.
Yes.
No.
I got all day. Yes.
No, I got all day. I said that first. All right, don't steal my joke. All right, that was my joke. But no. Rabbit season. Never mind. You're not gonna get that.
Duck season.
I was trying to get you to say the opposite. Yeah. No.
I did say it. I had to listen to what you said. I said duck season.
Okay. Anyway, look, for real though. No, it doesn't do that whole. It doesn't do that. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So
maybe
that's all
hold on. I was gonna say maybe if atmosphere magic.
We just walked you in. I just with Kosho walked you through that reality. Okay, so if I'm standing on the railroad tracks with you, and I walk away from you, the top of my figure is going to stay visible to you longer than my feet. At some point in the distance, you will lose the ability to resolve my feet, but you can see the top of my body.
Yeah, that's a story. Now you need to give me evidence of this now, right? You need to actually, show me why this is.
I can show you, right? Yeah. I can show you something along those lines of a truck. Farther and farther away, the resolvability of the tires becomes blurred, but I can still fucking see the top of the truck. And as it goes farther and farther away, the bottom, I can't even see the tires now. Now I can see the body and the top, but I can't resolve the tires. It's absolutely demonstrable.
That's fine, but that's only in one example. I could show you examples where that isn't the case, and so therefore we can't just conclude that is just a perspective thing. We can conclude that it's something else, right? We can't conclude that's just a perspective thing, right? We would have to start looking into this.
If you want to special plead something to present contrary to what I'm saying, that's fine as long as you have something to actually offer to present as an alternative observation.
That's fair. Okay. Well, I was going to ask you, do you know the distance between, like in that image? 'Cause I think I've seen it before, where there's like the guy, and there's like the car and the tires. Do you know the distance for that? Because the best way for me to
mile.
just a mile. Okay, so then all I have to do then is find also a mile, then observation, and see if I get the same effect or not. Then all right, that's what I would have to do. Fortunately, that's gonna be kind of hard to find.
And I don't disagree that there are varying circumstances where the conditions of the medium are going to affect, because the example that I talk about will eventually turn into an inferior mirage. So that is going to bring in another factor. Yeah, but it's very simple, though, that even if you don't have a mirage, the reality is that I can show you boats in the distance on the water where the hull is less resolvable than the top.
But once again, that assumes your whole thing is correct, because I can give you another story where it's because the curvature. So I don't think you can use that necessarily as an argument per se.
No, except for the fact that you would have to demonstrate curvature, because in my situation, I can absolutely show you the boat, show you the top of the boat, and the resolvability of the bottom of the boat is also observable. That's visibly demonstrable. When you bring in curvature, you're going to have to now prove more than you're going to be able to.
I'm trying to think if there's a way I can do that. See, this is what I've been trying to do for a long time. I've been trying to scale down like observations like on a small scale, because if this is truly an angle thing, right, then I should be able to do this on a small scale. I know people have done this with tables and pennies and whatnot, although I know the flaws in those. But I want to see if I can do this on a small scale, because if I can do this on a small scale, right, the car, disappearing tire, whatever, right, but have it where the tire doesn't disappear, then I could totally debunk this, like this whole idea that but unfortunately I don't got the resources for that. So unfortunately, I kind of have to stop this debate here, because it's just
Well, keep the idea in the back of your mind when the opportunity presents itself. I mean, I think that it would absolutely be. No, absolutely. Could you not hear me?
You were kind of roboting, at least for me. I don't know if anyone else heard you roboting, but wait, did he just? What happened? Okay, I think he might have crashed. I think his connection went dead. Rip. But yeah, I don't really know how to really advance that. Like, I know he's not here right now, but I don't really know how to advance that argument, because personally, I see what his logic is, so it's kind of hard to tackle it where it currently is right now, unless I had a small scale version of this shit. But whatever. Anyway, oh, okay, there you go.
Hey, I'm back. Did I drop out?
Yeah, you just.
I think what I said, the last thing I said was, keep this thought in your mind and hold it in your back pocket, because an opportunity for a proof of concept, would be optimal.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a warehouse where I work. I don't know if it's far enough for the scale, and I could try to demonstrate the irresolvability of a model car in the distance where you lose the resolution of the tires at a distance, but
I don't know. I mean, I've heard the argument that these floors are really flat or really leveled, whatever. I don't know how true that is. I don't really know. There's just a lot of variables that I don't know personally. Like when people do those like floor things, whatever. Me personally, I would rather just do it like myself, so I know all the variables. Like if I can, what I'm saying. Like I don't know. I don't know enough of the science to really,
Yeah, I mean, I did this one time a couple years ago. I took a 3-foot carpenter's level at Walmart and went to the back where there was hardly any foot traffic, and it was the 3-foot carpenter's level, so I overlaid it every 1.5 feet. So I would lay it down and then just move it 1.5 feet all the way till I got across the floor, which was about 100 yards maybe. And I filmed the entire thing, and the bubble in the middle was level the entire time. So for me, I was perfectly happy to say that distance that I took that carpenter's level was entirely horizontal level. Okay. I don't think that's difficult
to. I've installed floors in Walmart. They're pretty flat.
They're pretty flat. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like I wonder if there's because once again I don't know enough of this to really say anything about this, but I wonder if there's potentially any slight warping. Like this is so slight that it could pick up over a good distance or something. Dealing with smaller objects and whatnot. Maybe if you're trying to hide a penny, there's enough of that warping to hide a penny or something. Like I said, I don't personally know if that's even possible. I'm just spitballing.
There'd be no way to tell if the Walmart's straight or whatever. You could tell it's always going to be flat and smooth, but that flat and smooth can be around the surface of the Earth. I mean, because it's made level. It's made level at each position, but level in that building could still be it might not be a straight line from each corner. You can make each part
not in reality, Kosho. Not in reality, son.
You know those what do they call it? The salt flats and all those type of flats. Those are described. They're described as being the same elevation, right? So they're smooth, but they're not like a straight line from one point to the other.
We're talking about a poured concrete floor, not the salt flats.
Yeah, but the same principle would apply.
No, it doesn't.
Water, concrete. Yeah, it does. It's level at each of the points, but that level at each of those points doesn't necessarily.
I wouldn't describe the salt flats as smooth.
Yeah,
it's gonna have undulations and whatnot.
Yeah, but the undulations are like 40 centimeters maximum difference. So there's a difference. Yeah.
Whatever. No.
I've read the paper for it. The paper said that they measured the whole place, and it was this flat with the range of 40 centimeters. And they made at the highest and lowest differences, 40 centimeters different. But everything was within that range.
Yeah, but you're not going to have that kind of error margin on a warehouse floor.
What do you mean? Yeah, you're not going to have that big of an error margin. It'll be much smaller because it's a much smaller area. But yeah, and by the way, that error margin could be 0. It doesn't matter. That doesn't say anything about the straightness. Like if you were to make a straight line.
Yes, it does.
I'm just telling you that when we use it, even when surveyors use it, they're not talking about that. They're talking about the elevation.
Yeah, if you pour a concrete pad 6 inches above the ground and it's level, it's going to have the same elevation for however long you make it. It's not going, and you're going to grade the pad that you're going to put the concrete on. So it's going to be level irregardless of the shape of the earth beneath it.
Yeah, that's my point exactly. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. So if the earth is not flat and it's a small mark, it can appear to be level the whole way, but it actually wouldn't be a straight line because it's on a curved surface. If we're flat,
no, because No, because if you think about building on a 20% grade, you're going to have to support the pad away from the grade, or you're going to have to dig into the mountain in order to create a level surface. So if you're gonna go out to the desert, if you're gonna go out to Salt Lake's salt flats, and you're going to begin at one point and just build out your concrete pad and not pay attention to the apparent curvature of the earth. I'm just going to grant it to you. Let's say the earth curves, and you're going to start at one point and maintain a level surface. That pad is going to increase in thickness and depth so that it's going to eventually be 10 feet high because the earth is curving away. You're not going to follow a curve so that pad maintains 6 inches in the entire way. So that if I build a mile-long pad and you build a mile-long pad, your mile-long pad is going to be 6 inches, mine's going to be 6 inches, and they're both going to be level and horizontal. Neither of them are going to follow the apparent curvature of the earth.
No. So you're saying two different things, because if it's level and it follows the curvature of the earth and it rains 6 inches above the ground,
That's not the term I'm using.
I know, but you threw in the word horizontal, which would
right. That's because level is horizontal.
No, that's not correct. If something's level in one position, you can describe a level. Does it point at one position and draw that line?
No, a point doesn't exist. A point doesn't exist.
What are we talking about? Anyway, okay, so you can start at one point, and you can draw a horizontal line from that point, and reference to that point with a horizontal, and infinitely in both directions. But if you travel that line, or if you travel on the earth in either of those directions, that same line is not going to be horizontal.
Yes, it is.
No, it's only horizontal in reference to that original point.
No, because, see, what we have right now is a conflict of terminology. You are operating in a world where these terms had to be, in my opinion, redefined to accommodate for a concept. Level in the real world is horizontal. It's not in reference to the surface of the Earth.
If you ask me, it's relative. Just the same way left and right is relative, and forward and back. The horizontal and vertical are also relative. I mean, it would make sense, especially since the other cardinal. The directions, relative directions.
I'm not conceding those relative references.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that that's how I understand it. At least
I understand, right? No, right? Yeah. I mean, I get that you're operating within the parameters that your worldview dictates. I understand that level has a reference to the surface of the Earth in regards to water. That you have equal potential. That's your terminology. But equal potential doesn't exist. Like if we, in all honesty, if we could have a system of science where it would almost be like the Protestants and the Catholics, if we could have a system of science that was flat Earth and globe Earth that existed almost simultaneously throughout history, we would have different definitions for different concepts. And we wouldn't be able to have these conversations because what we mean by level is not what you mean. So we wouldn't be able to talk to each other that way. We would not concede that the body of Christ is consubstantial, right? We don't believe in the consubstantiality of the body of Christ. That's not who we are as Protestants or whatever.
I know, but I would say your reasoning actually there was flawed because it's illogical. Because if you were at a person's positions and directions and the ways you can move that person, like I said, you talk about moving them right and left, or up or down, or forward or back, and those vectors would be relative to that person. And so your left and right, your up and forward, and your up and down are relative to each person in each person's position.
Your left is always your left, Kosho.
Exactly.
There's no relativity. Your left is always your left.
Yeah, but relative to someone else, though, is what he was.
Relativity.
That's a distinction without purpose. There's no need to make that qualification. Of course, if you and I are standing in front of each other and I say, raise your right hand and I'll raise mine, of course they're going to be opposite. But there's still your right hand and my right hand.
That's fine.
Right. And if we were both pointing left, we'd be pointing in two different directions. And there'd be two lines, two different directions. And if we talk about our up, my up and your up, don't have to be the same up.
No, absolutely not. No. If you and I are standing in front of each other and you point left and I point left, we're going to be pointing in two different directions. However, if I say, now, Kosho, point up, you and I are both going to point in the same direction.
Unless
there's only one direction.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, go on.
No, I was just saying that's to say we're oriented the same way in that regard. If we were both oriented the same way to our rights were the same, then yeah, we'd point the same direction if we're pointing right. But that's because we adjusted it. We could adjust our orientation differently.
That's only because lateral and vertical are two different frames of reference. So yeah, I mean you're not gonna win that one in terms of. So if you and I, again, if you and I then move away from each other, let's say 500 miles, but we keep the same. So I'm facing east and you're facing west. So we then and we're standing face to face, and then we move 500 miles away, and then turn around and face each other again. You point to the left and I point to the left. Those are going to be opposites. You and I point straight up. Those are going to be the exact same direction again.
Well, depending on what surface we're on.
Yeah, I'm not putting you on a mountain. Not putting me on this, or whatever. We're on the same ground. You might be a little bit higher. Your elevation might be higher. But you're not standing, even if you were standing on a mountain, you would be 90 degrees from the ground. You would be at a vertical position on the side of the mountain. Say the side of the mountain was 40 degrees, and you were standing there, and you're facing me, so you're going to have to your feet are going to be angled down because you're trying to maintain a vertical position. When you point up and I point up, that's going to be the exact same direction.
Okay, how far did you say we moved apart?
500 miles. And here we go. Here it goes. Here's where you're gonna, stammer and stutter, and you and I are both going to be parallel to each other.
Oh, well, then that's a different situation. Then, yeah.
No, it's not a difference. It's the exact same thing.
No, I'm saying, yeah, if you're parallel, then yeah, you would have to have the same up at that point. Yeah, but I guess if you're not parallel and you're on a ball Earth, then that's a different situation. But yeah, bringing in parallel, that makes sense though.
Yeah, I guess it does depend. It does depend on the surface, though. If the surface were flat, then what you're saying is correct. But if you were on a round surface,
no, I'm going to even reiterate the fact that even if you found yourself on a mountain,
that's fine.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. The surface doesn't have to be flat per se.
But if
so,
you're
like, look.
Hold on. So real fast. The thing is, you're assuming, right, a universal down in this hypothetical, all right? That's an assumption that has to be made for this to work, all right? If there isn't a universal down, right, and
No, we
we're
have a
on a ball
demonstration.
surface.
No, we have a demonstration right now. You and I are standing in front of each other. Your up is my up. Your down is my down. There's nothing that should change our understanding, regardless of how far away we walk from each other.
That is, once again, that only assumes that only works if you assume a universal down, though.
No, you and I just proved to each other, standing in front of each other, up and down is the same orientation.
But you changed position.
But if you're on if you're on a ball Earth though, right, or just a ball in general.
Now wait. Now who's assuming?
No, we're not. No, the thing is, you're assuming in your hypothetical that there is a universal down, right, and that there is, the surface that we're on.
Not.
You have to. That's the only way our ups can be the same.
Listen to what I'm saying to you real quick. We both begin standing face to face.
Yes.
We both. Okay, hold on. We both have a sensible, empirical, and logical demonstration of what up and down are right there. There's nothing after that point. If you walk 10 feet away from me and you and I both point up and point down, same direction. And then you go 20 feet away, up and down, same direction.
But that doesn't apply on a ball, though. If you're on a ball, then that changes.
Wait. Hold on.
Okay, go
where
on.
did this discussion come? I'm not talking about a ball.
Because
you and I are just simply walking farther away from each other, and we're both pointing in the same direction each and every single time.
Yeah, and so I could do the same thing now and be like, okay, let's not face each other, right? Let's be facing the same direction, all right? Our lefts are the same and our rights are the same, right? And I can conclude the same thing, that our lefts and right have to be the same no matter what, all right? You're purposely leaving out other situations, all right?
No, absolutely not, because I'm not talking.
You're not addressing if we're on a ball. You're not addressing, if there's universal down or not.
Why are you talking about a ball? Where's this talk of a
Because
ball
you're
coming?
You're leaving out stuff.
Leaving what? Again, listen.
You're leaving out other situations, other scenarios.
If you want to,
yes.
No. If you want to talk about lateral references, which is left and right, if you want to talk about those, then let's talk about those. But I'm talking about up and down.
Yeah. Well, up, down, left, right, they're pretty much all the same, relative.
No, I'm sorry. Up
listen,
and down
okay,
is vertical.
So hold on. So notice, right? Okay, so if, once again, here's my hypothetical, or here's my example, right? If we're both facing the same direction, right? Then our lefts are our lefts, right? And our rights are our rights, right? That's you can't doubt that. That is what it is, right? Our rights are our rights and our left are our lefts. But suddenly, if I face you now, right, then that switches, okay? See, two scenarios, right? In my first scenario, right, I was right, but once I threw in that second scenario, suddenly that whole, idea is destroyed. So I could do the same thing with your thing, where okay, our ups are our ups and our downs are our downs, right? But suddenly, if I'm, flipped, upside down, right?
Are you guys all stoned or what?
Hold on, I'm not done. Okay, so I'm not stoned either. So if I'm upside down now, right? Suddenly my up is different from your up. All right, you're leaving that out.
No, look. So first of all you did was reiterate what I already said earlier about right and left, because I said the exact same thing that you did.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you're saying right. So okay. So let's real fast figure out what the end goal of his argument is. Are you saying that up and down are what's the word? They are like absolute. Is that what we're kind of getting at?
Yep.
See, that's false, because I could say the same thing with left and right, that they're absolute. And but if you want to destroy it, maybe relative to the person though. But
okay, but listen again. The lateral discussion of left and right. Okay, so if you stand up right now, hold your left hand out, and then turn yourself counterclockwise to the left.
Yes, to my left. Yes.
Okay.
So maybe
that's always going to be that's a universal. That's universal.
Okay, universal to me, but I mean, like, is there a universal left, like that there is only one left? All right, and or does it have to does it have to apply to a person? Like, is there a universal left? Like, if like, for example, if I had, like, I don't know, like in a video game, right? There's a grid, right? There is, and in that scenario, there would be a universal left because, you know, there's the way I draw out the program and whatnot. But yeah, are you saying there isn't a universal left, or there is a universal left, or is that only applied to people? Like, it only really works with people. Like, I have a left, you have your left. Our lefts may be different relative to each other.
I think in that scenario that left and right are going to be different than up and down, because up and down is irregardless of whether or not there's someone in that area. Right and left only exists with a person who's a reference point in that situation.
I got to disagree with you on this one now. The up down, that's this only works if you have a universal, like, up and down, whatever, or even just a universal down. No, I have to disagree. Sorry. And you might have to just end the conversation.
Well, you disagree. Yeah, but what I hear you disagreeing with is that there is a universal up or down.
Yeah, there isn't a universal up and down.
I understand that in your world, you have to say that. I understand.
I mean, for me, even without the ball or whatever, it doesn't make any sense to have a universal up and down. These are all directions. If you look into, like, dimensions and whatnot, right? Left can be up, all right, depending if you rotate the person. If I'm sideways, right, if I'm laying on my bed, right, suddenly my up is technically horizontal now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
Correct. Yeah, that's why when you said that if you were upside down, that your up and down would be flipped, but I would disagree with you on that. So if you and I were in a gym and I was standing next to you, but you were hanging upside down with gravity boots, you know what I mean?
Yeah, from Ratchet and Clank. Go on.
Right. So
no, that's magnetic boots. Never mind. Go on.
Okay, but my point is that in that instance, if someone said point up, you and I would both have to point in the same direction because your up would not be down. But if you and if you and I were standing next to each, or if I was standing next to you and you were still in gravity boots, and we did the right or left thing, the right or left thing would be relative.
Yes, but once again, that's fine. But the thing is, you're still assuming, all right, in this scenario, when we're doing that, right, here's the thing, right? We're either assuming a flat Earth in this scenario, right, where there is a universal down, or we're assuming a ball Earth where we're at the same spot where down is relatively the same, all right? The thing is,
we're not assuming anything about the shape of the Earth. This is just a simple, empirical, sensible, logical demonstration.
Technically, we always make assumptions when we're making hypotheticals, right? We always have to assume some things, right? No, you have to. That's literally how it is. If there's any
literally no, you and I are just standing next to each other. That's all we know.
Yeah, standing next to each other.
If you want to start claiming things beyond our immediate experience, then that's going to be your burden. However, the one thing that you and I can both demonstrably prove if we're standing next to each other is which direction is left, which direction is right, which is up, and which is down.
Okay, so when I say assumption, I'm not saying relative to our human experience. I mean relative to, like, a vacuum, all right? No information at all. When you make a hypothetical like this, you have to assume certain variables. Like, okay, you know, a universal down, you have to assume, you know, like, that's what I mean when I say assume, all right? With that being said, all right, in the hypotheticals that you gave, right, you do have to, the information that we are given is that there is a universal down in this hypothetical, right? Because in a vacuum, with no information about, you know, our human experience, you know, the world that we live in, right, there's nothing that says up is up and down is down or whatever. All right, that's all relative. That's what I mean when I say assume.
No, I disagree, because when you say in a vacuum, you're talking about conceptual ideas or philosophical ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, but we still know that our feet are below our head. That's still down. We might not have a word for it.
Yeah, that's fine.
We know. Well, okay, but then it's not an unknown. It just might be not classified, but it's still an experience. It's still sensible, and it's still logical. My feet are not where my head are.
That's fine.
My head
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I think this whole argument once again is that, and I think anyone will agree with that. That yeah, your feet is always going to be down for you, and your head's always going to be up for you. I'm talking about like in terms of, I mean, like maybe we're arguing two separate things, but I'm arguing strictly like this universal up and down thing, because I feel like what you're saying is that there's no matter what, all right, like my down can't be your up, but you will agree that my left can be your right though. Like, and I just don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like you're sort of like missing that whole thing, that the fact that we can have different
I
levs.
conceded that. That's where we started. I conceded that a long time ago.
Okay, but you're not conceding the up down thing though. Like you're saying my up can't be your down or some shit. That's where you stop.
But I have but I have a demonstrable way to substantiate that claim.
So let's just one more time figure out what the goal is. Your goal is to demonstrate that while our lefts can be different, our ups can never be different. Is that what the goal? Is that what the end goal of this?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
See, that doesn't. Okay, but go on. Try to demonstrate that's the case. Once again.
Again, we have to have a starting point, and our starting point is that we are facing each other.
Yes.
Okay, so we're in the same geographical location in each other's proximity. And if we are facing each other, then the orientation of the sides of our bodies are going to have opposites. Now, two things are going to be the same. Your front and my front are going to be facing each other. Your back and my back are going to be opposing each other. Your left, my right are going to be opposing each other. However, your up and my down will never oppose.
Unless you flip the person upside down, though.
No, absolutely not, because up is still in the same direction.
No, you're not. You're jumping. There's a missing piece of like logic. Like you're missing some logic there. You're jumping the gun. You're just saying, okay, well, if we're facing each other, right? Then yeah, our lefts and rights are different, right? But suddenly, when I try to say, oh, but if I flip you upside down, though, that doesn't count. All right, like
the orientation, right? The orientation to up or down is the ground. The ground is always down.
Yeah. So now apply this to, right? Because you already assumed that there was a ground in this hypothetical, right? There was that assumption was already made, right? So now let's just, technically had to have been, right? Because you just said it yourself that there was a ground.
It's not an assumption. Where else are we standing? That's not an assumption. That's demonstrable.
Okay. Yeah. Well, but still, that still has. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? When you say standing, right? Then yeah, that automatically assumes a ground. You have to, right? It's information that has. You know what I'm saying? Like that can't really exist without the other thing, right? So yes, it automatically assumes a ground. All right. Now if you're saying we're standing next to each other, right? Depending on I'm not going to get too in detail with this, but yeah, I guess we can assume a flat ground, right? But yeah, so we're still assuming, a flat ground, whatever. If I throw in a ball, right, and you're on the top of it, once again, this is using a reference frame, this is all relative, right? So don't really take this, when I say up, top, and bottom, don't really, whatever. But if you have a ball and someone's standing on one end of the ball and another person standing on the other end, right, then suddenly their ups and downs are different, all right? Like, I don't know. Yes, because you have to assume a universal down for there to be.
Hold on. Now I'm going to be a little bit pedantic. Okay, so if we're in a very large auditorium where we can stand on the ground by ourselves, the ground is going to be our orientation. Now, if there is a large sphere in that auditorium, and we both get on that sphere at different positions, so that let's say we're at 70 degrees from each other. Okay. Let's just say. And the person says, okay, Kosho says, okay, guys, on the count of 3, I want you to point down. I am not going to point to the center of that ball.
That's fine, because the information that you're forgetting is that you brought in what you said, the auditorium. Is that what you said? What was it? Gymnasium? What was it?
Whatever, just a space
giant
for us
room,
to have.
a fucking room, right? So in that example, right, relative to that room, all right, And I guess, yeah, because once again, there is so much assuming, all right, in this hypothetical. I just noticed that, because we have to, assume in this vacuum.
I really don't know why. I really don't know why you keep using the term assume when we have concrete. Hold on. Even though it's a hypothetical discussion, there are concrete reference points. I'm not assuming that we're on the ground. We're on the ground. Yeah, I'm not assuming we're standing on a ball. We're standing on a ball. There's no assumption.
No, remember, I'm tackling this from a philosophical point of view, right? From a philosophical point of view, right? I have to tackle this in a vacuum, all right? That's how I do things, all right? In a vacuum, and in a vacuum, right? You're already assumed that, because there's context that, this is a room and this is the floor, and therefore the floor means down, all right? That's the assumption, all right? In a vacuum, that there's already that assumption, all right? As humans, we already have context for that, right? We know what a room, is. We know the ceiling, we know the floor, we know, the ceiling is up and the floor is down, right? But in a vacuum, the vacuum doesn't know that, all right? That's why I'm saying we are assuming these things, all right? When you threw in that giant room, whatever it is, the auditorium or whatever the fuck it is, right? You assumed, a universe, like a down and an up, all right? And once again, we're also, when we're on that ball, right, relative to that room, that is the down, and relative to that room, that the ceiling is the up, whatever. But if you take that room away, though, suddenly there is no down or up, all right? Once you take that room away, there's no reference, all right? That's what you don't realize.
No, what I realize right now is that now, in a way, you've changed the goalposts.
I'm tackling this in a vacuum. This is a vacuum argument. I'm trying to.
No,
get to
okay,
you.
but listen. Okay, but listen. We can't. You and I can't exist in a vacuum. Otherwise, we will have no way of communicating whatsoever. Because we always hold on. We always have to establish a way of communicating. If we're not going to establish what left or right is, then we're going to exist in a vacuum. The minute we get to left, there's no vacuum. The minute we get to right, there's no vacuum. There becomes a definition. So I'm not conceding. No, I'm not conceding that we live in a vacuum.
Well, no, hold on. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be technically, by definition, would be a vacuum, because once you throw stuff in it, isn't really a vacuum. But you know what I mean, though. When I say in a vacuum, all right, we're starting to throw in.
I understand that, but I think that what I'm trying to show you is that every time you try to get to a place of ambiguity, I try to bring you back to reality. When you appeal to a vacuum, and when you appeal to removing the auditorium and removing the ground and just having a ball, you are going into a place of ambiguity, because we don't live in a world like that.
Yeah, but that's the assumption, dude. Because that's your thing. When you're doing a hypothetical, you're doing a thought experiment, per se, you're either establishing parameters or you're going to have to assume those parameters. But if you don't do that, then there's no point in doing the thought experiment.
Yeah, but okay, no, that's a fair. I get it. That's a fair statement to make, Kosho. But if we both begin in each other's proximity, standing face to face, having established what left, what right, what up, and what down are, then all we're going to do in every minute that we make motions in either of those directions is affirm those concepts. No matter how, okay, so again, now you move 5 feet away. Now you move 10 feet away. Now you move 100 miles away. Again, you and I are still pointing in the exact same direction, up and down. If you want to say that something has changed, then you're going to have to prove it.
Well, I will give you that. All right. If you're moving, let's say you moved like 500 miles away, all right, and you're not following the surface of the ball, then yeah, you traveled in a straight line, and therefore your up would still be the same at that point. But I guess fine. Let's also assume then, if you're on this ball, you're also following the surface, all right, of that ball. All right. If you follow the surface of that ball, here we go. We have a vacuum, right? We opened up a new window, right, in our mind. All right. We throw in a ball, all right. We throw in a person, all right. Person 1, person 2. We stick a person 1 on one side, person 2 on the other side, all right. And their feet are touching the ball surface, all right. but remember they're opposing too. By the way, they're on opposite sides. All right. In that example, that I just gave you right there, person one's up is different from person two's down up, but their up and downs or whatever. You get the point, though, right? Their direction is, their up and downs are different. All right. And that hypothetical I just gave you, right? All that information that I just gave you right there, I think that checks out. All right. You would
The
say
only
no.
problem, yeah, but the problem is because you cannot create a scenario in reality where we can demonstrate that.
Well, I don't think I was really arguing that. I think I was just arguing whether, someone's down up can be someone's down. I think that was all I was really arguing anyway.
I understand that you went into the arena of ambiguity again, of abstract, right? But I never did. I never went in this entire conversation. I have never taken us into an abstraction. It's always been concrete. You've wanted us to go into a vacuum of abstraction, because even though when you took us into a place where we were standing on a ball and that was the only thing that was in existence was that ball and we two, and we're both antipodal. Okay, I'm now still thinking that somehow we're oriented above the earth, so that when I point up, I'm going to point toward the sky, and when you point up, you're going to have to point toward the sky no matter where you are. Okay? So again, I can only show you and demonstrate to you on the ground and say that no matter how far away we are from each other, your up is always going to be the same as my up. But when you say if you put us on a sphere in space, that's the only time you can do that, Arma, is in your mind. You can never put us in a place where we can show, where we can actually demonstrate that you have changed orientation, no matter the distance that you've taken from me.
It's just wrong, man. Yeah, go ahead, Arma. I know you've been waiting to respond.
No, I was just gonna say, I guess we'll just have to end the debate here, because I mean, once again, I don't think we're gonna agree. It's just.
That's just wrong what he said. You can. So what Arma's saying is that in this scenario, if you're not defining the surface beforehand, then you're gonna have to assume that it's either planar. You have to assume that when you say moving, you're talking about moving forward or backward, not left to right. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions you have to make unless you specify. If you're not specifying about the surface, then either one of you could assume that it was either a globe or it's flat.
Kosho, you and I are standing on the ground, facing each other. There's no assumption right now, man. You're on the ground, I'm on the ground. You are 1 foot away from me, I'm 1 foot away from you. That's absolute. That's all we know.
Sure. And then we move away from each other, and now we're saying what's our lefts and our rights and our ups and our downs the same. And in order to answer that question, we either have to know about the surface that we live on, or we have to use our assumptions about the surface that we live on.
I don't understand.
We have two different assumptions.
No. I don't understand why your understanding of where we are would change from mine. I'm still on the ground, even though we're 500 miles away from each other. Nothing's changed. Hold on. Hold on. Nothing's changed. The sky is still above my head. The ground is still below my feet. That's the same for you too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's correct. So the question though is our ups and our downs going to be the same?
Why would
you could you could do it at night and look at the stars?
It's still the sky and still the ground, Howard. You are both trying to introduce a concept that you would then have to prove. You would have to prove that Kosho, when you get 500 miles away from me, you're going to say, "Hey, Travis, we're now 23.6 degrees away from each other," and I would say, "Friday, you go ahead and try to prove that."
Yeah, I would just use a GPS and we can do it that way, or we can just realize.
No, I know.
We can realize that your assumption is the same.
No, I would not allow GPS to be admissible in the discussion.
Well, we can't use anything that'll prove you wrong.
No. It's a program. It's an orient. Hold on.
It's a calculator.
Hold
basically.
on. No. Yeah, a calculator has been programmed to know what 1 + 1 is. It's not just natural. It's not.
I'm sure you know how GPS works, Travis.
Okay. A GPS is a system that has been programmed to represent reality a certain way. So
that tells me you don't understand GPS.
Go ahead, Rufus.
No, you guys go.
No.
I'm headed to bed.
I've been here for a whole minute. Oh, come on, man.
Hey, listen, it was fun, though. I will tell you that. It was fun debating you, all right?
Yeah, I tried to keep my cool. I was like, just keep it, man. Just chill, have a good conversation. So, yeah.
I guess I can say put you to bed.
I might stream some poker, shall we?
Yeah, but you know what, Rufus? I'll talk to you then. You know why? Because it is interesting how GPS works, because the only way that it works is one person receives a message from some source, and that message is specifically information that you have to decipher to tell its distance. So if that information is incorrect, but you're still finding your position, then it doesn't make sense. That information that you're receiving from it has to be correct.
Yeah, it's the same as celestial navigation. The fact that it works is proof of a globe.
Mm-hmm.
A difficult thing to admit, but it's the truth.
Yes, Flurfers, difficult to admit. That's why we're here.
That's what I like about you, Rufus. Rufus is
Rufy.
Yeah, Rufus. No, I think me and Zanik, and Scott Beach, we have a lot of the same motivation here. Yours is similar but slightly different. But yeah, it's because we just like the sport. It's like the sport of the challenge.
Yeah,
it's like a challenge almost. But even though it actually would be disappointing if we, ultimately solve that challenge. You know what I mean? Like if we succeeded and the flat Earth was over.
I've thought about that as well. Like, would we have more fun or less fun if flat Earth existed?
How are you guys doing? Because the amount of people that are not thinking the Earth is a globe has been exponentially expanding out of control for years. So how do you guys think you're doing on that? Do you think you're getting it under control?
It's tough.
Are you putting out the fire? Like, what's your status on this thing?
We had this conversation the other day. My actual concern is the amount of crazy people in America right now. So it's tangentially related to flat Earth, right? There's an overlap there. That's honestly concerning. Flat Earth itself, like Kosho said, is a sport. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'd be disappointed if it disappeared.
Yeah, it would definitely.
Well, it's
but Gio,
disappear. I guarantee you that.
But Gio, hold on. What you said though, you were saying that it's growing, whatever. So I guess you were kind of concluding that we're failing or something, but that's not necessarily true. What's happening is that we're potentially lowering that final number, right? Because what's probably going to happen is you're going to have the max amount of flat earthers, right? Because there's not that many people that I don't want to say dumb because that's mean, but people, you know what I mean, like people who don't believe the flat Earth, whatever. And so I think what we're doing is we're just sort of lowering that number a bit. All right, that's what I think personally. All right,
maybe we're not. Maybe we're increasing it.
Yeah,
maybe that's possible too. That is possible too.
Increasing it, because you're adding more interest.
Yeah,
that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this is like I'm trying to develop a lesson or like a camp for kids or something like that. But it's like this is probably one of the most incredible learning motivations. I guess you have to be interested in it though. And I suppose there's people who come across this and they're not even interested. But people, it inspires people, of all intelligence levels to want to learn.
So, Arma, you were trying to say people that think the Earth is a stationary plane are stupid. Is that?
Well, no, that's why I didn't say that because I was like, that's not necessarily true. I don't think that, but I was just trying to think of I was trying to make like a little joke of out of it though. But basically, what I was saying is I'm pretty sure there is. I don't want to say like a determined amount, but there is a certain amount of people that I imagine are like really, that are like prone to being flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? Like they just have a different, like, you know, I don't want to say like, see, I don't want to say anything like what I'm saying right now is kind of like, you know, whatever. But point is, I do think
you're trying to use a disparaging thing. It's actually the opposite. The people that are aware of this are the ones that have the intuition, the truth radar,
maybe
capacity to actually, yeah. So it's just,
I doubt it, but maybe, yeah. I'm not going to say no. Yeah.
I think it was funny that there was 3 of you in here the other day who were all 3 in the same conversation revering the Unabomber and his manifesto. Because I just that's it. Because that is a common personality type, I suppose. Because I don't think ordinarily you'd be in a conversation that there would be 3 people in that conversation who all revere the Unabomber.
Dude, speaking of that, you know that guy Ball Lives Matter? Do you remember him?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while, but when this server was fairly new, like the first couple of weeks, one day, like, you know, I was away for a while and I came back and like he was the only one on the live stream reading Ted Kaczynski's manifesto or whatever. Right. I came in, I'm like, what are you doing in here? I ended up like, you know, deleting the stream or whatever, but it's just funny. He was just in here like kind of trolling, just reading that.
See, that is odd because I wonder if you, like I said, if in an ordinary conversation, if you come across, you know, 3 or 4 people who are all, like I said, revering the Unabomber. I mean, I guess I've never fully read his manifesto, but people are pretty enamored by it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're judging it. I haven't read it, so I guess I can't say it could have. But
I guess I'm judging his act. I should look it up right now, dude.
I mean, the thing is, the truth about it, though, okay, let's just say between this kind of globe and, you know, to use the term flat Earth, we'll just use that term for a moment, just in terms of that. So in terms of that dynamic, if the Earth was a globe, you guys would have nothing to worry about. You should be the most calm. You wouldn't even be involved in this. You would just
you assume we're worried, Gio.
You wouldn't be involved at all. Like it would just, the truth would be so evident. Like it just would be what it is, and you would have nothing to have to defend.
You're trying to divine our motivations, Gio, and they're just wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Like literally, like
you guys were kind of hinting that you're kind of, you know, the defense team, and you're trying to squash it out, and the numbers are growing. You're trying to get the numbers to trying to convince a couple people, but you know, cut it off at the pass and all that shit.
That doesn't mean we have any doubt whatsoever about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. There's that too.
Do I call
what
this
I was saying is that my point, I'm not really getting into your particular doubt and whatever cognitive dissonance you may or may not have or whatever. I'm not trying to get into that at the moment. I'm just
zero.
Saying, sure. So that's fine. Whatever you feel, that's fine. I'm not trying to like question that. But you're on a quest to try to stop something that you're claiming you already know is false.
Yeah, like I said, there are 2 sides to my engagement here. Number one, there is a genuine concern at the level of batshittery in America and across the world right now with various topics, right? Utter batshit. Secondary to that, there's a big overlap between flat Earth and that insane shit, right? Flat Earth itself, not dangerous only except for in that it's an extreme distrust of government, or government or authority or whatever. That's concerning. Anyway, the end.
So you want people to trust your government? Oh, go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah.
Extreme distrust.
What's funny is if the flat Earth isn't real, we're not the ones that got trolled. The people like Ruhip and others that were here every day fighting, fighting against flat Earth, they're the ones that got trolled.
Yeah, so, if I had $1 billion too, okay.
Yeah, there's no reason to be here. Not one.
Yeah, there is.
Just for it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I had fun. I had just later. Yeah. But like, I had fun debating. What's his name again? The Copernicus man. Yeah, I had fun debating him. You know, it was just fun just to go back and forth. You know, like a lot of people that I know, they're like, oh, you know, I don't really like to argue. Like, I love to fucking argue. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take it personal. You know what I'm saying? It's fun. You know, it's great.
Yeah, I actually get you, right? You're here just to argue. Like, whether the point's good or bad, or you're on one side or the other, you just want to argue the opposite side. I get that.
No, hold on.
Grown ass man that gets on here, like, as soon as he gets in his car to to try and convince people that they're wrong. Like, not that he's just arguing to have fun. He's openly trying to convince someone that what they saw was not what they saw. That was an illusion. But there aren't illusions, optical illusions causing them to see other things. Those are real, called refraction. And then teaches things that we already have been taught, can look up ourselves and just repeat it like it's gold. Like,
real fast.
That is entertainment.
Well, that's interesting. But real fast, something you said. You said I'm here to argue the opposite side. You're not just saying like I'm just here to argue just to argue. Like I'm here to argue just to argue, but not like I'm not just.
Dude, you've told me personally. I don't know if you remember or not.
Yeah, I know.
That you'll even pick a side that you don't agree with just to argue.
No, I never said that part. No,
you've
no,
told
I did
me that.
not. I said I like to argue. I never said I
You're
just choose a
arguing
side.
now. Like you're just arguing now, but you told me
I'm not going to choose a side that I don't believe in.
You come here to argue. You just admitted that you come here to argue.
I come here to argue, but I'm not going to choose a side I don't believe in. Though I have to actually believe in it for me to argue. Otherwise, what the fuck am I arguing for?
You told me the exact opposite.
I did not. You're making shit up now. All right.
No, I'm not. Why would I do? What do I have to gain about that? It's you.
No, you. Well,
Arma, right? Your name is Arma, right?
I don't.
The guy that comes here to argue.
Yeah, but I don't argue a side I don't believe in. Though that's the stupidest shit ever. Though.
Yes, it is. Your exact words were.
I never said that. No, I said I like to argue
or something like that.
General.
Like if whatever, dude. I'm not gonna argue with someone that just wants to argue.
Yeah, but I'm always gonna argue for a side I believe in. Though, literally, it would be pointless for me to argue something that I don't believe in. That's the stupidest shit. Like that literally goes against like what I do.
No,
here.
You said you just enjoy arguing. That's exactly what you said a while ago.
That's fine. Yeah. But I'm not going to argue a side I don't believe in, though. Don't put that in my mouth, though. I never said that. That's like that goes against everything like that I do. Like I have to believe in it, otherwise I'm a fucking fake. Like what the fuck? There you go.
Go ahead, present your argument. What made you a Glober?
Well, nothing really made me. Well, I guess from your side, I guess you could say that. Well. So let me look at it from your side. I don't know.
Who told you? Like, where'd you learn it? You didn't just come up with it. Like you didn't go up into outer space and see it. You haven't measured it. So who told you it was a globe?
Probably the internet. The same thing that flat earthers, got told, that the Earth was flat from. All right, so. That's how flat earthers became. Most of them anyway is through the internet. But yeah, probably the internet though, because I don't think school.
So the internet told you it was a globe and you believed it.
Well, it was more so like because I know I'm thinking back like in elementary school and then like middle school and all that. Like they didn't really like do too much for like space science. Like they brought up occasionally, but it was never like this crazy thing. Like I was always like really like looking into it myself. I'm saying like, oh, that's interesting. I'm saying and. I just always noticed like those things. Like I remember this one class. It was a science class. I think it was like first grade or something. But I remember we were talking about like what is the moon, whatever. And then some kid was like, I think it's a giant, ball of cheese or whatever. Or some other kid was all like, oh, I think the sun is the moon where it goes into the water, and then the flames, go out and then it's the moon. And I was like, no, I've seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. So I don't know. I've just always been interested in that. You know what I'm saying? That's just, you know what I'm saying? Like I remember that memory so
that
clear.
From first grade?
Yeah, because I remember that sticking out. I was like, that's so fucking stupid. Why? How is it a giant like ball of cheese? Or like, how is the sun the moon? Like I remember because I was all like, it's right there, the sun and the moon.
Okay, all right. So basically, your teachers, your authority figures told you enough times that it was a globe. You live here on a ball.
No. They didn't tell me.
That's what
I looked into it. No, I looked into it.
Okay, so how'd you look into it?
I went on the internet. I was like, okay, stuff like what's the distance between Earth and Mars and all that shit and all that other shit. Like I just looked into it. It's fun.
Okay, so you went on the internet and believed something that was on the internet along with what your teachers told you, your authority figures.
You mean like a lot of flat earthers do with the internet?
To prove it. What have you done to prove it?
Well, I haven't. Well, like I said,
I'm going to say nothing. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that you've never done anything yourself.
And that's
prove
fine.
it to yourself.
Yeah, that's fair enough because I already said it already. This is more of a belief than it is an actual I can't really prove it because I haven't really done it myself. Sure, fine, whatever. But I have no evidence to really. I have no evidence to believe that the Earth is flat.
I got no problem with that. So you put your faith right in the internet, people on the internet, and your teachers,
and
probably your parents and all that. Right, your faith in that. Right, that's where your faith is, and it's a belief for you.
Yeah.
Sweet. That's a great, like most people won't acknowledge that that's basically what a religion is, but I won't call it a religion, but that's where you put your faith.
I'm not going to call it a religion either, though, but I mean, if you want to call it
I wouldn't if I was you, because it would be ridiculous. I mean, it would be almost like believing in a sky daddy, right? Like, I've never seen it, never, proven it to myself. It's just where I put my faith, right? Just like what you just said. I've listened to authority figures that I respect, some on the internet, my parents, some at at church or wherever. And that's where I put my faith, and you would say that's my religion. But when you say the same exact thing, it's not a religion. How is that?
Well, I mean, because I don't know if that's what I mean. At that point, anything I believe in can become a religion. At that point, like if I believe in just and you know what I'm saying, like I don't know. I feel like there's enough evidence for me to at least believe that it's a ball. I don't know if it's a religion. All right, I would have to look into the actual definition of religion to see if that even qualifies as a religion. But it's a belief though. I can't really prove it's a ball. I don't have any evidence to suggest that it's a flat Earth. I mean, from what I've seen, a lot of it contradicts itself. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. There's just for me just too much obvious stuff that's like, okay, that's gotta be a fucking ball. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a giant rock ball in the sky. You flat out will say, oh, you can't prove it's a rock ball. It's just maybe it's an image that was or whatever. It's just the sky. I don't know. It's just for me, it's common sense. I mean, there's shadows on it. It's a little too obvious. Everything we see in the sky is basically a ball. I know you guys have the argument. Oh, well, that doesn't prove that what we're on is a ball. Fair enough, but
I'll go one step further and say, what you're seeing at distance in what you call outer space may appear to be spheres, but may be something else. You don't think that's so? You think that's possible? Yet it's
unlikely though. So it's because something is possible doesn't mean hold on. Just because something is possible doesn't mean it's likely. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. Okay, it's possible, but I don't think it's likely.
How would you know?
I'm just using my human experience to say that that's the case. I don't fucking know.
More faith, right? Just more blind faith.
That's the human experience. All right. What do you want? I
love how you said you started this conversation saying that you like to argue, Arma, and now you're agreeing with him.
Yeah.
I do like to argue, but his whole thing was that I like to argue any side. Like it doesn't matter if I believe it or not. Which I thought was stupid. All right. That's not the case. But yes, I do love to argue though. It's great. It's fun.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's already convinced you that you're the globe's a religion, and that's the only reason.
Yeah, he didn't argue one point. I made point after point after point that really contradicted, what he stands for, and he didn't argue one of them. It's like,
what? Really?
Yeah, I guess.
I think it's fair what you did, though, Arma. I think because you're being honest. You're saying that
it
might fall in line with the definition.
Definitely honest.
Well, one thing I found interesting about what you said, Arma, is how you were saying, it's got to be a ball, when you're looking at everything you're looking at. Because I've had so many times in my mind where I'm just like, oh my God, how do they believe it's a ball? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Like in my mind, now maybe people haven't seen what I've seen, etc. It's not like we've all, come across the same information and or done things in the real world and so on. But what I'm saying is that I've said that to myself, meaning that just like the cartoon pictures of the globe, like all the inconsistencies, I'm not saying I can't understand how someone can believe it. Of course I do. I understand it as well as I can, but there's also just that part of me, and it's sometimes when I'm just like, lying in bed about to fall asleep or whatever, I'll just sort of think to myself like, wow, like it just, like just looking at those like literal cartoon pictures of globes that are all distorted and jacked up, and to think that someone could be like, yeah, that's it, that's solid, that's.
I'm the same way with the flat Earth. Like, how can someone believe in that? And the funny thing is, though, right?
How could you not, dude? Have you at least just done long distance observations? Now, I'm not trying to say it's 100% proof or get into some big debate. I'm just saying when you look out over the Earth, it extends like a plane. So to be like, oh, how could they believe it? It's like that's what it is when you go out in the world. So it does. It's not a big
just
leap
that
on
one
it.
thing, right? Just that one thing should make you a little skeptical.
Yeah. Well, like I said, all right, I already said it. You know, it's a belief for me. And from what I've seen, the evidence really points to a ball for me. All right, that's just I don't know, man. I'll tell you.
I mean, the parts I can understand about a globe belief, like if I was to try to kind of give as much as I, or just some kind of credit to it, as it were. Like, yeah, the moon kind of looking spherical and the shadow thing. I kind of get that idea, especially if it's like, oh, and it's in a bigger solar system. Like, I get the idea that the moon does look like a. I actually don't think it necessarily looks spherical, but let's just say for the moment that it does, because it does in some ways. So I mean, I can understand that to some degree. I could also like understand the idea when you go outside and everything, if you kind of are looking in like a hemispherical looking kind of dome thing. And in that sense, like if you were on a ball, I guess, in general, the way the sun kind of rises and sets. I mean, like there are certain interesting overlaps between the way, in my viewpoint, it actually is the planar geometry and the ether and the way the whole system is, and a globe Earth, because I actually think the whole plane is surrounded in a sphere, a plasma sphere of sorts and that thing is spinning. So like we're on a stationary plane within a sphere. So there are certain like spherical overlaps. And yeah, so I guess I mentioned the moon, going outside and kind of just looking at the sun rising and setting and kind of, looking like you're in a little hemispherical dome. Of course, on a globe, it's not like that's really the side of the ball. That would just be one little speck of it. But I can get that general idea.
Hey, can I sorry, go ahead, man.
No, go ahead. I was just saying I see. I was just
I wanted to ask for Kia or Gio a question, and it doesn't matter which person. You gotta volunteer, I guess. You gotta volunteer. If none of you guys volunteer, then I'm gonna
I'll volunteer before you ask the question. How about that?
All right, there you go, Kurt. Okay, now I gotta start. I gotta say this to let you know I don't mean anything offensive. I just wanted to see. I just want to come to a logical agreement about our point of view. So it'll make sense in a second. But do you believe that both I and you are honest about what we claim to believe? Like we have an honest confidence in what we claim to believe. Like we're not faking what we believe.
How about we all?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, let's.
I believe you're being honest, and I believe Arma is honest. I know I'm being honest on what I've seen and learned, what I used to know, and what I know now. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a three-part question, just because. Okay, asking that. Okay, so we were all
go to
honest.
the next thing. Let me say mine, which is that I am 100% about everything I've shared and said. Absolutely. So, Kosho, what are you in terms of that?
Hey, whoa, dude. What are you? First of all, listen.
No. Where do you stand? Are you 100% honest?
No.
I'm just asking you.
I know, but I wasn't questioning whether you. I'm under the impression that you guys probably all believe it. My question was to try to ascertain whether. My question was to ascertain whether you guys believe that you believe everyone else believes that it's real. Honestly,
I believe you and Arma and some others are. I don't believe all are. I can point. I know certain people are smart enough and have knowledge about the topic that we're talking about, are blatantly, not telling the truth. Sorry, like 100% not telling the truth. I think you believe what you're trying to say, and I mean, you might get caught up in the situation like we all do, but overall, your worldview is what you believe in. I'm fine with that.
Right. And I'd say the same about us four. We can keep the domain to us four, just for the sake of the following question. But yeah, the same. I think Gio is actually probably one of the most authentic with his beliefs in his community, because I've heard him say a lot of things I know he's believed for a very long time, and he's not going to lie about that. And same with you, Ricky. I'm just saying Gio he stands out of the whole community. But regardless, there's some point. My point is, the next question is this: having assessed both those questions. All right, and here's the other question: you guys agree also that we at least are familiar with the topic. All of us are familiar with the topic, more or less, more than most normal people.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay. So having asked those things,
I'll just make a quick comment. But within the community, there's a spectrum for sure.
sure. But I just want to make sure that we're all familiar. That's me. So the reason I asked is, so would you then, after concluding those things, would you conclude that there's at least one of us, or at least half of us, out of us four, would you say that half of us were delusional? But I'm not saying it's you guys or it's us, but wouldn't you have to come to that conclusion? If we have come to these
I wouldn't say delusional. No, if you're wrong, I would just say you were misled and were like, the human mind can be easily persuaded with, that. I mean, bias is a thing, right? So delusion I think is a different term. Like, can I be tricked? Can I be fooled and tricked? Absolutely, 100%. Am I delusional? No. Like, because
you think,
because if you prove to me tomorrow, gave me a measurement or a way, a tool or method like I've been asked for, if I can go up into space and blah blah blah, I wouldn't kid myself. I would just, holy crap, I was wrong all this time.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that.
Just real quick, just real quick on the delusion thing. That's a whole topic in and of itself. But I would generally say that in a sense, I would like the term delusional is more when someone is coming up with ideas that are false versus just believing one that was handed to them. Like there may be a differentiation with that.
I'm not sure. Okay, go ahead.
Like when there's certain there's actually certain psychological and emotional traumas that actually cause delusional conditions. So there's actual clinical categories and so on for people that have full blown delusions where. And that could be connected with manic depression and a lot of other things. But having delusions is actually connected to trauma. And so some people, if they have trauma in that, they can be in a state where, they can create there's delusions that are kind of being manifested within their psyche, essentially. And then they'll believe those things. So I would say that's different than being persuaded, kind of like Rakia was saying, being like misled or persuaded into something. Now, you could still also use the word delusion because it would more be that you're deluded at some point if you're believing something that's false, rather than like having an actual delusional kind of mindset.
Yeah, okay, but the only thing is there, like somebody like you could have a girlfriend or something, and it could be obvious to everybody else that she's double timing you or whatever, but you've been conditioned more or less by her. Not traumatically, but just conditioned by her to kind of not see the truth as everybody else sees it. I would call that being deluded. And same thing with somebody who might be like in a cult. Like they're in a cult that people from the outside can see is a dangerous cult. Like people, kind of like those girls from Tiger King. Like those girls.
That's more manipulated or I'm saying controlled. I don't think that's delusional. Would be opposed to like a mental problem. Like. You can't control it. It's beyond your control. Someone else is doing it to you, or the topic overwhelms you, or you just have to be right. No matter what. I am definitely not that person. I love being right. Like I'm competitive. I want to win. I hate losing. Right, but I'm not gonna release my morals to win. I'm gonna win ethically, or it's not a win. Like I said, if you came to me and said, look, on that same body of water that you did this tool test that creates horizontal, blah, 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 and you do it this way, you're going to get this every time. You don't have to calculate none. You're just going to measure it, right? That would be my proof. I would go do it just like I did before. Ironically, Soundly's picture of the power line where I live and where I used to fish under was the reason I went and checked in this topic.
I told him that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, as a Glober, I went out and bought bought the cameras. I already had the theodolites and auto levels, but got my friends to use their helicopter and drones. Got my brother's airplane. We used my boat and did all types of tests for 6 months, dude. This ain't something I just did on a whim to maybe cost myself, integrity, what I've built up my whole life in my community with my family and stuff. I didn't just do it on a whim. This ain't something I just kind of, is a hobby or whatever. This is my worldview, right? And it just happens to go with my religion, and I didn't even realize it before. That I was blinded by that. Like, how in the world was I not taught about second day creation ever in my religion? Like, that's nuts to me that they're not teaching that.
Wait, what do you mean?
Breeze right past it.
What do you mean by that? About how the sun and moon were the first?
I went my whole life in baptism, catechism, Bible study, church every week, Wednesday and Sunday, Bible study here and there with different groups and this, that, and the other, and never was taught about the entire day 2 of the creation story, whether you call it a story or truth. It's a story on day 2 that the firmaments were created, and that is never taught. Never. I'm in the Bible Belt. Like, it is avoided like the plague. And it's the whole day 2 of a 6-day creation story.
You mean they just skip it? They skip it?
They skip it, bro. And when they talk about it now in the New Age translations, they just call it the sky, which is totally not what the Bible said. When you get closer to the source and how the Bible should be studied is you try and get the closest source, to the source and study how they, because that's where it's less diluted, right? Like the translations aren't lost as much and all that. So when you do that, it's not the sky. It's part of the sky. That's where the first layer, where the birds of the flight. I forget how they say it, but basically the birds fly. But then there's other parts of the firmament, which are the heavens is what they call it. But there's layers where the lights are in there, the luminaries. God's throne sits above it, on top of the firmament, and it describes what it's made out of. They totally skip it, bro. And another thing they do, which I'm not happy with, is the flood story. My entire life, again, in the Bible Belt, right? The flood story was just 40-something days of rain. That's it. That flooded the earth. That's not true. The flood story, if you research it in detail and get close to the source again, even in the same Bibles they're teaching from, it tells you vaults of the deep opened up, the doors of the heavens, the firmament opened up, which tells you it's also a hard structure with windows and doors, and the waters above flowed in, and the waters from the deep sea came up through the vaults of the deep, which I think are the geysers that come out of the earth, which y'all call meteor holes, but I call geyser holes. So anyway, sorry to rant.
No. It's interesting stuff. I didn't know that about the second day thing was avoided. Because actually, I used to speak fluent Hebrew, but I know that Rakia, is the word for the firmament.
Yeah, I mean, they removed a lot of the more mainstream-esque kind of religious, communities, circles, etc. Just in the modern day, if you're born in the United States and and so on, they've removed a lot of that from the general kind of teachings, and of course replaced it with the heliocentrism. So it's kind of like they muted a lot of that, and that's interesting, Rocky. Yeah, that they because I didn't grow up with that necessarily, in terms of in my family. So that's interesting that you did, and that you specifically were never taught that, which is so foundational. You would think that would be within the first week.
It's almost taboo. Yeah, no, it's the first book of the Bible, Genesis. It's the day 2 creation out of 6. And when you go ask people about it, like in the in your church, or like my brother taught Sunday school forever, right? And the first time I learned about it, I went to him because I trust him, right? Look, what's the deal, bro? I mean, seriously, this is the firmament. This is what the Bible says all throughout. The first book to the last book, and all through the middle talks about the firmament being this, and this. And he goes, yeah, we don't really, that's just kind of, and he stuttered and, clamored all around about it. And pretty much got aggravated, right? Because it really disrupts his worldview. Because with a hard dome over him as his container, with God's throne sitting above it in the north, which is basically the story, he's not living on a sphere either, right? And I think that's what it boiled down for him. It really, I don't want to say triggered, but you could tell he was a different person when I even asked him about the firmament. He knew about it, because he had studied it, but he didn't want to talk about it, which is strange, dude.
Tell him to read the Genesis 1. Go back and read 1. Right there, it talks about the firmament. It talks about the waters above and the waters below it.
Yeah.
What's up, Ron?
Hey, what's
day
up?
2 is the creation of the firmament to separate the waters above from below, and he describes the waters below as the seas or the void, the face of the deep, basically, which is the water, and then he rose the land, the earth, which is land only, out of the waters.
It's Genesis 1:6 and 1:7 where he divides the waters.
Yep. There you go.
And then what you said was interesting about, I watched this video. I think it was, what was his name? Flat Earth Brothers. He changed it to something else, where some guy was talking about those meteoroid impacts are really the gates of the deep that flooded the earth. And I'm like, holy shit. Because people were saying there's there's no evidence of a crater impact because there's no meteoroid. You can't. It's like, wait a minute. If this giant rock slammed into the earth, shouldn't there be like fragments? And there's none.
Yeah.
There's nothing. So it's like,
and then you can look at geysers today, like they're still active, and you look at how they make the same type of crater. It's. I mean,
do you think it's the waters below? Like, do you think it's the primary water that's spitting up through those fields for the geysers? I wonder why.
Of course I do.
Yeah, but
I think it's all electrostatic, electromagnetic energy. Yeah.
But why do you think they're not flooding the earth? Why do you think they're just staying like level to the surface? I mean, they do erupt every now and again, but like, what's holding them back? Are the gates closed below it? Are the gates just leaky? I don't know. I mean,
whatever. I mean, he opened those gates. God controls his creation. So he opened those gates to flood the earth. He opened the gates of heavens.
I'm saying like the little ones that we see at like Yellowstone Park, Old Faithful, and those geysers like that. They do have eruptions. You could see the water in there. It's like real crystal clear. But,
release the pressure.
Right, but I mean, I don't know if they're connected to the Great Deep. Maybe it's just because there's different layers of water. Like, I think, that barrier that the Russians couldn't drill through? I think the Great Deep is held back below that magnetic, the plane, the inertial plane, it's held back. And when he decides to turn off the electrical field, then the water flows in.
Yeah, we see it in movies, right? Like the force fields and all that, they can turn them off and on. It's just an electrical field. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I mean, it's, that's where I put my faith, right? I can't prove it, but it does add up. When you start adding everything together, it really comes, I mean, pretty cool book, right? I mean,
I never read it. Like, I never opened a Bible until I got into flat earth. I never did. It's like, I wasn't raised religious or anything. But then someone said, it's mentioned in the Bible that the earth is flat. When I was first discovering this, I'm like, wait a minute. There's no way. There's no way. And it said, oh, this verse. And I didn't know how to interpret things like Isaiah 40:22. I didn't know how to interpret that. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, what is this? And then I got into it. I'm like, holy shit, this is a blueprint. They're telling you, like, in detail, if you know how to, like, decode it, how everything is like metaphors, like a tent and things like that. If you know how to interpret it, it's plainly obvious that somebody was given a blueprint, and it's like
a light switch to me.
Oh, I mean, your brother, I don't get it. Like, tell him to read Genesis 1 again. Just read it, and then ask a few questions to yourself. What is the firmament? Like you said, what is it?
Yeah, I think we're even it doesn't matter if it's your brother or not, right? If it's your brother, you want to help him more. But I'm told and I'm taught to, plant those seeds and move on. And I'll drop some nuggets here and there. And I know, I know his faith, right? I know his heart. It's pure. Nothing wrong with my brother, right?
brothers do you have? I have two, right? And my older brother is the Globetard, and my younger brother is the Flat Earther, and he gets it, right?
Yeah.
My other brother got the jab. The one who's the Globetard, he took the jab, and I think he got the booster too. And I'm worried for him. I was sick when I heard about this.
See, none of my family did any of that.
But yeah, but he did. He did. He's very naive. Let's just say naive. He's not stupid, but naive and persuadable. And that's the problem. Like that's the significance. People say, what difference does it make, about flat earth? What difference? It's because once you see through the bullshit, you have eyes to see and you will not be deceived. Like my level of trust is about 0. I trust nearly nothing, right? Because I'm very skeptical of everything. How can I? How can you expect me to trust any bullshit by the official narrative people? Can I trust anything they tell me? No. Like everything has a question mark. That's just how I am by default.
Yeah. Anything in mainstream media, like by default, is questionable.
Well, one of my favorite verses are "Test all things, hold fast to which is true."
That's rock solid. Absolutely, dude.
I think that's what we're supposed to do, and it was a warning to us because, he knew the evil that was, I think we're in a spiritual war. So, of course that evil, if there, I believe it is, but if there is, right, of course he's going to infiltrate like the creation, right,
dude,
to hide the creator. Of course
what does
it
it
would.
say? Even the elect shall be fooled. That is your brother to a T. That is, many pastors are like that. They are the elect and they are fooled and deceived. Who is the greatest deceiver? The father of all lies. It's the devil. This is his concoction. Look at the Statue of Liberty. There's a biblical verse. You can see its chain. It's literally Satan. Did you see that video, the Statue of Satan? It was by Founded Earth Brothers.
I have seen that. It is amazing, like all the things that come together like that. But it's, where do you stop? You know what I'm saying? Like I have to draw the line somewhere and just kind of stick to, what I'm led to do, and that's basically I hate it because I wasn't like this before, but I was led to expose deception, and it has told me it led me to this scripture of, we're not only supposed to expose deception, but we're supposed to fight against it and warn others about it, right? So, like, if you point out a deception to me and I don't tell others about it, I'm just as guilty, right? Like, it's on me too, like just like a crime.
I feel like I have a moral obligation to tell as many people as possible, and it's not just for that; it's for my own benefit, because I realize if this information is withheld, then there's maybe nothing we can do. Prophecy is going to play out whether we like it or not. It's going to play out, but as many people, we could save more people by disseminating the information. I think we were called upon. People like us, we were given eyes to see for whatever reason. Some people just can't see it. It's not because lack of intelligence; they just can't see it. They're
just blinded by the light, right? Like, or blinded. Even it says even the evil spirit can, or the devil, you can call it the devil. There's many names, but can give blessings, right? And I think they're blinded by that. So, I agree with you. We're led to tell the truth. We're led to lead people towards the truth, which to me, truth is in Jesus. Truth is in the Creator. So I'm gonna try and do that. Now it's harsh right now for me because, like I said, I was led in at this point in my journey, my relationship building, to trust my Creator, which was telling me exposed deception. And then this flat Earth topic was put onto me, and like a whim, like a switch was turned on, dude. It was just poured over me, and it was crazy. I couldn't handle it at first, right? Like I was like, I'm not, and so many times in my life when I got these feelings, I denied it. And I said, I'm just not denying this one, right? So I went out and started testing and studying and telling my family what I was doing and involving them. And, at the beginning, they all thought I was nuts. And then when we did, we made it fun. We did the test, and, it's not like we were having to go do things we didn't like doing. We were out on the water and on our boat and flying in planes and helicopters and stuff, and it was cool to be together and discover all these things. And then some people just hit the wall, right? They were like, I can't deal with this, right? I don't want to do any more, because at this point in my life, I can't handle it. My wife was like, she was the one going, why does it matter? And not until like a year and a half ago did she finally realize that it not only matters, but it has changed lives. Like, so many people are emailing, DMing me, sending me letters and things like that, going, just like I think you said it. I didn't even open the Bible until I discovered flat Earth. There's so many people that are like, I went away from the Bible, I went away from my belief and my faith until I heard about this topic from you and how honest you were. And just, I went out and did some of the same things you did and watched the same videos and read the Bible again in a different light. And here I am, more faithful than I've ever been. And what you would call a flat earther, what people call a flat earther. But, there is tons of people, bro. I'm talking about, I have like, let's see, I had 38 people today working with me, for me, right? Hired help. And most of them are from Honduras and Mexico. And I would say out of the 38, I would say at least 28 are flat earthers. And not
What?
because,
Holy shit.
Absolutely, it's crazy, dude. And I think there's a reason for that, right? Like, I don't know.
That sounds like Rakia crushing it.
No. Let me say this: it was because of me.
Awesome. You brought them so much knowledge; they're just like, "Yep."
It's not. I can't take credit for it. Okay, so I'm gonna give credit to what they told me. They said they were raised like that from their grandparents teaching them the Bible from Honduras and things like that. That they have always been flat earthers. They just never called it. They don't even think about it. Right? It's not even a contentious subject for them. Not at all.
It's just reality, dude.
It's part of their life. Yeah.
In Brazil, most of I'd say over half of the people are flat earthers. It's very popular down there. One thing I wanted to ask you real quick, what denomination are you? Are you a Baptist?
I go to a non-denominational church, but that's more in the Baptist realm. Like, they just preach the Bible. Yeah, basically. They don't tell you that you have to use KJV. They just, trust in God's word is basically what it is.
There's a pastor called Dean Odell. He's out of Alabama.
Yeah,
Maybe ask your brother to listen to one of his sermons where he talks about flat Earth and he goes through it. I think that would be more convincing from an actual pastor.
I'm near Mobile right now, and I'll be going through Mobile in the morning. I'm finishing my journey to Florida, but there's another church to the west of me in Lafayette. His name is Omar Thibodeau, and he's a Hebrew. He's I'm gonna get it wrong, but anyway, you can look him up, Omar Thibodeau, and he leads a pretty big church. And there's people in my church that we hold groups. There's another church that I used to go to called New Covenant, and we have groups there. One of my best friends, he had a wife and a family of 7. He just passed away in a car wreck. His whole entire family is flat earthers. Like, they're just Bible believers.
Man.
Yeah, it's crazy. We have meetings with them, and that is the fun part for me. That I got away from Discord for a while and started doing the groups because they wanted me to come talk and present and whatever. Just talk, really. I don't put together presentations. I just talk of knowledge, from the heart, basically. I don't have a script, and they ask me a question and I can tell them my honest answer, and that's what they like to hear. But these are people that we've gone to church together, we prayed together, they trust me with marriage and financial advice, for a long time, and they discovered this on their own, kind of. one of my good friends, we didn't even know we were both flat earthers. We were up at a camp out at his family land, and we went to go stargaze with the kids. We bring them out in the field and lay down and look up at the stars and just see what we see, right? And on the way to do that, we started just kind of talking. And we're like, you know, what we were saying, we're like, holy cow, you believe in the flat earth? And he was like, yeah. You know, so that was kind of cool. And then, but that was the guy, he passed away almost a year ago to the day today.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, just if you could, you say it's horrible, and I do too, but if you could have been at that funeral, which, oh, by the way, they mentioned flat earth, all 7 of his kids got up and spoke on behalf of their father. Like, it brings tears to my eyes right now. But if you could have heard, you know, true love, right? True faith in the, you know, in where he is right now and what he did while he was on earth for them and to his community, you know, it was incredible.
How old are his children? Are they young, or are they teenagers, or what age would they be?
See, the youngest, I just was over there. Like, I support him now, and me and him made a promise to take care of each other's families if something happens. So that's what I'm doing. And
good on you, man.
there, his son is probably 7. I couldn't even name all 7. They're so cute. They're all blonde hair, blue eye, and the oldest is probably 22.
So the big brother could pick up some of the slack. 22.
The big brother is supporting the family too. He moved back in. Him and his wife moved back into his mom's house and is taking care of, you know, some of the younger kids financially and, you know, as a father figure.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, good on him, man.
Yeah, and then anything they need is taken care of by me or the community or both. They will never do without, I promise you.
I'm just saying, a 7-year-old or whatever. It's like, it's so hard. I mean,
you could have heard him talking at the funeral, dude. And the other day, he was so cute. I went over there to just give them their blessing, and you know, we were outside talking. The little kid was up on a swinging gate. He was sitting on top of it, and we were talking about flat Earth. And this dude, if you could hear him, bro, he's intelligent as all get out, and he was just rattling off stuff. You know, it's refreshing to hear such joy and truth come out of people. Like, no worries, right? They don't care what people think of them. They think like everyone else has cancer, right?
It sounds like he's almost like a brother to you. I mean, you should introduce your brother to them, to the children.
Oh, they know. They all know each other.
Okay, so I don't know. I think your brother's reluctance, I think he would let it down a lot of notches. Like I said, if he Pastor Dean or something.
You might be getting a misconception. Like, my brother believes totally in the Bible. He believes that the Bible is totally true. He will tell you right now that water doesn't curve, but somehow that still means we live on a sphere. He just doesn't.
That's what I mean. That's cognitive dissonance, dude.
Yeah, he's got it bad, and I don't want to. You know, it's not my business, right? Like, it's not my business. But it's not like
you lead him, man. You lead him to the truth. He's deceived. Your own brother is deceived. You gotta lead him to the truth and show him. Like, I know he's devout. I don't question his devotion, but I'm saying when he's blinded, it's kind like you said. You feel an obligation to tell people, but not your own brother.
No, that's not it. I mean, we have many conversations, and I would say he would never say he's a flat earther in public. Never.
That's okay.
But and I think that's where he's at.
As long as he knows. That's all.
You just have to realize, like, you just have to realize what, you know, how we handle things. And I'm not, like, it's not my business. Not my business at all.
See, I have this problem with one of my best friends. He's very devout. He thinks it doesn't matter. He's like, no, it's not salvational. I'm like, okay, I'm not saying that it is. That doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. you need to see the big picture, because there might be a shred of doubt. Like, if something is in the Bible, do you believe it word for word? Okay, but then you don't believe the parts about the firmament. You don't believe about making the sun stand still, right? Like, you don't
and move
the earth
backwards. Yeah.
immovable. It says the earth is immovable on a foundation, but you think it's
Yeah.
spinning. You're going to trust these lying pieces of garbage over the Bible that you say you believe word for word. It says it's immovable.
But you have to be careful. Like, that is their journey, right? Like, there's a time you have to trust that you've done your part, right? And that there's a time and place that they'll thank you for it, or, you know, or will realize and then share it with others. It's not up to me or you to force that upon them, you know, when it's not their time.
My
Like,
point
we
is,
can pray for them and stuff.
you can't pick and choose what you want to believe. You either believe all of it or none of it. You can't pick and choose. No. It's still moving, even though the Bible says it's not. I trust this over this. No, you
That's
can't.
a problem.
You can't pick and choose.
And not being a salvation issue for who? Because for many people, it's a salvation issue. It's the whole entire reason they don't even believe in the Creator, because they've been deceived.
I was not atheist, but like agnostic, and it saved me, right? It brought me to God. So I'm like, I'm thankful for it. I would have never discovered God had I not discovered flat Earth. So I did it the other way around. So I'm not saying that it's just weird, man.
I never used my testimony to save a soul, right? Like, no one ever came to know Jesus and get saved because of my testimony before, until I was basically forced into this topic of biblical cosmology. That's what I started studying. And when I started sharing that with people, so many have come and thanked, and, you know, and that's what got my wife, right? Like, she hated this topic because it's so toxic where I was. Like, I was led into going on to YouTube into, you know, people that didn't believe in the Creator, and teach them about creation to help them believe in the Creator. And it was toxic, right? Like, to heck and back. But she hated that part. But when she started getting to know the people around us, and her, like, that girl that was married to the guy that passed away, Clay, they were best friends. And when you know, she saw them, and then she saw all the people that were contacting me, and we're hearing those groups go, you know, without you, I would still not be saved. You know, I would be lost. And it was this topic, right? And then we started doing more Bible study and just being honest with each other. Like, come on, like, how did we, you know, you don't know, you know, we were just told this. We never checked it out. Let's go check it out, right? And when we did that, dude, she was, you know, totally changed. Now, you know, like, our kids are fine. Like, you know, my daughter would never, like, you know, me and her talk today, but she would never tell her friends or anybody right now, because she just don't have the confidence that they're being deceived. She's just not ready for that, you know.
You know,
but
there's a guy called Nathan Roberts. He's a flat Earth biblical cosmology guy. Do you know him or know of him?
Yep.
Okay, cool. He's got his own book that he wrote, and he goes out and he takes his children and they kind of flat smack people with the biblical cosmology thing. He's a hard worker. He gets out there and does he used to be on YouTube. I was one of his moderators, and he was I liked him. You know, I liked what he did. And I think that maybe if you got his book, drop a little present, a Christmas present. Here, read this. Like, he's not a pastor and whatever, but he goes through all the scripture where it references the flat earth, things that would be impossible on a globe. And then just ask those questions, because there's going to be a lot of reluctant Christians. I think I'm going to buy his book, actually, and let my friend read it. It just gave me an idea.
Like, my brother is one of the ones that helped me do the test on the lake that I did. We did a test, and he's been in construction. He has theodolites. He knows how to use them. He knows the water doesn't curve, right? but he doesn't want to. You
My
know what I'm
brother
saying?
too can't
He
wrap his
doesn't.
head around it. He can't wrap his. That's what I mean. My brother is an engineer. He's smart. He just can't wrap his head around it. So I haven't really spent enough time with him because I didn't want to pop his bubble. I'm like, you know what? It kind of threw me my whole life into a tailspin when I found this out, and I've been on this I don't like a crusade to like warn everybody, to tell everybody, and it's kind of put my life on the back burner. You know what I mean? I put all my living on the back burner and devoted all this time to this. And I kind of have cooled down on it in the last few months because I'm like, this burned out. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to have like balance too. You know.
I didn't have balance, dude. I was balls out, 24/7, like at it 24/7 for like 5 years, and I just burned out of it. That's why I haven't even been on Discord much for the last year or so.
With my job, I'm able to put my earphones on and like, listen all day. Even when I'm driving equipment or driving, I can listen and talk and all that. So it's allowed me a lot of time here. But doing the groups and we do a lot of fishing, and when we bring people out there, there's 2 and 3 hour boat rides that we're sitting in the house, talking, and guess what we talk about, right? Like that's been awesome. There's been it used to be all negative, right? It was kind of toxic, but now it's so positive. Things in the last 2 years have changed. I still like getting wound up in here sometimes, gets the juices flowing, but overall it's changed so much to a positive thing. It's been awesome.
So you run a deep sea fishing boat?
No. Well, I have a personal boat. We just bring people fishing. I don't charter.
Oh, I got you. I was going to say
I'm on it right now.
Right? Oh, you're on your boat. Cool. Like,
yeah, I stopped over here to check on we're getting the engine rebuilt, so I'm driving to Florida in the morning. About halfway there right now.
Actually, I have a friend in Tampa, and he was in the Navy, and I flat smacked him. He didn't get it. But on the 4th of July, right, I kind of found something out like I never really thought about. He was in Florida, in like Tampa, and I'm like, man, I've got a lot of fireworks to light off. He's like, well, why aren't you lighting them? It was around 8 o'clock, 8:30 maybe, about 8:30. I'm like, dude, the sun is still out. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm looking right at it. And he's in Florida, and I'm in Michigan. I'm in Detroit. I can see the sun. He can't. It's the same time. He's just down, straight shot down I-75. He's just, almost directly south of me. Like, what do you mean the sun is set? Because the sun is further north toward the center, he doesn't see it. He sees it set before me, right? I have an extra hour and a half of daylight than him. But I didn't really put it all together, until like a little bit later. I'm like, holy shit. That proves it's doing like this tighter circle. That's why even the further north you go, you get to 24 hours of sunlight. You go far enough north, the sun never sets.
I'm in Louisiana, so when I go south to where our marina is, I have a pier that I can set up and do the sunsets. Well, in the winter, when the sun is furthest away from me because it's colder, it sets in a different position than in the July, because it's closer to me. It sets in this position, and in the winter it sets in a different position. It's easy to see that it's going above you in a circle basically, and it's going to set in a different spot because of it.
Where I'm at, you can see the sun sets to the northwest. You can see it kind of northwest-ish, and it comes up in the northeast. So you fill in the circle. There's part of the circle missing, and that's where it is. It's like, you know what? The further you go north, that circle becomes a complete circle. And that's it. That's if people could wrap their heads around it. People who live in these northern regions, we have these Europeans that are like from Norway or Sweden, these far northern countries. I'm like, did you ever hear of parts of your country where the sun doesn't set in the summer? Just yeah. I've seen it myself. I'm like, okay. And these are globetrotters. But when you see that phenomenon, you realize the sun is circling you. You watch the damn sun circle you. How is there any question about it? You know what I mean? You're watching the damn sun rotate over your head. How could you And I think that's a good way to break their cognitive dissonance. When you see it with your own eyes, right? You like when I bought my P900, I needed a little bit more confidence to confirm that, is this really true? Are people, the likelihood of people faking these P900 videos is higher than the likelihood of every country lying about it. I just, you know what? That's almost impossible. And then when I realized,
bought a P900 after I saw Soundly's power line, and I was like, me and my son actually is the one who told me about it. And we were looking at it, I was like, that just doesn't look right. We fished right there, like right there, we catch trout, right? And I said, let's go down there. I'm gonna buy this camera, and it's a P900, has a high zoom. I think that's what Soundly used, right? Because at this time, I'm trusting Soundly. Like he seems, like legit cool. He did all this study. Like, wow, I never realized it did that. We went down there. And there's a gravel road that you can go on down there. I forget the name of the road, but I could look it up. And we went on that road instead of going on the highway because it's dangerous to pull over on the medium. But you're lower to the water, and we just were going to see what we could see. Well, lo and behold, man, we took pictures and videos, and this water looks so curved. It was like way above our head. We couldn't see the distant shoreline, which wasn't that far away, like 12 miles to Kenner or 16 or whatever it is. It ain't that far. Like you should be able to see it. And
you mean Lake Pontchartrain?
Yeah, Lake Pontchartrain. The water looked curved as all get out, and I was like, well, there you go. Looks just like his pictures. Blah blah blah. The Earth is a globe. The water does curve, which is kind of crazy. I've never noticed that before, and I started studying it. And more back then, more and more flat Earth stuff would come to you when you were researching it. I saw that, and I said, man, we got to go back. Something ain't right. They're telling me on the internet that the weather conditions can cause these phenomena. So here we go again. Pack up again. It's only about 40-minute trip. So we went and went to the same spot, shot across, and could see the shoreline. This time the water wasn't bulging up, like it didn't appear to be curved. It was just looked flat, right? I was like, holy crap, this is totally different than the last time. What would cause that, right? Like if the Earth is curved and it would always block the distant shore, it would always look curved, it would do this, this, and this, and now it looks totally flat. I can see, the distant shore. I started studying the curve calculator or whatever, and I'm seeing what I thought back then was seeing too far, but I'm actually seeing exactly what I should see on that particular day. And then I was like, we gotta start looking into this. And my son was like, there's no way the Earth is flat. Like he was, at this time I think he was 18, 19, something like that. And he's like, he's got his master's degree. He's like smart, right? Book smart. Like he is just can read things, comprehend it, study it. And he started studying. He was like, "No, it's not. This happens in gravity." We started talking about the Mississippi River because it runs right through our town. He's like, "No, the Mississippi River is pulled up by gravity and it runs uphill, and the water does this and refraction does that." It's like, no, that doesn't make sense, dude. And he goes, "Well, why don't you measure it?" Right? He goes, "You got to measure it anyway. You got all these tools that you use for your work. The theodolite and the auto level, you can create a horizontal with that over distance and, measure down to the water." I said, all right, let's do it. So we put together a weekend where we were all going to this lake that we had a camp on. And everybody let's make it a get together, boil crawfish. I'll bring my jet ski, I'll bring my bateau, blah, blah, blah. I got my theodolite, you get yours. We'll get an auto level here, do this. We all, kind of made it a weekend type thing. And we did it that was a Saturday morning. And what we did was create a benchmark a foot and a half above the water. And we started there and created a horizontal almost 3 miles. And when we were measuring, we had people going ahead and staking these stakes out along the shore in the water, and using the theodolite to create that horizontal plane and not worry how far that benchmark was above the water. Like the horizontal plane was above the water. We were just doing the stakes. But then other people would go back and measure down to the water from the top of the stake, and they're like calling us, going, it ain't no difference, man. You're within a quarter of an inch. You're within a half inch. Now, oh wait, now you're 3/4 of an inch. No, you're back down to a half inch, like it was going up and down, just like what you would expect. It's plus and minus on like tool error, human error, or whatever. Well, when we got past a mile and a quarter, there was no, like, it was like a half an inch, right? Like it was nothing. And we started like kind of taking a break. We ate lunch and we all got together and was like, this water ain't curving, right? It ain't going underneath the horizontal plane we're creating and curving. Something ain't, this ain't right. So we started thinking about
it was right, dude.
Yeah, it was right. It ended up being like at this point we're all still Globers, right? And we went 2 3/4 miles, the best we can measure. Like, we're measuring with basically on the road next to the lake. But it was definitely over 2.5, 2 3/4 mile. It wasn't 3 miles. It was in between there. And we had 3/4. We actually had 3/4 drop, but at some point we had like a 1/4 inch. We were above the horizontal plane a 1/4 inch, but we are, that's just normal measuring. You have errors, plus or minus. But in
the
2
crosshair is that thick, dude. You know what I mean? That's like how accurate is the crosshair on there?
It was hard freaking work, dude. I don't care. You couldn't pay me $10,000 to go repeat what we did. Like, it was nasty, hard, hot work. Look, it seemed like it was going to be fun, right? It was not fun. It was not fun. But we did it. Like I said, after a mile, we got slopped. We started going longer distances, between stakes, because that first mile, we didn't get anything. So
I missed a lot of this. Sorry, I just you continue. I was just curious because I missed a lot of this. I was wondering how you were establishing the horizontals. Like, what was the method you were using?
He had a theodolite.
We had auto level and theodolites, and we had set a benchmark, and we created a horizontal from that benchmark back shooting up. I'm drawing a blank, but shooting back, just establishing a horizontal and then extending it. When you do that, it doesn't matter. But I'm just, I've been told that because we're moving our theodolite station, that we're resetting up, that we're following the curvature of the Earth. But when you shoot back and get the same horizontal, in 2 or 3 different points, and then just go 180 degrees and, we're shooting from the side, so it wouldn't be 180, but just continue that horizontal plane, that you're not following anything. You're just extending the horizontal plane.
And you said you did this in the water or under the bridge? I did that part.
No, in the water, near the shore.
Oh, yeah, that sounds.
It sucked.
That's what you call actual scientific research, right? He did it himself. He didn't trust what someone else is telling him. He's like, let's go verify if this is true. And it was one of those aha moments, like, holy shit.
Well, I can tell you the best aha moment for the people, like 2 of the captains in our marina. We went out and took 3 boats and got equal distance as close as we could, like in a triangle. And we were like, can you see me? No, I can't see. I can't see. Or we were like, can you see me? They're like, I have you on radar. You're this far away. You're this far away. We're this far away. We're equal distance away from each other. Can you see me? No, I can't see you. Can you see me? From boat to boat. And at one person could see one boat. Like, I could see one boat, but they couldn't see me. And I was like, what the hell, dude? That doesn't make sense. We're the same distance above the water. We're using the same binoculars. Why can't you see me? And the only thing we came up with was the sun angle, right? The angle of the light. And then we knew how far apart we were. And I said, well, let's go to where we can't see, I can't see you with with our binoculars, right? So he went further away. And I said, I can't see anymore. You blinked out. You're gone, right? Like, You know, let me get my camera out. Got my camera out. I said, I can tell you where you're standing and what color shirt you're wearing. Right? I know where you're at. I know what you're doing. He goes, how can you see me, dude? There's no way that's true. And I was telling him, you know, what they were doing. You know, Jeff has, you know, got the brush in his hand or whatever. And they were freaking out. They were like, you're talking to someone on our boat. And I'm like, nope. They said, how are you seeing me? You know, because we can't see you. We're far enough away where we shouldn't be able to see each other. I said, I zoomed in with my camera.
You should have filmed it too, like recorded it and showed them later. Like, here, I'll record you on the camera. Here's record.
Yeah, we didn't even like. Now my tests we filmed like as much. We had people like, you know, filming, but like that we weren't filming. We took pictures of the day and all that. But when I created my YouTube way back when, I called it something else, and I posted my video of my my tests on the lake, right? And man, I got freaking hammered because I didn't know anything about trolls or like how social media worked. I didn't have a Facebook. I wasn't into it, right? The first media thing I did was YouTube. So I'm talking about flat Earth and posted this video with like our names, like our company names, like my
shit.
Yeah, all this. So they called like soon after that they called 3 of my business associates. And actually 2 of them were flat earthers at the time, which was funny. Both of them are still flat earthers. The third one is not a flat earther even to this day. They called 3 of my business associates that I know of. Like those are the 3 that told me they got calls. That I had a church shirt on, and I'd also told people where I went to church, but I had a church shirt on, and I had a hat. My brother had a hat on with our company name on it, or his company name on it. They called him, right? But it was his, you know, it's his company. Like they doxed the shit out of me, bro. Like I didn't know that even happened.
Who's they, Ricky? Like who did
Whoever
this?
it was, whoever did it.
Trolls. Bunch of internet trolls.
Yeah, internet.
Oh,
Whoever
you say it was a
watched
woman?
it. Yeah, the person that called my church was a woman, and I think it was either Trish Blythe or someone associated with her, because it was that type of accent, and I discussed where I went to church with her very like adamantly. Like she had friended us, like giving money, like saying she was a flat earther and getting like being real friendly. Like every morning, it was like, "Hey, good morning, Dave. What's up?" You know, like. You know, we were on a first name basis and saying good morning every morning, being friendly all day with each other for like a year. And that's Trish Blythe, like the queen of the trolls, a gappy, like one of the nastiest trolls I've ever met. And for a year, she pretended to be a flat earther and was super nice. Like weird, dude. Why do people even spend their time doing that?
She's
like,
a mod.
what was the agenda?
I don't know. I never even like. I was so naive to all of this, and then on the way to fishing one time, me and the kids were in the car, and we were listening to it on the Bluetooth through the car radio, and they started like saying all this nasty stuff about my daughter and family, and just people are nasty, bro. They just are. And that's why my daughter is so like she stays out of it now. She's like I don't want to. Those people are nuts.
Dude,
They were
you know
only
what
listening.
It takes balls to be a flat earther, right? And it's like wearing a sign that says "kick me," right? So you gotta have thick skin. But you might.
My boys listen to y'all all the time. They laugh they're laughing their asses off a lot of the stuff that's being said.
Well, I mean, you'll develop thick skin, but for girls probably they don't like to feel ostracized. So I could see why there ain't too many girl flat earthers. You know what I mean? If you look at all the members that are flat earthers, there's maybe 5% that are girls. So, or female, women, whatever. They're just saying a lot.
Yeah, Mark Taylor posted a picture of a girl that looked just like my daughter. And when I say just like, when I saw it, I thought it was my daughter and got really pissed off. Like, was so irate, I wanted to get after this guy, right? It was a girl holding a red snapper that was in her bikini. And my daughter, like, that's my daughter made over, right? Like, he knew we went fishing all the time. I always talk about, you know, catching red snapper and this, that, and the other. And I think they went on my site and saw pictures of her and got a girl that looked just like her just to troll me, right? These people are like Don Watson. He threatened to kill me at the marina I was at. Like, named the marina, said I'm coming to. That's the bay I'm gonna drown you in. You know, but like serious shit, dude. These people are
Dude's
nuts.
making death threats over what?
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I don't know. I posted a picture.
He said, "You're a flat earther, so I'll kill you." Is that
it really wasn't? He knew I was a like flat earther, of course, but you know, I was posting pictures of sunsets over a bay, and he was like, "Yeah, that's the bay I'm gonna drown you in."
I would say, come and do it, motherfucker. I
did, and then you know, it just gets out of hand. You know, like people are nuts, man. And people wonder why, like, I'm, you know, kind of honorary if you don't even know half the stuff that people have said, and you know, just recently George Hatton posted a picture of my front door.
See, that's why you can't use your real name, dude. You just use an alias. Don't go online with your real name.
No, I was naive in the beginning, but that week we basically made a plan to give out my name. Well, everybody knew my name, so we said we're just gonna come out clean again, like say Dave Gafford. Like I don't care. My name is Dave Gafford, right? And one day later, George took my name, researched it, and posted my picture of my front door on the internet.
Yeah, that was Paul.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What was the motivation behind that? Like, what was the reasoning?
Because
it wasn't very well censored either. It wasn't well censored. Like you could read the suburb name kind of on the top left.
Yeah, there's no real like there's no mystery anymore. Like I've been kind of open, you know, more than I was. Like I said in the beginning, I was naive. I didn't know any better. But then at a point, you know, then I changed my name, took down my YouTube and all that, started another YouTube under a different name, and you know, didn't use my real name because in the beginning I used my real name. Like I said, I was naive as I didn't know any of this existed. And then when it started happening, I was like, oh, I got, you know, for the sake of my family. And one thing that happened was when they called my contractors, at that point I had a city contract with a different company that I'm a part of that I had two partners in. So I'm not only risking, you know, losing a contractor or whatever, you know, I'm risking losing a city contract, which would affect those two people and their families over my belief, right? So I didn't want to do that. So I pulled back, right? I didn't go on, didn't do as much until that contract ran out.
That's remember the guy from Balls Out Physics, right? He was an engineer, flat earther, and what's that?
Brian Mullen.
Yeah, and he had to quit doing it because he was, you know, they were threatening his livelihood, so he wasn't allowed to use his credentials to prove this because here's a credentialed engineer telling me the Earth is flat, and he's got proof. They just couldn't have that.
Or he's a credential engineer that has no idea about basic physics and is a risk if he's a civil engineer.
Well, yeah. His stuff pans out, dude. If you check out his videos, he does all.
I've seen his
videos. So then with that aspect, that portion of it, you have the right as a citizen to call where he gets his license from and check into him, right? Like that doesn't add up, Rudolph, or whoever you are.
I have no issue with what George did at all. Brian Mullen has a responsibility to the public to keep the public safe, and if he
It
can't
just so
understand
happens
the
George
basics,
is the same guy who posted my front door for no reason, right?
yeah, and I disagree. I condemn that absolutely. I said it 5 minutes ago. I said that 5 minutes ago.
But because that guy's an engineer, he's like, whatever. He has all right to be, going after. Makes no
Not
sense.
gone after. It's a public safety issue.
Yeah, he passed all the licenses. Obviously, went to school, got his license as an engineer. I would assume. I don't know that as a fact. Got a job, so his employer interviewed him. Had done work for years, so obviously was competent. And now you and George are going to make the decision that he's not.
There's a PhD geneticist, right? His name's Jeffrey Tompkins. Right? He is a creationist and got his PhD because his mentor is a creationist. Right? But he's a fucking idiot.
So there's a lot of idiots that are engineers.
Right. I know. Yes. Yeah, there are engineers that are unsafe.
Yeah, there are doctors being ridiculed because of their belief and being, put out of practice and stuff just because they don't go with the mainstream, right? That's not right.
No, it's because they go against the evidence.
No.
Not just because they go against the mainstream.
What's your evidence for the Big Bang and evolution?
He doesn't have any.
For common descent?
Well, you said he's a creationist. He's an idiot. Like, what do you have proof? How can you prove creationism is false?
I can prove common descent to any reasonable person, yeah.
How?
Right, by looking at the genetics of any animal compared to any other.
So you have a DNA sequencing machine. You have something to read the DNA code.
Would you like to see my DNA sequencing machine?
I would, yes, please.
Okay, let me find it. Hold on.
That's a quite expensive piece of kit you have there.
It is. It's called a MinION, so it's not that expensive.
Do you work for, what kind of company do you work for to have that kind of equipment?
I'm retired. Would you like to see my...
I would like to see what one looks like. I've never seen one.
You see it?
Hold on.
You see it. Can you see it?
Oh boy, you ask and you shall receive. There it is.
There it is.
I just see a cord. I don't see. Hold on.
Read it.
Hold on. I can't. My phone is glitching.
Right.
Minion.
Give me 1 second. My shit's glitching out.
Is that like a thing where you can get a clone?
Say again?
Dolly
and
the sheep. You're gonna...
That tells you you're related to an ape?
No, it tells you can make other humans with that. Just add water.
I don't see that. That ain't no sequencing machine, dude.
Scrape your skin and add water, and you make another human. It grows like a plant.
It looks like a book.
It's not a book. I'll show you what it is. It's a MinION flow cell. Oh, Jesus.
How come when I Google that, it comes up with that movie?
Yeah, that's a MinION flow cell.
That little thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what I've seen when people like reading DNA code. The machinery they have is
This is what it does, champ. This is what it does.
It's called MinION flow something.
Flow cell. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean anything that's handheld like that is not going to be reading DNA code.
That's literally what it does, champ. Literally
Yeah,
what it
this
does.
guy knows for sure. No, it doesn't. You're wrong.
How long does that?
You got the wrong tool there. You've been misled.
Oh, dude. Okay.
They said it read DNA. It does see DNA sequencing. It really doesn't.
A cell phone sized DNA. Yes,
it doesn't work. That. Yeah, it's all.
And I believe they landed on the moon.
Too. You know, you could because you never seen one before. It's telling me you see one.
You've
that
just
can't
been,
be it because it's too small.
You just got. You tried to call me out and got fucking smashed.
I don't think that thing. I wouldn't
because it's too small because it's the size of a cell phone. It can't work. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm saying that thing right there is not. It for me to believe that's reading DNA sequence, which is this enormously long string of line. Dude, you'll convince me they landed on the moon before you can convince me that. Maybe
Google it.
Google it
and tell me what it does. Right?
I'll check
Google
it out.
And tell me
I'll
what
check it out myself.
Yeah.
You're gonna be
Tried
wrong.
to call me out and got fucked in the ass, didn't you, champ?
Yeah. Don't be so.
I don't.
He's like,
I don't even know what the thing is. I'll look it up.
Just like Travis thought that high humidity air was actually more dense than dry air, and he
So
said
you can prove a common ancestor between a piece of bacteria and a human.
I can prove, well, sorry, I don't want to use the word prove. All right. The evidence to a reasonable person tells us that we are related to all other animals. Yes.
Dude, I got news for you. I'm looking at this website, and the lady uses a syringe to put some. It shows like she's putting sperm in the fucking thing to test it. Is that what you have to test?
Sorry, what? Sperm? What?
Yeah. Like she's like dabbing it with putting the syringe in there, like she's putting the sample in the thing. It was like there's nothing else that it looks
like the pipette. She's pipetting stuff into the flow cell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Why does sharing DNA with other animals, kind of like common animals close to us, say that we're related? Like I don't.
Yes.
I'm asking an honest question, like not trying to.
It's the pattern of similarities and differences in areas of DNA that have been shown not to affect function. All right, I'll say that 3 times if required.
I'm good with your intelligence on the topic. I just think it's like a stretch.
No, it's in areas of DNA that have been shown empirically not to affect the function. Right. You can draw a phylogenetic tree, right? So a phylogenetic tree maps out how closely sequences match each other, and that tree matches trees that are built by things like morphology and independent data. All right, so these parts of the DNA that can mutate freely. The fact that we share similarities with chimpanzees in areas of DNA that are not related to function.
So that's what we're most closely related to. You would say
yes.
Your distant relatives came from a chimpanzee, is what you're basically saying.
We share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, yes. A close common ancestor.
Close common. It doesn't mean that humans came from chimpanzees, though, right?
No, because we're not. We didn't come from chimpanzees.
Yeah, so we didn't come
from chimpanzees.
Fucking prove it. No, but even that doesn't mean anything. It means it's just common.
No. Well, no. The fact that it's in areas of DNA that do not affect function, right?
Okay, so I understand. I'm good with all that, right?
Yeah.
The very pointed question was, did your distant relative come from a chimpanzee? And you said no.
No, correct.
That's
fine.
Well, common ancestors. Totally separate. We have common ancestors. Now, you want to know what your ancestor is, Rakia?
My ancestor and every ancestor before them, everybody, every grandparent of every grandparent of every grandparent was a human. Wasn't an ape or a chimpanzee. I don't care what a machine tells you.
Your DNA is 70% similar to a banana.
Doesn't matter.
You are related to a banana. You are related to a banana. Right?
It doesn't matter. I can be 99% the same DNA as a giraffe. It doesn't mean that I came from a giraffe or that my distant ancestors were giraffe.
You're distant cousins to a giraffe.
No, it doesn't mean any of that. It means that we just share the same DNA.
No, but there are portions of the DNA.
Absolutely. No matter what you say, that doesn't prove anything.
I mean, you can't prove shit with your DNA either, then, can you?
No, it doesn't prove anything.
You know what it is? It's like if you have a box of Legos, right? I can build a car, a truck, a house. They're all built of Legos. It doesn't mean they're all the same.
Right. Now, there are portions of our DNA that are free to mutate, right? If there's a mutation, it doesn't affect the function.
So what?
Well, then you have to look at those portions.
And chimpanzees have that same ability, right? With the same DNA. They can do the same thing with the same. Doesn't make us the same.
There are portions of the DNA that are free to mutate, right? So you have to look at that and go, how did they come to be the way they are, right? Why is it that that portion of DNA that is free to mutate, why is our portion very similar to a chimpanzee and not similar to an earthworm? That's the question.
Not because they're not closely related. They wasn't created to be close to each other.
What? Say that again?
They weren't created with the same DNA. Hello?
Right, but why did the creator then choose that portion of DNA?
That is
so
a great question for the creator. I can't wait for you to ask
don't
that.
know. Okay.
No one does. Neither do you. That's the whole point.
No, but this is perfectly consistent with common descent and not consistent with any other explanation.
That is I'm glad you explained this to me because I've always wanted to ask a smart guy if we came from apes, because most people,
we are apes,
including people here,
we are
will
apes.
say we didn't come from apes. Like, no way.
We are apes. We didn't come from apes. We are apes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can have
might be an ape.
And a Mack truck. They all have tires and engines, so they're all the same, right? That's your logic.
Yeah.
No.
All cars are Mack trucks.
No. You're missing the point that
a Mack truck. Yeah, they're all trucks. We're like a Peterbilt compared to a Mack truck. Apes.
If you open the hood, sorry,
to a Mack truck.
If you open the hood of that,
we are apes. Part of the same.
If you open the hood of all those trucks and painted on the underside of the hood was a chicken, right? Has no impact on the function of the truck.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're saying we didn't come from apes, we are apes.
Correct. We are apes.
So what did apes come from?
Previous primates.
So what did previous primates come from?
Previous mammals. Would you like to go up the fucking cladistic tree?
Yeah,
previous
what did previous
chordates.
mammals?
Previous chordates.
So what did previous chordates
for fuck's
come
sake.
from?
It
No,
goes
screw
back.
you, bro. Yeah, it goes back to where?
To stuff.
Where did DNA come from?
Tootling.
Can I say something very quickly, very briefly?
Ever, man. That was a stretch.
Well, no, it's it's about the DNA thing, right? Okay, so I know Ruth's going down one direction with it, but that with that portion of the DNA being similar, like there could be viruses that affected a whole line, and so you can tell you're related to them. But actually, I was going to ask about Y chromosomal. So you only get your Y chromosome from your father. So, for instance, like my family, we come from Cohen, it's like a Jewish family line or whatever, and we were able to test that we were part of that line because it's a specific Y chromosome path, basically. So something like that you actually test, and that's actually you can verify through that all people in that who have that Y chromosome, they're all of the same. They all can trace themselves back basically to one person.
Do the same with the mitochondria. So the mitochondria is only passed down from females. So you can trace your motherly path, matriarchal path as well in the same way.
Right.
Well,
so
it's actually that's how you're supposed to. Like, Kosho, did you have to pass your DNA test to be an Israeli citizen?
Yeah, I'm not an Israeli citizen. So the point is, though, if I meet somebody who has the same Y chromosome as I do, we can be sure that we share that ancestor. We both came from that person a long time ago. Like, just different paths, but the markers like that indicate that you guys come from the same path. You guys came from the same path until that point, and then you guys branched off. But like we have a direct ancestor. The same
Where do flat earthers come from? What's their DNA path, Ruth?
Flat earthers.
Where do they come from?
I think
we're more closely related to you.
Yeah,
you should be ashamed of yourself. Where did you go wrong?
I think you missed the point, Ricky. Right? There
Not
are
really.
portions of our DNA that, for all intents and purposes, can have any sequence of DNA in them. Right? So this creator has options. All right. This creator can put the same DNA sequence in all of the animals. Right? That sounds reasonable. Right? The creator could put a completely random sequence in every different animal. That would be perfectly fine as well. But for the creator to put a DNA sequence from which you can draw a phylogenetic tree, and that matches the trees made from independent data, that is consistent with common descent. And that for
I don't care what you call it. I think you're selling the creator short. He can do even larger things that you can never comprehend.
Okay, would he
not even you, not even the great UHIP with all the little handheld Ramian tools, what was it? With all your tools that you can call and do all the tests on, every little fragment of DNA that ever comes out of every ape, you could never know. And you said that in the beginning.
All right, so the creator put sequences in animals that would also be consistent with common descent. Is he trying to fool us, Rakia?
He's not trying to do anything. He's just trying to let you enjoy creation as a human. If he wanted to make you an ape, he would have made you an ape. He made
those are the three options. Those are the three
not
options.
really. Those are the three options that
like
you can come up with. That you can come up with and say you don't actually know that it's just your best theory. That's what that is.
It's consistent with common descent.
It's like saying
sure, whatever that is.
Principle.
Whatever that is, it's not consistent with the creation story.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's probably why you don't believe in the creator, right?
No.
Yeah, you believe in what you believe in all your tools and tests of scientific knowledge that you are an ape. So what are apes gonna turn into, brother?
The definition of an ape is us. In fact,
what are you gonna turn into?
Right off.
If an ape it didn't turn into you. You are an ape.
We are apes, yes. We are.
You're never gonna be no more than an ape, right?
And what are apes?
Hominoidea. It's a scientific classification.
They also tell you your DNA is similar to bananas and pigs too. You believe you're a banana?
Wait,
no.
Wait. So are you saying we are the same thing as an ape?
Yes, we are biologically.
And he is an ape.
So what I'm
we
saying
didn't come from apes. He is
what
an
are
ape.
what are apes?
Man. Speak for yourself. Yeah.
And what are apes?
Anything in the class Hominoidea.
Well, then why are they called a different name if they're the exact same thing?
Well, it's just another name for it.
Well, if we're the exact same thing, then why would we be different names?
You're saying there's no possible case where we can have two words that mean the same thing.
So you're saying we're literally exactly the same thing as an ape that we go look at in the zoo?
We are apes.
But why?
The cladistic definition of an ape fits us.
Well, they're clearly different than us, right?
Yeah, an ape would fuck you up in a fight. You are nothing like an ape.
You are not an ape.
You are the. I think
you're not even the distant cousin of an ape.
Even within evolution, like we're not exactly the same thing as an ape.
No. Cladistically, so if you split out the things that make us distinct from other animals, the things that we share are the ape characteristics. We are apes. I know you don't like it. That's fine, and you can distinguish us from other apes.
Are we like a type? Can you say we're a type of ape?
Let's not interrupt each other, though.
Yes, we are a type of ape.
Can we say we're a type of ape? Like a dog, like a type of dog?
Wait, what I'm trying to understand, like, okay, so you're saying... He said yes, Zanuck.
Yeah, we're a type of ape, yes.
So, what I'm trying to understand, a German Shepherd's not a Chihuahua, but they are dogs. So apes, humans are a type of ape.
Got you, Zanuck. Very profound. Wow, dude. Ruif, Ruif, how about this? Can you answer this for me? What is the difference between us and apes?
What is it? The things that define an ape in cladistics, we fit all of those.
You didn't answer my question. Like, what is the difference?
Just the simple questions.
The things that define an ape are all the same amongst all apes.
I'm asking you a question. Like, what is the difference between us and an ape?
Nothing. There's no
literally nothing.
You're asking the wrong question, Whitsit. You're asking the wrong question.
The things that define an ape, we match all those criteria.
How about this? Ruif, let me ask the question that Whitsit should ask. How many types of apes are there?
Good question.
There's two family. then
It says that we're different than apes. The study of some aspects of the chimpanzee genome indicates a difference of about one.
Chimpanzees, gibbons,
Okay, so are you listening?
gorilla.
What's it?
Wait.
You
Yeah, I
listening?
heard him, but I'm reading this right here.
A
Study of the
human,
same aspects of the
all are
chimpanzee.
apes. Part of the ape family. Like the dog family has German Shepherd and Chihuahuas.
Okay,
Calm down.
I
We
get it,
heard
I get
you,
it, I
Xanax.
get it. But according to evolution theory, which is obviously just a theory and not scientific, study of the same aspects of the
Not
chimpanzee.
scientific under your breath, really? It's not
Yeah,
scientific.
it's not a scientific theory. It's not like you independently
Oh,
verified
God.
the
We get
variable
dumber
of,
every
hey,
day.
it's not like you independently manipulated an ape and made it change into a human. Calm down, buddy. But it says that the study of the same aspects of the chimpanzee genome indicates a difference of about 1.2%. So there is a difference. And so I'm asking you, what is it?
The criteria that define an ape.
You're like a robot.
We fit. Yeah, because you're not listening to my fucking answer, Austin.
No,
I'm
you're
reading
not
it.
listening to his
Criteria.
question.
I'm reading
Okay,
a university,
Austin,
buddy.
are you different to your parent?
That's not in any way the
It's
same.
the
I have
same question.
I have the same genome as my parent.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I have the same
don't.
structure of genomes to my parents.
Your genome is different to your parent.
Okay, what's the difference between my genome, my parents' genome, and a chimpanzee?
They're all different to each other.
So
by
there's the
different
same
amounts.
amount of difference between me and my parent as me and a chimpanzee? Okay, so what's the difference in humans and chimpanzees?
All the criteria that define
You're a
an
robot,
ape.
dude.
Yeah,
Ruhit,
because you're
the
not
thing
listening
is,
to the
hold
answer.
on, let me jump in, Ruhit. What you're doing is you're actually giving the opposite. You're saying the things that are similar, and that's the opposite of what he's asking. He's asking how are they different? So
Of course they're different. A gorilla's different to a chimp. Of course they are. They're still apes.
But what I'm saying is you keep repeating the thing of how they're similar. He's asking how they're different. So could you?
He's different to his parent.
We have things that apes don't have, right?
Okay.
No.
Well, the other apes.
Steve Kosho said no.
No, because you. Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
well, you're wrong. Neuroscientists have identified substantially more intricate nerve connectivity in the human brain, as well as some things called spindle neurons.
Okay.
Which aren't in apes. So when I say we have things apes don't have, and you say no, then you were wrong,
Okay.
right?
No.
You're
but-
not
but I-
understanding, right? You're different to your parent. I'm different to a chimpanzee. We are still all apes.
But no, me and my parents both have spindle neurons.
Okay. Find some other distinction. There's fucking lungfish, right? There are lungfish which have one's genome size is like 10 times bigger than the other lungfish, right? Are they still lungfish?
Oh, they're all both fish.
They're
See,
both
what
lungfish.
you're doing is
They're
not
different,
actually.
right?
What you're doing? Oh, but you said we're not different, and every time I
No,
ask you,
it's
if
not
we're-
what I said, because I told you 4 times that all the criteria that define an ape are fulfilled in humans, bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, fucking.
I know
gibbons,
what you're
siamongs.
saying, Ruf. You've said it like 10 times, but it's
Right.
not an answer to my question, though,
Yeah,
because
there are differences. There are
Right.
differences, just as there are differences between you and your parent.
Okay, so Ruif,
or
when
you
I
and
asked
me.
you, now you're saying there are differences. And Ruif, when I said, what are the differences?
Okay,
Your
you have
answer,
red hair, I
your
have
answer
brown hair.
10 times in a row was that we are by definition the same.
Yeah. All the criteria in cladistics that define an ape, we satisfy those criteria. Therefore, we are apes under cladistics.
You're just going to keep saying it, even though the question
Yes,
is what's the
because you
difference?
don't seem to be getting it.
No, I get what your argument is. I know it's mentally and logically bankrupt and stupid as hell, but I know that's what you believe, and that's cool. You're allowed to believe it. I don't care. But
Okay.
what I'm
So
asking you,
these spindle neurons, right? They would fall under some criteria for a human and not a chimp.
right? So that was the question, was like, what's the difference? And then it seems to show a bit of like intellectual dishonesty. If every time I
Fuck
ask
you,
you,
Austin. Go and fuck yourself, you cunt.
if every time I ask
Every
you,
fucking time, you pull out this fucking, oh, you're lying shit, right? You're a fuckwit.
no, I'm just saying, like, to be fair, it seems like you were kind of talking past me, because I'm like, okay, I get your argument. You're saying we're part of the same group. By definition, we're like the same little group. But I'm saying, like, so what's the difference? And every time I asked you, what are the differences? Your response was, by definition we're the same. So you're telling me what the same is, and I'm asking what the different is. And even Gio jumped in and pointed out that you're literally not answering the question, and then you just kept saying it over and over. You guys have this tactic, like if you just keep saying it over to us and talking down to us like we're children, then somehow we become stupid or something.
All right, chimpanzees are hairy. We're not.
Yeah, but see, that's the weird part about the question is you're saying what's the difference? You're saying what's the difference between us and an ape when we are apes? So it's like that'd be like asking us what's the difference between us and mammals.
Yeah.
When we're different than other mammals, but there's no difference. We are mammals, so we're not something different than a mammal. We are mammals.
Yeah, we satisfy all the criteria for a mammal.
And then he kept saying the same thing anyway. So the way to try to save him, but it didn't work because I even changed it.
Are you a
there
mammal?
There was two questions. Yeah, if you're asking about us,
those are all just classifications, man.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, it doesn't make you an ape.
What? By the classification of an ape, yes, it does.
Oh, human came up with that classification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you a mammal, Rakia?
Did you know that it says that humans did not evolve from Okay, listen. Do humans evolve from apes? There's a simple answer. Humans
are apes. It's a malformed question.
He can't help himself. He's just going to interrupt with his narrative, so you can't get out your point. I wonder if that's
humans are apes.
This is this is just what it says. This do humans evolve from apes? It's like what I typed in. What's the difference between us and apes? And I get you're saying it's the same thing. I just wanted to see what Google would say. And so a mainstream answer right here, I bet if you talk through me, I won't say it or something. It says humans did not evolve from chimpanzees or any of the other great apes that live today. We instead share a common ancestor that lived roughly 10 million years ago. So we aren't the same as chimpanzees and apes today. We didn't even evolve from that type of ape.
Right. They're our cousins.
Within your own paradigm. Oh, now we're changing it. So we're different.
What? He said the whole time. He said we didn't evolve.
The point is that when I say what's the difference in an ape today and us, and you keep saying
no, you said chimpanzees and gorillas, the ones that exist today. We're cousins with them. We didn't evolve from them. That's what your quote said.
And then I agree with it. Okay, well, this is so stupid. The point is they say our brains are different.
Okay, chimpanzees are hairy. I'm not.
No, but our brains are literally different. We have something in our brain that they don't have.
Okay,
so we're not the same. We're different.
Right, of course we're not the fucking same. But we are apes, right? Are you a mammal?
You made up a title doesn't actually change what I'm saying, which is that our brains are different.
Are you a mammal? What's it?
I don't listen to your stupid classifications.
You don't want to answer, do you? Of course
no, I'm a human with a spirit. I'm not in any of your stupid little titles.
Exactly.
Are you a mammal?
Within your worldview, yes.
Yes, excellent.
But I'm not within your worldview because I don't walk around running into walls and playing tag with traffic.
So you don't want to say whether you are or are not a mammal.
Within your definition of mammal, but I don't adhere to that nonsense. Like I said, I don't play tag with traffic.
Okay.
I'll
take that as a loss.
If that's
Ruhif, there's definitely similarities between some of these, like what we were talking about with humans and these different animals and so on. There's even some similarities with dogs and cats. I mean, sometimes dogs have like very human characteristics, but that's a whole other thing. That's part of like the modern day kind of relationship to those species.
We have like 99% the same DNA as pigs, right?
Or humans and pigs? No.
So, Ruhif, my question to you is, what led you to a belief that somehow what you are today came from those other species entirely?
In that we share a common ancestor?
Yeah, what led you to believe that that's the case? That's what I'm asking.
Right, so those portions of DNA, that are freely available to mutate, right? This creator has some options as to what DNA to put in there. He could put in DNA that's the same in every single animal. That'd be fine. He could put entirely random DNA in every single different species, and that would be fine. Right? But the fact that he put in DNA that you can then draw a family tree from that matches things like family trees made from morphology, right? So that the physical characteristics of an animal, the fact that those match, they're independent, right? This DNA versus the morphology is independent.
Well,
the fact that they match.
Sorry.
Is,
May I say something?
Confirmation of 20%.
Sorry. Good. What's it? You were
I
right.
got Sound Zero
Don't they
turned down.
use pigs like to
Hang on,
test if
hang on,
they
hang on.
can?
Hang on.
No,
There you
sorry,
go.
Grumpy.
Go again. Sound Zero? I turned you up.
Rufus interrupted you to announce to everyone that he had you turned down, apparently. So,
Well, he was. I assume he was asking me something, so give me a few seconds to turn him up so I can hear him.
He's asking Geo and Room. He's asking if
He doesn't
about
want to know
pigs.
shit from you, Ruha.
Well, no, he said Geo, but
But
he
what's
was
with
talking.
the
He meant with.
He said I was wrong, but I mean, it says right here that the genetic DNA similarity between pigs and human beings is 98%. It also says
Pigs
that
and
we
humans,
have.
no.
It just says it right
That's
here.
what it says on Google. I just looked it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in Google you can't really take literally.
Yeah, like the Earth is round.
What they might
No,
be
not like
saying is that
Earth is
some
round.
of our proteins might be 98% similar in the amino acid sequence. That's possible. But overall,
So what
no,
about-
not
I
90%.
think they might be differentiating
This
between
said
apes and humans.
genetically. It said genetically 98%. Whatever you want to
Yeah.
apply to that.
Yeah, I
Right,
mean, they're
but
just
they're
going to
probably
say it
talking
isn't
about
an
some proteins.
educational. I have a .gov article here, but real fast, it
Please
says
link
that
it then.
it says the human brain refers to the central organ of the human nervous system, consistent with the cerebrum, the brainstem, and the cerebellum, which animal brain refers to the organ. So it says remarkably, blah blah blah. It says we have 3 times the size of the brain of a chimpanzee. So we have 3 times the size of the brain of the chimpanzee. So I would say that's a pretty significant difference, right?
Okay. Is there a huge genetic difference between a German Shepherd and a Chihuahua?
No. I said we have 3 times the brain. Like if that's not a good analogy because a Chihuahua and a German Shepherd aren't the same body size at all. But whenever a chimpanzee
But
is
how
the
closely
same,
related are they?
whenever a chimpanzee is the same body size as a human, it has 1/3 the size brain.
The German Shepherds and Chihuahuas are closely related, relatively.
Are they the same size physically?
No, that's the point.
Do you see the point I'm making? Is that even when the chimpanzee is the same size physically as the human, it has 1/3 the brain size.
Okay.
So
Again,
that's a pretty significant difference.
Right, but you're making a trying to make them a distinction on size of something, right?
Our
Chihuahuas
brain.
and German Shepherds are very closely related.
Why are you bringing up a complete non sequitur when I'm talking about how the brain size?
Is that a non sequitur?
Because it's literally not related to the actual point I'm making, which is that the brain size of a human is 3 times the size of the brain of a chimpanzee.
Okay.
So that's a pretty
And a
significant
Chihuahua
difference
is-
for arguably the most important organ in the entire body.
Fine, that's probably what separates us the most from chimpanzees.
Okay, and so are
Cool.
chimpanzees still evolving into humans?
No. What do you mean into humans? No.
Into the version into the version of apes that we are.
yeah, that's a good question.
What?
Yeah, like why
Are
did they
chimps
just
evolving into humans?
They
No.
just did it and then that's it. It just ended.
The
That's
fact
not how
that
evolution
we're
works.
separate means that they're not evolving into humans. Like what? That's a fucking nonsensical question.
Oh yeah, what
tree
what
goes-
stopped that process?
They don't
What
understand what
stopped-
tree
cousins
goes-
means. I think you're
Yeah,
not
the
really
trees-
understanding what cousins mean.
Kosha, I would
The
wish that
branches
you were
go in
better
out
than
correct?
this one.
Yeah, it's like saying,
branches-
is
the
your
branches-
cousin evolving into you?
Kosha, you're
Yeah,
smarter than evolution, bro.
The branches go in opposite directions, and you guys are suggesting like they
So, okay,
start
so
out.
are
the
we
same
still
and branch outwards?
Sorry, are we still evolving?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a philosophical question.
That's a philosophical question when you're claiming
Yeah.
scientific physical evolution.
No, when
If we
There's
mutate,
a
we
question.
will evolve. If we mutate with
Yeah,
it, we
we're
will. There
mutating,
might be a
yes.
different version of humans that'll be related to us. That'll be a little different.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
so
mutating,
will
right?
we
Whether you
all
call that
evolve at
evolution.
the same rate, or will part of us
No,
stop? Or will,
there's accelerated evolution and periods of stasis and that sort of shit, right? But
that wasn't
when
my
you
question.
say are we still evolving?
You notice how you basically, I mean, no disrespect on this, I truly don't. Like, I'm getting the impression that you have like the answers, like you understand the theory pretty well, right? But it just has like certain scripted answers. So while I'm asking specific questions, you're kind of giving me vague, generalized, scripted answers. But I'm asking specifically if we're evolving right now. You said it was philosophy, but it's a physical necessity based on your theory. If we're still evolving and mutating, I'm asking, are we all doing it at the same rate? Or like some of us going to get left behind?
The answer is that we're not mutating at the same rate, right? There's different ways to interpret that question. One way is to say, are we evolving in that are we mutating? We're always mutating, yes. Are we evolving is more of a social cultural thing. Like, given that we now have control over our environment, is there any pressure on us to, sort of adapt to our environment? I'd say probably not.
You see the convenience of making your story unfalsifiable, though, right?
You don't like it, Witsy, you can just fuck off, right?
I'm saying you do see that it makes it unfalsifiable, though.
No, that's not true.
Is evolution falsifiable, yes or no?
Yes.
All Ruth had was an ad hom, so Coach O looks he's got an answer.
So how is it falsifiable specifically?
Well, there's plenty of ways to falsify it, but I mean, you can falsify it by, you'd have to find some illogical evidence, like evidence that contradicts the entire idea we have of the genome. But it's like right now we're finding evidence that shows that the genome has these paths that lead back to the same, like you go further and further back, we're finding more and more common ancestors for more and more life forms. So there's ways.
If these phylogenetic trees did not overlap and were completely random, that would falsify evolution.
So
evidence of some evolution, like something coming out of the water, a fish crawling, becoming a mammal or something. Show us just one instance of that.
Tiktaalik, yeah. Tiktaalik was predicted where it would be and in what state of evolution it would be. Predicted by evolution.
What was?
That's not what I asked you.
You said show me something crawling out of the water. Tiktaalik.
Tiktaalik.
T-I-K-T-A-A, I think. L-I-K. Tiktaalik.
Let's see the evolutionary structure from one to the other.
Okay, I got it. It's I-K.
Yeah, IK at the end. It was predicted in what layer it would be and in where on Earth it would be found and in what state of evolution it would be. They went searching for it.
Wow, and we know it wasn't there till they went and searched for it.
So what is it? What does it show?
It's some weird looking like fish with feet or something.
Yeah, it's a fish with legs, basically.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you. That's one single specimen. I asked you the evolutionary.
What? This was a missing link that was predicted, not just what it would look like, but where it was and in what layer it would be found.
That's it?
That's what else do you want, fucking SE?
Yeah,
Come on, champ.
I got a question, though, dude. I got a question, Roof.
All right, just wave it away. That's fine.
Roof, is it possible that evolution isn't true? Like, is it possible?
Is it logically possible? Of course. Like I said, the creator could have just put those DNA sequences into fool us. That's possible.
You're saying there's no logical explanation of the DNA other than it was a deception?
Yeah. Yes.
That's your claim. So it can't be logically explained without invoking evolution. That's your claim.
Yeah. Yep.
So
the only other option is your creator's trying to confuse us,
or he just
with all due respect, Ruhif, it seems like you have it completely backwards. And I'm saying that with respect. It's not. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying that's the opposite of the case.
Do you believe in a creator, Ruhif?
No.
Something you don't believe in.
Well, that shows a little bit of intellectual honesty, to be fair. Sorry, go ahead. I'm saying he's being a little honest. I don't know if I'd like...
Oh, it's sick of your fucking passive-aggressive shit, Austin, seriously.
Dude, I'm literally trying to stand up for you.
Oh, didn't say
yeah, I know, but it's like there's like an offhanded... I can see what Ruhif's
No, I was literally being sincere. No, I was saying, Rakia, to be fair, he's saying like in the scenario that there's a creator that designed it and made it to where it's deceptive. Like he's.
I apologize. I accept.
Well, I think. Well, from that perspective, I mean, that's a whole question in and of itself, whether deception comes from the creator, and I'm sure people would have different viewpoints, but on that. But Ruhif, what you're trying to say, yeah, a creator that you don't even think exists. Why would? Here's a question for you. Why would you think a creator would have deceived you, and in what way? Just from looking at the general layout of nature and of all of these different beings that are on this earth, like what about that is a deception? Because you were originally saying that yes, it would have just created it as it was, like all the different spectrum and all the certain similarities, certain differences, and a unique structure for each type of being. Like what in that is deceptive? Or am I not understanding what you were referring to?
Possibly. What you see in the genome implies common descent. For it not to be common descent, and a creator doing it purposefully implies deception.
Why?
It's like last Thursdayism. Like I don't know if you know
Basically,
what that is, but it's a religion where they believe the earth, everything of the creation started last Thursday, and the only reason we have a history at all is because it was inserted in our memories, inserted in our brain, and created for us in order to fool us to make us think that we're born.
Yeah, but Kushma, don't you believe in a creator? Kushma, don't you believe in God?
So
you believe in God. So if you're amping this up right now, then what you're saying is the creator did, in fact, intentionally attempt to deceive us. Or you're saying that he created the process of evolution because if not, then he deceived us.
Yeah, God can use evolution. That's fine, right?
Have you
saying it's creationism?
Have you considered that, just real quick? Have you considered that you've already been deceived by the concept of the lineage of, what'd you call it? The
common ancestor.
Yeah,
how about like this? Like this. You're in a bakery and you're making scones. Listen. You're making scones. Just 1 second. You're making scones, muffins, cakes, all types of different things using flour, bread, butter, batter, right? So why wouldn't the creator be able to make a whole bunch of stuff in the bakery using the main base ingredients, but choosing to use different ingredients for each one to make them slightly different?
Right, because you're implying a purpose or a design to things, right? These portions of the DNA that imply common descent are demonstrably unrelated. Demonstrably unrelated to function, design, purpose, anything like that. They're free to mutate.
So this .gov article right here says the 3 primary limitations of Darwin's theory concern the origin of DNA, the irreducible complexity of the cell, and the paucity of transitional species.
What you just said right there, irreducible complexity, kills the whole evolution. Just that one thing.
It says because of these limitations, this author predicts a paradigm shift away from evolution to an alternative explanation. This is a government
reading.
Bro,
it's in the
Darwin. Not the big one. All right, sorry. All right.
Darwin's
Darwin
said you would need it.
Hang on.
Is that?
That's kind of what I was asking originally, Ruhif. Like in terms of the common descent and speciation, and like you're trying to say that if it actually is as it is, somehow it would be a deceiver creating you. But if you flip that and actually see that what you're in terms of the common descent, speciation, some of these theories, that those are deceiving you, that exists in the first place in order to remove the actual creation behind it and convince people that that's not the case and to follow their paradigm, the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm.
What we see is what we would see if common descent was true. Sorry, what we see in the genome is what we should see if common descent is true.
And so when you say we, that's what I'm asking, where could you consider there's a deception there? What are you believing that you haven't verified to then believe that model?
I can't think of anything.
You verified. You verified this yourself.
Well, I went back. What are you talking about?
Just for the chat, for the audience, I dropped a PDF with 19 irreducible complexity issues.
Doesn't Behe accept common descent?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that there's the issue with irreducible complexity, and there's a
Here we
PDF.
go. Behe argues strongly for common descent of all life forms on Earth, including that humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor.
But we have a problem with irreducible complexity he's attempting to address in the PDF.
Right?
Absolutely.
You're quoting someone that argues for common descent?
He's literally trying to make it work, and he's being honest about how it has glaring issues, and there's a list of them.
Can you make a mousetrap with one of the pieces missing, Ruhiv?
So let's listen. I need to say something about this for a second because I was trying to say this before. But those 3 problems that you stated, 2 of them, the first 2, the third one I didn't really understand completely, but the first 2 aren't like when I'm speaking about evolution. I think Ruhiv's talking about evolution, somewhat common ancestry, and the changes through mutations and that whole thing. And those first 2 are talking about the origins of the DNA structure and the thing like the beginning of life. You know what I mean? It's not really talking about how life evolves, which is kind of a separate.
But Witset's quoting someone, acknowledging that this guy thinks there is some issue with irreducible complexity from a guy who strongly argues for common descent. That's ridiculous, right?
No, it's called a hostile witness, right? So what I've learned is the most efficient way
doesn't think there are issues with common descent.
that do stuff like Fundy Mute Me, like that, is I use their side, similar to how I use Stephen Hawking and Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein to show you can't prove the Earth is moving, and it's a philosophical decision. It's just a hostile witness, right? I'm showing this guy who's a famous proponent of the very thing you're trying to promote, explaining the issue with irreducible complexity, and he's even citing our Darwin himself on page 2 at the beginning of the PDF, who said if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down.
Right, but you're quoting someone in support of your position that irreducible complexities disprove common descent, and that person doesn't believe that.
No,
that's fucking insane.
See, once again, I'm just pointing out a hostile witness. It's like if I show that Stephen Hawking.
It's not a hostile witness.
It's like if I show that Stephen Hawking said that we can never prove with any terrestrial experiment that the Earth is in motion, right? And then your response is, what an idiot, you're invoking him to say the Earth's not moving, but he thought the Earth was moving. I'm like, no, I'm just using one of the top people on your side to show that he'll tell you point blank, we can't actually prove it. It's a philosophical decision because it cuts through all the BS.
You're quoting someone that accepts common descent as an argument against common descent.
Does everyone think Ruif is giving sufficient rebuttal right now?
I think there's a point to make here, though.
Wait, let him answer my question. Which part of a mousetrap can you withhold?
Why should people answer your question?
I don't know, SE. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
So that DNA that you're talking about, Ruhif, is that what we commonly call junk DNA?
No.
What's the difference between junk DNA and the DNA you're talking about that has no form or function?
This DNA is actually in a protein, so it's a functional protein, but there are parts of the protein that you can manipulate and change and check the functionality to see if it changes the functionality.
Ruhif, would it surprise you to know that there's a massive amount of deception in that entire field that you're referring to in terms of what's released to the public?
Would it surprise you that we didn't land on the moon is what I hear, Gio?
Are you just taking it all as fact? Is that what you're doing, or?
You can. There are millions of people that submit DNA to this database, right? Are you saying they're all in on it? This is just a conspiracy, Gio. That's all you're saying. Could it be a conspiracy? Okay.
Dude, that is how I know you're full of shit. That statement right there.
What he said was that there is a historical pattern of deception within the field propagating this idea. He's not saying that it's a giant conspiracy and everyone's in on it. He's saying that there has been some conspiratorial type of action to falsely propagate the narrative. And This is well known.
Yeah, there's been frauds, absolutely. And guess what? They were discovered by people in the field.
How long did it take them for them?
Yeah, how many of them? All of them?
No, one of them was 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think the point is, right? Like there may be a wisdom would introduce a bit of reluctance to ever claim it to be definitive if it's very rare pieces of evidence. Whenever they've shown that you can get away in this field with supposed evidence that's actually fraudulent, and
40 years.
In this field, it's very evidence is very rare. Like I can play devil's advocate, although I never advocate for the devil, and that's a stupid phrase. But it's like, well, yeah, we're talking about such a process that takes so long with such minor changes. Substantial pieces of evidence being able to be isolated is a very difficult process, and so it would be a rarity in and of itself. And that's why we don't have much of it. But the point is that being the case, we kind of are limited with our ability to be definitive, certainly whenever one could be fraudulent, and the impact of a singular fraudulent promotion would be pretty significant, right? Like evidence-wise, since we don't have so much.
Yeah, just feel free to dismiss all the data coming in from millions of people around the world. That's okay. That's fine.
Millions of people.
Yes.
Millions of people are discovering physical evidence of evolution.
Millions of people.
Do you have the list of the millions
DNA.
of people, Rohit?
You can get it from the fucking DNA databases, right? People submit shit all the time from all over the world.
Submitting DNA is doing what now?
There's DNA databases, right? A few of them around the world where you can submit your own reads all the time. Like fucking everyone does it. They're huge.
I have a question.
But the databases that control the information, right? Not the millions of individual people.
You submit your DNA to the database, yeah. You submit your.
So it's not millions of people that would be in on it. Your statements are just you can't give the perception as you're the most intelligent person in the room and then say stupid shit like that.
I gotta say though,
hang on.
Sorry.
There you go. There you are. You go.
Well, I just personally, the way I see it as like a macro philosophy, to tie this in with like random happenstance, which is kind of like the driving intellectual force behind evolutionism. You're kind of promoting the idea that we were forced with the inevitability of this discovery based on what the evidence shows. Doesn't seem to be the historical pattern. It seems to kind of be an intellectual pursuit to explain existence without intelligent design, seemingly, right? I mean, not even with ill intent. I'm not even imposing ill intent necessarily, just like that's the intellectual framework that's trying to be supported, right? It's like we don't need to cop out the easy way, God of the gaps theory. We need to figure out what's going on without that and see if we can do it. And so that philosophical driving motive, I mean, if you compound it all, it comes with tons of other claims. Like evolutionists love to separate the implication of the claim of abiogenesis as if it's just entirely different, right? But it's really kind of not. I mean, only if you invoke creationism to explain evolution. If you do not, then you kind of have to invoke abiogenesis as well. And then, of course, you have to start to invoke like what brought.
I have no idea about how life started.
Yeah,
no idea.
You do agree that without a creator, though, abiogenesis is seemingly the only way that you can go.
Yeah, I see that as a binary option. Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, isn't that kind of crazy, the idea that organic life would come from inorganic matter? Like, that's kind of wild.
Not particularly. I don't find it wild.
I find it crazy to me.
Okay.
He doesn't find that wild at all.
Can I just finish? I'll finish the Behe quote. Behe argues strongly for common descent of all life forms on Earth, including that humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor. He states that there is such overwhelming evidence for common ancestry that it should not only be obvious, but, quote, trivial. The end.
Show us one.
Yeah, the DNA that we see. You probably won't hear for the explanation, SC. The DNA that we see, by far the best inference, or the inference to the best explanation, is that it's common descent. It's exactly
but we
what
don't
we should
have
see.
Skeletal remains. Don't you think that's funny, Ruhif? All these.
I just gave you. You asked for
thousands of creatures, fossils everywhere, but yet there's absolutely no proof, no evidence at all.
No. You missed it. We didn't descend from apes. We are apes.
Correct.
We were created as apes, as humans. And
Unless
this
he comes in and goes like, oh, did a fish crawl out of the water?
Hold on, didn't it come from a swamp?
Yeah,
I
how
have
did
a
that
question
ever
right there. Rohit,
Yeah.
if we are apes, why we don't use apes to experiment like on heart transplants and shit? Instead, they use pigs.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. SE came in and said, you're saying like a fish walked out of the water, and I gave him fucking Tiktaalik, which is exactly what he asked for, and then just fucking hand waved it away.
Platypus thing. Are you kidding me or what? Who you think you fooled with that?
Tiktaalik, it's exactly what you asked for.
No, I didn't. I asked you a fossilized chain of bone structure, a creature that was in the ocean that then became, a fish to a giraffe or a fish to a rat.
Here's a
I'll take
fish into having
both.
4 legs, which is what you asked
A
for.
retarded fish gave birth to a retarded monkey.
Lightning
struck primordial soup, and then rocks gave birth to organic life, which turned into fish, that turned into rats, that turned into apes, that turned into us, the version of apes that are here now.
I've been told so many times that's not evolution. But how can that not be evolution?
I just this dude like an hour ago.
To distinguish evolution from the origin claim of abiogenesis, and that's where you have to, if someone's philosophically honest, they either have to invoke creation to have started this process of evolution, or they have to claim abiogenesis. I wouldn't say a true dichotomy, but a false dichotomy is going to be a difficult claim as a third viable option. Seemingly has never really been postulated. I think it is probably a true dichotomy, honestly.
If a monkey doesn't evolve, it dies. If we come from apes, those apes had to evolve into us, otherwise they all die. Yet they're still apes. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
What you said makes no sense.
They just say that they branched off. They just decided to go their own way and stop evolving.
No, they didn't stop evolving, dude. We didn't come from our cousins. Our cousins and us came from the same common ancestor. You can take this all the way back. I didn't come from my, this other family. We go back like 20 generations. And you go back.
Kosho, do you understand?
Your species dies.
Kosho,
I don't get why that's so complicated.
Well, Kosho, do you understand the problem with that though? Is like, if the idea is that it's just like physical limitation that sparks evolutionary growth, well, then the cousins that went the other way, if you will, they would still be evolving drastically, right? They would still have like a physical need to evolve as we once did. So they would still be evolving.
Yeah, but there's no like need. So yeah, there can be accelerated evolution, as we have said, but every offspring that anybody ever has, in every cell reproduction cycle, there's mutations. And so there's always the opportunity for differences in the offspring. And all that the evolution will take place when a large population of that that species has this, has features that are much different than some distant cousin, and then those cousins just branch off, and they branch off far away enough that they're unrecognizable to one another. They can't mate anymore. They're essentially 2 different species, and that happens long enough. You just get more and more animals.
That was gay. The whole explanation was fucking stupid.
If you think having sex with a girl and making a baby is gay, then call me.
Sometimes, if I have dark hair, I might give birth to a redheaded kid. That's pretty much what you said, dude.
No, it's not. Mutations. The mutations happen with every cell reproduction, and mutation will be in your children's DNA.
Oh, it
Either
depends
you
in your
evolve
germline.
or you die.
No, everyone dies. Humans as an individual don't evolve. Populations evolve.
He meant the human. My God, this dude is not
So
intelligent.
people don't evolve, but the monkeys and the fucking crabs and shit do.
Everything. I just told you, every cell that ever lives anywhere in any animal or plant.
Ruhib just said humans don't evolve, but
No, I said
populations
humans as
do.
an individuals don't evolve.
Kosho, what do you think of the idea that humans actually came into this realm completely created and unique?
That would be odd. That's kind of like I think soundly asked or somebody asked about the moon missions, saying there's all this like there's videotapes, like hours and hours of tape that most people don't know about. So no, the question is, why would that exist?
Why are
is
you
there
talking
this,
about
like,
moon mission?
why is there this? Dude, stop interrupting, dude. You interrupted to say nothing, right? Yeah. So there's this huge collection of data that it's not important to anybody at all, but it exists, and it exists in a way that substantiates our claim. So it would be odd that something was just created with all this complex information that serves no purpose, yet gives evidence that we come from the similar answers.
You might be an 8, Kosha. No offense.
What the fuck, dude? I have AIDS now, and autism.
I mean, you can't take that as an offense because you think you are an 8.
Well, yeah, that's not offensive. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're an 8, Ruhill.
I mean, I literally am.
I am an 8. Yes.
Yeah, I know. You are an 8 for sure, 100%.
Yeah, monkeys.
Correct.
Certified, confirmed.
Certified, yeah.
It's like making fun of me for being an Earthling.
Right.
Or a mammal. You're a mammal, Rakia.
Yeah,
You're a mammal.
No, you're definitely an 8. Forget
You're a
mammal.
mammal.
You're way past that. Whatever mammal is. Who cares?
Whatever mammal
you are an 8.
Well, hold on. If he's an ape, you're also an ape too. You can't have one or the other. I mean,
I'll take that bet.
Shut the fuck up.
It's got to work both ways. You can't say he's an ape unless you have to follow through.
Argue.
No, he was specific. He was just confirming Ruhif's belief in Ruhif being an ape.
All right, well, then
him or anyone else, it was just Ruhif.
Okay, well then Ruhif also have to believe that Rakia is an ape too.
Arma, are you denying their own self-identification?
No, I was just saying that
All right, then they perceive themselves as apes. Let them be.
I know. I'm just saying, if you're going to call us apes, and
I'm not calling you.
Nobody
I know.
You call yourself an ape.
But Ruhif is an ape. I want to identify as a human.
Okay, humans are apes.
No, humans are humans.
Humans are humans, buddy.
Humans are apes.
You want to get in the ape club?
Humans are mammals as well.
I'm not touching this shit. All right. I just wanted to bring that up. I just wanted to,
You know what's weird about you, Arma?
Arma doesn't want to take up for humans or apes debate.
No, but it's stupid. I was just trying to follow through. Okay, I was just trying to follow through with the whole logic. All right.
Arma's conflicted.
Actually, don't even. All right. Don't.
Yeah,
no,
shut up.
I'm not conflicted. No, you shut up. All right. You couldn't even get the shadow thing right on the ball. All right. Remember the moon phases?
Arma's an ape.
You couldn't get the moon phases right. Don't even talk.
He's like the other apes. He acts, talks, like. Actually, he's just like the other ape. You're an ape, Arma.
Well, if I'm an ape, you're an ape too. All right, that's
no way. I don't act like that.
All right. No. Well, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you what I believe in, so you can't even make that claim that I'm an ape. All right. So.
I know you're an ape.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that. If I'm an ape, then you're an ape. That's all.
How many bananas you eat a day?
I actually did have a banana recently though, but that's besides the point though.
I knew it. See, I hate bananas. Hate them.
This
Don't eat them.
conversation is devolved.
No, it's evolving because apes eat bananas. I hate bananas.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Just ate a banana recently. He's an ape. I hate bananas. I'm a human.
All right, anyway, go back to the original topic, guys. I was just trying to fuck.
No, one more, Arma, one more. Do you believe in the Cornelius effect?
The fuck is that?
Cornelius.
Come on. You're not old enough.
You have to admit
the
it.
Planet of the Apes. Okay.
You guys have to admit it is funny.
Okay. Yeah,
it is funny that like the people that think they're living on like a ball with water bending around it convexly, sticking to the outside of it, tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, shooting through space, think they're monkeys on a ball. Like, I mean, I'm not even trying to. I'm trying to make it kind of like humorous. I'm not really trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying.
But that's really what they think.
Like they think, they think it's clearly like a common,
it's not
we don't think so. They do, you know,
that the apes in the room are on a spinning water ball in infinite space. That's not like that doesn't surprise me at all. I hate bananas.
Worse than that.
Hey, SC, hang on, SC. I want to tell you a funny story about the Cornelius. I knew a girl in 5th grade, like in elementary school, Cornelius Bennett. I'll never forget her. She had a crush on me like for 5 years, and she was like she looked like a man. She was a colored lady that was just like brute. Like she won all the strength tests and races, and we always picked her to be on the kickball team and all that because she was just so and her name was Cornelius.
She looked like a man, and her name was Cornelius.
Yeah.
This whole thing sounds made up to me.
I think she was an 8, but she looked just like an 8, if you don't mind me saying that,
God.
which I don't think y'all do because y'all are apes. Like, she was a close ancestor to y'all.
Oh my goodness.
That was just some gay, like, racism thing.
No, it's not racist. How can it be racism?
Well, what's with all the? You guys always just got a virtue signal. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
she was
curious,
great on the monkey bars, too.
dude.
No,
Does the
but,
virtue
I mean,
signaling
clearly-
ever get exhausting, bro?
If I remember,
No,
she
it's
ate bananas
either-
almost every day for lunch.
I mean,
And
come
when
on,
she offered me bananas, I said no. I don't like bananas. What
Neither
ape
do
doesn't
I.
like bananas?
I hate bananas.
It's fucking.
You hate bananas as an ape?
Oh my.
Well, I
Okay,
bet
to
you're
be
an
fair, this
outcast.
is not like. But what I'm trying to understand is this is the way you get them. Okay, most of them don't want to absorb the truth, but evolution is pushed as an example of a way to try to explain existence without acknowledging intelligent design. And so when you just take it for what it is, if you're trying to explain it without a creation origin, then you are going to have to invoke abiogenesis. And that's the real crux of the issue, bro, because what they all do is say, we're not talking about that. We're talking about evolution. And they also say this, that has nothing to do with evolution. Even though it objectively does, they say that because they don't want to talk about the philosophical implications of evolutionism without creationism tied to it, which is that inorganic matter can produce organic life. And that is so logically bankrupt in my assessment, and I think they kind of know it. They can kind of feel that it's like
Not a multiverse.
the weak part.
That's fine, right? They are indeed related in that aspect, but it's kind of like cosmology. Like there's cosmology people and people who have different theories of the universe and this and that, but the Big Bang and the thing that created the universe, like these aren't the same. These aren't the same question, and they don't have the same answer. So it's like just because you have some idea about how the universe is evolving and maybe where it was 14 billion years ago, that's not a claim to how it came into creation. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's the same
supposedly the James Webb Telescope is questioning the Big Bang.
I laid it
You
out
guys
very.
didn't get your stories correct.
I laid it out very succinctly, okay? And that is that if you're claiming evolution, which the primary driving intellectual motive for that is that there is no intelligent design typically, and that's the
No,
actual...
you're divining motives with it. That's just not it.
Well, we don't need to grasp at straws and change our theory a million times over the course of decades to build evolution if there's intelligent design. It was just created. So, yeah, that is the driving motive. And of course,
so
I'm
your
not...
motive to reject evolution is religious.
No. I haven't
So
been
don't
convinced
divine my
of it.
motives.
I haven't been convinced of it because I went and looked at the idea of abiogenesis. And then I looked a little past that and I'm like, just the like protein structure itself, like amino acids and like, it just doesn't do it for me, bro. I mean, I know the proposed logic, which is like, if you have enough opportunities and enough time, eventually it'll work. But like, there's how long it would take for like, say, one cell is insane. Like the statistical probability is so ridiculous. And then
Douglas Axe, right?
That cell had to immediately be able to replicate. Or it would have taken a whole
your motive,
other however
your motive is
long.
just to, is religious. You want to think you're special. That's your motive.
No, I just specifically explained. Dude, I was raised in a religion that I like vehemently opposed towards the beginning of my like free adult life. So I had motive to deny religion.
Jehovah's Witness?
No, it was Baptist, but it was just like everyone in my family was just like all on me about it, and I'm like, you guys don't even believe in your book, and I kept getting kicked out for questioning them about Genesis 6 and giants, and yeah, I thought it was stupid.
Weird.
Yeah, I just thought it was dumb. But so that's not true, Roof. I mean, I can understand why you would think that, but that's actually just not the case. I just felt there's literally no logically viable explanation other than the antecedent to design, because this place looks way too ordered to me to not be designed. It's just like a logical thing. It's not like a personal, desperate motive of wanting to be special or anything.
You don't even have to go into design to kill evolution. All you need is the irreducible complexity, because there's no way they can explain away how, for example, an animal that needs a tail and a mouth and eyes to survive evolved those things eventually. In other words, that creature had to be built whole. Your mousetrap needs all 5 parts: the spring, the cheese, everything to work, the board. It can't evolve a mousetrap.
The full data.
You don't have to be complicated. That kills everything.
The full data had to be. The full data had to be in the DNA at the beginning.
Correct.
You know, there's something called xenobots, and they're literally it's a new form of life that was made, and it's literally stem cells. They took from a frog. They took stem cells from like a heart muscle and stem cells from skin muscle. So that, and they literally gave this to an AI and asked it if we were going to construct this, what would be the best shape to construct these cells into to make it do this function. And
the AI was programmed to do what?
It wasn't programmed. Design. It was not programmed. You're misunderstanding.
Oh
no, doesn't matter. It was still intelligent design.
They took these stem cells, and all the stem cells did was they contracted or they relaxed. And if they contracted, it would act as like, maybe it could be like a mouth or something that swims. It's just contracting and relaxed muscles. That's it. I mean, stem cells. And in the design, in the way they put them together with like tweezers, they're putting these cells together. They would, it would do the function that the AI had predicted. So it's like they would put it in a petri dish, and they would eat up different bacteria, and they'd start working together, and they started reproducing themselves. And they were not instructed to do any of that stuff.
Why are you so desperate?
What does that have to do with
how they eat it?
They started reproducing themselves. They were not given that instruction.
How they eat it, Kosho?
What do you mean how they eat?
Yeah, how they eat it and digest it. What? When you say eat it, what does that mean?
Yeah, like they made these cells. They shaped them to look like these little Pac-Man things. So they had like a way to open and close that or when I told you they're like muscle stem cells, so they were able to contract.
Yeah, can I be honest, man? All the mental gymnastics required to even try to point out the like logically fallacious, desperate, like bankruptcy of your position, like, is exhaustive.
I'm sure it would be, but I mean, it would be fairly easy if it were a correct position to be in. But we come from a position that has logic and evidence, and you guys are just not accepting it based on
logic.
No.
Yeah, he just told you irreducible complexity, dude. You just started talking about artificial intelligence. Watch things turns into something. Therefore, you could have every single piece of the anatomy of some type of creature all pop in simultaneously. Yeah, that was your rebuttal to ramble on and mumble through AI watching something predicted to turn into something else that you synthetically created.
Oh, that's not at all what I said. The AI told it that it would make the structure to eat these little things, but they had no idea that it was going to somehow learn how to reproduce itself.
Okay, so that answers the question of irreducible complexity?
No, it answers the question of what SE was saying about these things coming together and then eventually having the ability to reproduce somehow. But, if something can reproduce and it's already, if you have like a cell wall and you have this complex organism molecule that was created in it and it has the ability to reproduce itself, I mean, you do that enough times, you're going to keep getting more and more complex.
No, that's not the entirety of the argument. The argument is for the functionality of the anatomy required for a certain, pick whatever little early on creature in your evolutionary fairy tale you want to pick, it has to have all of its anatomy to sustain life. The idea that it's like just gonna like get one, like let's say organ at a time, doesn't work, man.
That's the trick. That's the whole
Why would
thing
it
right
need?
there.
Why would it need all this?
This is why they use the flagellum, right? Because the flagellum is like extremely efficient, right? Rotary motor. It has a clutch. It literally has a gear-based system, and it is over 99.9% efficient. You know, and it effectively is used to taxi bacteria up and down the Amazonian rivers, right? And the whole argument against it was completely bullshit anyway, because obviously people have said we found something that was more primal than the flagellum because they found a super poison injector, right? This thing merely looked a bit like it, right? A little bit like it, because it has the shaft in the middle. The problem was in that court case, right, which was a kangaroo court case, and it was the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms court that was the one and judge that presided over it, which he didn't have a clue about science whatsoever. And it came about by Michael Behe's book being inside of a school, right? And because his book was inside of this school as an alternative to Darwinism, they tried to sue him so it couldn't go into the school as an alternative. And what they used to debunk the flagellum argument, this irreducibly complex motor that would need all of its individual parts in order for it to function, for it to be able to feed itself, right? You've got to remember, right? Amino acid, even in a cultured situation, right? Where we're controlling every variable pretty much. We can only turn an amino acid into a protein one time. And every time an amino acid turns into a protein, then we have to have another version of that, and the proteins have to connect. Every time this happens, there's a rewrite copy process, and the expression becomes squared. It's exponential as you go through this. It becomes even more difficult, right, as you go on. To get all the way up to a level of DNA or anything like a human, it's the odds are nearly impossible. But again, the fact that we have these micro machines, right, these little bacterial and these little biological micro machines, right, it proves that these things have managed to get to a very complex stage with many parts, and they need every one of their parts in order for them to feed. And the crux of the argument was that the super injector apparently was the precursor to the flagellum, just based on how it looked. But the problem is the evolutionary, basically the chronological evolutionary department had already aged the super injector of poison thing as being newer. The flagellum predated that in their own chronological timeline, but they still used it as an argument to say it was the antecedent to the flagellum, which is bullshit. And you can look it all up. I'm not saying shit.
Yeah, you won't get a rebuttal though.
Just let them go.
Change the subject in 5, 4.
No. So
just repeat back what you said so that I can understand exactly, because
come on.
Maybe you could do it. You could do it silent zero. Maybe you would.
No, that's for you guys.
Yeah, your logically bankrupt bullshit had to invoke the evolutionary track in reverse and claim the antecedent when actually that wasn't the case, because you have a philosophical bias to be able to remove moral objectivity, so you can think that you can do whatever you want.
Well,
you sure that was me and not maybe some biologist who were maybe trying to solve the problem?
Yeah, not you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I was there. But regardless, yeah, having a problem that's not solved yet, or having a question that hasn't yet been answered, is not really a bad thing in science. It's actually kind of welcome.
Wow, Kosho,
but it's not an indication that the rest of it is wrong, because we still don't have the complete answers.
So Kosho, can your bike work without the chain?
In that,
Kosho,
bro.
have you read Darwin's Black Box?
If one of you guys say again.
Have you read Darwin's Black Box, Kosho?
Is Black Box?
Yeah, Darwin's Black Box. It's a book written by Michael Behe.
Oh, probably not. No,
So Michael Behe effectively was an evolutionist, right? He liked the evolutionary theory. As he just progressed into a real form of science, right, where he's actually observing things and he's dealing with these advanced biological micro machines, he started to realize it wasn't very tenable. And Darwin in the past, and then even other evolutionary proponents had basically made quite detailed lists of things that would need to be debunked or proven in order to completely just do away with the whole idea of the main tenet of the evolutionary theory. This book does so over and over again on each point, over and over again, with real experimentation. In fact, when this happened, it was very powerful because many evolutionary scientists became creationists, right, because of it. You know that, right?
Really?
No, yeah. Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of one of these things that would debunk it, and then like how that was tested?
Basic logic.
I gave you one a minute ago with the flagellum, irreducible complexity, right? So
that was not that wasn't somebody trying to debunk it. That was somebody trying to answer a question. So I was like,
I posted a video of it, Kosho. You want me to repost it?
These are things that you said.
Can I say this? Sorry, but I'm just trying to, Kosho, I'm disappointed, man, because
yeah, well, I'm honestly asking a question, so if maybe one of you guys want to answer that, then get back to that.
There you go, Kosho.
Okay, I'm gonna say it then. Well, go ahead.
It's not the question. That's the problem. You guys didn't even hear the question, but.
Oh no, I'm just gonna big bro you. Okay, big bro time. I was hearing you out, man. I'm like, okay, he thinks he has like logical foundation for this, right? But then when we pointed out one of the fundamental glaring issues, like logically, which is irreducible complexity, and the idea that you have some creature that's evolved throughout this evolutionary trajectory. The problem is you have to have the entire anatomical structure for sustainability of life. And you cannot integrate into the evolutionary hypothesis that all the organs, for example, simultaneously popped up, yet they're all needed to have life. You can't have them one at a time. This is not just your response to this was then just because we haven't figured every single thing out, blah blah blah.
That wasn't my response.
I find that disingenuous.
I think what you just said was plain wrong.
How so?
You don't need to have every organ to be alive. Different animals have different organs. Some animals have more organs than other animals. So it's not true that you need every organ to be alive, and especially not on the simplest levels of life.
Yeah,
but how did it get to the other animals that have multiple organs if all the organs don't pop into existence at the same time?
I mean, look at platypus, for example. It has some organs that mammals have, and some organs or some aspects that reptiles have, or amphibians have.
That is a non sequitur, dude.
The point you can have not all the organs that you need and not be successful, or you can develop another organ or another mutation that gives you this other organ and then be highly successful. So
when you say successful, you mean sustain life. So to have the life to begin to develop and mutate with more organs is begging the question of how you ever sustained life originally if it requires multiple components anatomically, but they cannot all pop into existence simultaneously. It's a basic logical flaw.
Okay, look for example, we don't have the ability. We don't have the ability to transform sunlight into energy.
Question, Kosho. Can a platypus survive without a stomach?
I'm not answering that question.
Why not?
I was in the middle of saying something.
Excuse me. We'll continue and answer it after if you like.
That's fine. That's
fine. To be fair, what's in the middle
non sequitur, bro.
My point.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what I was saying too.
You were shucking and jiving for evolution, bro.
No.
You were saying a platypus has extra parts, blah, blah, blah. Some parts for land, some parts for the ocean.
No, that's not what I was saying. That was what I was saying before. I said something just a second ago, but I don't remember.
Does everyone understand the logical problem?
Of course, everybody but Kosho does.
I'm not even asking for concession. I just want you to be honest and think about it, bro.
What is the argument again?
Kosho, do you think you're an ape?
Armor, think about this. If there's an animal that exists, okay?
Mhm.
It's comprised of a bunch of different organs, right? It has anatomical structure. And in order for that animal to exist the way that it does, it needs that anatomical structure as is, right? Multiple organs coexisting, cooperating, right?
Okay.
Now, the fundamental logical problem with evolution is it's a slow process that just builds little bitty building blocks by building blocks over time, long periods of time. The problem is you need all the organs and the entire anatomical structure for sustainability of life. The problem is you can't get them to all pop into existence via evolution at the same time to ever actually establish sustainability.
Okay.
That's a fundamental logical flaw with the idea of evolution on its face.
I mean, well, I mean, because okay, so obviously, animals, they sometimes they move around, and they have different needs, like for example, like I don't know, if an animal moves to like a warmer climate, then they're gonna have to like shed some like, some like fat.
You didn't
and some,
understand
like,
a word
fur.
you said.
Let me fucking let me finish. Right? So if they move to like a hotter climate area, right? Like I don't know, let's say they walked over to the desert and like, oh shit, it's hot over here, right? They're gonna have to lose their fur, they're gonna have to lose some fat and whatnot, because they don't need that extra fucking heat, right? So obviously, like I guess what the point I'm trying to get at is, they may not need, all the organs that they have now back then because maybe they had different, needs. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but dude, Armin, that's a non sequitur begging the question that it's gonna walk over here and realize that it's too hot and all this stuff. We're talking about how it can't be alive.
It doesn't work like that.
I'm just saying, I don't think you need all the organs.
Oh, yeah, that was a nuh-uh. But if it works like y'all say it does, there would be transitions still living.
Yeah, there
like
is.
it wouldn't
I was saying
be
there is.
ape to human. There would be ape and then ape with a little bit of like human and then a little bit more human and a little bit more human and then more human than ape and then more and more human and then more and then me.
Yeah.
There's not
there is.
that.
There's still
apes and
there is.
humans. No,
there's still
bullshit.
Yeah, there is. There absolutely are still chances.
Kosho, are
I think we have to go way back in order to solve this. We're running too fast.
Check out the you should check out the tests that they've done to people who live in high altitudes. They've tested this
sequitur.
No, it's not a non sequitur because what they tested is that these
being
people
alive.
have different. They have
Then you're
different.
gonna say their lungs are bigger. Kosho, that's a non sequitur.
You'll hear what I have to say when I say it.
Okay, go ahead. Talk about how the human's already alive.
It has nothing to do with their lungs. It has to do with their DNA and DNA that they have.
Of life.
DNA that they have that have evolved in them that allows them to survive in these climates that don't exist in other people, and they only exist in these certain mountainous people.
Kosho, one sec. How is new DNA created? Do you know?
Mutation. New DNA
and
duplication.
Should we talk about those steps and how difficult it is to do so?
Right after they acknowledge that when you invoke an example that already has a being that's alive, it begs the question and doesn't address the logical problem put forth, which is that you can't get to the point of sustainability of life because you can't simultaneously the entire necessity of an anatomical structure pop into existence.
Of course. But how do we get from an amino acid to a protein cell and then the rewriting
protein cell?
Necessary periods, right? Yeah.
What's a protein cell?
You want me to post it?
I think proteins are agents in the cell. I don't think they're cell.
Yeah. It's a fork protein, right?
So you're going down a road that most people won't understand or not educated enough in that. All you have to say is this, right? We started in a pond, right? Simple.
No, I'm just trying to get
There
this
was
one thing
one.
very quickly.
Just let me say this, man. Just let me say this, please. Give me 30 seconds. We started in a pond according to their theory. We started with one cell, right? Now that cell, they say mutated and it became more cells, right?
That's one of the theories. Single-celled organisms became multi-celled organisms.
That's one of the theories, yeah.
Okay, now, how did the first animal create itself? With a heart, lungs, legs, eyes, mouth, tail, feet. How did that happen? You cannot explain that with one cell evolving. Irreducible complexity. Do you not understand that?
That's not.
That's incredibly insane.
Yeah.
Well,
They
that
never
is
will
your
offer
insane
an
model
actual-
that doesn't work.
Dude,
you
they'll
need
never-
a complete model. You need a complete system in order for it to function.
This is
It
the
can't
10th time
evolve.
that it's been presented, and every single time you just get ridicule or you get non sequitur
Yeah,
begging
I've
the
said
question
this
of
for
fallacy.
years.
Last time I tried
Richard,
answering
I've
this,
been saying
they
this for
interrupted me.
years.
I remember now what I was going to say before. I was
You
gonna
gonna
say,
beg the question in?
listen, man. I'm going to be a big brother to you now. I'm going to say behave, dude. 'Cause you're not
Don't beg
behaving
the
right now.
question, bro.
Now, I haven't even started speaking yet. Right? Right. Yeah, the cells, the first cells, if they were these very simple single-celled organisms, and I think even multi-celled organisms. Anyways, there was a point where some of these cells developed the ability to photosynthesize the energy from the sun, and that's completely that's enormous because now it can take in energy from the outside and have this like forever energy. Whereas like the other cells, in order for them to persist living, they have to constantly consume other cells, right, to reproduce and all this other type of stuff. So, it would make sense that those plant cells would be the only thing that evolved, except for the other cells ate those cells, consumed them, and
What other cells? What other cells?
The cells that were not able to photosynthesize.
All right, I need to say what I was going to say, okay? All right, because and I asked you what is involved in that, Kosho. How does that happen? Okay.
Yeah.
Remember. Right, listen, listen. We've got the process of transcription, right? To make one functional protein, okay? It basically needs to be read and copied, okay?
It's translation.
You understand this?
Yeah, that's easy.
It's a pretty crazy thing that goes on here, right? So the copying machine, okay, it's got that's not including over 70 other co-regulators that have to be in work also, right? And basically, if you're not understanding this, right, that the process is exponential as you go along, right?
Yeah, but
and
it didn't
the
have to
problem
be
is
that process.
why can't you culture this in a lab then, Kosho? What you're talking about now?
That process, I just told you it had been. I told you that there have been these protocells.
Not all the way up to the level of
not
all the way up to the level of DNA.
These xenobots. Yeah, listen, dude. The thing that you're asking for is how complex life is today. But the ability the copying that you're talking about, is fairly simple to understand how that works. They're just complementary molecules, right? So if you have a much simpler version of that same same mechanism, but not as complex, it's not hard to picture how something that started out simple turned into what they are now. They maybe didn't need these proteins and this type of stuff, like all these complex. Maybe those were developed over time.
Yeah, I think there's not enough creative thinking going on. That's what I'm
Oh, there you go. Pretend that you didn't get intellectually destroyed. Now, Arma, we're going to ask you again and see if you can answer because you couldn't keep it out of your mouth. You had to act like we're dumb or something.
Not dumb, just you're not thinking outside the box. I don't think.
No, listen carefully, dude.
Get a little creative.
Every time I've asked you guys the question, you've then begged the question with your example, already invoking something that is alive, that is already alive, okay? Now, we're talking about there's a certain anatomical structure that is required for said animal to be alive, okay?
Yeah,
Pick
but
whatever you want to.
I get that. You said this
Pick
already.
whatever
right?
you want to.
But that
Pick
only
whatever you want.
that only works when they have like, you know, certain needs at that moment, right? Like obviously, like as a human, I need my eyes, my ears, and all that shit, right? But back then, you know, when things were maybe simpler, you know, simpler times, right? You know, maybe I didn't need those things, right? I had different needs. Not me, but you know, whatever, you know, my lineage.
That doesn't
of
matter.
organisms and shit.
Doesn't matter
Oh my
because
gosh, are you really using that argument? That
Yeah,
is about the dumbest freaking argument I ever heard.
oh, it's gonna get
Sorry,
worse. It's
I just
gonna
had
get
to
worse.
throw that in.
It's okay.
Much worse.
It's gonna
Much
get
worse.
worse. Yeah. So that doesn't matter because at any point in time, you're gonna have to continue to go into animals that end up coming into today, right? And so we have structures that have many organs, and they have to coexist in order to establish sustainability of life. Okay. And now when you say, oh, you don't need certain things based on your environment, and maybe it was simpler back then, that's a non sequitur. To even be able to adapt to your environment, you have to be able to sustain life first. And then it's about like sustaining life long term. So the question is, if in order to sustain life, the anatomical structure of said animal requires multiple organs and then the systems within that are coordinating the organs, how do you get all the organs to pop into existence at the same time?
And I already gave you my answer, right? I don't think it needed all the organs back then.
They of course didn't.
Oh my
Like,
god!
the lungs obviously came after the brain and the heart. You know, like we didn't have the most things didn't have lungs. It wasn't until you know, the things that evolved.
Okay,
Yeah, right.
so
Yeah.
let's take it one by one. The brain and the heart. The brain and the heart. So did the brain and the heart pop into existence at the same time?
I wouldn't think so, but there would need to be a mechanism that was, you know, controlling. I mean, the brain would probably have been first, but a version of the brain.
So it could exist with a brain but no heart.
Right. I mean, like I was saying before, with
Let's see if there's any animals that don't have hearts.
well, not just animals. I mean, cells.
If there's an animal without a brain
life.
and a heart, are you guys really saying this stuff? Like,
and dude, you know where it gets even worse?
seriously, man.
Essie, the brain itself, right? The complexity of a brain.
Okay, jellyfish,
itself.
starfish, and even corals manage very well without hearts.
Okay.
Jellyfish work on electric currents, don't
Look,
they?
the point is, all right.
Yeah, well,
there's
they're
some
not
animals that don't need
animals.
hearts. That's the whole
Animals, are
point.
they?
So,
the jellyfish
now,
has
you
to
guys
have
asked for it. There you
all
go.
its parts to work, right?
You have to remember. You have to remember how powerful Cogdis is.
This is Cogdis. I literally gave you an answer.
Jellyfish.
The jellyfish needs all its parts to work, correct?
Yeah, they have a nervous system and
It
small
probably
sensory
didn't need
structures
all-
that allow them to perceive stimuli. Oh, what?
You guys are silly.
It's an entire nervous system. So did the entire nervous system pop into existence at the same time?
It probably had a much simpler nervous system earlier. It's simpler and simpler and simpler. I mean,
it's unbelievable how they think.
And
man.
so wait, so let me ask you guys. So what you're saying is that it had like the most rudimentary, simple thing ever, but it was able to sustain life, and then it just added like one organ at a time. But not even just one organ. It added one little portion of the organ at a time, and then slowly built that organ up, and then
I don't know about
slowly
that.
built the next organ. Well, it would have to, Arma.
Maybe like a simpler version of that organ, like something really like simple. I don't know about building it per se.
So one subject was without lungs, and then the next one appeared with lungs suddenly, right?
No.
How is this not religion, dude?
What would happen is way more than religion, man. It's magic.
How is it? How do
It
they
wouldn't
not
look,
know
guys.
it's
No,
religion?
guys. It would have been like a proto lung, all right, something before the lung, all right. It would have been.
Oh, dude, I don't want to read your book, man. Don't try to convert me, man.
Are we arguing or not? Are we debating or not? What is this? Come on.
I feel like you're trying to convert me to a
proto-lung?
religion. Like every time I ask you about it,
We're
you're
discussing.
like, oh, it could be. See, you have this in your mind. It's logically and intellectually viable and sufficient to just endlessly appeal to whatever vague ad hoc thing you can say. And that's a religion. What if it was like this? I don't know.
It's
It may
even
have just
worse
been
than religion with it because it's not even logical, you know.
It's
Well,
not
we argued
logical,
some
it's not-
religions are illogical, right? I mean, but
At
like-
least religion has explanation, something, right? This has nothing. It's unbelievable.
Well, see, they get to say whatever they want to. They get to say whatever, they can just be like, "Oh, well, maybe it was that they didn't have organs."
Yeah, or maybe it was similar.
The whole theory has been disproven. The whole theory has been disproven by
It's
incredible
obviously the
science.
case.
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
obviously the
theory
case
has
that
been
organs didn't have
proven by
consent.
credible scientists at this point. Credible
No,
ones.
it has.
Credible.
Wait, Dio was trying to
Hold on.
think.
Is this what you flat earthers can do when we give you guys an answer? You just have to deny it.
Your
Is that
answer,
it?
dude, your first answer, Arma, was sometimes animals don't need their hair because they don't need to trap all that heat. When I asked you, how do they even become something that can live in the first place? You brought up hair and heat.
No,
and
I
now
gave
you're
you-
trying to
oh.
pretend you have intellectual high ground.
Okay, first off, you're misquoting me, all right? So I never said, look, I was saying that if, all right, an animal has different needs, all right, then, evolution can, over time, take care of that, all right? Like, obviously, obviously, the ones that don't have hair, right, in the hot, areas are
What
going to
animal?
fare better, all right?
But listen, in
What
order
is
to
the
get rid of
hypothetical
but Arma, in order to get rid of the hair, all right? So what you're saying is they've developed things that they don't need. So over time they get rid of them. That is a non sequitur, begging the question because we're asking how does that animal get to where it's alive to be able to evolve further and get rid of things that it has developed that it doesn't need. You're jumping way down the street to where it has stuff that it doesn't need. We're talking about how does it get stuff it does need. Basically what Kosho's trying to say is that, well, there are things that existed without any organs. And then it turned into a thing with one organ. And then it turned into a thing with two organs.
I'd rather be able to speak my own argument, man.
That is what you're saying.
Don't you guys,
I was going to
don't you
respond.
guys understand?
Hold
They
on,
have
dude.
to
I'm responding to.
Wait, no, I
Hold
want
on,
to
dude.
throw this in real quick. They
Yeah, well,
have
can
to
you wait till after I
give,
finish saying?
hold on. They have to give answers like this because there is no answer for your questions.
Right, that was
Because
great
of
rhetoric
cognitive
that you just said.
dissonance. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, well, now I can't remember what the hell I was going to say. There. Oh yeah, Arma. I was going to say correct something Arma said. Oh, right.
You just cut the guy off, man. Let Bob finish.
No,
Was that Bob? Let him finish.
He cut me off to try to say that, and then he just saying we don't have an argument. But
No, I started talking before you did, but anyways, go ahead.
I was okay. Okay. Anyways, Arma was saying that. Fuck. Man. Right. He was saying that life, the way it evolves, like it's going to go somewhere, and it's going to need this thing or not need this thing, and it'll lose it. But the way it works is really quite simple. It's like if there's a whole bunch of different life forms, and one of it has some genetic mutation that allows it to be more successful, be likely more successful than others or any others, it's going to have a bigger presence in the next next generation, and that's going to increase. That's going to only compound amongst itself, and there could be multiple mutations in the same species, like multiple different mutations, and they can
Yeah, but Kosho,
be
you're
different.
addressing a complete organism. Again, you're not addressing the issue, brother.
Yeah,
right. I really need you to get this. I don't want to hear about cultured examples in a lab where they're using the byproducts that they need in order to create the transcription that's needed in order for us to get up to the level of their DNA. I want you to show me the processes and how they did this, where you have an amino acid, right, that transforms into a protein. And this is completely in a chain reaction in order for us to get new DNA. New. Not with them.
This is how our DNA works. That's right. But that's
yeah, go on. Cite it.
We might want to move on. This is clearly a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. I mean, like.
Well, no, because this is even worse. They can't even cite how we would even get something like a very uncomplex microorganism, right? Comparatively to a whole animal, you can't even give me one chain of DNA. Show me how we get to one chain of DNA, new DNA I'm talking about, right? As if we didn't have any fucking thing to begin with in the beginning, right?
Yeah, how could mutations, accidental copying mistakes turn into huge strains of DNA?
Yeah, there's huge duplications in everyone's genome.
Duplications in your genome has supportatory factors and cofactors and co-regulators. Mate, what are you on? Give me new DNA. New DNA.
Yeah, duplications. Do you deny that duplications occur?
No, I just said
Darwin's black box. Darwin's black box talked about this. You can't get new information out of nowhere for the DNA.
Obviously.
It doesn't just come out of nowhere. So where did it come from?
We're talking about new DNA, guys. So go get... Right,
That's
in
what
a
I'm
lab,
saying.
You can't do it. You can't even do it in a cultured environment.
Right. This is the fundamental debate. What he's asking you.
Cosmic rays can change the DNA.
Oh my God. So it's very simple. What he's basically saying is DNA is a code, right? It's like a very sophisticated code. So logically speaking, like what other sophisticated code exists without intelligent design?
DNA.
So it's the only one.
Yeah,
it's worse than that, because in order for you to get all the way up to a level of DNA,
It's a
you not
religion.
only have to have you not only have to have a complete protein, right, that's transformed from one other thing. Once you've got two of those proteins, they have to be able to what? They actually have to be able to adjoin correctly, right? The copy and rewrite process that happens every time, okay, it has a square law on it. The expressions eventually go into the magnitudes of we're talking it's a lot, right? That has to be done. It's a huge amount to get up to the level of DNA. Millions and millions
bro.
of processes.
You know what a good analogy is? For these computer guys, these programmers, it's like a computer game like GTA, for example, writing itself.
Yeah, listen to this. I can debunk evolution. I got you. Okay, you ready? I've been having to sit here listening to this.
1 second, Rich. Let me
and
just add this
I'm
one part.
losing brain cells, and I need them. Evolution debunked.
And this one part I need to add. It's not just it writing a very advanced code. It's also that code needs to be imprinted on a piece of biological firmware. Okay?
Yes,
and that biological firmware has to be able to exist throughout the process, right? And in doing so, even if you get DNA, right, how's the DNA going to be self-sufficient at that point?
Exactly. What is it living in?
It doesn't even have any energy.
Cell structure. Cell walls of cell membrane.
Pardon?
Somebody asked, what is it living in? They said the cell membrane.
The cell membrane. Okay.
Darwin said that like a creator had to do that, right?
Yeah.
Sure. He could get us anything he wanted. But
because he knew it was just so retarded to claim that like a very sophisticated code would somehow create itself all within like at the same time with that layered complexity all at the same time successfully, that sophisticated of a code without intelligent design.
Do you think
you
that
gotta
was
ask
a very
yourself
sophisticated
who
code?
wrote the software
You don't think DNA is
and the hardware
code?
and combined it at the same
I don't think
time?
it had to start off sophisticated. I don't think it had to start off sophisticated at all.
I don't think Superman has to fly in the sky.
So somebody had to write the software.
Things like cell walls.
Can you stop talking for a second, bro?
Things like reproduction don't have to be complex.
Yeah. Somebody had to write the software and the hardware and had to be combined all at the same time.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. Is that's not.
All right, man.
But what are you saying?
The problem is though, they created a blockchain type deal, didn't they, with DNA, in which they claim of how it comes all the way. Listen, the way that it eventually becomes DNA, right? It can even come into existence in their own story all at the same time anyway, because they said that it happens in a chain reaction, right? So this has to happen.
And the word you started with was created.
Well, DNA is information. Information cannot exist without intelligence.
Exactly.
So
That's just an assertion.
The very first thing, can I finish this? The very first thing that come into being had to have DNA, and that DNA, that information had to come from intelligence.
That's just your assertion.
What?
That's just your assertion.
Well, it's just logical. It's logical based on all observed.
Guys, the reason that he's saying that though is because for them, the first thing that came into existence, right? Remember, was not DNA as complete. It was It's singular, right? Wasn't it? It was DNA had to be listen, and you know this. It was a chain reaction that eventually ended up as DNA, didn't it? Yeah.
Most likely,
so They have to. They can't say DNA all come into existence at one time. They can't do that.
Yeah,
they know it has to start from the beginning.
They would say it though, if that's what the theory said. I mean, dude, the religion.
Obviously, they would say it if some scientist came out and said it tomorrow. Then they would, they would say it, guaranteed.
When he said probably, that means that he is open to the possibility that it could all happen at the same time.
Yeah.
And Ruhif isn't dumb. I mean, not at all. I don't think Ruhif's dumb. Like, I just think he believes this.
No,
you know?
Ruhif and Kosho are just flat out deceiving at this point. They know this can't happen.
I'm not trying to personally attack them, man. Like, I think that, you know, they may not have applied independent logical assessment to it as much as, like, you know, kind of heard the argument for it.
No, I don't buy that, bro. Arma, maybe, but Kosho and Ruhif, they're too smart for that.
You think that they really thought about the implications?
Armor what?
Yo, calm down.
I think you bought it. I think you believe it.
I said, wait, what?
They all three believe it, Essie.
Good. Good.
No, I don't think all three of them believe it. Not Ruhif or Kosho. They
Ruhif
don't
and Kosho,
believe in evolution.
They do. Like, I mean, deep down, they definitely think deep down, like, okay, this is what I would say. They don't think it's as definitive as they portray to us, right? Like within them, they probably know that it's much more like we really don't know and could be wrong, maybe more so than they'll say to us. But I don't think that they're like lying about like believing that it's what happened. I think they've been convinced because like I said, it's not individual logical assessment usually. You know what I'm saying? So whatever.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
It's a single issue, right? Listen. You got to remember, there's axioms to their worldview, right? This is one of the axioms that needs to be true, and it's one that often gets glided over because people don't really want you to look into said axiom. They need you to have this axiom, so it's glanced over very quickly. And the problem is, we know this because why do we know this? Because there's not really anything being said back to us while we state these things. They would be completely arguing back against us, right?
Maybe we should let them defend themselves, even though we just buried them.
Well, they just asked the question, dude. They get to appeal to random ad hoc stories. So how can you debate that?
You guys stop circling anyway.
Armor, am I wrong? You get to appeal to an ad hoc story every time we ask you a question. Is that true or not true?
I don't know, man. I was just saying, can you guys stop like?
Can you answer my question, Armor? Every time we ask a logical question or a logical critique, do you get to just appeal to an ad hoc what if story every time?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
is
just
this a
creative.
debate? Is this what you call this?
I'm just saying, you guys don't think creative enough. You guys got to at least try to think outside the box and try to see, how it could work.
So this is a religion, how it could work. None of us agree. We get to make up ad hoc stories.
Because you're claiming it can't work, so you should at the very least see why it can't work.
What we're claiming is that it's logically bankrupt. We've given you many reasons, and what happens as the rebuttal is you get the luxury of just ad hoc appeal to random vague stories that you're making up. There's no way we can debate you because everything that we say, all you have to say is, who says it couldn't happen like that? What if it did happen like that? Well, what if this happened? Well, what if it was just more simple than that? Who knows? Maybe that did happen. There's no way to debate that.
So what is the argument there? Are we trying? What is the argument? Trying to prove God or something? Like, what is the argument? I'm
prove
really
God.
confused.
We're talking about how your idea is logically bankrupt.
No, I mean, like, what is the end goal for this? Are you saying that science can't explain this?
Evolution is impossible. That's the end game. Evolution is impossible.
Okay. It definitely is like very low odds.
How much of it?
How much the smartest guy in the room has spoken. Evolution is impossible.
It's definitely very low odds, but you guys present it like it's like definitive
all the evidence
facts. That's the problem. If you guys would absorb that it's not anywhere close to definitive fact, it's on thin ice. We really don't know much about it.
Did y'all tell that I've been trying to ask Ruhif a question for a little while now? You guys are just rhetoric and commentary.
We don't say that it's fact. There's evidence that supports evolution. Scrap, you understand that, don't you? You don't understand that. Okay.
Where's the information come from, dumbass? Where's the information come from?
Dumbass.
Okay, Kosho, go ahead.
What information?
Zanik, let Kosho ask a question, please.
Information in DNA.
Can you guys please let him ask him this question?
It's all been approved by the Globe Earth Society. All evolution theories are confirmed by the Globe. So
it's signed by Ruhif.
Yeah, the signed, sealed, delivered together in a package. It seems like and that's what I was gonna actually say earlier. It reminds me a lot of what they do, like in terms of the fabrication in that field, in terms of a lot of the mainstream evolution and biology and so on. It reminds me of NASA, the way they make up a lot of stuff. You know, like they're just pumping out exoplanets and all kinds of new planes and shit all the time. It's like every week.
Yeah, the Wayward Planet depositing its molten iron core into us 4 billion years ago at the exact time needed so that our core didn't burn out, and then the deposits therein from that which it blew up was what it managed for us to have a moon, and it was exactly 400 times the distance to ratio needed for us to have eclipses, like that type of shit. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not exactly.
Well, you gotta admit, it's not fair how they apply like such critique and like rigid, like definitive parameters to us, but they literally just get to say, "What if this could have happened?" I don't know. What if a three-legged toad had a hopscotched over to the beach and then didn't need a brain or a heart, and like they just get to make up whatever they want to say, and we're supposed to act like it's totally legit.
It was controlled by radiation. It's controlled by radiation.
What, you throw me under the bus now? Come on.
Yo, can I ask Ruth this question really quickly?
Yeah, go.
I'm really
Right, we
anyway,
need to stop, guys. We are circle jerking at this point. Sorry.
Well, you can tell them to stop, or you could just stop yourself.
He just did.
But anyway, yeah. Anyhow, Ruth,
yes.
Have you ever made one of those programs like a Game of Life type of program?
No. You mean the actual Game of Life by John Conway?
Yeah. Well, I've made some complex ones. I was asking you that because if you see how you've made one of those, Arma?
A really simple one. It was the way I did it was really dumb, but I mean it works though. Yeah, it was like
but when you make something like that, you get a real intuition for how you're putting this. You're giving these very simple instructions to these pixels, not to do anything except for either die or persist. That's it. And you can see you give enough. You do this to enough individual pixels. And having them like randomize, where they're going to land, all this type of stuff. You get some really complex outcomes, like multi-organism structures that are reproducing and building colonies. And none of those instructions were given to these pixels. It's just
proves it.
No, it doesn't prove it. It gives you intuition that this concept is not far-fetched.
It is far-fetched.
When you have these rules,
grow, yeah.
Wait, this is why I think it's
ironic.
far-fetched.
You started this by saying, "I created this program."
You guys
Those were your
think
first words.
You guys think that DNA is the one exception to all observable phenomena, that sophisticated code could exist without intelligent design, and that chemistry just like blindly and randomly created intelligence and the mind, right? And it's like, okay, dude, whatever, dude. If you want to believe it, it's just exhaustive at this point. At least be honest and say it's not definitive in any way, and you get the luxury of making up ad hoc what ifs the whole time.
Incredulity fallacy, bro.
No. You're the one that is constantly saying, who knows? Who knows what could have happened? Who knows? That's what you're saying the whole time.
But then you go, like, we're not allowed to have an example of DNA. That's a black swan fallacy and an argument for incredulity.
No, it's not an argument for incredulity. I'm saying based on all observable phenomena and logic available, you can't have that extreme level of sophistication of code without some type of intelligent design. You're claiming the one anomaly, and we're supposed to stake our flag on that just because you're like, whoa, what if a three-legged toad hopscotch over here with hula hooping or whatever?
It's not even an anomaly, Whitsitt, because he himself said that his first words is, "I created this thing, and this thing did this." Right?
It demonstrates a process, right? I haven't done Game of Life, but I have done evolutionary algorithms programming. So making a framework. Yeah.
But you're the programmer, Ruhif. Why can't you say that,
I
bro?
understand, but that's a shit analogy. It's like because we can demonstrate a principle.
You brought it up.
Yeah, it's a shit point, SE. We can demonstrate the principle.
You can't. You started off by creating something, bro. That's what we're trying to tell you here. An organism has to have all of its parts to function, right?
Dude, SE, you didn't listen then, dude, because that's not. Nobody says we built a very simple rule structure where the pixels have 2 rules at most. 2
Who made the rules, Cocho? Who made the rules?
Those rules are not complex.
Those rules are nature. SE, the rules are nature.
Program that an intelligent designer. It's a program that an intelligent designer programmed in order for it to support the idea.
It mimics.
You're talking
mimics
about
nature.
Cool.
mimics
It
nature.
mimics nature, but there were.
Right.
Guess what?
So
It
not intelligent,
exists
right?
on a. Listen, it exists on a framework, right? That has power attached to it. You're talking about nature, right? Which not only has in it, by design, information that makes it do the things like the pictures on the screen. I've seen this program. It also has to be imprinted not on a machine with energy plugged in via electric. This information has to be imprinted, coded, and then made to act as a biological organism. If you're going to equivocate that, you're an idiot.
We
we have
demonstrated a principle. The end.
Another problem is like
The fact somebody has to tell you that, man. Sorry, what's it?
We hear your analogy, Essay. It's bullshit.
Another thing that they do is they invoke like these like rarity of fossils they claim they have. They claim they have like the transitional fossils, you know, but they don't. They actually don't. Like they're like drastically lacking. Like this is a quote right here I just found from a Harvard paleontologist. That's an evolutionist. And he said the extreme rarity of transitional forms in the fossil record persists as the trade secret of paleontology. Right, like it's known that there should be like millions and millions of transitional fossils. And that's just one of the like unanswered, perplexing things that we haven't figured out yet. Why that instead of finding them in like an extreme abundance, it's like we basically never find them.
Well, and again,
why does this person think that they should be in abundance? And does Stephen Gould accept common descent and evolution, or does he reject it on that basis?
That's what he's saying. He believes in evolution, but one of the problems with it is that we can't find any transitional fossils.
Okay, but clearly with that understanding, he still accepts the evidence, or are you just saying he's like biased or whatever?
What a non
that one of the main pieces of evidence aren't there.
Quotes people.
It's the same with chimpanzees, right? Chimpanzees, basically.
That dude's authority.
They almost have graveyards with it. Did you know that, chimps, right? Chimps pretty much like to die in a rough area with their own families, right? And it's like the intelligence level of a chimp all the way up to the level of a human, if they were to evolve into what we are today, right? It would only be that their graveyards would be more tightly packed and in smaller areas, right? In confined areas. Why do we not have a multitude of the animals in which would be needed of all of the in-between gaps from a chimpanzee roughly up to what a human is, right? We're talking about 8 billion people on the planet right now. We're talking about millions of years of the antecedent to what we are right now in its various stages, slowly tapered up, adapting slowly, ever so slowly. Why do we not have these examples? Because everything going back to the way chimpanzees were would only congregate in death more and more as they got closer to us. Why don't we have those examples, guys?
And the response is always like that person
dude.
The response is always like that person that you invoked believes in evolution. Like the only reason that I invoked him was to go ahead and preemptively avoid the bullshit of someone saying we do have the fossils, right? It was just to avoid it. So like it's just to point out that objectively there are millions of transitional fossils that should exist, but they're nowhere to be found.
Well, this guy, if this guy's a PhD or whatever, I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. But I think that assertion, that assumption, is completely flawed. I haven't studied archaeology enough to know that there's no reason to suggest that all transitional or many transitional species are going to be found in the fossil record. When it's,
the Harvard paleontologist.
The fossil record doesn't treat every life form.
You're about to make an appeal to authority.
No, I'm not. No.
Have you ever heard of the book Bones of Contention?
Well, no, I don't think so. Okay, I can tell you what it's about. It's about the guys who fake the fossils of certain primates or dinosaurs.
All the fraud. It's about all the fraud that happened with paleontology or all that crap.
Yeah.
How they cheated, lied, and deceived people when certain bones about miles away from the
How did you find out about this fraud, champ? How did you find out about this fraud?
What?
How did you find out about this fraud?
He's making the argument that they got exposed by the people within their
the
field.
book, Bones of Contention, the man who investigated this, just read the book, Bones of Contention. He gives you all the information.
He's not denying. He's not
everything you
denying
need.
it. He's not denying it. He's making the point that other people in the field exposed them for the fraud that they did. It's not like it's some big concerted conspiracy, which is kind of an implicit straw man. But the point I was making is, you know, Kosho, you said, I don't know much about it, but I'm pretty sure he's wrong. So, like, I'm not appealing to his authority. I'm just saying, like, he is a Harvard paleontologist. And
No, I didn't say no.
renowned evolutionist, and you're saying I don't know much about that.
I didn't say that.
He's
I
wrong.
said he's a PhD, and I'm not. I'm sure,
But
he
I'm
knows
pretty
more
sure
than I
he's
do
wrong.
about is what yeah, no, and I said I'm sure. I don't know why he came up with this absurd claim. It seems outrageous, knowing what I know. So either you repeated it incorrectly, or he has some unjustified
I'll
reason.
just read it again. The extreme rarity of transitional forms in the fossil record persists as the trade secret of paleontology.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty point blank. He's saying the rarity of transitional fossils found is one of the big like question marks within paleontology applied to the evolutionary theory. I don't know why this has to be.
And why do you think that there should be more transition fossils found in the fossil record?
Because there's supposed to be countless millions of them.
Okay,
everywhere.
Countless millions. So is it not the fact that every life form is transitioning from something whatever it was before to what it's going to be in the future? Okay, so if you don't see things that are in succession of one another, which you have plenty of examples of those, but if you don't have every example of every single succession, does that seem bizarre?
That's not what
to you,
anyone
or
says. You've turned this into an egregious
that's what
straw
he's
man.
expecting. That's what he's expecting. He's expecting to be more transition.
This is why I've considered like stopping these engagements, because it always turns into something like that, like where you've turned into like an egregious straw man, where now what I'm claiming he's saying, or what he's saying, is that he should find every single one. And that's not what he's saying. He's saying there should be countless millions of different varieties, and there are not. So it's like, why you gotta lie?
Why would that be the case?
Because there would be countless millions of transitional fossils due to the evolutionary claim on its face, Kosho.
Yeah, that's not how it works, though. What happens is there'll be a mutation. If the mutation sucks, like most of them do, then that life form is not going to be successful, and there's not going to be very.
Which means dies.
Most mutations are neutral.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to have this likeliness of transitions when most of those mutations are going to go unnoticed. The mutations that get noticed are going to be the ones that are hugely successful. So you'll see, and those are the ones you'll see. That's probably a good reason why you wouldn't expect it to be all these different variations.
All right, I guess we'll just
every life form in existence right now. Every life form in existence right now was successful, correct, Kosho?
When you want to get a fish coming out of the water, at what stage do you see a lung? Suddenly the fish has a lung, right? You can't just have a portion of a lung. You're going to have a whole lung. Otherwise, how's it going to be, right?
They don't acknowledge that question, bro. They don't like that.
No, of course, that question is the easiest question of them all.
Oh,
everything that did not have a full functioning whatever and did not have the features that the one that was successful had, those ones died, and there's not going to be any record of their.
That's a non sequitur. He's asking how the lung got there. The fact that sometimes the lung didn't get there is literally a non sequitur.
It's something that evolved from the the gill structure that they had before that.
And every intricate aspect of the lung all popped into existence at the same time.
I'm sure it was not every intricate aspect. Things get more complicated over time. They're not going to get simpler. So I don't think it was a complex lung the first time it came out.
So when the swamp scum crawled out of the swamp, what came first, its mouth or its asshole?
No, they're already deuterostomes.
Ask your mom.
That came before. Do you know what deuterostome is? 2 holes, asshole and mouth hole.
Okay, here's another quote. I fully agree with your comments on the lack of direct illustration of evolutionary transitions in my book. If I knew of any, fossil or living, I would certainly have included them. You suggest that an artist should be used to visualize such transformations, but where would he get the information from? I could not honestly provide it. And if I were to leave it to artistic science, would that not mislead the reader? Now, guess what they do when you go to school? They do just that, don't they? Yet, Gold, then the now deceased professor of paleontology from Harvard University and the American Museum people are hard to contradict when they say there are no transitional fossils. You say that I should at least show a photo of the fossil from which each type of organism was derived. I will lay it on the line. There is not one such fossil for which one could make a watertight argument.
I've been asking them for years, bro. There's nothing. There's not one example.
Well, he claims they're everywhere, and this guy says there's not one watertight one that exists, but he claims they're everywhere.
Really, so in the human species alone, there weren't subspecies within our species that don't exist anymore. I'm pretty sure we have the record of at least 4 different subspecies to our species.
So we have watertight transitional fossils?
Between those species, yeah.
Between cite the watertight ones.
What do you mean by
watertight? Meaning like irrefutable. Like
the Earth is a globe irrefutably, what's it? So
wow, did you just completely shut down or something? Did your algorithm
I'm questioning your criteria for what's irrefutable, given that you are a flat earther, right?
You had a glitch.
Your assessment of evidence is clearly off.
Family before they leave you.
We're talking about one of your guys.
I know, but his question is fair though. He just wants to know what your standard of
What's like how I understand what he's saying, but we're talking about. I was just saying. So obviously, again, as you guys are typically the ones that appeal to the authority and consensus of science, as I go to the top level, most prestigious, like pretentious schools that exist, prestigious, right? Sorry, they are pretentious as well. The most prestigious schools that exist, right? Like all of a sudden. These people are dumb. And like, I'm not appealing to their authority.
Please quote the person that said this person is dumb.
Well, you guys are acting like he's wrong when he says it.
I actually don't know what he's saying, so if you can fill me in, that'd be great.
I will lay it on the line. There is not such one fossil for which one might make a watertight argument.
Okay. What's his criteria? Like, again, we make watertight arguments for the Earth being a globe. Right, that's a subjective level of a compelling argument.
Why are you changing the argument? We're not talking about a globe.
Yeah, watertight is subjective.
Evolution.
They base the history of this place on carbon dating, and that just doesn't even work, man.
They don't use carbon dating.
It says the reason is that you asked for the reason, so I went and got the context for you. It says the reason is that statements about ancestry and descent are not applicable in the fossil record. Is Archaeopteryx the ancestor of all? Yeah,
Archaeopteryx. Right.
Archaeopteryx. I don't know. The ancestor of all birds? Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. There is no way of answering that question. It is easy enough to make up stories where we are at that of how one form may give rise to another, and to find reasons why the stages should be favored by natural selection. But such stories are not part of science. For there is no way to put them to test, which is when I said earlier that it's not science. I mean, obviously, right? Like you can't. So anyway, so that's what he's saying. He's like, we can't really even, we can't even actually like definitively lay out the parameter of what the transitional fossil should be specifically. So of course we couldn't actually find them.
Wait, what year did he say this?
I don't actually know. 1980 or something? 1997.
In February 15, I believe, and it was a warm day.
Yeah. And everybody knows
that
he was wearing Nikes.
All dogs come from wolves. A wolf is the absolute ancestor of all dogs, and there's no evidence from a wolf coming from another animal.
In several animal and plant groups, enough fossils are known to bridge the wide gaps between existing types. In mammals, for example, the gap between horses, asses, and zebras and their closest living relatives, the rhinoceros and tapirs, is filled by an extensive series of fossils extending back 60 million years to a small animal. The Hycotherium, these are such lame words, which can only be distinguished with the rhino tapir group by one of two horse-like details of the skull. There are many other examples of fossil missing links, such as the word that we said earlier, Archaeopteryx, the Jurassic bird, which links birds with dinosaurs, and it's Tsetega. Like, I know you can't read these words, dude. They're so dumb. It's Tostica, the late Devonian amphibian, which links land vertebrates and the extinct Chonata. I don't know how to say these words. Having internal nostril fishes.
Yeah, but that to me is somebody who's understands what it takes to make a fossil and how likely that is. I mean, it makes sense that there's these things that we know that exist today, these things that exist sometime in the past, and there's a huge gap where we don't have record of those. Some subspecies, some species that was the mediator in that path. But there's a large likeliness that that animal didn't have the it didn't die in such a way that its bones were going to be, its life was going to be preserved. Most things are left to the weathers of time. You know what I mean? You have to be buried in such a way by chance that allows you to be preserved for a long time.
Oh my God!
In the mud or in the sediment.
Kosho, that leads me to a point which I don't think anyone has realized, that evolution actually relies on this place being really old, and the only thing they can determine the age of this place is carbon dating.
No, Carlos, not carbon dating. Not carbon dating.
You've got
I'm
a
gonna destroy. Sorry, go ahead.
millions of years old. How do you know how old this place is?
Yeah, say it. Invoke your claim. You're gonna get destroyed. What?
Said not by carbon dating.
Okay, invoke it specifically, please do it.
There's krypton dating.
Krypton dating.
Yeah, there's
How did krypton dating work?
Well, it's the same as the same as any other radiometric dating.
Can you entirely isolate the elemental? Do you have elemental isolation? Entirely isolated.
Like, we mean entirely isolated. Like,
you have to have that element entirely isolated to get a proper degradation rate.
Well, yeah, you would see how much of it exists in this whatever substance or rock or whatever it is. You see how much of it exists at this point in time, and how much would have existed at the when it was first formed.
To get the proper degradation rate, you need entire elemental isolation. It's well known that that's the biggest hiccup with dating methodologies, is that you can't get the element entirely isolated. So, like, we're stuck with a speculative timeline. Well known.
Why can't you isolate it? What are you talking about?
Okay, invoke it specifically. What, you mean to look up yours specifically? Okay.
Yeah, Krypton very much do. Why can't we? I mean, it's a
oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, we can make nuclear bombs, so not only can we find out what the isotopes in the uranium is, we can collect it together, get like 90% just an isotope.
Can you keep your atomic bomb claims to yourself, please?
No, that's another form. That's another form of radiometric dating. Is the uranium.
So you're saying they fully isolate the element krypton in a bone or rock?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they need to isolate it, to be honest.
I've looked into this. They never are able to actually isolate it.
They can determine the ratio though, right?
They determine a speculative ratio, trying to get it like as isolated as possible, and then get their degradation rate. Like, they get their degradation rate, and then they get their like from their ratio, right? But it's like the fact that it's combined with something else completely throws off the interpretation of degradation. Certainly, as it is typically base elements. What's up?
Yeah, but what's this rock made of? Is that krypton and what else? Because krypton's
you tell me, man. You're the one invoking it to prove millions of years.
Yeah, I mean, you said you're looking it up. I could look it up too, I guess, but I know that.
Well, it's not one particular type of ice, man. So this one right here says Antarctic ice.
Okay. No, that's one method. Antarctic ice is one method, but it's one method for the krypton, or just one method for ice dating.
This is krypton dating using
so in the atmosphere.
Ancient Antarctic ice.
Okay.
Yeah, which obviously you're not going to fully isolate that elemental composition, so that's retarded. So
why?
Are you saying they did? Can you look this up?
That's easy to isolate krypton from the atmosphere.
It's ice.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they'd be studying it based on. They would use that ice to base what was in the atmosphere at the time.
They would use the ice to determine what was in the atmosphere at the time
So,
of what?
Okay, so they would know. So they would predict, like, the amount of krypton that would be in the atmosphere at that time, and then they would look at the ice that they pull out of there, and they could look at the krypton and know what the krypton decays into, the ratio of the two. But once they have that ice and they're measuring it, it's not that hard to isolate the krypton from the other elements in the ice, in the water.
Yeah, so I can actually visually remember when I learned this, because I was in Washington D.C. and I had just done some activism. We were at the RV by that body of water in D.C. and I was talking to some people in Jim Pendas, and they all knew I was so stupid for denying their radioactive bullshit. And I'm like, you're making crazy claims, man, about millions of years. And they all called me stupid. And then I went and looked at it, and here, krypton 81 atoms are so few and so difficult to count. Radio krypton dating. That's just in the first two sentences I see in this like first article. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when you really look into it, you find out that like it doesn't actually work as like definitively as people portray on the internet. And I looked up in everything. I looked everything up, every type of like long-term dating. And it's well known across the board that like entirely isolating the element is like seemingly impossible to do. So,
Sorry. Kings v Aces.
Maybe, just maybe, the Earth isn't that old.
Maybe.
And of course, even like the methodology itself is very presumptuous, right? Like a degradation rate of an element, like based on whatever environment you decide to look at the degradation rate, you get to then stretch that out, assume a rate that is consistent. That's not how nature works. It doesn't just do things at the same rate. You get to just choose your own rate and then put that out consistently to an infinite timeline.
That's why they use the half-lives and the probability. There's not an exact number. They have error bars.
Yeah, and truth be told, their error bars are just derived of their own freaking like assessment, because they could be so off, because again, you can never know like the rate in which something degrades over the course of that time. And what they almost always do is just like carry it out. They carry it out or slow it down.
Yeah, just claim that it's consistent. I mean, the longer they've been measuring this stuff, over 100 years now, you're able to check something and check your assumptions on like what isotope of uranium or whatever it is you have, like how long it takes for it to be a pure substance, and then for it to be a whatever it's decaying into versus the ratio of that isotope. And it's really having those two ratios in a substance that gives you a clear indication that it did decay into that, because it's like that. Why else would those two substances both be present in that material? So it's like a clear indication.
Most scientists today believe that life existed on Earth for billions of years. This belief in long ages for the Earth and the existence of life is derived largely from radiometric dating. These long time periods are computed by measuring the ratio of daughter to parent substance in a rock and inferring an age based on this ratio. This age is computed under the assumption that the parent substance, say uranium, gradually decays to the daughter substance, say lead. So the higher ratio of lead to uranium, the older the rock must be. Of course, there are many problems with such dating methods, such as parent or daughter substances entering or leaving the rock, as well as daughter products being present at the beginning. Now this is I'm not sure which university this is. UNC, North Carolina, I'm guessing. So I'll drop it for you. But so one of the primary problems is the presumptuous relationship between the daughter to parent ratios themselves. What happens when magma solidifies and melts, and its implications for radiometric dating?
Fuck me.
A mechanism of uranium crystallization and falling through the magma. How uranium and thorium are preferentially incorporated in various minerals. Two kinds of magma and implications for radiometric dating. I'll just drop the link for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what I'm saying.
They don't even know what fucking magma is, man.
I know, but it's like even within their fairy tale, it's just awful.
Why do you claim we don't know what magma is? What is it? Where are you saying that?
So is it the melted rock coming from the core of the planet? Is it?
No, I don't think anyone claims that.
Coming from the core. No.
Yeah, I think that's pretty silly to say.
What's pretty silly is to even pretend you know what a core is.
I think it's pretty silly to think that it's not known for a fact because the lava comes out of the ground. It's magma that's in the ground. It comes out. People test it. What it is.
Is it the same as it is way down under the earth in your model? No.
No, it's gonna be it's gonna be different at different levels, and they make predictions on what's where based on the densities.
They get everything wrong though, even the little distance down.
Sure.
And it wasn't even a geologist. Listen, wait, there wasn't even a seismologist or a geologist. You have to hypothesize the molten iron core of the Earth, all the main layers. It was Newton, with no evidence to back that idea up. Really.
An hourglass is a helpful analogy to explain how geologists calculate the ages of rocks. When we look at the sand in the hourglass, we can estimate how much time has passed based on the amount of sand that has fallen to the bottom. Radioactive rocks offer a similar clock. Radioactive atoms, such as uranium, the parent isotopes, atoms are just conceptual abstractions that have never been proven, but I digress, decay into stable atoms, such as lead, the daughter isotopes, at a measurable rate. To date a radioactive rock, geologists first measure the sand grains in the top glass bowl, the parent radioisotope, and such as uranium-238 or potassium-40. They also measure the sand grains in the bottom. I won't read all this. Anyway, I'll drop this for you.
Oh, that was interesting.
I've been fucking rivered by a full house twice in 2 minutes. I'm out of here. I've been rivered by a full house twice in 2 minutes.
That's
the end.
Well, you should stop playing Omelon.
Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Yeah.
They also measure the sand grains in the bottom bowl, the daughter isotopes such as lead 206 or argon 40 respectively. Based on these observations and the known rate of radioactive decay, they estimate the time it has taken for the daughter isotope to accumulate in the rock. However, unlike the hourglass, whose accuracy can be tested by turning it upside down and comparing it to trustworthy clocks, the reliability of the radioactive clock is subject to 3 unprovable assumptions. No geologist was present when the rocks were formed to see their contents, and no geologist was present to measure how fast the radioactive clock has been running through the millions of years that supposedly passed after the rock was formed. So assumption number 1 is that you're assuming the conditions at time 0. And here we go to condition number 2. You assume no contamination. The problems with contamination, as with inheritance, are already well documented in the textbooks on radioactive dating of rocks. Unlike the hourglass, where its 2 poles are still, the radioactive clock is in rocks is open to contamination by gain or loss of parent or daughter isotopes because of waters flowing in the ground from rainfall and from the molten rocks beneath volcanoes. Similarly, as molten lava rises through a conduit from deep inside the earth to be erupted through a volcano, pieces of the conduit wall rocks and their isotopes can mix into the lava and contaminate it. Because of such contamination, the less than 50-year-old rock lava flows at Mount Ngauruhoe, New Zealand, yield a rubidium strontium age of 133 million years, Sumerian neodymium age of 197 million years, and a uranium lead age of 3.908 billion years. So it was actually 50 years. But because of contamination, so it's a 50-year-old rock. They got 133 million years in one lab, 197 million years with another test, and then 3.908 billion years from a 50-year-old.
Yeah. Do you know how that works? Whenever that happens, it's not that those 3 labs all use 3 different years for how old this thing is. They throw that out because that's not it's not a useful. They not throw it out, but they're not going to. They're going to use that to substantiate anything. The ones that get substantiated are the ones that have what they call witnessing.
They have similar dates, but the problem with that isn't wait real fast. So you got this. I just want to respond to Coach real fast on that point. You're going to say that they have similar dates, so that they throw the ones out where they're different. The problem is it's showing that the methodology itself is inaccurate, drastically inaccurate. So even if they interpret the contaminated data similarly, the methodology itself is still fallacious.
No, it's got room for errors, like you said, they got like a contamination, this type of thing. But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's it's not held when you just get. If you only have one source, you're going to try to say how that's that age. That's not substantiating it. You have to get many arrays, and several methods to say the same thing, and then your confidence level, increases to something worth sharing. But no one's going to share something with just one. No one's going to claim it's this age based on only one sort of measurement like that.
One
there you go. He just said it. You can't base something on one measurement. So there goes your Foucault's pendulum with your one fucking measurement. What was the other one? The Earth curve.
Wait, what are you saying? That Foucault's pendulum was only done once?
I'm saying that's your one go-to for the Earth spinning, and besides the fucking that fancy gyroscope. I mean, where's the kill-all dating method explanation in one experiment that can just blow it all out of the water? Where's that one experiment that we can rely on?
Did you blow tonight or something, dude? I'm not sure what exactly you're asking for, but it probably doesn't exist.
The pendulum and the gyro doesn't matter.
You were just saying that there's not one experiment. You have to have all these different experiments to gather all the data together. But when it comes to the Earth spinning, you can just rely on one instrument.
Doesn't matter
What
anyway.
I'm saying is, you don't have a court case if you just have one piece of evidence. The trial lawyer is probably going to try to build a case by gathering several pieces of evidence, and that's what's happening.
Einstein himself tells you that the pendulum and the gyro and any detection of centrifugal or Coriolis effects is not actually exclusive to the Earth moving, because if the sky was moving around the Earth, you would also have a translation of motion that gives you the same effect. So literally none of those things do anything for the claim that the Earth is spinning. Like literally nothing. Like nothing gained of exclusivity at all whatsoever.
And also when it comes to Foucault's pendulum, right? Got fuck all. That pendulum, okay, if it's based on the Earth's rotation, the pattern in which it draws underneath it, if you were to take the same set, right, and you were to effectively take a couple of datum points where underneath it you would draw out the very swinging motion of the pendulum based on its longitude and latitude, right, with an algorithm, you would be able to predict based upon where it was, if you put it on a long day tapered line, let's say going from the equator northeastward, and then let's say southwestward, right? The point I'm trying to make is you would be able to basically, off of one measurement or a couple with the pendulum swinging, you'd be able to measure its path in which it takes, and then you would actually be able to predict exactly what the pendulum would do at every longitude and latitude on the Earth, and it should do that if it's because of the Earth's rotation that it is doing it. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, why have you not got that?
We do.
No,
What?
you don't.
Yeah, you're saying that,
No, you
yes,
don't.
it should be measured differently at different locations, and you should be able to tell
No.
what latitude you're at.
Show me it then. Go on.
I've done
Show
it.
me the predicted
The equation's
graph.
You've done it? You've gone to everywhere on the Earth and tested
No,
it?
I've done it at my location, seen that it works, and I've seen other people do it at their location, and it's worked there.
No, I said get one Foucault's pendulum, right? One of those pendulums, right? You get its rotation, you get its its movement back and forth, right? That underneath it, the bottom of the pendulum will draw a rough pattern, right? That pattern, okay, based on that pattern, that's at a certain point in the Earth, right? Which that certain place on the Earth, right, has a speed at which it's rotating. It has an angle in which it's at. If you then take that and put it into a not even an advanced little piece of AI that computes where it is based on longitude and latitude after that, you should be able to predict the pattern it would draw for every position you place that same pendulum in anywhere on the Earth. Why don't we have that? Because if you were to do it, you would get a discombobulated result. It wouldn't be tapered in any way or homogeneous to what you would expect.
Why you say that?
Why haven't you done it? Why has no one done it? It's a very simplistic idea.
I've done it at my location. It was consistent, and I'm assuming if I moved it to another location, it'd be consistent for that location. But
No,
why are
can
you
predict-
convinced that it would not
Can
be?
you predict? Can you predict the pattern it will draw? Can you for every longitude and latitude
yes.
based on your one? Show
Yes.
me. Show me. Go on.
Did he show you the
Go ahead.
equation or show
Go ahead.
you it being
Go
done?
ahead.
Why don't you also try the same thing and try to falsify? Because I can predict what it will do at your location as well.
I have.
And
Tried to
right,
do it
and
at 2
what
locations, it didn't work.
percentage
The pattern didn't work. I'm talking about the pattern alone. You should be able to predict it using an algorithm, mate. Don't
pattern?
work.
Yeah, it's going to go counterclockwise.
No,
Wait,
no.
we're not going to go
So
clockwise.
stupid, aren't you? What are you on? No, sorry,
What do you mean? What pattern? What pattern do you think it would make?
Wait a sec. Can you explain it to him? Because I've literally had an operation on my mouth recently, and I'm struggling to speak. Like,
Wait, what's going on? I'm eating
I'm
Cheez-Its.
I'm talking about being able to predict the pattern in which the pendulum takes. Right? It's a very specific pattern based on its location or based on the individual pendulum and where it's placed on the day. You take that pattern which it draws underneath it, right? The path it takes. That pattern based on where it is on the earth, okay, based on its position, and then you would plug in the different things that it is under in that position, okay? The part of the earth that it's on, which is orbiting around, the longitude and the latitude, and the different effects. And then you'd be able to predict that same pendulum, if you moved it somewhere else, you'd be able to predict the pattern that it would draw underneath it.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, like the specific like pendulum itself, the way that it moves, then you should be able to show that that same movement with that same pendulum should move relative to the pattern drawn at that latitude everywhere.
Longitude, yeah, you just have to put in the adjustments for the micro sort of, I guess, I don't know how to sort of put it into words to them. They don't seem to understand it. I don't know why. Pretty simple. And they think they've done it already, but they haven't.
Well, they just assume they've done everything.
No, I mean, the one that I've done was crude. If I did it even more carefully, I could have gotten it much more consistent. And
it doesn't matter how consistent it is. It could be a really crude
well,
pendulum.
it does matter. It does matter how consistent it is because you want to move it somewhere else. You want it, and you want to base its pattern off the pattern.
All you need, Kosho, is for it to be the exact same pendulum, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. It doesn't matter if it's crude.
Yeah,
because
no. If you want it to be,
you
want it to not be crude because if it's the more crude it is, the more outside influences are going to be affecting it, and it's going to be less affected by what it's supposed to be measured.
Okay, so do you have it with the same pendulum or not?
I've only done it in one place. I haven't moved several places and done it.
Do you get his point though? Do you get his point? They're like he's saying that pattern. Sorry, do you understand the point though? He's saying like it's a pretty simple, verifiable thing that would have already been done, you would think, and easily researched, and then we could just drop it in the chat because it's a good idea. The specific design of a specific pendulum is going to have a specific type of motion relative to where it's out on the earth. So if you take that same specific design and motion, apply it to the different locations, you'll be able to predict it very accurately, and then using that specific design, you'd be able to match the predictions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's completely that's thinking is wrong because you don't want a specific design. you want a design that works to find what you look for. You're trying to use a pendulum swing to find the precise. Hold on, dude. Hold on, because it's important to understand this because you're not looking for some unique, one it's got a special design that will do this special thing. You want it to do the same thing that it's supposed to do, influenced only by rotation. So they sell those that are consistent, and they're consistent to where you live at.
How non sequitur could you get? How non sequitur is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would you want to use? Why would you want the same specific device? And why not just use
because the device itself is going to give you a certain pattern relative to whatever device it is. If you take that pattern, right, relative to wherever you are on the earth, you should be able to work out the math and apply that to every other location on the earth you're going to test. And using that same device, because it should have the same pattern, you should compare that and be able to predict the pattern and then verify it with the same type of pendulum.
If you're doing it correctly, why would you need some different pattern pendulum? The pendulum should be swinging back and forth, and it should persist in the correct direction. That's all. That's the only pattern you're looking for.
Dude,
Coach,
what are you talking
I'm
about?
really disappointed right now. I'm really disappointed.
Different pattern pendulum. We're talking about the same pattern pendulum.
Yeah, I know, but what other pattern is there besides the single pattern that
right? we change its longitude and latitude, right, it would be influenced by the precession and the processes of the Earth and its rotation. Those forces would slightly influence that pattern. It's the same pendulum, a very efficient one. Like you said, it's very good at its job. It can go to it. So, of the first pattern, yeah, then you would plug in the outside forces in which the pendulum is exposed to based on the longitude and latitude of the Earth. Once you'd done it once, you'd be able to get that pattern on the ground, what was there. You would then be able to predict the slight differential in the pattern based on its longitude and latitude anywhere on the Earth if it was the Earth's rotation that was causing it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So instead of having to do that, you could just make the prediction before ever doing it at all. You could make the prediction based on your latitude without having measured it one place else, and that would be an even more substantial test because it would show you that the principle works alone without having to test that pendulum somewhere else.
We want it tested all over the Earth, Kosho.
Yeah, that's fine, but what he's talking specifically is testing to see that it's actually
the Earth spinning.
You're able to make a prediction based on where you are.
By the way, it actually wouldn't prove the Earth spinning anyway. But yeah, okay? Just say you don't have it, man. Don't make it so difficult.
This is had. You can
okay,
make a
cite
pendulum.
it.
You can predict where it's going to be.
Cite the data that someone used the same pendulum, and that the prediction was done beforehand, and that the pattern was seen relative to the precession at the certain latitude and longitude. Just cite it. Stop making claims that we know you're making up.
Why do you need it to be the same pendulum?
That's the whole point.
I'm asking you why that's the point. I'm asking you why that's
because it's gonna have a specific pattern. Do you think all pendulums do exactly the same thing?
I think that if you were able to make a prediction before ever even testing it, it wouldn't matter what how many other places you tested it. If you're able to use that measure, if you're able to use the latitude that you're at to make the prediction of how it's going to process, that tells you that it worked.
You're just worried about the predictionary power of this going forward. So you do it once, right? Because you could do it, right? Say that you predicted it, but I've never seen anyone would you release the predictions before you did it?
Yes.
Live, right?
So you've done this. Is what you're planning.
So you've done that.
You can predict it right now just based on the formula.
Okay, so you predict the pattern, and then once you've done that, please go to different longitude and latitude, right? And tell us the pattern what's going to be there also. And you would have to plug in the factors in which that pendulum would be under based on its longitude and latitude.
And then
put that in.
And then if you pull it off, I'm going to just bust your bubble and tell you it still doesn't prove the Earth spinning, because if the sky was spinning around it would still do that.
You pre-busted it. You pre-busted it.
I told you that's been debunked though.
Oh, it's been debunked.
Yeah.
How's it debunked?
It's possible. Well, it's based on Einstein's relativity.
No, you're about to invoke that you think Einstein changed his mind in the 50s. That's not meaning the principle's debunked.
No,
but
that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying right. Yeah. So when he had believed this before, Gödel made his proof against it, and he described how these were shells. The stars were shells going further and further away, spinning faster and faster. Well, it'd be spinning the same rotation rate, but the tangential velocity of the furthest away stars would be much faster than the speed of light. So it contradicts.
Oh my God, bro. The principle changes drastically if it's the sky moving. You don't have those distances anymore. If the sky's moving around the Earth, the stars are much closer. You didn't know that?
No, why would that be assumed for some reason?
Oh, you'll get there, man.
You understand this is the idea of that only works if general relativity is correct, and those stars are whatever distance they are. So it wouldn't matter. Yeah, it would be based on general relativity.
My God,
applying gravitational attraction onto the pendulum.
My man, I brought this to you so long ago, dude. Okay, and you got to step your anti-flat Earth game up, man. Like, No, it's nothing to do with relativity. It's a principle of physics. There would be a translation of motion. We don't need relativity. We don't need the presupposed distance to the stars. We don't need the speed of light. We don't need any of that.
That only works if relativity is correct. That's the only that's the mechanism that allows it to work. The universe is influencing the universe is influencing because the mass in all the different places have consequences on space-time.
So that's the proposed framework to interpret it according to relativity.
That's a concept, bro.
It doesn't mean that principle of motion translation goes out the window unless we explain it assuming concepts bin. It's literally non sequitur.
Yeah, that was exactly the justification Einstein used to make that claim about the pendulum.
That's a non sequitur, though.
We made a claim, not a fact. Not a fact. It's a claim,
That's a
not
non
a fact.
sequitur.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it's not a fact. It's just a claim. It's Einstein's claim.
Wait, are you saying the only way that there could be a translation of force is if Einstein's claim was true? You're saying that there can't be a force moving the sky unless it's relativity? Is that your claim?
No, this is we're using the claim that you brought up, and it's Einstein saying that the Foucault's pendulum would still work if the Earth were stationary and the universe were rotating.
That's right, because he's talking about the principle, meaning that, yes, even within his relativistic framework, which is what he was discussing because he was trying to make relativity, he said, within my relativistic framework, I must now admit I have to incorporate this principle completely independent of my relativity. It's a principle. I have to admit I must integrate it because I would get a translation of motion. It's a basic physics principle. It doesn't need relativity. That is so not even relevant.
No, the idea that you just said about the pendulum rotating because of Mach's principle, that only works if Einstein's theory of general relativity is true, and the universe or the space-time is influenced by the mass in it.
You just keep saying that over and over.
Was his explanation for saying that.
No, it's a basic principle that if the sky was moving around the Earth, it doesn't matter what you claim about the sky, okay? There are things in the sky moving around a stationary Earth. The interior of the system will be affected by the exterior motion. It doesn't matter what you claim about the mechanism. It doesn't matter.
It does matter, because if either that doesn't happen or there's a mechanism that allows it to happen. You can't just justify.
All right, I'll give you a mechanism: the indispensable field of force within the luminiferous ether. It doesn't matter. Wait, what?
You have to substantiate that.
Oh, when you say substantiate it, you mean I have to math it out? Is that what you mean?
No. Okay, so you just made a rule. You said when there's something rotating around something else, it influences it. And if you don't have a way that influences that, then yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're saying then just describe and substantiate this influence. There is an influence in general relativity.
We can replicate it on the Earth, Kosho. We can replicate it on Earth. It's a physics principle.
Touching.
Yikes!
You can replicate it on Earth without having a medium of things touching.
I don't know anymore what to do with these people because I genuinely feel like when I speak to them sometimes, I'm like, are they just not understanding what I'm saying, or have I become dumb? Right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
you could just answer the question.
You now ask without a medium.
I'm fairly familiar with
medium. Who said there was no medium?
In this case, in the case of the universe, there is not a connecting medium.
Okay, so do you guys see what he's done? He's now said that I have to apply your claim of the sky. And by the way, now what he's saying is, so if you have to apply my assumption of a vacuum and my assumption of the distance to the stars, and the only way you can do that and explain it is relativity. That's his rebuttal to the physics.
Those aren't assumptions, though.
That's it. If you have relativity is an assumption. And
No. The thing about the vacuum, there not being a medium between the stars in the universe and things on Earth, that's not an assumption. That's actual observations and measurements. If you have an alternative idea of what's happening, or there's a medium out there, then you could substantiate that.
Okay,
But it's not an assumption.
Substantiate it? So you are substantiating it with what? Like them claiming to go to space?
No, all the evidences of everything, all the observations, them going to space.
We have background radiation. You said no, then it said them going to space. We have background radiation. We have, of course,
Yeah,
the
that's
framework.
not
The framework that predated Einstein by the dude that was 50 times smarter than him, who described the ether as a primary state of tenable matter. So, like the tenuity of the matter in the primary state would be the interconnected medium, and it doesn't matter because it's just a physics principle, and this is just objective.
That doesn't. It's not a physics principle. It's really not. You can't. You can't just say this thing affects this thing. We don't know what the mechanism is. We don't even have any evidence that it happens. That's not a physics.
So wait, Coach, are you saying that if I replicated this on the Earth in a vacuum chamber, it wouldn't work?
If you replicated it on Earth in a vacuum chamber and you had an explanation for the mechanism, like you were explaining what was causing what to happen, then yeah, that'd be fine.
Hey, if I replicated it on the Earth in a vacuum chamber, would it work? Yes or no?
You replicated what?
A translation of motion, because the external. Yeah, we could use like a hollow sphere. It doesn't matter what we do, and we spin it around. Will the internal area of the system experience a translation of motion?
If they're not connected anyway, like you're saying, if they're like it's not,
in a vacuum.
They're not. No, but are these two things? Are these two the pendulum and the rotating thing or whatever? Are they connected?
The Earth's not moving.
No, okay. I'm just saying wherever it's swinging from, is it attached to the top of this thing that's spinning around?
Huh? No, it doesn't have to be attached to it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. It doesn't have to be attached to it. And there actually is a medium, of course. It's called the ether, my man. You'll get there.
Yeah, go ahead and show it then. Show this test.
Show the demonstration. Yeah, I've
like
never actually. Well, I'm asking you. So you think it wouldn't happen in a vacuum? Because I can do the test.
If in a vacuum, if they weren't touching, I don't think it would happen.
But you think so? It would happen in air, and then it would just happen because of the air, and then it wouldn't happen in a vacuum. That's your hypothesis.
Yeah, I think with a medium, yeah, there's a way for it to influence.
Right. And so if it happened in a vacuum, you would have to concede that there's a medium there then, according to your own logic?
No, I wouldn't have to concede there's a medium there. I'd have to concede that
space-time bends and warps.
Oh my God. Like I said, I've read Einstein's justification for saying that about the pendulum. And he described it as space-time being warped by the mass.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Okay, look, here's the deal. He was writing in the context of proposing his theory of relativity, okay? And he was explaining, look, although you got lots of ridicule about your principle being stupid, turns out you were right. And I can't even finish my theory without acknowledging your principle in principle. And I have to admit that it goes both ways, and that if the Earth was stationary, you'd still get the centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The pendulum would be dragged around. Now, of course, he's saying this within the context of relativity. That's what the letter's about. I'm proposing the theory of relativity, okay? But now you're trying to say, yeah, that would only be true if you have relativity. No.
Right, that's what you just said. He said.
That's what Einstein was talking in the context of. He wasn't considering anything else. That's a non sequitur, though. It's just a physics principle.
That's it.
Just for last one. He was talking in the context of relativity. That's correct, okay? So he wasn't talking about anything else. But he was just acknowledging the principle of physics that he had initially chosen to disregard. And then he discovered he can't even disregard it in principle because he had to integrate equivalence principle into his theory. So he had to integrate this into his theory. You're now saying that since he was forced to integrate it into his theory, that the only way to explain the principle is to use his theory. It's so bad.
I'm saying the explanation you used about the pendulum, right? That explanation that he used when explaining how it works, it only works if his mechanism of general relativity is true. There's nobody else who had made the claim about the pendulum also working if the universe was rotating, and also had a mechanism that made sense.
There's an ether show.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is, you can say that right now. People can say it all day. Einstein actually had a mechanism that be tested, it also had an explanation that made that make sense up until Gödel had shown that it wouldn't work. So regardless, there's
you're
not
basically just
another
asking me to
mechanism.
math out the sky, though. That's what you want to. You want to act like you're not, but that's what you're doing. And see, the reason that I'm not gonna do that is because I'm not gonna be the dumbass that makes presumptions about how far away things in the sky are. But what we know is that there is radiation everywhere. We could just call it light. So there's something holding this light everywhere, and you want to pretend that it can be held within itself or whatever non sequitur or logically bankrupt thing you want to say, but there is something there, okay? But the point is that that is a fundamental point. Glovers invoke the pendulum and the gyro as if exclusive to globe Earth spin, but that is not true. If the sky is moving around the Earth, you could get a translation of motion also, and you would get a centrifugal force and a Coriolis effect. The only difference would be they would be absolute real effects, and during the relativity paradigm, it's actually just fictitious effects. Okay, this is just objective. It's just like flipping a quarter over. Okay, it's just like, is the sky moving or is the Earth moving? It's like the fundamental coordinate system question. They're all tied together. It's a very basic principle of physics. It isn't complicated, okay? And so I just think it's funny that Glover's been around for 7 years invoking the pendulum as if it proves the Earth's moving. It does not. It does not at all. And even if
I've already explained to you, but you keep speaking for me, and then speaking for yourself.
To save us time, just to save us time, we'll invoke relativity. Just to save us time. Okay, so you admit that applying relativity, the sky could be moving, causing the effect of the pendulum and the gyro around a stationary Earth.
No, I understand that for a time before it was disproven for other reasons that made sense. That seemed.
I asked you how it was disproven
that seemed
15 minutes
consistent.
ago.
Yeah, I told you by Gödel.
Well,
Hey, can you clarify this for me? Could you? I'm curious. How can the sky moving make the pendulum? Can you explain that to me? I haven't heard.
Yeah,
this
by the same mechanism that mass attracts mass, because the mass of the universe would be warping the space-time that the pendulum is.
But that's not actually what it is. So the Machian principle had nothing to do with relativity. It had nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time. Kosho just keeps saying it because him and Bacon haven't been able to come up with anything else, and all the other Glopers decided.
Dude, honestly, dude, the example that you keep bringing up about the pendulum, right? That you keep bringing up. This was the mechanism that was used to explain it. If you're not going to bring that up anymore, then no one has to bring up what mechanism was used to explain that.
He's going to continuously skate past the fact that I just blatantly refuted him. The Machian principle came before anything to do with relativity. It has nothing to do with relativity. The fact that there's an interconnected relationship between the sky and the Earth does not require that space and time bend and warp in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that hasn't been substantiated.
Neither has relativity, but the difference is
it has been substantiated.
No, it hasn't. I'm not going to debate you about that, though. So the point is that it would be a translation of motion if the sky was moving. Your only rebuttal is to say, well, not until you come up with a mechanism to my satisfaction. Okay, dude, what a cool story.
That's what I said.
Hey,
I said you have to make something not magical. Okay, it's going to be magic.
Not magical. You mean like relativity? You mean like relativity? And this is the problem with Glovers, dude. They love to pretend that like they came up with something. They're like, I have this. What? I have this. You need to come up with something.
I'm gonna go, man. This is becoming. You just everything you're saying is a straw man, dude.
Well, that's kind of what you're implying.
I'm not speaking to you, dude. But you're speaking to me things I'm not even saying. So.
Well, you're implying that since you have a relativistic framework that was created long ago with like hundreds of millions of people trying to work within it for like a century, that you've got something that is, superior to any alternative, and then someone has to come up with something on the spot on Discord, or somehow the Earth is spinning for sure. It's a very grasp at straws rebuttal, Kosho. I'm just being honest. Like, just acknowledge the principle. Acknowledge you should stop staking the pendulum as such exclusive evidence. That's the honest response. It isn't a big deal.
It's not anybody claiming that belongs to me. But it's also I've already told you how it was debunked like 5 years later. and he dropped it for that reason.
I asked you specifically how.
Yeah, I told you. Godel was the main person who came up with the argument that nobody could, justify why that wouldn't be the case.
Asking you what that is, man. Like I keep asking.
Yeah, with the stars, with the rotation rate.
Right. So you said that the reason that wouldn't work is because if the stars were as far away as we assume, then that would make them have to go faster than the speed of light.
There's no assumption. No, there's the stars that we observe, the distance that we observe them to be. Yeah, they would have to be further and further away, going faster and faster, much faster than the speed.
So how about this? You agree that if the speed of light being constant, if that assumption's wrong, then we don't have a problem at all?
Sure, yeah. If you can break more laws of physics and just make magic things happen, then anything.
Laws of physics?
Yeah, that's a fundamental law of physics currently.
So is there any area between us and any star that doesn't have light?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure there's pockets in the microwave background radiation that are much cooler or less temperature. So there's cold pockets.
They still have light though.
I couldn't be sure about that.
Yeah. If it's just
there's
less, there's darker spots. Yeah, but there's still light there. So there's light from us to every star.
Like I said, I wouldn't really say it like that, just because that light has been emitted to us. But I wouldn't say that that microwave background radiation exists in every location.
So begging the question fallacy when you say the word emit, dude, because the light's already there. Hey, you gotta admit though, Kosha, be honest, you gotta admit that one really does kind of change the game. You gotta admit that no flat earthers ever said that, and that really kind of changed the game. That the truth is,
you're equating, you're conflating the light and the field. The field exists everywhere. The light is just where those values are greater than 1. But the field would exist everywhere.
Let me tell all the other flat earthers in here just so you can know. So they say that there's a constant speed of light, and they assume that light travels. And you're like, wait, how do you know that? You're like, well, I turn the light on and I see it travel. And the truth that you're like, no, light's already there. They're like, what are you talking about? You're so stupid. You're like, okay, we're in a dark room and we're going to turn the light on. You're telling me the light's already there in the dark room? And say yes. And then just tell them, wait. They'll laugh at you or ridicule you, like Oakley was ridiculing me for that. And then say, can you find anywhere on the earth that doesn't have light? And the answer is no. Light is literally everywhere. There's a non-visible spectrum of light, and it's literally everywhere. Okay, and so when you say that light is already there, that's just objective. It's not like some unfounded claim like they'll treat it. And so then all you have to understand is that light that isn't visible or perceivable becomes perceivable. That's all it does, based on whatever disturbance you introduce with certain types of energy, typically electric, right? Like you don't really have light without that. So that it creates a disturbance within the light that's already there, which leads us to the logical necessity that, well, the light could just be the background itself that's already there, the radiation.
No, that's not how it works, though. If you add new light, like you turn on a light, the microwave background radiation is still there, and then the new light is introduced. And then whatever other lights you add, they're introduced as well. But it doesn't. That microwave background radiation doesn't go.
Doesn't go away. Does it stay exactly the same where the light, the new light's introduced?
I mean, they might interfere. They might interact with each other in some way, but you can measure both of them separately.
Only if you assume them to be separate, right? But you agree that if there's a new type of light, then where that light currently was before that does not remain the same. So, I mean, Coach, I know you're smart enough to see, like, it's whatever, dude. Put it in your pipe and smoke it, man. I'm not trying to, like, fight you, dude. Like I said, I think you're a decently cool guy or whatever, but yeah, like, the light changes. Like, the radiation, the background radiation, wherever you introduce, quote unquote, this new light, quote unquote. The radiation changes.
Okay, I got it. I got a question. Back to the pendulum and stuff. So, what's it? Are you saying that without relativity, the movement of the sky can affect can cause the pendulum to deviate and stuff? Right?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that? How?
Yeah. Like you may not like it, but so there's an ether and there's a vortex in the ether, and it slightly drifts as demonstrated by Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell, as Michelson-Gell detects with interferometry the sidereal rotation between the sky and the earth with a 98% accuracy each time, looking at interferometry, showing us that there's some background that holds or sustains the light, and it drifts. So this vortex drifts over top of the earth, and it moves with the stars that moves over top of the earth. And so there is obviously a connection there, and blatantly and frankly, it's the ether. And so since that's moving, then it's going to have a translation of motion as it is interconnected all the way down to the earth. And you'd have a translation of motion that causes a drift.
Hey, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this. I agree with you that there's nowhere that there's not light. I believe there's light everywhere. Could the light be the ether?
It is.
Oh, okay. That's what I've been thinking for years. So,
There you go, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah, yep. So basically, like light, when it becomes perceivable, because most people think light is like when you see it, but like we said, the light's already there, even if you're not seeing it. So yeah, it's just the background, and then the light that when we see it, we're creating like a new disturbance, an additional disturbance in that ether, like we're disturbing it. If you want to get really crude, you could say shaking it up, vibrating it, oscillating it, reverberating it, disturbing it, right? And exciting it. I'm trying to think as many words as I can.
You forgot perturbing it.
Perturbing it, sure. People love to really jump all over that and start throwing travel everywhere, but yeah, it's throwing the word travel all over it. But I am trying to make that list like 10 words. But yeah. So then it makes us see it. Disturbance excites it, and it becomes perceivable. And then what people call the speed of light is nothing more than like a rate of induction of the new disturbance, basically, right?
So you're actually the only person who's agreed with me. I've mentioned that the light being the ether several times in different areas, and I was shot down every time. You're the only person who's actually agreed with me.
Oh, Tesla agreed with you, bro.
Wait there a second. But like this as well, right? You have stars.
It's really hard to hear you crack.
Okay. Think about it this way, right? You have all of the stars, right? And these stars correlate to the electromagnetic pattern, well, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, right? That pattern. And we can predict things based on that. So if the invisible light, where does it come from? And like you were saying, a rate of induction. So like you think about, I guess, these lines that we know in fact, they do have a vortex pattern to them already as a main. And then if you think about those lines as lines that come down to the Earth, right? Like lightning, most effectively, in I would say a more, a less like freakish sort of way. It's more of a exact sort of pattern. And yeah, like these different stars, they know this anyway. These stars put out light, but it's not. I would say these stars are connected to the light being everywhere, and like you were saying, it's a rate of induction, like wires coming down from the ground, right?
Sure. Crudely, yeah. So like when they look out in the sky, they see this background radiation, also known as light, and then they see like the stars, and that's different light, right? And so the stars are just a source of energy, and so it's oscillating, it's vibrating, it's creating a disturbance. It's like you had a little motor, you had a motorized boat that's just kind of sitting there, but the motor's running in a lake. And so you're seeing that disturbance coming off that motorized boat. And yeah, that's like the quote unquote new light that they see from the stars. And like I said, you heard where Kosho was trying to go, where he's like, no, that background radiation is different from the light. It's not like it disappears; it's still there when we see the other light, right? Because he wants to say light's traveling, but when you really press him, it's like, so are you saying that the area that light is at doesn't change the radiation? And he's like, oh, well, yeah, it might have some type of interaction. Yeah, no duh, because what's already there is just now becoming excited. It's just entering a different modality state version of. It's actually, you see how it's actually not even complicated? It makes a lot of sense. It's like common sense. Occam's razor can be applied.
Wow.
Yeah.
To me, I think that. But it's a good way of quantifying.
Okay, so
them.
how would like a radar? How would that work then if the light's already there? What's causing the delay? When
Yeah.
they say that's how they get the speed of light. What would cause the delay if it's already there?
Yeah.
Which I believe. So I'm just curious as to what could do that.
Yeah.
Well, you know sawtooth patterns of radar. You know what that is?
Can you go up? I can't hear you hardly at all.
Right. Do you know what a sawtooth pattern of radar is?
Say that one time.
A sawtooth pattern radar.
Like
No, I don't. That's new for me.
Right. So it depends on the radar system that you're obviously using, right? But sometimes I don't know if this is for definite, but I believe radar effectively, right? Imagine like a wave as it propagates outwardly, right? And to get an echo or a paint off of an object, right? You hit it. That first wave that hits it collapses around it, and its shape is indented into it. So with sawtooth patterned radar, it's multiple pulses, right? And the collapsing of each wave backwardly is what gives back the signal to the receiver, well, it receives it back, but the thing that transmits it, goes back to the transmitter and it receives it, right? But is the radar hitting it almost instantaneously? But the delay is effectively the incursion of that wraparound pattern after it hits the object, making a pattern on the wave behind it all the way back to the transmitter.
All right, I'll give you a more concise, short answer here. So, what you'll hear them ask is like, well, how does radar work, and how does a laser distance finder work if light has no speed? They'll normally do it in a very derogatory, arrogant way, right? But just try to stay cool, and you just say, all we did to calibrate that laser or that radar was we used a convention called the speed of light. And the way that we got this speed of light was we shot light, quote unquote, shot it at a mirror. And then we got a two-way speed, right? And we quantified an average, right? Now, what we're actually quantifying is not how fast that the light travels from point A to point B, because we just discussed the light is actually the ether. It doesn't travel. It's already there. So it can't have a speed. We're just quantifying the disturbance pattern. So we're quantifying how fast we see it, the rate of illumination or perception. And people, conflate that to speed. But it's just us seeing the disturbance in the medium. And it's like effectively instant. And that's because it is already there. So it's like the crude analogy of moving a rope that stretched to the other end, and then you watch the movement go through the rope, but how long did it take the rope to get to the other side of the room? So, shortly.
So,
go ahead.
Are you suggesting that it's the rate of the visible light that we can see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The quote unquote speed of light is just the rate of perception of illumination.
Yeah.
Which is what all evidence shows us. I mean, and when you apply this framework, all of a sudden you can explain all the phenomena, like the double slit, which they can't explain. So
Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible with like in some parts of the world you have like real sort of negative areas, and in some parts you have real positive areas? And I'd say that what I'm trying to say is that in different parts of the world you could have a different rate of induction or perturbation through the ether. You might have different rates, different levels of ether. Maybe that's why you can say, I mean, in a productive environment, in a very positive environment, things get done faster. So I'm pretty much saying that the ether doesn't have to be standard all over the world. Maybe it could be varied.
no, I think it's pretty much the same all over the world. Like, I think the best way it just hit me to describe it is like visualize a lake in your head, and then an earthquake happens. Like, how long does it take the water on both sides of the lake to shake? It's instantly shaking. What we're doing is just seeing it, trying to quantify it, and we usually run it through an electronic circuit, which has a delay. Could there be a difference? No. I mean, unless you're, unless you have like additional disturbances in the medium, right? Like that's what happens in the double slit. When we detect it, we're creating an additional disturbance in the background medium. And so I was actually trying to create a video right now, but if you visualize like seeing a wave going through water and then you threw a rock at the wave, it's going to like break up that wave pattern. You know what I'm saying? So that's like really the only way you're going to change it is an additional disturbance, because the ether is like this uniform, unmanifest, pure potential background at rest.
So like consciousness itself relies on the wattage or the volts or the power of your consciousness, to put it in simple terms, rather than and just going through the ether, which is already stable and there. It's not varying the density or the layers or in any way. It's your consciousness ability yourself to flow through this. It's not even dynamic, is it? The ether, it's not dynamic at all. It's just a stable background which allows for things to be manifest.
Yeah, but it can have dynamic properties according to Tesla, which I agree. So like, I mean, it's a bit of a nuanced answer, but yeah, it's like a base framework, but it appears when it has dynamic properties, and then like it can be treated mechanical. This is going to sound crazy, but it can actually manifest as matter.
Oh, that doesn't sound crazy at all. Yeah.
So like what he would say specifically is when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter, and when the energy resides, it reverts back into the ether. And of course, infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity just means really, really small, really fast worlds. Which is pretty
interesting. Do you think the Chinese idea of qi is that's not the ether that they're manipulating, is it? It's something. It's a next level down from the ether.
Yeah. I would say so. It's a modality of. So like it's like a version of.
I heard one master saying that most people think that qi is energy, but he was saying that they're mistaken, whereas qi in his explanation is information itself.
Yeah, that's very interesting because like when I tried it, well, you'd have to ask him to define energy, right? I mean, they define that as ability or capacity to do work. I would say that this is going to also sound crazy to the old paradigm, but I actually think that you can't separate energy and intelligence or information or will, because something has to set things into motion. So it's as if there is some level of sentience or will to the ether itself,
So actually, all the intelligence, everything that has been known and is to be known, is in the ether.
Yep. Which is why people get so triggered. Like flat earthers get so triggered when I talk about it, because they're like, basically the critique is if you're making a claim about everything, you're making a claim about nothing. Right.
Well, listen, if you think about it like this, the idea of a Tai Chi guy, the idea of imparting information, right? How is this done? When they talk, when you've ever listened to anyone that talks about Tai Chi and Chi itself, they actually go through a very advanced and specific form of thought pattern in their brain, right? And then they try to actually actualize this with genuine input through their own body. So it's a transmission between the conscious mind into action. Not only do we do this with movement, but it's the understanding of the connection between the mind and the movement itself into the background, right? So now you're effectively creating a triumvirate connection there, right? You're connecting to the background, and then do you see what I'm trying to say? So it's like, does that give you a bigger potential to put information through that background? Well, with circuitry, we know that to be true, right?
Yeah. I mean, give you a greater potential. I've gotten to where I'm real particular about words now because they're all misdefined. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, just not necessarily how you say it. Because I would say that the ether itself is unmanifest pure potential, and so basically it's just about like the quickest state of equilibrium being sought, in which you tap into that pure potential, which is actually how I define the ether. I would say the ether is unmanifest pure potential. Some call it counter space, dielectricity at rest, primary substance or primary state of matter with tenuity, as Tesla would say, beyond conception. I think that's decently descriptive. All these people have been berating everyone saying, what does the ether? Like they're like smoking them. I'm like, oh man, I just wish you understood what you're trying to degrade. Right?
I know that you're a Christian, but I don't know your belief in some things like magic, and for example, those people that do remote viewing, or even those clairvoyant people, or with the special abilities to look inside an envelope with their mind and tell you if it's a square or a circle or a diamond or whatever. Is this out of the realms of Christianity, or is it maybe part of ether theory?
I think it is. It's both, right? Like, yeah, I think stuff like that's very real. And
is it good or bad?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think it's always about intention. So, like, is remote viewing in and of itself bad? No, but I think it would require immense, like, wisdom and spiritual discipline. Like, yeah, just pure intention. But no, I don't think it's intrinsically bad. And yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, because it's been frowned upon by the Christian community, all these different abilities that people have demonstrated in the over the years, and basically they look at some of these things as demonic, but I would see it as, now after listening to you talk about the ether and the way that it acts like a medium for the wave to return and show like a radar. Is that how maybe some of the way that these people's minds are working, they're just able to tap into it?
Yeah, like they're acting like an antenna. It can't be intrinsically evil or bad, in my opinion, because it's part of design. So it's like a gun can't be evil. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a gun. Like it just like depends on how you use it. Like the government actually isn't evil, because it's not like sentient. It's just a tool. So I think it's the same thing here. Like the fact that this place was designed where there is an interaction between the metaphysical and the physical, the immaterial and the material, there's some intermediary, that in and of itself cannot be intrinsically evil. Again, though, for a disclaimer. I think it requires immense spiritual wisdom and discernment. And sometimes people jump out of the boat a little fast before they're ready, and then they sink.
Well, back to what you were saying about light manifesting into matter, and it's connected with intelligence and stuff. Ever since I heard about the double slit and basically there must be a knower, I've connected that with my idea of light being the ether and Genesis when God says that God created light and the light was good. I just the way I saw it was, or I connected them, was that light is basically the conduit. I don't know if the mechanism of creating matter for the there must be a knower, because light is basically the source of everything. That's how I actually see it, combining those things together.
I would say that the light is the result of the vibration. So the example of that is star in the jar.
Well, that's perceivable light, like sonoluminescence and star in a jar. You use that, so you got water, right? And then you use sound, so vibration, and then it creates a little bubble that collapses in on itself and then creates illumination. But that water already had light in it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't disagree that it's. Well, yeah, I do disagree, I guess. It is an effect, like perceivable illumination is an effect of vibration, but like the light is already there.
Well, when it says that God created the light, and I believe that's referring to all light, not just visible. I believe it's referring to basically the ether.
You are correct. Well, because the ether in entirety isn't limited to what we call light. Like that is a version of it. Like that's like but yeah, this is a nuanced conversation. I mean, yeah, and I don't even claim to know. I don't know everything about the ether, bro. Like I don't think you can, but I think we can get pretty close.
I feel like obviously then you have to think about the interaction there in between, right? Also, the medium in which we breathe in, right? That medium, and if you are a biblical person, I was saying this last night, right? Effectively, don't remember. Yahweh breathed his ruach, right? Meaning the Holy Spirit, like the Holy Spirit, but the ruach hakodesh, as it's translated in Hebrew, it means holy breath, right? So if you remember, he breathed that out onto the face of the watery deep, right? And then the very medium, which is the air, right, which we could then express and say, is that the air itself, Yahweh's breath recycled and rechurned through the earth itself? That prayer itself is spoken word and vibration, oscillation, air itself, the very air I would speak out of my lungs in prayer for you, could be something that you yourself would rebreathe back in and recycle back out. You know? I wonder the interaction between that and ether, you know? Is that part of the ether even, you know?
I think you're going to be hard pressed to really distinguish anything from the ether, and that's why people get so triggered. I can understand it, like it sounds kind of woo woo. You're like, everything is the ether, and like I also get the critique that if you're making a claim about everything, you're making a claim about nothing, and I get it, but see, I don't know. I think wisdom would be to just acknowledge like how beautiful that is, and really that's just like the creator like a million steps ahead of humans, where it's like you think you're going to create this narrative and these methods where you're going to describe reality without acknowledging me, but I made it in such a way that that's literally impossible. Like I kind of look at it like that, like that's a good thing.
All right, Richard. If light is everywhere, okay, it's there, right? But the perceivable light we can't see. We now have to activate it. somehow. So through this activation, take a laser, take a torch, or take a fluoro, right? How are we then channeling this perceivable light? Say in a laser beam, for argument's sake, we can channel it in a very fine point, okay? Or a torch, it's a slightly wider beam, or a fluorescent light, which will light up the whole room. Or you put a lamp and you put a lampshade around it.
That's easy. That's easy, Ben. So I can answer that. It's just different different frequencies, my brother.
Yeah, I get the different frequencies, right? But to me, the different frequencies may create a different color light. Okay, a different frequency channeling that frequency into a beam itself.
Yeah, it's not just frequency, it's coherency. So like concentration or coherency. So like basically you get like all the, let's just use the word molecule for intents and purposes. Like you get the electric nature of all the molecules and going the same way, like in a compressed, confined, concentrated way. Like as in the energy is all like in a more like coherent fashion, right? Like as opposed to like a light that, okay, like if you have a 5-watt light bulb, you can barely read with it. You know what I'm saying? If you have a 5-watt laser, you better watch out, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? It's the same amount. It's just that it's concentrated, it's focused, it's coherent. It's a analogy maybe like a magnet. Before you turn a magnet into a magnet, it doesn't change at all, right? Like you add electrical current to it is one of the ways, and you can make a magnet. What you're doing is you're introducing energy that's so much more powerful, so much more energy than what's residing in that magnet, that metal, that it overcomes it and it aligns it all together. It makes it coherent. And so then you get a magnet. It was already magnetic before that. It was just incoherent. And there's no like quantitative change. You don't get more metal or anything like that. Like it's just a qualitative change. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah. So
It's
it's
like
molecular alignment.
tuning into your favorite radio station. As you turn that dial with the old-fashioned radio that has like a needle, and you can listen to the long-wave radio from New Zealand to England, and you've got that and it's tuning. That's why some radio stations they work on higher bandwidth so that they can reach further. And I'd say like that light is basically just fine tuning that frequency, and that's why you'll be able to get that concentrated maybe direction.
Yeah. Well, this also gets kind of deep too. Like, well, what exactly is light? And then it's obviously what you may call energy. I define energy as pressure mediation, etheric vibrational displacement, but I usually don't go there. So I say like pressure mediation. So like, where is the energy coming from? Well, like it's the ether, and the ether is just pure potential, non-manifest, and so it's got to have some type of motion to become manifest. So basically, you're creating a motion. If you can create a motion in a smaller area, it increases in power. Like the smaller the area, the greater the capacitance, the greater the power. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, so it's like a contrary to maybe intuition, like the stronger a magnet is, the smaller the magnetic field. And so it's the same thing with the light. You're focusing so much of that energy from the ether, the pure potential state, to the manifest state. Let's just say moving it, that it gives you coherency and concentration. So like a laser. So like it's like the smaller the area, the more concentrated, because you're trying to fit more in a small area. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're going to get more pressure.
And you're saying that the double slit experiment is evidence of this too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So with the double slit, so that light or that frequency is directed towards that slit, and as it goes through, they say it's the particles going there, going through and blah 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 blah. But as it goes through that first slit, that frequency is then propagating more light or more perceivable light as it goes through that first slit. So it's propagating more, and then is going through the other slits. So it's not the same particle that's going through the
Okay.
kind
Yeah.
of.
Well, there's no particles anywhere, right? So it's like
No, I know that, but that's what they say, yeah.
Yeah. They claim, dude, they don't even know what they say, bro. It's such a shit show, bro. They say that a single photon goes through both of the slits simultaneously.
Yeah.
And a single photon goes through two slits simultaneously, then collides with itself. Right? I mean, I don't even know how to comprehend the stupidity. And then they give it a wave interference pattern. And but when they try to detect it, it goes away. And they're like, oh man, this magic photon must be sentient and knows we're trying to watch it. This is literally what they say, like top level scientists, quote unquote. But like actually, when you detect it, it's not like you go take a picture of it and you're like, oh look, I caught a Instagram post of a photon. It's like you use detectors that are electric, right? And so there's an interaction. You have to like interact with what they call the photon to detect it. And so the detector is creating another electric interaction or ripple in the background. And so it messes up the freaking pattern. It messes up the disturbance pattern that is the ether or the light, right? It messes it up. That's why I was trying to make this video to show like a wave. And then if you drop a ripple in the wave, like if you had a body of water shaking, I like the earthquake analogy better instead of like a wave going across it. If you threw a rock into it, it would disturb it, and that's what they're doing. They're disturbing it, so the wave interference pattern goes away every time they try to detect it because they're disturbing the medium. But they're not thinking of it like that, right? They're not understanding that all of it's connected. So it's like they don't understand. They're like, oh, it must know we're looking at it, and all this crazy stuff. And then they said they split the single photon, which they can't even actually shoot a single photon. Obviously, the photon's not real. And then they claim that one goes to the detector, one goes to the plate. So we're like, okay, well, we'll put it through this little box, so we won't even know which one we're going to detect. So then we won't know. So then the photon can't read our mind and know which one we're going to try to detect. So we'll be able to get the pattern again. This is like literally what they do. And then it's like it's still no interference pattern. They're like, what's going on? Well, you're still, introducing another ripple into the background basically by using that electronic detection method. And then they're like, okay, we'll trick it even more. We'll send one of the photons to the right and one to the left. The one to the left is going to go to the plate that reads it. The one to the right is going to go to the detector. And so we're going to put the detector further away so that it'll hit the plate and register before we detect it. So we'll still get the pattern, right? Because we haven't chosen to detect it yet. But then there's still no interference pattern. So they say, oh, the photon can alter events that have already happened.
So to test this theory, could you go about it in such a way, say you've got a big roasting pan, and then you put a couple of barriers in it, about 1/3 and 2/3. In one of them, you put one slit, in the other one, you put two slits. Then you fill it with water, okay, and then disturb the water. So the water now is acting like the ether, and see what happens. Would that be a way of testing it? Get what I'm saying?
Don't think so.
Maybe say it again. Say.
You know a roasting pan. You know what you put your roast chicken or your roast beef into the oven, the big roasting pans.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you got one of those, and 1/3 of the way along it, you put a barrier with a slit in it. 2/3 of the way, you put another barrier and you put a couple of slits in it. You fill the whole thing with water. Okay, and at the start, and now the water is now representing the ether. Okay, or the light, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and you disturb the water at the start of the roasting pan, Now that disturbance will then go along and hit the barrier, but part of it will go through the first slit, disturb the water in the middle, okay, carry along, okay, and then part of it will go through the next two slits. Would that be a way of maybe testing it?
Maybe, and then you could like sit in the back and throw a little marble in there at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would never get the full interference pattern every time you threw the marble. We actually have some pretty awesome tests that I mean, they're not ready to be released, but they're epic, bro. Light is insane, dude. And 200 years of light theory is just done. It's done. And I had come to all these conclusions. It's like the creator's so awesome, bro. I swear. It's like when you really want to pursue truth, he'll guide you there, man. And like I was like just becoming infatuated. I want to figure this out. I had never looked into the double slit anyway. And then this guy reached out to me and he's showing me the stuff that they've been working on. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like it's crazy, bro. Like light's just already there. That's it. It's just already there. And there's no other way around it. And there's another part of it too. It's like, what's going on in the slit itself is a question that's been overlooked. Well, what's going on in the slit?
In the slit.
Yeah, they've never even thought about that part, bro. Which is crazy. You would think they would. Now they've been trying to detect which slit the photon goes through, right? But they never thought about inside the slit. But I mean, their framework's already like got plenty of problems. Like they obviously haven't gotten down the road.
Well, when you
say like I don't fully understand light yet, we still have like things to figure out. What's up?
When you do the great reveal of this new information, can we get a signed copy?
Oh, I didn't do them, so. But yeah, I do want to do them. Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool, and it sucks because it's like, I guess there's this whole thing going on with FED, you know, and Oakley and QE. I guess I did my presentation, and so I guess QE is gonna like rebut it, quote unquote.
I subscribed to your channel after you sent the link. There was a couple of links you sent with some information yesterday. You posted a video of quite an old video of yourself, like I don't know, years and years ago.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe the hidden people or something like that people removed. Or something.
I don't know. You posted it yesterday. It was, yourself, and you had the shot of yourself and on the video on the left. Like you had a little square of yourself on the left as you were explaining. I don't know, but you've got a new subscriber anyway.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I really don't know. But okay, cool. Thank you, man. Like, what's it gets? I don't know if it's. I don't know if I ever made a thumbnail with me on it. But it's cool. Yeah, thanks, man. What's it gets?
No, it was the video itself. You had like a little square with your video of yourself talking on the left.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was that old one.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah.
You did a lot of posts yesterday. A lot of links. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess he's gonna like rebut it, and because like I guess Nil is running around, he's like, "You're so done with it. You're not even ready. I got a sneak peek and all this crazy stuff, you know." And I'm like, "Bruh, I like haven't even like unloaded the magazine yet, bro. Like, please calm down. Like, please don't do this, you know." Like I can't help it. I have like they're just being very vicious, you know, and I still like feel bad for them. I'm like, please just calm down, bro. Don't do this to yourself. But it's whatever, man. Because like I said, we have some observations that are very, very interesting, to say the least.
Have you ever taken notice or seen the channel Franchot Pearson?
Nope.
Okay, I encourage you to have a look at that one day. He has no idea. He's probably never even heard of the flat Earth before. But he's a Christian, and he talks about the different signs He's a ex reporter or journalist, and basically what he does is he picks out things from the media and explains how basically we're being deceived. It's basically a war between God and the devil himself, and the devil is basically showing his handiwork through the media.
Oh yeah, he is. What'd you say, Pearson Franchek? What'd you say?
Franchot, Franchot, Pearson. He's pretty cool dude. Yeah.
His picture's the black dude in a suit.
Yeah, his shaved head. Yeah.
Cool.
He wears a t-shirt most of the time. He's always got the cross around his neck.
Yeah. See him. Yeah. His I guess his main pic is just him in a suit.
Yeah, he does like 1 or 2 posts every day.
We should fly smack him. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, because he can see right through the deception. He can read colors and codes, and he talks about Phoenicians and the color purple, and yeah, he can see through. But he hasn't obviously got onto the flat Earth. That'll just blow his mind, I reckon. I started watching him when he had like 4 subscribers. Now he's got 80,000.
Wow, yeah, that's dope.
Yeah.
He's a big Trump guy, maybe.
He does live streams as well.
Like
Trump, he doesn't like any of them, but
Okay,
he
nice.
does. He does think that God works in mysterious ways, and he uses people of influence. God uses people of influence to sway the way that things move.
Yeah.
Have you ever been onto Dell's channel? What's it?
I have not.
No.
Dell in the garage.
I've heard of it numerous times, but no.
Yeah, you should go on there. He's a very practical guy. Very, very practical. He likes things to be demonstratable. But he has a fairly large following. Every time he streams, he gets 400 or 500 viewers on his streams.
What does Martin Lead could get? Around 4,000 sometimes. Eh? Oh no. About 1,000. Yeah, about 1,000. I was thinking of Leak Project. You ever heard of Leak Project? They get about 4,000.
I'm gonna make this illustration. I'm gonna have a crash.
I think all of the questions regarding this place and the way that it works for the ballers, it all relies on the age of this place, because without thinking that this place is really old, they wouldn't really be able to talk about the Big Bang. They wouldn't be able to talk about the distance to the stars, evolution. Everything kind of relies on their assumption that this place is fucking old, like super old. And maybe it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean all of the things they say are going to be true.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a handful of thousands of years old. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty old if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a long time, and like the fact they've desensitized us to think that like 10,000 years isn't a long time is kind of crazy.
Yeah. You've been on here. You've been on here all day. What's it? Must be getting tired.
Yeah, I've been here a while. I am trying to finish this little thing, and then I'm gonna have to crash.
Yeah, I got to put the kids to bed. I don't know what you think about. There's a few of my favourite flat earthers, and I'd have to say that besides you all guys. Wolfgang is probably one of my favorite. After and besides everybody else, he comes on and he really takes absolutely any doubt out of your mind just because he lays it out really smooth. Yeah, you guys should do, like, I don't know, what do you what do you think of Wolfgang's sort of the way that he sees this place? I mean, you ever had a good chat with him?
Yeah, but it's who I'm thinking is. He normally used to be in 24/7. I don't know if it's the same person.
Don't think so. No,
He's got
he's
like an English accent.
no.
Oh.
Wolfgang, he's American, and I think he got into Flat Earth about 2017.
Might not know him.
So I don't think he heard of 24/7.
Yo, if you guys, I'm down to talk to him, man. If you guys got played that video, so you see there are waves behind it, and then I mean, it's very shitty, but there's ripples over top of it. So that would be basically what you do in the double slit. Like, it's like those waves are going on, and obviously that water just already there. It's not traveling there, but those waves are there, that movement in the water, and then you throw that like rock or whatever, it ripples, and so you can see intuitively that ripple is going to mess up the wave pattern. Pretty simple stuff,
Yeah, because the water's not moving. The waves are just oscillating up and down, aren't they? They're still, when it comes back down, it's still in the same spot. Yeah.
Yeah, the water is. Yeah.
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 Except it's 4D.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, so yeah, what's so crazy is, like, it's simple concept, right? If you have water in the, like, a wave in the water moving to the shore, and then you have a giant rock, as the wave goes to hit the rock, it's going to split the wave up, and then the wave's going to go back around the rock and come back together, right? And that's how they're looking at the double slit. That's why they say that light has a wave particle duality, which is just retarded. It can't be a wave and a particle. It's actually neither. It's not a wave nor a particle, because waves aren't things. So what light is can't be a wave, because it's nothing in and of itself. It's just what something does. So we're trying to figure out what light is. We need to figure out what is waving, or, has wave-like motion, vibration, oscillation, or whatever. So light is neither a wave nor a particle. It's ether perturbation or disturbance. Yeah, like, oh man, 200 years of perplexing double slit experiments solved overnight. We just have to do the spinning Earth. That's the main thing. They can't acknowledge the ether because it means the Earth doesn't move. So it's not even on the table. It's just like relativity and spinning ball or die. I don't even think about it outside of that. I think so. Like, that's really great evidence for like flat Earth is like the cascading effect into all these other branches where they can't understand things because they had to assume the Earth is moving. I mean, that's great evidence for a stationary Earth. All of a sudden, when you introduce the stationary Earth again, it's like, oh well, we can explain everything. That's crazy. It's almost like the Earth is stationary. Like, I think that was one of the big things that was perplexing Tesla too, and he was like kind of flirting with, like, is it a ball that's stationary? Because he didn't focus on like what the Earth is. He wrote about it. He thought the Earth was a ball because the Christopher Columbus utilized the Copernican principle to discover the Americas, the Copernican model. So, like, he just assumed that propaganda story was true, I guess. And it's funny when you're looking at his diagrams, he's like really having issues trying to build his tower on a globe. And it's sad. I wonder if he ever figured it out, right? Because the government took a lot of his stuff. But he was having issues, man. And he sent a transmission 1.5 times the speed of light around the entire Earth, right? but you're getting that speed with a distance. And again, that's just a rate of illumination, or a rate of disturbance, more specifically with the transmission, right? Because it doesn't illuminate perceivably, but anyway. He uses the presupposed size of the globe to determine that. Because it goes around and comes back. Well, you can obviously go in a circle on a flat Earth, right? And so the question is, how far did he actually send that thing, and how fast did it really go?
Unfortunately, on a flat Earth, it can't go around. Like if you're sending a signal, for example, you're sending a signal towards the east, it's going to have a it's going to have a what do you call it? Not a direction, it's not going to follow, like on a flat Earth. It's not going to follow the Great Circle route. It's just going to go dead reckoning, and then it's going to hit the ice wall or wherever the boundaries. It's not going to go around and come back. So
that would seem correct.
His experiment must have been working in a slightly different manner than going around and coming back, even on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that would seem correct, but if you factor in an ether drift going in a circle over top of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay, so he's moving with the ether drift and the magnetic field.
Yeah, it kind of guides it. Yep.
Wow.
So are you suggesting that the ether has a motion that follows a great circle path? So it's a circular.
Yeah,
constant.
yeah, like a vortex. There's a vortex movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the Earth has a giant magnetic tornado on top of it.
Yep. And it gets its energy from the sun and the moon, which gives its directionality.
I would say that the sun and the moon are just a byproduct of the field.
A byproduct.
Yeah, like an effect, like not the source. There's an external source of information and energy. Like, what's the ultimate source? That's a great question, but I would say the creator.
Oh, obviously, but I look at whatever name you want to ascribe to it, whether it's ether, the other side will say dark energy, dark matter, these sorts of things. But I see the ether as the very first building block that the creator used to then build upon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So the ether was put in place, and then everything else is built upon that. So if the ether is the building block, okay, so it's just there, right? So now it's just there in whatever container it's in. So it's stagnant, absolutely stagnant. Now I can actually see that if the moon and the sun is a byproduct of the ether, but I don't necessarily see it that way. But the moon and the sun, with its motion, will then give directionality to the ether. Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like personally, I think, and this might sound crazy, but I think there's like a vortex on the Earth, and you can't get to the center. It wouldn't be accessible to matter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there may be an additional source down within the vortex underneath the surface. And like I think we might actually have like magnetic holography, and the sun and the moon are just like a byproduct of that. I don't really know. I'm like, I'm still trying to figure all that out. I don't really know. I know that it'd be very difficult to get through the inertial plane. I can show a video though, or I can drop some pictures where I can show you. We have quadrupole magnetic data on the Earth. It looks like we have a quadrupole, and there's an area missing. Not of data, well, like partial data, but it looks like there's like an area on the map that's just entirely missing. Because if you just finish out the quadrupole, which is like right there in front of us, it's very obvious it's there. There's a little area missing. And so if you have 4 square magnets, you can put them together, and there gives you the 4 corners, right? And you can put a ferrocell over top of it, and you'll see like the black vortex in the middle. and then you can put a little piece of graphite over the middle of it, and it'll levitate, just like the stories of the mountain levitating. I'll drop some pictures. It's very interesting. So I kind of think that's what's happening. I don't know. And then like I'll read this to address what you're saying. I would say dark matter and dark energy are the ether, but ether is not the dark matter and dark energy. Meaning that like ether isn't dark matter and dark energy only, right? But dark matter and dark energy is the ether, like as a characteristic of the ether, like because the ether is more all-encompassing in a way. It's very similar though. I mean, it would seem like somewhat of a tedious petty distinction, but they would say something to the effect of like dark matter and dark energy doesn't interact with electromagnetic phenomena in light because that's why they call it dark, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's where they lose the plot, but it basically is just the same thing. Of course, it does interact with light, quote unquote, because it is light, and it's just light is a version of that. So yeah, they are pretty much the same thing. So I would say like you can actually just say they're the same thing. I mean, why not? But what Tesla said, what Tesla said was all perceptible matter comes from a primary substance or tenuity beyond conception, filling all space. The akasha or luminiferous ether, which is acted upon by the life-giving prana or creative force, calling into existence in never-ending cycles all things and phenomena. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, where the sun and the moon are kind of like, there seems like there's a source of energy near Polaris, and there's this like huge field of force within the ether. And it's that source is giving energy to everything. It radiates from there, basically. I don't know. These are some deep cosmological questions. I'm gonna crash though. I'm super tired. I gotta do stuff tomorrow.
All right, man. Too easy.
Yeah, nice chatting with you guys. Peace.
For sure. Next time, man.
Yeah, much love.
Peace out.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
3, 4, 5. There you go, Godric.
What's going on? Any discussions?
No, not at the moment. It's going a little bit quiet at the moment. You got something?
Yeah, bro.
No, but I'm watching The Devil's Own on Netflix. It's about a cult.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Who's that down the bottom?
That's where we are, bro.
There we go. I had to click on your name to see who it was.
Down the bottom, bro. Upside down. You know what I'm saying?
You are, mate. You are. How's it hanging?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Just waiting for the footy to come on, you know?
The footy?
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Dockers
Well,
and the Bulldogs.
Dockers and the Bulldogs.
Yep.
Is that on tonight, is it?
It's on now in about half an hour, I think.
Okay then. Ooh, Geelong just edged out Collingwood. Fuck, that was a close game.
Did you watch it?
No, I've just seen the I just
all
pulled up the app.
all the matches like since finals, they all been close. Like Richmond,
Haven't
Brisbane,
they?
Sydney.
Oh man, God, it was good to see the game stolen from Richmond.
Yeah.
They were gutted, and of course they're blaming the umpires. It's the umpires' fault. The goal review. I love it. I love a bunch of sore losers. Absolute
funny
sore losers. Yeah, but that was a good game though. The Brisbane Lions and Richmond one. Like it was, it was, a couple of goals here, a couple of goals there. Lead kept on. Lead changed about 20 times or something through the game. And it was bang on.
Yeah, those are the best games, you know what I mean? Like even if I don't like a team, I don't want to just watch them get smashed. It's just boring, bro, you know what I mean? Like you just watch them,
exactly.
It's just like you already know what's gonna happen. I like those close games, man. It's like
And usually the first round of the finals aren't all that close. Generally the best games are the prelim finals. The one just before the granny. Like those ones, when it's down to the final four, that's when they just go in, hell for leather. And you
they reckon this is like the closest finals ever, you know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Or everyone in the top 8 was like, really close between each other, you know what I mean?
Oh, and Collingwood had the lead for most of the game too, actually. Yeah.
They had a great season from what they came from, you know what I mean? And like to turn it around after like
they had a poor start, didn't they, Collingwood? They had a very poor start, and then they've just come out of the blocks. But unfortunately, Collingwood will get another crack.
Yeah. They all get another crack. They all get the got you.
And are you a doggy supporter, are you?
Nah, I'm Dockers, man. I'm Perth boy.
Perth boy, Dockers. Okay then. Yeah. And hold on,
so if they lose tonight, they're out. If they win, they verse the I think they go to the prelim, mate. They verse one of the.
They go to the semis.
Yeah, and then whoever loses there goes to the prelims. Yeah.
And you're playing at home. Yeah, playing at home.
Yeah, playing at home today. Yeah. See, we were what's that game like? Because fucking Carlton, who was it? Carlton and I think Richmond. They lost by 1 point, so that knocked us out of the top 4. Otherwise, we would have kept top 4. I think it was Collingwood or Carlton, maybe. I can't remember, right? But
yeah. Only just too. Yeah.
It was 1 point that game. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was like, fuck, man, because we wanted that top 4, man, for the the home prelim. But
actually, all year there's been some really close games all year. Actually, it's been a fairly close season.
That's what they were saying. Like this season was the closest. As far as like competition goes, like amongst them, it was really only like North Melbourne and Eagles that really had just a shocking season. But the rest of them did all right, you know.
Yeah. But Geelong's playing some good footy this year.
Yeah, I can't stand them, mate. Where are you from? Where are you?
I'm in South Australia, but I'm I'm a Victorian through and through. I follow Hawthorn, but
Oh yeah, yep.
yeah, I know we've had a pretty lean 4 or 5 years, I must say. But when you're on top for 5 or 6 years straight, the way the draft works, which is you can which it obviously does work.
Yeah. Yep.
When you're at the top all the time, you don't get the draft picks.
That's it.
So
It's just like a
we're in
handicap in like bowling and that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
yeah. We're in a rebuilding stage, but you know what? I was not too impressed with Hawthorn, with the way they dealt with the Schwab incident, getting rid of the coach. Was not impressed at all. I think
Oh,
that was
and the Bombers too. Yeah,
sorry,
they just
Clarkson. Sorry, not Clarkson. The way they got rid of Clarkson midway through the season, I thought it was a dog act. It was an absolute dog act.
Next year is going to be interesting because he went to North, so see what happens there.
Yeah, exactly. But you've had a guy that has brought a team from the bottom of the ladder to win 4 premierships, be in 5 in a row, okay, taking them to all the glory, and then to get rid of him midway through the season, not a good look in my opinion. Not a good look.
I don't like it, and especially like because you've seen it for how long, how many coaches get like knocked off, and it's funny how like the players like they just blame the coach. It's like you just need to fucking play the game too.
Exactly, he can only do so much, and
especially when they are doing something and it's the players. You can't just blame the coach as if he's like not even trying to fucking take his team to the top. He's fucking trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't like that shit.
Yeah, and they already had the plan in place to put Mitchell in place as coach. They already had that plan in place, and it was a 2-year plan that they had, and then they just turned on him. So now Mitchell is the coach, and he was going to be the golden boy, but he hasn't done much this year at all.
The interesting one was the Bombers because the CEOs and all that got rid of their coach, but the players weren't happy about it. They expressed that they were like, they're not happy that they're just blaming the coach just because of fucking change of like whatever happened over there, like all their little leadership change and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, interesting. Anyway, be cricket season soon, so happy days.
You must be older then, eh?
Older than what?
Well, you must be in your 50s or something.
Why do you say that?
To have the time to sit down and watch the cricket and be excited for it.
Well, actually, I listen to it a lot on the radio. It's always on in the background. Yeah.
Nah, that's all right, eh? What, you listen to it at work and stuff?
Well, I am.
Or just at home?
I am retired, so but I'm not. But I'm not that old. So, but I've been very. Well, I've been very fortunate work-wise and money-wise. So I'm retired now, but I've retired young enough where I can enjoy it.
Yeah, you're one of the lucky ones, eh?
Bloody oath, mate. Bloody oath.
They want to fucking push it to 70-something. Waiting for your super.
I was reading an article about 2 or 3 months ago that they're trying to push it out again, and I'm thinking, you've got to be joking.
The fuck?
It's like, what the fuck?
And you see how they got the like they try and give those statistics. Obviously, they're not fucking set in stone, but they say like the average life expectancy is 85. So you're saying you want to work these cunts till they got 10 years left in them? Get the fuck out of here! What the fuck is up with that?
Imagine being a brickie at 70.
Bruh, what the fuck? Well, they're getting fucking $4 a brick at the moment over here.
Really?
Yeah. $4 a brick.
Well, mate, I might start working again at $4 a brick.
Just fucking golden brown skin, shirt off,
Oh,
denim,
exactly.
denim mini shorts. That's it.
Well, you know, standard bricks, a good brick you can do anywhere between 800 and 1,000 bricks a day, easy.
Yeah, I mean that's like $4,000 right there a day.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
like it's hard work. Don't get me wrong, like it's
Oh,
hard work, but you should be remunerated for the work that you do. So if you're willing to bust your balls, you should be paid appropriately. But $4 a brick, I can remember years ago when it was $1 a brick, and they were raving about it, absolutely raving about it. But $4 a brick, that's absolutely crazy. But is that going for all the trades? Like
no,
all
I'm
the
not
trades
sure.
over there?
I'm not
Getting
sure if it's just
paid well?
like just straight up bricklayers at the moment. I just left like trade. I just left roadworks not too long ago, and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that was all right. They were paying me 30, what was it, 36 an hour just to put fucking signs in the ground, and not in like it's just a bit of jackhammering or digging, you know, concrete. Put the road sign up. That's it.
Yeah.
Most of it was driving. Like this was it was weird, man. You know, they'd send you on a 50-minute trip, and then you'd get there and the sign's already up, and then they'd be like, "All right, just take the picture of it and we claim it. You get paid for it anyway." So, I mean, in a day we might do like 4 or 5 signs, and you're getting paid $34 an hour to do that. It's like,
God, that's all right, isn't it?
yeah, it's all right. But yeah, I left it because I didn't see any. It's just too much. I just can't stand work politics, man. You know what I mean? You go there and you got the fucking yeah. Some of it's all right, but this was more like family based, like they're commissioned by the government or whatever. But the boss was like the young bloke's dad. He was a little hot headed cunt. He thought he was all this and that. And I just couldn't deal with it, man. Yeah, I left that for some courier work. You know, they're paying me all right.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep. So what's happening over here?
Over here, it's been pretty busy all day. But anyway, whatever time it is in America at the moment, must be about, I don't know, 4 a.m. or something over
They're
there.
all on different times, eh? Well, Globus
Yeah.
is an Australian, isn't he?
Yeah.
But is he a Glober or he's just named Globus?
Oh no, he's just named Globus. He plays the part of a Globus occasionally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to stir things up when we're feeling a bit bored. But yeah, no, it's been pumping here.
Yep.
The last few days, it went into a bit of a lull.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
I have noticed. Hold on. I have noticed actually that
It's a full biased one. That was one of the places I went to have like quite a few debates. I've got it over like 8 hours worth of these cunts just exposing them, man. You know, like they sound so dumb. It's like, oh, there's not one scientific method. There's multiple. Oh, can you give me an example? And then they end up like just fucking going over the same scientific method. Just dumb shit, man. And then you got like decoders, like dummy.
Yeah, it's like the same. It's like the same scientific method, right?
Yeah.
But they just leave out bits and pieces of the same one. So they'll leave out the independent variable,
Yeah.
or they'll leave out the measurable, or they'll leave out the repeatable. They just leave bits and pieces of it out.
But even with that, they get mixed up between the scientific method and then the steps to an experiment, right? That like the key like components to an experiment. They start getting confused and start saying like, "Oh, the scientific method doesn't need one independent variable." And it's like, well, we're talking about the scientific method, not the steps to an experiment. They get really confused on it, man. You know?
Yeah.
Like gas pressure doesn't require a container. All right, where can you show me an example? Yeah, the atmosphere. It's like, what?
Yeah,
Get the
it's
fuck
funny,
out of
isn't it?
here, you begging the question looking ass motherfucker.
I can't believe actually there was I can't remember who it was, but someone filled up a tube, and the tube was open at the top, and they filled it with gas to show gas pressure, right? That's not contained. Okay, and because the top of the pipe was open,
Oh, it's not contained, right?
it's not
It's like-
contained. But
yeah.
now, obviously, you are putting one specific gas. I think it was butane gas. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
Which is slightly, denser than everything else. So it's going to sit in that tube, isn't it? Right?
Yeah,
And it'll settle. And he could read a pressure variance in the pipe. But here we go. We have gas pressure
Inside a container.
that's not contained, but it's inside a container. So it's got two walls and a bottom. Which I think is a little bit, and then to argue actually the point that because there was no lid on it, that it's not contained. I just find it a little bit disingenuous.
Oh yeah, it's what they have to stoop to, though. You know.
To be quite frank with you, it's just
Oh
a little
yeah,
bit disingenuous.
that's it, man. That's the
reminds me of the old mechanic pits. Remember the holes in the ground where the cars
Yeah.
used to drive over?
Yeah.
Okay, then when the LPG was first introduced to this country, you'd have mechanics working on the cars, and I think there was a tragic accident, but at least one, maybe two, can't remember, where a mechanic was actually killed because there was a leak in the gas tank. Okay.
Oh really? Yep.
Yeah, and so the gas comes out and settles in the pit, so the fellow dying. Okay, as a result. And it was because of that then after they introduced the whatever chemical it is to give it the rotten egg smell. So it has very
so you know. Yeah.
Yes, so now you know. But prior to that, the gas, it was odorless. And like I said, there was, unfortunately, a lot of these safety measures are put in place after a tragedy because you can't predict every tragedy that's gonna happen. But you can see, just with that, because it's slightly denser than everything around it, it's gonna settle it. And, if you don't have airflow, it'll settle. It'll just stay there. But yeah, I think like I said, I think it's a fairly disingenuous angle to have to say that because it's not contained.
And then also their examples don't like I forgot the word, but they don't equate. You know what I mean? It's like so like that gas pressure is eventually gonna escape, as well as like it's still in a container. So you're just saying it's like if they want to use that as an example, it's just retarded because now start spinning that fucking beaker or whatever. Start spinning it and moving it around as well because they forgot that the Earth is supposed to be spinning. You know.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I just find it funny at this point. It's like the globe is dead, man. It's like it's literally for entertainment purposes at this point. But I enjoy the prop conversations where we're actually like, you know, bringing stuff to the table. Hopefully, move forward, get that like out there as much as we can. You know, come at it from a different angle. That's always good. But the same repeated arguments, man, I don't mind having them. But it's literally like no globe is gonna stand a chance against any of it. Because they don't have any.
They shouldn't stand a chance because they don't have any evidence, and it's just
Right.
enjoying the psychological. What's the word they use? The psychological hoops that they jump through to try and prove to you that you know they're sane and they've got evidence, but they haven't got anything. I mean, it's mad, isn't it? It's just mad.
Yeah. The argument, Mr. Upside Down, yeah, I find quite kind of boring now. I like, you know, but I don't know if you were here before, but you know, when we were talking about the ether and light and all this sort of stuff, talking about different ideas and whatnot, that's where I get my interest from. Talking about these things, but you know, talking about gas pressure without a container or whether or not water will find its level and all these other bits and bobs, it's really quite it's just fruitless, really, absolutely fruitless. Talking to
But
the
it does
same
shut.
well,
Sorry, it does shut them down. But when you do point
no,
that out to them, it
you're not
shuts them
shutting
down.
no, because you're talking to the same people day in and day out. You're not shutting them down at all.
No, well, we are, but what I'm trying to say is that they obviously are paid shills. Nobody in their right mind who is in touch with their faculties coherently would do what they do. Just wouldn't. It's in that, you can see for sure that they are there from the opposition solely just to do that. It's like a job for them.
That's no true Scotsman policy.
Yeah, I get way more enjoyment with headbutting a brick wall, I must say.
Well, yeah, I see what you're doing.
It's far more enjoyable.
No, there's
for me it's like a refresher exercise, right? It's a refresher exercise. Like you just to keep you on your toes, man. You know, kind
it's
of
training.
thing.
Just keep training.
But a refresher exercise for what? Because when I talk to people in the real world, right, I don't need to know the debate points when I'm talking to real people. They don't come up.
The reason I value these points like the gas pressure, water, no curvature, those sort of things is because these arguments here, you can take that to the most qualified, educated man on this planet. And quote unquote planet, but like, you can take that same simple argument and you can destroy any belief of a globe right there. And so it doesn't matter who you apply it to. You can take this to, the most qualified
the highest level educated individual with all the degrees. And if they deny what you say, they're just completely dishonest. That's it.
But the best way to get someone thinking, the best way, I guarantee it, guys, use this, right? I'll give you one for free. This is an idea, all right? With your friends, with your family, right? You're sitting around the table. You might be having a glass of wine or a glass of beer, okay? And you just hold it up in front of them and you tilt the glass of beer slightly to one side and then slightly to the other side.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And you ask them, do you notice anything in particular? And they'll kind of look at you a little bit funny, right? They'll probably think that you probably had too much to drink, right? They go, no. And go, look at the surface of the beer. Right? What do you notice about it when I tip the glass slightly to the left and slightly to the right? Straight off the bat, well, it's level. Exactly. It's level. Right?
Have you seen what like Beyond Imaginary Curve does? You know how he goes out and
it's hilarious. He's good.
I love that with the water bottle, right? Because he's like, he doesn't talk about, he doesn't mention flat Earth. He's like, you want to earn $100? You want to like, it's like, okay, you see this line here? Like, you just bend the bottle and make the water match the line. You know?
You don't have, you don't have to mention it at all.
But I think it's like basics, right? It's like a basic kit. Like every flat earther, you know, anyone who knows the truth should have this in their arsenal to start off with, you know. Because if they, if they haven't mastered those arguments, then people are gonna bring those things up.
I do that. I use that kind of technique. Let's say when I'm on an aeroplane, that's my go-to all the time. Because if you're on a spherical ball, you go to the north, that's the top. Australia and the Antarctica are down under. You've got to be antipodal. You've got to be upside down when you get down here. So, and you don't experience that at all. So, you know, your drinks wouldn't be level. They just wouldn't. You couldn't have your meal. You could not have anything going on that plane because of the curvature factor. You'd have to remain seat belted in, as you well know, and you couldn't go to the loo. You could just about probably enjoy your movie if you're lucky, but that's it. You couldn't go to the loo. You couldn't have a drink. Can't have any meals. The cabin crew wouldn't be able to serve you your blankets or whatever because there's too much curving going on. Do you know what I mean? You'd have to have everything velcro you'd have to have velcro everywhere, and especially designed cups that don't leak because
you forgot, Jin. Like it's like gravity does it for you. You know, it turns you around and stuff. Like you don't notice it happening because it's so you know, it's so strong, but it's so weak. So, like, as you go over this curve, you don't notice it actually flipping your body the other way around.
Yeah, I know. It's just stupid, isn't it? I mean, look, the professionals have said it.
It's just flipping your body around. Like, you know, if you do a somersault, it's different because, like, you're counteracting gravity. But, like, when you go over the curve, it's gravity, like, flipping you and stuff. You don't feel it.
This is
ridiculous, isn't it?
I was saying this about a month ago. You know how when they said they first discovered the globe and they looked at a ship and it went out into the distance and apparently it sailed off the edge of the earth. Right? Okay. And anyway, they discovered it didn't, but then they discovered that they were on a big blue spinning testicle. Right? All of a sudden, you know, just like that. Now, these were very simple people back then, apparently, right? Apparently, but you know what? I shouldn't say that, right? But you know, they didn't have the technology. Okay,
but they still were intelligent in their own right.
Yeah, no. That's why I took it back. That's why I took.
I get what you're saying. Anyway, I get what you're saying. Like it's the narrative. Right? You're going off the narrative. Yeah,
exactly. Right. And anyway, but they were very practical people. Okay, they were very practical people. So these practical people that were sitting on the beach, right? They could get a rock, okay, and they could pour water over a rock, right?
Yeah.
Now the water wouldn't stick to all the way around the rock, would it? Wouldn't stick to around the rock. Now, also too, they would have noticed that, you know, when they were walking up and down a hill, that they were walking on an angle. If they would go up to a cliff, okay, and they took one extra step, they would fall off the cliff. But yet, and this is 2,000 years before gravity was discovered, mind you, because gravity wasn't discovered until 1600, apparently, thereabouts. So, you know, in 500 BC or whenever it was, or whatever the date was when they discovered it was a globe, they actually thought that they could be in a boat on top of a ball, okay, and sail around a boat. And as they got around it, why didn't the boat fall off the edge of the ball?
Yeah, exactly. You know, look, why didn't the attitude of the boat even change? The boat's completely level as it's going up. It's like it's on an escalator. That's what I keep saying to people.
And we've been taught that these people were scared of gods. They were scared of this. They were scared of that, and all this sort of stuff. And so, if I'm this so-called quote unquote primitive kind of person, didn't know much, no way am I jumping in a boat and sailing over the side of a ball. I'm going to fall right off the edge of it.
Yeah, right.
It's just absolutely ridiculous, really. But
yeah,
no, the best way to flat smack someone is with a glass of beer or a nice glass of Chardonnay. That's
but
the
it's a
best
good
way.
starting point. It's a good starting point. It's a good starting point for sure.
Actually, one of the best starting points, Jin, is asking them a qualifying question about the moon landing or JFK, and if they're open to that, right, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, I don't believe in JFK," and the narrative, or it's surprising how many people actually don't think that we've been to the moon. It is absolutely surprising. So if they've already got that frame of mind, like I said, showing them a glass of beer or a glass of Chardonnay tilted one side to the left, and then asking them about, you know, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, a dam, and whatnot. It's a very easy transition. Very easy transition.
Yeah. That is a good technique.
Yeah.
I employ all kinds of techniques depending on who I'm talking to. Obviously, I've got a basic format, and that for me is they need to be honest with themselves. I say to them, I've got nothing to try and prove to you. What I want you to do is make these evaluations for yourself, and that will require you to acknowledge the truth when you see it. That's the honesty side of it. And then you're going to make your mind up yourself. You're going to discern. All I'm going to do is lay down the conundrum, the problems, the anomalies, the loopholes that are in the holes that are in the heliocentric model that you may not be aware of. And then you've got to then, when you hear anecdotal evidence is not evidence, it's data. You need to go back into your life and then think about where you've seen the curvature of the earth. Have you ever experienced it? Bearing in mind the experts are telling you this. You know, that's my way anyway.
The evidence also has to support the claim. So like sometimes they say they make a claim and then they start saying that they have evidence to support it, but like the evidence actually has to support the original claim. It can't be like, oh, there's a curve and here's a picture of where the horizon looks like it's curved. That's not evidence of a curve, because your claim is that there is a physical curve. So you have to show that. You can't show a picture where it looks like it.
I've been catching them out lately as well, especially those who have had the opportunity to travel, or they've had the opportunity to be on the ocean, anywhere from a high vantage point, because you're definitely going to be seeing curvature if the earth is indeed curved. And I said, I want to see your holiday snaps where you accidentally, inadvertently taken curvature, because you were taking the scenery, you weren't really thinking about curvature, but they should be there accidentally in your photographs. Do you have any of these? Because I've got loads of pictures of the horizon being level, not realizing that the earth is flat. I thought I was on a globe and I didn't make that connection, and every single one of my shots, the horizon is dead level. So I'd like to see your accidental shots of your curvature on your ball. Let's see them. They haven't got any, have they? They haven't got any. Everything's level.
Well, I get them on belief, right? So, like, do you believe in anything? Because I don't.
That's right.
Like, the definition of belief is accept something as true, especially without proof. So, by definition, I don't actually believe in anything,
That's correct. That is excellent. That's what I say. I don't do beliefs.
I believe in lots of things. I do.
I don't believe too many things. I don't believe
you can believe in it. It's fine to believe in stuff. There's no problem with that. Like, it's not a thing. But by believing in something,
you admit it.
Yeah, you're accepting something as true without any proof. Because otherwise, if you have some sort of proof, you don't need to believe it. You then know it.
That's right. If you have evidence for it, then you know it, and you don't carry a belief. You say, "I know this. This
like
is
if
true."
this. Like Sword Bandit, like if you believe something, like you believe you have two hands, well, that's a false statement because you know you have two hands. You don't need to say something
it flies in the face of what the definition of knowledge is classically in philosophy. It's justified true belief.
It flies in the face of philosophy.
What you're saying flies in the face of the definition of knowledge, which is belief. Belief that is true.
Knowledge is belief? Is that the definition of it or something?
Yes, it's justified true belief.
Where's that knowledge definition? I've got a Collins, but it's
just
pretty
search
much
it, man. It's a standard.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, again, Daddy, I would rather I would rather
Let
not
me-
take that. Hang on.
can
I
I
would
s-
rather not take that kind of citation because there's a little bit of error in it. I feel I'd have to
Yeah,
really
but don't
find
listen
that
to him,
better.
Jin.
No,
hold
don't
on.
listen to you,
Jin,
man. You're claiming that knowledge
Hold
and
on.
belief are mutually
Jin.
exclusive. That's not the case.
Jin, hold on. Like you just said something. Like you said the definition of knowledge. You told me to look it up. I did that for you. It says it's facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education. The theoretical.
Actually, I told you to look up justified true belief, but
No, you didn't. You said knowledge.
I said justified true belief. Look it up.
No, you said that.
Any-
No, hold on a sec.
I said
you
the
said
classical
that was,
definition of
no, you
knowledge
didn't.
in
No,
philosophy
you
is
didn't.
justified true belief.
No, you didn't. You said the definition
Okay.
of knowledge is justified true belief, and it spits in the face because it's like
Actually, I
it's
said
spitting in the
flies in
face
the
of that.
face. You don't have very good recollection.
It's the same statement. Flies in the face, spits in the face, because that's a figure of speech. It's
No,
not
but this
specific.
is we're talking about you
Not an actual
repeating my
action.
words. You're saying I said this, I said that, and you can't even recollect the word properly, so it's relevant.
So what did you say?
I said that the classical definition of knowledge in philosophy is
Oh,
justified
in
true
philosophy.
belief.
So
Yes.
philosophy is philosophizing about
Well, that's what
what?
you guys are talking about. You're talking about knowledge and belief. You're talking about philosophy.
Well, I was actually
It's
talking about
literally
belief.
epistemology.
The definition of belief. Do you want me to type in the definition of definition for you so you can
No,
understand
I
why we
want
have
you to
definition?
understand that belief and knowledge are not mutually exclusive like you're making them out to be.
How am I making
Well,
them?
they are. Well, they are. They actually are. They actually
But how is
are.
knowledge
No, they're
and
not. You can say
belief
unjustified belief.
No,
So
hang on a
belief-
second. That's a
You
separate
say
thing
false
again.
believe in something,
No, that's a
but if you
separate thing.
but if you believe in something, you accept something to be true without any proof. That's the
That's not
definition of
true.
it. Well, that's the definition of
That's
belief.
a faith-based, unjustified belief. You have to
That's
be
what
specific.
belief is.
That's not what belief
it.
is.
See, now
No,
you're
because I
talking
can
like
believe that I have two hands, and I'm right in that belief. It's both
No,
belief
because
and knowledge.
that's a false statement because you
It's
don't
not.
believe it. Belief is accepting something without any proof. You
again,
have
you're
proof
just-
that you have two hands.
You're just putting your definition, which is wrong.
That is the
to
definition.
prove
Did
your
you
thing.
fail? Excuse me, sir. Did you fail English? Yes or no?
All right, find me that belief only means believing something without evidence. That's not
I just
necessarily
gave
true.
you the definition of belief.
Yeah, I'd like the citation of that being the only
You
definition.
want the
for belief.
citation?
Yeah.
You don't need the citation. You need the definition. I'll get it for you. It's not a citation. It's a belief. Like
Well,
the
you can have a
definition.
citation of a definition. So
It's
Well,
the
never mind.
definition.
The
You
definition
don't
is
need.
there, though. Percent.
The
Here.
definition comes from a
is there.
specific place, right? So the citation is that place from which it came.
Dude, like, I'm giving it.
Forget
Hold on
it,
a
man.
second.
It's
Just
just
hold
not
on a
cool.
second. I'm screenshotting it for you because clearly you don't even have Google. Like, you don't know how to type now.
Clearly.
Well, you must have failed English, bro, because that's a problem with a lot of Globers I've noticed lately. First of all, they failed English, so how can they then understand like scientific literature, let alone like any kind of coherent conversation?
He's not a Glober. He's not a Glober.
Well, whatever he is, man, he's failed English. I don't care if he's a flat earther either.
All right, prove you didn't fail English. Let's go there. Percentage. Proof. Let's see your report card.
Where's the chat thing? Like it says that I can't post.
Live stream text 1. Live stream
Okay.
text
1. All right. Live stream text 1.
I had a thought that might help out with this kind of
Bro,
the squabbles about this
go
definition.
ahead.
If you don't mind.
Yeah,
Just
go
because
ahead.
I've argued this on the other side, and I understand where you're coming from as far as the definition goes. Percentage. I think it's about the gauging of justification that is the problem here. Because if you have a standard of
where are
what
they
is
getting
justified
these?
and what isn't justified,
Hang on
where's
a
the
minute.
objective
Upside
truth?
down.
All right.
Where's the objective truth is the problem. And if you're talking objective truth and you're still calling it a belief, it triggers people that are trying to distinguish between what we call a definition or something that's provable and something that's just a belief that it's provable.
Shit, I don't
Right?
think we're ready for that one. The whether objective truth even exists argument. That's
Right.
That's a whole
Exactly.
other kettle.
It starts messing with that whole context almost when you're saying it's a justified true belief. But
I'm
if
just
it's
trying to
but the
understand.
the word true in there is also one of the indicators that it's like saying a true religion. You know, it's an oxymoron. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just trying to understand where they're getting these alternative definitions from. Like, what dictionary are you getting these from?
Bro,
It's almost like they want
there's
to
a
throw
wealth of
everything into
information
the
on this
belief
topic.
pile. But it seems like almost I can understand why someone might see it as a way of saying that one belief is just as good as the next, because even a fact is just a belief. It's just that you believe it's true.
So you accept
and that would be
things,
wrong in itself.
like, yeah,
You know what I'm
accept
saying?
things. You accept things to be true without any kind of proof.
Yeah, and
That's
they're
what
not
I believe
all.
is for me. Yeah.
They're not.
Well,
Yeah.
therefore, that's a belief. They're like,
too
it's a
broad.
belief. You don't have any kind of proof to support that, like, idea that it's true, right?
Especially in this topic of conversation where we're trying to establish some objectivity to hold people to their
standard.
yeah,
I call it a standard.
That's the
Yeah.
reason I think that it gets tricky with this justified
That's
true
right.
belief. And also, you know that guy, what's his name? Gregory. He comes in a lot. He and I argued about this one a while back when he was first starting to join things. But part of the reason I was attacking that idea that even knowledge is just a justified true belief, because he was throwing a lot of his more religious beliefs around at the same time, so that it kind of got mixed in the conversation as if it's just as equal as any kind of religious unjustified belief, and those justified beliefs are just as equal in the way. But it's just, where do we draw that line then? What is the line? If you have two hands, does that mean you can prove you have two hands, or is it just a belief that your anatomy has two hands?
Well, that's why we have.
So let's see what we think about this. So what is knowledge? What is knowledge? What is knowledge now? Knowledge can come under false knowledge. Hang on a minute, please. There's false knowledge, knowledge that is a lie, but it's still a knowledge that I have in my head. I know that lie, that's knowledge. And then there's true proven knowledge. Knowledge that I can actually rely on. Knowledge that I know. Proven. You see, so knowledge, there's a scale. Okay, carry on, please.
Yeah. Using justified instead of objectively is the thing. Can we say it's an objectively true belief?
We can go by the definition. Unless you have another dictionary to provide, we're going to use the the definition.
Okay.
Bro, I told you, look up the definition of knowledge in classical philosophy, man.
You could, sir, you could
just
provide
look up
it.
justified true belief. This is a well-fleshed out. Let me see this.
There is
very
why can you not provide it, sir? Why can you not provide it?
Are you saying he's lying about the definition that he found?
I'm not saying he's lying. No, I'm not accusing him of lying. I'm saying
didn't you say you had Google?
No, sir. You're saying that you have this example. Just provide it.
Bro, you're the one that was making fun of me for not having Google. So use your Google that I don't have and search justified true belief.
This is really
unless you can provide it. Unless you can provide it, it's I can't
provide Google for you now.
I can't accept it as true, right? Because
but that's being a little
do you believe in God?
It's like,
do I believe in God? No, I know God exists.
About this?
Why is everyone talking? Do I believe in God?
You're being too loud about something that's very minor.
I don't believe in God. I know God exists.
Yeah.
So what did you want to know? The meaning of justified true belief?
That's right. Yes, please.
That's a statement.
True belief.
That's a statement. That's a sentence. Like it's.
Well, let him say.
Where would that stand in a court of law, please? Justified true belief and unjustified true belief.
Well, it says here.
True belief.
Okay.
Go ahead,
well,
bounce up.
Yeah. According to Adrian Haddock, knowledge is justified true belief, where the justification condition is factive.
Who's Adrian Haddock?
Hold on. Let me just finish, and then you can ask. Where the justification condition is factive, that is, one cannot justifiably believe that P when P is false, and requires, moreover, that the fact that provides justification is known by the subject. Now, who is Adrian Haddock? I don't know.
Because it's a personal interpretation, but I understand, like, he has every right to have that. He has every right to have that, but that must stem from the original meaning of these words. He can't invoke these words without them having any kind of meaning. So we can go by every single word that he says, and we can go by the definition. Otherwise, it's up to personal interpretation of what he meant by what he said.
Yeah, and I would agree somewhat there. All right, I would agree somewhat there.
Yeah, but it's more interesting to hear if we could figure out in a discussion what would work for all of us as a definition that really does encompass the true meaning of knowledge. that would be something agreeable, not just some definition versus another definition that somebody else.
So we have to be careful. We have to be careful when we talk about knowledge. And let's say, from my point of view, the flat Earth and the flat Earth truth, as far as I'm concerned, and the globe lie, now, I will always be saying to the people that proven truth, proven knowledge.
Yeah.
Right? That's how my standard, because I have to redefine that now. I have to go between what is established in philosophy and that, because there's still grey areas. So that's what I'm saying, that we're flat earthers are kind of like trailblazers in the English language now. We're now having to redefine what is being said in order to be clearly understood. And I think that's where upside down is coming from as well, I think.
So you've got belief. The belief definition is trust. Is trust, faith, or confidence in something or someone. Okay.
Yeah. So then you go to the definition of those words. Trust.
Yeah, I just did. So that was the definition of belief, and the definition of knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education. The theoretical or practical understanding of a subject.
I read that just before for him. He didn't accept it. He didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't accept it.
Right.
Because
why
you
not?
guys, I'll tell you
So
why.
then you fail. Then you fail English. You fail
if
English.
something is
Quite
true,
simple.
can you have knowledge of something that's true?
Well, yeah, of course you can.
Okay.
Definitely. You have knowledge of something that's true?
I have a definition of belief right here that says mental acceptance of and conviction in the truth, actuality, or validity of something.
Where'd you get that from?
That's let's see here. American Heritage Dictionary.
Yeah, well,
here's another definition. Something believed or accepted as true, especially a particular tenet or a body of tenets accepted by a group of persons.
That's a public.
So if something is true,
peer review like the scientists,
and true means knowledge, then you have a disconnect here.
Where we're in
You're
trouble.
trying to impose. Hold up, Jin. I'm almost done. Almost done. You're trying to impose this dichotomy of these two words, that belief and knowledge are mutually exclusive, that they're at odds with each other. That's not the case. That's your personal thing that you're trying to impose on the colloquial definition of belief.
When did I invoke knowledge though? You came in like response.
You were trying to say if it's belief, it's not knowledge, and if it's knowledge, it's not belief.
But I never said that. I gave you the definition of belief, dude. Like you came in.
Bro, you just said I don't believe in God. I know God exists.
Correct.
Yes. So you're painting them. You're putting them against each other as if they're
they're two different things.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Man.
Okay, wait. We're not going to get into the faith.
Listen,
argument.
hold on a second.
How about we just agree that you could say faith-based belief?
Why are we getting
and that's
into
something that's not knowledge? And then you could say belief.
He seems to have a strong opinion on this, but he seems to just want to shout that down, and everyone has to accept that like he's some fucking educated smartass, and like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Like you sound like a fucking retard, bro. Listen, facts.
Hey, okay, wait. I'm gonna.
Have you ever met me?
For a second.
Have you ever met me? Listen, facts, information, and skills acquired through experience.
Hey, I found something interesting, and I posted it in a live stream. Okay, there's something called the Gettier problem. In the field of epistemology, is a landmark philosophical problem concerning the understanding of descriptive knowledge, attributed to American philosopher Edmund Gettier. Gettier-type counterexamples called Gettier cases challenge the long-held justified true belief (JTB). They even have a little acronym for it. Account of knowledge. The JDP account, B account, holds that knowledge is equivalent to justified true belief. If all three conditions, justification, truth, and belief, are met of a given claim, then we have knowledge of that claim. In his 1963 three-page paper titled "Is Justified True Belief Knowledge?" Gettier attempts to illustrate by means of two counterexamples that there are cases where individuals can have a justified true belief regarding a claim, but still fail to know it because the reasons for the belief, while justified, turn out to be false. But anyway, you can read that if you want, but I'm read the last part of it is interesting that I highlighted. Thus, Gettier claims to have shown that the JTB account is inadequate because it does not account for all the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge. the term Gettier problem, Gettier case, or even the adjective Gettier is sometimes used to describe any case in the field of epistemology that purports to repudiate the JTB account of knowledge.
Mhm.
So this guy upside down is he's Gettiering you.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. And if I recall correctly, basically he painted this scenario where this person knew the end result, but how it happened they didn't know. So basically he took the knowledge out of context.
Here we go with the condescending bullshit. I don't even get
And
what
his
you're
belief
trying
that
to
it was going to
say,
happen wasn't equal to the amount of knowledge.
Yeah, the
he could have had about
justification
it.
didn't match the
Really?
knowledge.
Because what it
So
sounds like
basically
to me,
he
what it sounds like
disconnected
to
it
me is he
from the
said,
context.
if you can justify that belief
Thank you
with
for
enough
interrupting me,
proof,
bro.
with enough proof, it will become a truth, right?
Yeah, pay attention to what Upside Down is saying. Pay attention to what Upside Down is saying.
We will when he doesn't interrupt.
Listen to the statement.
No.
Listen to the statement, though.
No, you just bulldozed all over the top of percent, mate. You can't.
Am I talking to Globers or what, man? Like, what the fuck is
No,
going on
dude,
here?
but you're attacking percent. You're attacking percent more so than trying to attack to have a conversation about the topic. You're more interested in attacking him, it seems like.
Listen, percent
Looks like you're looking
started to
for a
like
fight rather
engage
than
me because he has an issue. He has an issue with this differentiation between belief and knowledge. He engaged me. Why the fuck is everyone white
No, I
knighting for
understand.
him?
You're right.
Let him have the floor.
It does seem like an attack on your belief.
Let
That's
him
not
have the floor.
justified. I understand that, but
Let
I
him
don't
have
think it
the
was
floor.
personal.
I don't have a belief. Straw man. I don't have a belief.
Well, that's debatable, but I don't want to hear the debate. I really don't.
Let's debate about it then. Otherwise, shut up. I'm out.
Dude, are you new here? Because I'm a mod. He's a mod.
No, I've been
We're
here
all-
for a
you're
long
talking to
time,
three
bro.
mods. I don't
I've
know
been here
why
for a
you-
long time, bro.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck if you're listen. I don't give a fuck if you're flat or globe. I don't care if you're flat or globe, right? If you come in here with some bullshit, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll engage you. I don't care, bro. It's nothing personal.
We have no problems in you engaging, all right? But
The
we've
truth
got to
does not care about your feelings.
hold on.
Leave
Don't
them out of it.
Stop rumpusing over the top of people, all right? We're trying to have a
Well,
conversation.
he's not really. He's not really.
Be quiet.
Thanks, Jin.
Jin,
Jin
be
knows me,
quiet.
bro.
It doesn't matter if people know you or don't know you. You
Because
can't
he
have a
knows what's happening
conversation.
right here.
Or see, you're not even listening. You were given one mouth and two ears for a particular reason. Okay, use them in that proportion. And when someone is talking, if you disagree with them, right, at least let them finish what they're saying and then correct them.
Right. Well, now, can I say something? Now I'm going to say something now, right?
No,
Watch
because
this. Hang on a second, Bansaw. I will say something now, Bansaw.
Jin,
Thank you.
No, you won't.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to let
Yes, I
Percent
will,
finish what he
Bansaw.
was saying. No, you're not going to. Percent, finish what you were going to say. Please.
No worries. I'll give the floor to Jin. Go ahead.
You'll give it? Okay.
So stuff that up your ass, Bansaw. You
come on, man. I didn't.
You know what?
Now get out.
Oh, Jen, you're really helping a lot, aren't you?
No.
Why'd you mute him though? What the hell,
The
man?
percent, no, the floor is yours, Percent.
All right.
No.
So my only
The fuck?
issue was you imposing this definition that is at odds with the colloquial definition of belief. And you could look up belief in the dictionary and you'll see that a lot of it has to do with conviction in truth and in, actuality. So for you to, so I just wanted you to be like clear that your dichotomy is a false one, that you're just, and if you want to go with that, we could agree on a definition. But just to state it blankly or blanketly, it's not really conducive for a good conversation. And that's why I jumped in. I just wanted to say that because people would have issue. I had personally issue with you saying belief isn't knowledge when it got down. Like I believe in a lot of things and they are knowledge and they are true.
Thank you. You just said the key word personally, right? It's a personal thing to you.
It's a personal thing to you too, though, because that's
No, it's
your
not.
definition. That's not.
No, it's not.
It's not in line with the huge majority of people that use words. And
is this like
the
a splitting
definition
image
words
of Gem
is-
server? Is this a splitting image of Gem server? Because you were just going on about how yous were being rumpus, and then you finished, so I started talking, and then you just started talking.
You asked me a question, bro.
I didn't ask you a question.
You literally just asked me a question.
What was the question?
Says so. It's a personal thing.
No, I said thank you. You said the word. It's a personal thing. I was about to continue speaking, and then
No,
you just cut me off.
You stated it in the form of a question. But go ahead.
it's a personal thing to you, because that's why you got emotionally like attached to this subject. Like as soon as I was talking, like I don't have a problem with you like giving your opinion, bro. Like I'm happy to like debate this with you. But it turned into a thing where like apparently you have an opinion that's got to be accepted, and then everyone started talking, and like I'm the one who's rumpusing.
Don't worry about that. We'll keep it
So
civil.
basically, what Upside Down is saying is that he doesn't do beliefs. He knows something. It's no longer a belief. It's knowledge.
Yeah, I understand. That's the way he looks at it.
He has the right to carry that. That's the way he wants to live his life. If it conflicts with the classic philosophy, who says that's fucking right? Do you understand?
It doesn't conflict just with classic philosophy. That's the issue. The reason we have definitions for words is that the huge majority of people, the community at large, agrees that this thing means this, right? And that's how definitions come to exist. That's how words are created and definitions with them, right?
That's
so
how
when
we
he's
pass
going
English,
against the
that's
grain,
how we learn English,
and
man.
hold up, I'm almost done. So when he's going against the grain and saying that this word has a different definition than the huge majority of people that have agreed upon its definition rely on, then it's not conducive for a good dialogue.
Which definition was that? That you said which one was that you just said I gave a different one? Which one is that?
Pick, belief or knowledge or whatever. Belief.
You said I gave a different definition to belief. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, different than the huge majority of people, than what's colloquially used. Because belief colloquially includes truth. And
where?
Knowledge.
Show me. That's what I'm saying.
No.
You asked me
I read
to
out
Google
two definitions that included it. Here's
you
one.
Asked me
mental
to Google
acceptance. Yeah, mental acceptance of.
Which dictionary are you reading this from?
American Heritage Dictionary.
Yeah,
a website.
It's not official standard. You said.
What?
It's not. Do you know what an unabridged
standard?
Do you know what an unabridged dictionary is? Do you have an unabridged dictionary there that you can read?
Here's another one. Yeah, here's Collins English Dictionary, complete and unabridged, 12th edition. Belief, number one definition, by the way: a principle, proposition, idea, etc., accepted as true.
Correct. Accepted as true. It's a proposition and an idea. Now go to that definition if you have a problem with understanding what proposition and idea mean. It's a conceptual thing. It's a proposition. Right. It's an idea that exists in your mind, and you choose
to be accepted as true, though.
Hold up. If it's a true proposition, that means
what's the proposition?
It's fact, right?
Provide an example. What's the proposition? Give an example.
Shit.
I know it's on the spot, but I'm not putting you on the spot.
God exists.
Listen, take a second to think about it.
There you go. God exists.
Provide an example. God exists. God exists. Well, we have proof of that. We know this to be true.
As true, right?
No, we know it to be true.
Hold up. It's a proposition. I propose God exists. That's a proposition that's accepted as true. Therefore, it's a belief by this definition.
No.
A belief is a principle, proposition, idea accepted as true.
It's accepted as true without proof, meaning it's a belief. Otherwise, if you accept it to be true, you don't then now believe it. You know it to be true. That's the key difference.
I hear you, but you're adding to the definition. It doesn't say without proof. It says
yes,
just
it does.
Here, as true.
No, it doesn't.
Things are true because they have proof.
So
you read? No.
Really, so what thing can you claim is true without proof for?
So what can I claim is true without proof?
Yeah.
Nothing.
So there you go. You can't say without proof because things are true because of proof. It doesn't make sense to add without proof.
No, you just asked me. But you just asked me what can I claim as true without any proof. You can't claim anything.
And
you can't claim
and percentage. You realize that he's taking that as you meaning there's no proof of God.
He could take.
I'm taking that.
Wants.
Well, no, I'm saying that's your interpretation of him saying that it's just a belief instead of a truth, right?
Well,
that's my point. The definition of belief.
The problem is like to me like
accepted as true.
I don't think he understands what he's trying to say. Like he's trying to work his way around like convincing me or anyone else in this room that belief and knowledge are synonymous.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying it's one part of the knowledge. One part of belief and knowledge are synonymous in his opinion. It's one part of the justified true belief thing. It has to be justified, it has to be true, and it has to be believed.
So
exactly. Knowledge is a part of belief.
Oh my God. So the statement you made, this justified true belief thing, all that means is there's enough justification in that belief to now turn it into a truth.
Exactly.
Therefore, it's not a belief
There you go.
anymore. But
No,
what
it's still a belief.
hold
It's just a
on,
justified
man.
true
What
one.
the fuck, man? But what they mean by that is if you're saying there's like if you have an original belief, like you have an original claim, now you have enough proof to justify that belief, turning it into a truth. It's like
Exactly.
can't
No, I
have-
agree with you. I agree with you.
Oh
But
my
if that's the
God.
case, if you could have a belief that's justified and true, then you can't say that all beliefs are false.
It's like
Hey, just real quick, I wanted to add. I don't know if it'll help at all. Upside down Australian, but percentage is a true believer in God.
Absolutely.
Well, then he doesn't know. Well, then he doesn't know. He doesn't have any proof of God. Then
I absolutely do.
Is that true?
well, then you
Well,
don't
then
believe in
what
God. You
are
know
you
he
talking about?
exists.
So could it? We can both have beliefs and knowledge at the same time. Yeah.
But those beliefs are
yeah,
like ideas of things that you have in your mind that you don't have any proof to support.
yes, but belief can be for the you, for the I, for the singular. So I can have a belief in something, but no one else could have a belief in the same thing. Okay. Now, whereas knowledge, I would say, would be more of the plural, more of the us, more of the we.
Could you give me one belief, like one example of one of those beliefs that you have?
I believe that my wife is the most gorgeous woman, beautiful woman walking the face of the earth.
But you don't have any proof of that.
Yeah, I do.
What's
me.
your proof that she
Me.
is?
My feelings.
Okay, so then to you, you know she's the most beautiful woman. There's no one else that you would consider to be the most beautiful woman. You don't believe she's the most. You know she is because you don't. It's not something that someone can come and change your mind about. So that they're therefore changing your belief.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Bensaw, you're getting to it. That's a good distinction because then if you say she's the most beautiful, and then you're acting like we're agreeing with that because that's just knowledge. We have knowledge of that. Like we're all supposed to agree with you.
Yeah,
but this is also something that exists in your mind, like it's a personal thing to you. You know, it's not something like it's separate. Yeah, but it's not one of these things where like you know, it's like people believe it's a globe, but they don't have any like evidence to support that.
Right, but they'll still call it knowledge.
That's the difference. But you want to give these people a free pass, and you're just going to let them waltz in and just start saying that, yeah, I believe it's a globe. And now you're also going to say, by definition, what you just said is you don't require proof. You don't need proof. You can just simply believe it.
The existence of God is defined so differently by everybody.
No,
even if
now you've just opened the door. You've just opened the door for them.
I have knowledge.
You've opened the door for them.
But
You've let them come in now and tell you that, okay, well then your God doesn't exist because you don't have any proof of him. It's just a belief.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. That's the problem with the conversation that doesn't have a distinction about the difference between claiming knowledge for everyone and personal knowledge, and assuming that everyone should agree with your personal knowledge of something as an objective truth.
I still don't understand your point, man. I gave you the definition of belief, and then you invoked like knowledge and stuff.
Oh, that was percentage. I'm not trying to.
Oh, right. I thought you were the same person. Sorry, but
no.
Yeah, whoever that was, percentage. Like he's
not even.
I gave the. Okay, so all I said was like I don't believe in anything, and then I just gave you the definition. Whoever I was talking to, I think it was Jin and Bansor, maybe, and I said because the definition of belief is like to accept something as true, especially without proof. And then he came in saying something about, I don't know, like whether it was belief and knowledge were different or they were the same thing. Or he was accusing
he said that they were the same thing, basically. They were the same thing.
The reason this is interesting and as far as this conversation goes is because of the back and forth that we have with Globers about calling them religious for their made up belief in the globe. And then that religion becomes like the weapon of choice for us to like throw back and forth as if that's just a belief. For a lot of people, it's a totally different thing. If they're talking about the knowledge of God, that's different than the religion that might use that knowledge of God as a way of exploitation or fantasy.
Let me tell you something. Like, so people who don't believe in God are going to accuse you of him not existing. The reason that is because they don't have any proof of him existing. So to them, it's a choice of belief, whether they choose to believe in him or not. If they saw God, and experienced God, they would not deny him, because therefore they have proof that he exists. They have seen God, they've experienced God. That's the difference. With you, it's not a belief where someone can come along and tell you, oh, well, your belief is wrong. They can't, because you know him to exist. It's not something that anyone can come along and now convince you somehow, some way, that he doesn't exist, in fact, and your belief was in fact wrong. That's the difference.
Yeah, but even people that agree that there is knowledge of God have a different definition of what God is. So that's the problem with this.
But that's how they've experienced God. So of course they're going to have a different understanding of God. That's how they've experienced. But then you can go to simple questions like, is this the one and only God who created this earth? Yes. Okay. How have you experienced it? Well, because then it's just like you have a belief that it's not one God.
But
okay, so there's a difference between believing in God as well as knowledge of God. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, there is. There has to be.
Yeah.
Okay, and that distinction is what we're talking about, and I think that's the reason that it's hard to make any kind of blanket statement in this conversation in general, because it could be interpreted as something that's not clarified enough or not provable enough according to somebody else's definition of what is provable and what isn't provable.
That's right. That's why Upside Down is trying to establish a standard whereby he keeps things separate and he clarifies to people what he means.
That helps
so
the conversation
to
distinguish. Right.
Yeah.
It's a line. It's a line in the sand.
Over
It's a line in the sand, bro. You know?
So was Besant saying that knowledge is justifiable beliefs? Was he?
I don't know. He's listening again. What were you saying?
That's what he was saying. Yes. That's what he was saying.
That's what he was saying. So a lot of people would say that God is just a belief, but it's also a justifiable belief, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could point. It's like, well, where is your evidence to back that up? Well,
the flat Earth. The flat Earth is
or
creation.
Hold on. Well, yeah, exactly right. Percent. I would my evidence would be point at the apple tree, point at the little lamb that's just been born, point at a little baby, point at an adult. You know, there's all your evidence right there. Okay.
Yes. That's my justification for my belief.
Justifiable.
My knowledge.
Hey, let Whitewater talk. Jen, let Whitewater talk.
Justifiable belief is belief that is discerned. That's the first step, and then judgment. And the quality and the amount of judgment, the sources that you use to create this knowledge, results in the quality of your knowledge.
Yeah.
Nobody has 100% knowledge for himself. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge. All the time, that's the challenge. If you have to make a fun statement, guys, mail is salt, and if you have your salt filled up with defense systems, you can't take any more insults. And that's what I see so much. Please take some more insults to get nearer to your own truth.
That's deep.
Wow.
Yes, I've taken a lot of insults to get to my truths.
You're giving a lot too.
You're giving a lot too.
You're very generous with your insults, Jin.
You're very generous, Ben.
Well, yeah, especially when I'm getting blocked. Of course, I'm going to be very insulting.
No, Jin's good. He can take it and he can dish it out.
Yeah.
Jen is ruthless.
There's some wisdom in that. Like, the more you take on, the more it humbles you, and the more you're humble, the more humility you have, the more you're able to kind of like discern things and stuff like that. So,
yeah,
I like that.
That's why with Upside Down, I know exactly how he feels. I'm in his camp in this one because we want to establish standards. Sometimes the established standard leaves the door open, and he used the right word for deceit. And deceit takes root. and you're using this supposed established standard, but it's allowing deceit to flourish, and I don't like that. That's why I'm saying that we.
Go ahead.
Let me just finish this off. We, the flat earthers, are now trailblazing, and we are redefining the standards. That's what we're doing. We have to. We have the right to do that, and I'm going to use that right to the full. There you go.
It's just a mess. It's a mess for us to work through because the conundrums always come up from this control mechanism that has redefined and everything for us, as well as our actual place where we live in a way to such a degree that everyone's running around like crazy people trying to redefine things for each other, as well as come up with a standard that doesn't impose the same kind of malcontent that, or the deception that was involved that we're all coming away from, to any degree.
Exactly.
But you don't want to lose purpose at the same time. You don't want to lose, sanctity.
No, right. We're coming from being brainwashed and trying to find the truth and levelness, if you will. Again, pun intended there. And a standard.
Interesting because it stems from like gas pressure, and it's funny to bring that up, but it's why it gets brought up because you know who disagrees with the definition of gas pressure?
The heliocentrists, the globers.
Because they don't like definitions. They don't like when you be semantic. They don't like when you adhere to the strict definitions of these things.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Gem Panda. We've got Gem Panda on record. I'd have to say 3 years ago in 24/7, saying that the 24/7 has too high a standard and the scientific method should be done away with because you can't do anything with the time. And I said, no wonder you've got no standard. Look at this. No wonder you're in a mess. You've got no standards. You want to shut down the scientific method. Wow.
Jin, I got like 8 hours recorded of them people, and there's about 7 of them in the room, and it's just me. And I'm like, all right, Will, what steps can be removed from the scientific method? And you know what they all say?
Go on.
Well, all of them.
Everything. Yeah, exactly. That's what they said before.
You know what? I know who you are now. You used to have a different name, didn't you? Australian, upside down Australian. What was your? I recorded some of your conversation. You were taking on all those guys. I remember that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was the upside down Australian, but it was just like spelt like the upside down Australian, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's something different because I remember recording some of it. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
You were just
don't want to
going
change that name either.
You
don't want to change that name because that name will wake people up because we know you're not upside down in Australia.
You have to actually stay upside down.
Yeah, you'd have to keep that name forever now.
It just came to me one night. I was like, the upside down Australian.
Yeah, well done. And that's
but anyway,
it's
I just
staring
want to say,
in the Australian space all the time, but no one picked it up. It's surprised you did, and well done.
Yeah, it's not personal.
And he's on the side of God too, so I thought that might have been the trigger.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, we know God exists. We know that. I've known that from 6 years of age.
Well, there's an interesting. Go ahead.
Hold on. Oh, just 2 seconds, Dave. Yeah, no. I was just quickly off point. I just wanted to rub some salt into upside down guys' wounds a little bit. The Dockers are getting a flogging at the moment, an absolute flogging.
The Dockers.
Did they put their D team in to play tonight?
Nah.
What sport are we talking? What sport?
The best sport in the world.
Football.
Aussie rules football.
Yeah.
Aussie
football.
Oh
right. Yeah.
Aussie rules, mate. Aussie rules.
There's nothing like it. Wait, let me tell you something. What about this here? It's the game where you can't put your hands on their back and push them in the back, but you can jump up with a flying knee and hit them in the back of the head or the spine. It doesn't matter.
Rules, man.
As long as you anything legs is allowed, huh? Wow.
Nah, above the legs. Above the legs, but like you can't push them in the back, right? You're not allowed to put your hands on their back and push them, but you can do a specky. It's called a specky. It's like where you just jump up with a flying knee and catch the ball because you get extra height with like your knee in the back of their head or their spine.
You can't use your hands. You can't use your hands on the ball or the players. You can use your legs on the ball or the players.
Or you can use your hands. You can handball and catch it. You catch it with your hands. You mark it and like you handball it, tap it, and all that shit. Yeah.
Who's the little black fella that plays for the Dockers?
Oh, Frederick?
Oh, mate, he is quick.
Yeah,
He is
he's done.
quick.
But now all of our games here, like hopefully it's like that, but they'll come back in after this half. Like they got a slow start, you know, so they'll pick up. They'll pick up in the second half. So.
I remember when they introduced this game, Aussie rules football, back in the 70s. You know what I said? The Australians are fucking mad. Where's the rules here? I was well confused as a kid, trying to get.
Oh, you want to watch it? You want to watch the old 70s, 80s footy? They'll punch ups, everything. Like people getting snapped jaws, fractured skulls, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, mad game, bloody mad game. Aussie rules football.
One of the best games ever was the line in the sand game between Hawthorn and Essendon, and out of that game there were, I think 17 or 18 suspensions, and there was $75,000 worth of fines dished out with all
in one game.
In one game, it was on like Donkey Kong. It was absolutely crazy, and all this just happened in one half of football. They just came out and But
so
now
would you agree? Would you agree that Australian rules football is rugby and football slightly mixed? No?
Yeah. Have you ever seen Gaelic? You ever seen Gaelic?
Yeah.
Because you can handball the ball. You see, that's where the rugby bit comes in, right?
Yeah.
But rugby can only throw it backwards. Like they're not allowed to throw it forwards. Like
that's right. It's backwards or sideways, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
But Jin,
but then can you run? When you run, hang on. When you're running, you got to run 3 paces and bounce the ball, so you keep it in play, or what?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a certain amount of
tackled. Yeah, and you can get tackled from in front, from behind, or from either side. Like there's no offside in.
You should watch a game one time, Jin. You'll love it.
No, I've watched it many times. I haven't watched it in recent years. I haven't watched it in recent years. I used to watch it a lot as a kid in the 70s. And then you move on as a kid. You move on to other things. I watch it now and again. That's all.
But anyway, back to your argy-bargy. Stop getting all nice.
Yeah. But basically, Upside Down just wants to establish standards for less confusion. So he doesn't do beliefs as such. Either he knows, and if it's a belief, he will say that. You know what? I believe that, but but
it's just a personal
thing. I try
thing.
not to believe in anything, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it's my personal it's my personal outlook towards like the way I approach this. I'm not gonna tell someone they're not allowed to think a certain way. If you think it's different, then you have every right to think that.
That's right.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I don't do beliefs. Either I know or I don't know, and that's that. And then if I don't know and I'm offering up something, it's clearly speculation, and I'll state that clearly.
But the main reason that brought me to that is because I realized like people will come up to you and say, "Oh, by the way, like I did this here. Do you believe me?" And I realized like every time that word is like belief it is used, it's like, "Oh, do you believe it?" And then you fall into that trap. You go, "Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess I believe it."
Yeah,
it requires.
I don't want to believe. I want to know.
Yeah,
I don't
it
want
requires
to believe anymore. I want to know.
Accept what they're telling you, and that's how you fall victim to these lies, because they'll come in with lies and they go, "Oh, you believe that, don't you? You believe
Yeah, or the other one, you got to agree about this. You got to agree with this." And I said, "No, I don't agree." I mean, the other day I was taking on, the whole server against me with the railgun and the projectile that is fired from the muzzle. It leaves the muzzle at 7.5 times the speed of sound. And they want to say it's taking a curved trajectory. I said, no, it's not. It cannot. It's doing 1.6 miles a second. Okay, so 120 miles away when it hits the target, and with the kinetic power of Mark 5, there's no curving there. It's what it's doing. It's flying in a straight line, but it's losing velocity there, therefore slightly losing height. It's not curving. When you plot that, you can plot that motion to show a curve on the graph, but in actual eyeball looking at it, it's not curving. It's not curving.
Well, Jin, no, I would disagree with you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's because you're carrying the standard knowledge.
No, no.
Yeah.
I'm carrying fact.
You're
Right?
carrying the
Fact.
standard knowledge, which you
No, I'm
think is
not Jin. All right. So if
yes.
that projectile is losing altitude, right? So it's traveling in a straight line. So from my eyeball to the target, it's traveling in a dead straight line. But
Yeah.
it is losing altitude with
Correct.
every meter it travels.
Yeah, but it's only slight.
So,
but it's
yeah,
not
no,
a curve, is it?
Yeah, well, of course it would be curved.
No.
If you were to look at it,
That's right. I'm
side
looking
on,
at it slow motion.
yeah, no,
I'll
it's
just say, see you
side
real
on.
quick. I'm gonna go.
All
All right.
see,
I'll catch
see
you
you
later,
later,
man.
mate.
See
All right, buddy.
you, mate.
All right, have a
Yeah.
all
See
right.
you, mate.
All right, hope you win. If you look at it side on, Jin, that if you were to draw that line, it would look slightly curved.
I'm telling you, if you draw that line, it's going to be straight line and a gradual loss of altitude. It's a straight ballistic line. Remember, we're talking
can't be
7.5 the
straight.
speed of sound. And if you look at the railgun on the videos and you see the actual projectile in flight, it goes through two parallel lines right the way through. In fact, it follows one line right on the line all the way.
It can't be losing altitude and traveling in a dead straight line all
Well, yeah,
at the
it
same
is,
time.
but it's losing it at such a slow rate that
Yes,
it's hardly
It could
detectable.
if it's concave Earth.
Yeah, well, yeah. But look, Jin, if you look at it side on, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about side on.
Yeah, it is traveling in a curved trajectory.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not perfectly horizontal.
Actually, it's not.
It is.
It's not. It's not. What you witness.
No, Jin,
What
you're
you witness
wrong.
is a projectile. What you witness is a projectile traveling horizontally, but it's because the actual projectile itself is horizontal, going across the horizontal plane, and it's losing altitude because we're talking of the ballistic power. 7.5 times the speed of sound.
Jin,
you're contradicting yourself, bro.
It doesn't matter.
5,600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 100%. You are contradicting yourself. If it is losing altitude, it means that it is traveling in a curved trajectory.
No, it doesn't. Right? It means it's following a straight line.
Just hold up. Let me try.
It's following a straight line.
Right.
Jin, you said it's traveling horizontally, right? Over a horizontal plane.
Correct.
Okay, so that's two horizontals. Those are parallel lines. You can't have something losing altitude, decreasing in altitude, if they're two parallel lines. You understand?
No,
that,
what I'm saying is that the line that it's following is a straight line. It's a straight ballistic line down when you look at it. It's not actually doing a curve.
Ballistic lines are never straight, man.
No, it's not. What it is that it's going straight as like a B line, but it's losing altitude because of losing velocity, because it's going through the medium.
Not just because it's losing velocity, yeah, because it's heavier than medium.
Energy is being scrubbed off, so it's dropping.
Exactly. So if you would let it, let's say that there was no let's say there was no bullet or anything, any target or building that it's going to hit. It's just the projectile going through the air.
Through the atmosphere.
Eventually, it's going to fall down to the ground.
Yeah, eventually,
so it started off kind of straight, right? But it's going to keep on curving downwards until it hits the ground.
Downwards. It's losing altitude as it's moving forward.
Yeah, but if you look at the path of that, because it was shot out horizontally, and you look at the path, it's going to be slowly curving down until it hits the ground.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that it's moving forward as it's losing altitude at the same time. That's what's going on.
Forward and down.
I think you bought into the deception. You bought into the deception.
No, Jin. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
Jin, okay.
Yes,
okay, hold on. Okay. So let's just shoot a rifle. Let's leave the railgun to one side.
Well, I'm talking about the railgun in particular. Rifles.
I know, Jin. Hold on.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Rifle projectiles perform differently, I'd have to say, compared to a speed of sound. Carry on. Yes.
Calm your farm.
Carry on.
So, if I'm 10 meters away from a target, okay, I can fire that bullet straight at the bullseye, okay, and I'm going to hit the bullseye, right? Because by the time it takes to get from the end of the knife,
It won't drop. Yeah, don't
it
worry.
won't drop at all. Okay, now I get that same rifle and I try to hit a target that is
A mile away.
A mile away, right? I'm going to have to aim higher than the target, right, to hit the target, right?
Yeah, the reason for that is that it's going to drop below the target before it gets to that mark. So you have to.
Yeah, so I have to aim higher than it because that
Right.
projectile will travel in a curved path.
It will not. What you're doing is you're giving it lift, so it shoots upwards. It admittedly at the beginning it is because what happens, it goes up and then levels off. That's what's happening. So it is slightly curved when it leaves the muzzle. It's going up, and then as it's starting to lose velocity, it's curving, and then there will be a period where it's going along horizontally, and then it starts to drop. It appears like it's curving, but it's still going forward.
Yeah,
So-
it's going for. Sorry, Percent, go, buddy.
I was just gonna say, so you're right that you're kind of shooting it upwards, and so it levels off and then starts going down again. The difference is if you're shooting it straight, you're not shooting it upwards. It's just gonna start off at that point where it was level and then dropping down.
Yeah, it will start to lose. Yeah, it will start to lose altitude, let's say. Yeah, but that drop is minimized by the velocity of the projectile. Remember, we're talking.
Of course,
yes. Yeah, right. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's made ever so slight, and it's made more negligible with the more force that you have. But it's still going to be curved.
Yeah, well, it's a very slight. I say
absolutely, it's
almost
negligibly
non-existent. I'm saying it's almost non-existent, that curve, because it's traveling so fast. It's a straight line. When you see the equipment that they put up to measure that, you see this projectile following a black line right on the line.
Yeah, so it's negligible if the target is close enough, just like with the example that Bandy mentioned. But if it's like, the target is so far away, it's going to
it's 120 miles away. Look, 120. The furthest they've
let's say it's 600 miles away. Then what?
Well, that's different. That's different. You're going to need a cruise missile for that. Something else. That's a different type of missile. We're talking about a projectile that doesn't have any fuel in it, any chemical propellant. It's just the actual bullet itself, right? Yeah. And the longest they've hit someone, or the furthest they've hit a target, is 100 miles away. But the capability of this thing is to hit 120 miles away, they say. They claim it can actually, some projectiles, depending on size, mass, length, can do 2 miles a second. Now, that doesn't lend itself to much curving when you think about it. Although, yes, it's going to take a slight curved, but most of it is level. It's almost horizontal, this thing, because of the ballistic power of it. The speed of sound.
Definitely, Jin. The more
7,800 miles an hour.
Yeah, the more power it's got, the longer it's going to be able to keep that straight trajectory. But it gets to a point, Jin, where it starts to lose velocity, and once it starts to lose velocity, it'll start to drop, and then it will take a slight, if only very slight. Right, it will start to take a very slight curved trajectory.
Yeah, I was saying to the people in the server, it's negligible because you can't see that curve because it's going so fast. It's not going to be visible to the eye. You're not going to witness a curve. You're not going to witness that. It's true. The ballistic energy that is contained in that projectile, 5,600 miles an hour, with a potential to do 7,800 miles an hour. That's mega fast. Sorry.
Of course. Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, the slower the velocity, the more the curve is pronounced.
Yep,
is what I would
definitely.
Say. Right.
Definitely.
Right. So I'm saying with the railgun projectile, it's traveling so fast that curve is negligible, and you can see it when they slowed it down thousands of times in slow motion. The performance of that projectile, I've got pictures of it. It's horizontal. Remember, and this thing's going to hit the target 10, 20, 30 miles away. Wow, it's amazing.
And I don't know how far this thing can travel before it starts to lose altitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's losing. Obviously, look, if it left the muzzle at 7.5, by the time it hits the target 120 miles away, which is less than 2 minutes, if it's doing a mile 0.6 a second, it still has kinetic energy of time Mach 5. That's in the 4,000 miles an hour range still. Can you see that? So it's kinetically powerful, isn't it? Right. That's what I was saying to them. They're trying to say it's taking a curved trajectory. I said it's not. Not at these distances. That's almost horizontal. It's beautiful to watch.
Look, I think it's one of those arguments, Jin, where it's getting a little bit nitpicky, I suppose.
That's as far as they're concerned. Me, I'm exactly correct in the way I describe it to the listeners in the server,
Yeah, but
in the YouTube chat.
If you're shooting a target 120 miles away,
right,
I would say to you maybe 60 miles of that path is dead straight, but then it starts to lose altitude, and then it may only drop by a millimeter.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
it might only drop by a millimeter.
Right.
But because it does drop a millimeter, it's no longer straight.
Well, it's not straight; it's dropped. But I'm saying that it's a straight line. It's a straight line. It's a straight line, and it's dropping, dropping, dropping as it goes, all linear. But then again, when you plot it on a graph, it's definitely curved because you can definitely see the curved because of the drop, or the drop value. So, and that's what you're seeing. It's curved.
Yeah. It's not a hill climb, but I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I know one thing. I wouldn't want to be standing in its way.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be in the tank that it's hitting, for example.
Not at all.
I think the usability of like the railgun.
Yeah.
It's more to do with how much distance it covers and how much time that it could be used to disprove the globe, the curvature values.
That's correct.
They claim.
That's correct. Well done. Because back in 2016, back in 2016, that was when I first heard of the railgun. And guess what the article was? Railgun proves flat Earth. That was the actual title of the article. I thought, railgun proves flat Earth. What is the railgun? When I looked at it, I fell in love with it immediately. And I'm anti-war, but it's the beauty of the technology, the kinetic power. It's, there should have been 120 miles. There should be at least 1.5 miles of curvature that's not there. So it shouldn't have been able to see the target yellow. Hit it. Beautiful.
That's if anything, it should be increasing in altitude as it's going super quick with its force in a straight line, because of the Earth curving downwards. But if it doesn't, then,
Any of you guys know what targeting system they use? Do they use a coordinate targeting system?
That's a great question. Yeah, what they're doing is they're working on that now because at the moment they're using radar. Okay.
Right.
So they're using radar from a ship. Okay. Ship's radar. And then they aim and then they try and hit the target that way. At the moment, they're not. China reckons they've got one on a ship ready to go, fully functional targeting system. I'm still looking into what their targeting system is. Haven't found any detail yet. So that's question mark. What targeting are they going to be using? Line of sight? Is it radar line of sight, or is it going to be laser line of sight? We don't know yet. Okay? Yeah. But it's definitely going to be line of sight. You've got to be able to see your target before you can just hit it. Okay? And the one that we've seen so far is radar. They mount it on a ship. They're using a radar system to see the target, and then they aim and just hope to hit. At this point, they say they miss more than they hit. This is the problem. That with the current situation at the moment, it's cost $500 million so far, $500 million, and now it's going to cost a little bit more money to get the sighting sorted out. The sighting system. Is it going to be, like I said, laser line of sight, or are they going to use the radar on it? Who knows? I've got to look into it. So that's still out at the moment. I was reading it yesterday.
So these systems mounted on ships, Okay,
that's right. They mounted them on ships, and they can mount them on vehicles as well. That roll, yeah, tanks as well.
Do they have some computer system in place? Because like if I'm on a ship and I'm a sniper,
Yeah.
okay, and I'm looking through my sight, okay, and I've got my target in place, and just before I pull the trigger, there's a slight swell, and it moves the ship this way or that way. So
Right.
So now, obviously, right, I'm going to miss my target.
Absolutely, because what they're saying is they're going to put a guidance system in the actual projectile, so that the projectile will be fired and be guided to the target. That's what they're going to do. Okay, that's what they're saying now. Yeah, that was mentioned in the article that I watched and the video the article that I read and the video that I watched yesterday. Yeah, that's what they want to do. Because they don't want to miss. You know, you kind of.
Well,
I mean,
so now they're going to shoot a guided missile out of the thing.
Well, it's a guided projectile. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, okay, so
That's what they're calling it.
a guided projectile.
Yeah, because it's not as long as a missile, is it? This thing. It won't be as long as a missile, you know.
So
but this is the problem they're having. This is the problem they're having. What they've got an idea. It's called the Blitzer railgun, okay, which fires at overhead enemy weapons coming from overhead, drones, missiles, aircrafts, okay, and they aim up. And what it is once the laser hits it, the projectile is released, okay, and it travels. So remember, it's leaving the muzzle at Mark 7.5, Mark 6. These things are on the hurry up to get to the target. Okay. They're talking about using railgun system, the kinetic magnetic energy, to fire rockets up into space. That's the other application they're talking about with the railgun. Yeah, so there's some potential there.
They're going to abandon the slingshot.
Yeah, yeah. They want to use the railgun, which is like a slingshot in itself, isn't it? Really, because it's positive energy, negative energy, and an armature that bridges the positive, negative, and then it flies. It flies so quick that it launches this projectile, like I said, Mark 6 and above. Yeah. It is like mad speeds. You know, 5,600 miles an hour, 7,800 miles an hour, depending on the mass of the projectile. You know, the heavier, the more kinetic power it has, if you can get the speed up. You know, Mark 5 from 120 miles away, less than 2 minutes, a minute and 30 seconds, a minute and 40 seconds, let's say, still with Mark 5 kinetic energy power. That's lethal. Yeah. That's lethal, yeah. And you know what they said is an advantage is that it won't explode on the ships, because these things have no bomb, no chemical propellant. So it's, you know, you just store it on your ship, no risk of it blowing up at all. Yeah?
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the advantage, yeah. So there's no risk of explosions, as it were. Very safe. Okay? So far, it's cost $500 million. And it's still under development.
Only 500.
$500 million, yeah. Sorry, no. Is that $500 million? Yeah. $500 million, $500 million, yeah, so far.
That sounds pretty cheap, actually.
Is it $500 billion?
I'd say more like billion. 500 million wouldn't, huh?
I'll relook at that. Yeah, it could be. I could mean $500 billion, which is $500 billion. Yeah, $500 billion. Yeah, and I think it's $500 billion.
Yeah, that would seem more reasonable for the research and development of that.
Yeah, 500 billion, and it's and they put it on the shelf for a while. You know, they're slow. The funding is kind of like slowed down a little bit because you mentioned it, the sighting. We don't want to be missing. Yeah. Also, the problem is with the railgun is that they want to be able to fire 3,000 rounds before they have to replace the whole system for a new rail. Yeah, but unfortunately, the rail is only lasting like 400. shots, and then it's buckling up.
Yeah, before it gets all warped and contorted out of shape.
There you go. There you go. So that means economically it's not viable because they want to do 3,000 shots. One projectile, I think, is $2,500.
Okay. So how long does the barrel of a what do you call it? Last?
Well, this is the problem. This is the problem, you see. Yeah, the barrel is being scored and battered with every shot. So by the time they've done 400, you need a new barrel and you need a new rail. You need a new rail as well. Both rails have to be replaced.
How does that compare to normal cannons with their barrels? How long do they last?
Oh, they perform better. They perform better, but then you've got the added risk of explosions and everything else that goes on.
Yeah, of course.
You know, ships being fired upon. Once you hit the armory load where the ship is, boom, it's gone, and then goodbye ship.
Yeah.
So this is what they're trying to avoid. You see, that risk. They want to minimise that risk, which is why they're putting the money. They were putting in the money into it, and the potential of the speed. The ballistic speed of the thing. So they want to use it. They definitely want to use this railgun. China apparently has one fully working out there, ready to do business. Okay, that's what they claim. We don't know for sure is what they're saying.
Apparently, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently China's building 2 aircraft carrier that are going to dwarf anything the Americans have got.
Yeah, so they say. But the reason why they do that, of course, is because that is the plan, because they have to keep everybody scared. War is going to be there forever. You understand, you see?
Well,
that's what that's about. China is not really an enemy of the world. If anything, all the countries' armies are an enemy of the human race. That's how you got to look at it in reality. Remember, this is all Shakespeare. America, Russia, China, all enemies. It's all bollocks. That's just rubbish, mate.
Oh, yeah,
it's all crap.
I personally think they're all in bed with one another.
That's right. Of course they are.
When it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's because we have the evidence with the Antarctic Treaty. There's your clear one proof that they're good friends, because they've agreed not to have any wars in Antarctica. Why would you agree not to fight in Antarctica but fight everywhere else? Silly, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we know they're in bed with each other. They're all friends. Well, whilst I'm talking to you, I'm currently sewing the crotch of my cycling shorts. Wear and tear.
Wear and tear, right?
Literally wearing and tearing I am now. So we're sewing up, doing some stitching. Glad I can still thread a needle. Yes. The only thing is with the Japanese thread, it's so soft. As soon as you get it near the eye of the needle, it's starting to bend already. Whereas the British twine, there's a little bit of rigidity to it, so it goes through the eye. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Right. So you only need a little bit of fluff up on this Japanese thread, and it won't go through. It's bending, and you're licking it forever, and you're bloody. So what would take like seconds with a British thread, it's taking 5 to 10 minutes. Just to
I'll tell you a trick, Jin, that my grandmother taught. Right. So you get your thread, so whether or not you break it or cut it or whatever.
Yeah.
But what you've just described there, you kind of lick it to get it all in nice little points.
Yeah.
Push it through the hole.
Right.
Don't do that. What you do is you take the thread and about half an inch down from the end, fold it in 2, right? Then lick it. So now you're getting 2 pieces of thread. So if that's
a bit more rigidity, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right. And then you can actually push it through, right, much more firmly, and it goes straight through. unless sometimes you get the needles where the eye is very, very small and it's almost
Well, that's what I've got. I've got one
way.
of these small
But
eyes. Yeah.
but generally, with the needle, with what you're doing,
Yeah.
I would suspect that the eye would be big enough to do.
Well, I'm looking at the eye, and well, I doubt it. I think I'm going to have problems with that. Yeah, it's that
Give it a
tight.
go. Give
Yeah,
it
I'm
a
going to
go.
next time. I'm definitely going to give it a go next time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give it a go. It's just.
I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's one of those little handy.
Yeah, I think you know what? I think I have tried it and it didn't work, but I'll try again.
Okay then.
Yeah, I think I have tried it because it is an easy eye. It's not a difficult idea to come upon. So I think I've tried that and it didn't work for me because the eye of the needle was too small. That was the reason.
Yeah. Like I said.
Yeah. But I will try it.
But generally,
you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing as well? I'm doing like half a mile of thread as well, so I don't have to keep threading it. You know what I mean?
Oh. There's many dramas with that too. Having too much thread, it kind of
because it knots up as you go through.
Exactly. Yeah. I've sewn a patch or two in my life too. So it's just like, oh yeah, you kind of measure it all out. You go, okay, so I need double that to go, to get all the way around.
Yeah.
And then you get a quarter of the way around, and then all of a sudden you got these bloody knots forming.
Yeah, and then what you've done is you broke the thread from the eye. So now you've got empty needle, no thread on it. Fuck. Yeah. And that's when I tried to thread it through, right? That's when I tried to thread it through double and it wouldn't go through. So you've got to cut and start again. Bastard.
Exactly.
Because I try every method before I give up, And I have good days where I can get it through like literally in a minute, right? And then there are other times 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then I get it through. What a joke. Just to thread a needle. Yeah? Because it's moving around too much. And I've even cut it new so that it's all neat. So you can actually, and it's still fucking about. Yeah. Because I do a lot of sewing, the kids stuff and that, Shorts, trousers, socks. Yeah, you got to economize where you can.
Oh yeah.
You look at if you look at the garment itself, it's all intact, but you got to rip in the crotch. So you just sew up the crotch. But here in Japan, they throw it away and get a new one. They don't do sewing. Do you know that? They just throw away and that's it. And I think, oh, that's waste. That's waste of a good garment. Yeah.
When do they launch the Artemis rocket? Is it today?
I think it's today. Yes, Saturday. They said, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. After all, but again in the news, I've heard there's a crack or a problem, a leak again. I heard it today.
Of course.
Yeah, they're creating that drama.
Anything to push it out to 2035. Anything.
Yeah, they got to try it. I'm surprised they can't. Why couldn't they employ the same system they used for the other liquid propellant of the Apollos? That didn't leak, did it? You would have thought it would be better today.
I don't know.
Wouldn't be any leakage.
All the rubbish that they tell you about going to the moon these days. Oh, well, our microchips can't make it through the Van Allen belt and that.
That's right.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, yesterday we was having a debate with this black woman from America. Yeah.
Oh, she's a funny one, Jin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had to. You see what it is? I said to her, look, I notice you're throwing a lot of insults my way because we're trying to be polite to you and discuss this thing amicably, but you're just throwing insults. Now, that's not really helping your case. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the woman is obfuscating the questions. We're being polite. I'm absorbing a lot of insults here. Now, clearly this is not right. She got banned yesterday. She got banned.
Really?
Yeah, because she told Jem Panda to fuck off and suck a dick. Go fuck yourself and suck a dick. several times. Several times. And you know why she said it? Because she got muted because she wouldn't stop talking and allow me to get through with a question or rebut a point or Chemo to get in even. And she kept trying to say that Chemo was trying to make her appear like of not intelligence. I says, no, that's not what he's doing. He's trying to get you to a standard where you actually acknowledge the question and then answer the question with the knowledge you have. But no, you can't. And then Jim Panda stepped in and goes, yeah. He had to mute her because she was talking all the way through as we're trying to talk. And in the end, you know, several times he said to her, said to Jem to go and suck a dick. And Jem took it on the chin, let her carry on, but she wouldn't change her position. She's talking over everyone. She got muted, and when she got off the mute, slagging everyone up, you know, she got banned.
He must have been in a bad mood yesterday because Jem has been called a lot worse than that. A lot worse.
Yeah.
But
It's the way she
been
said
having,
it, though.
yeah, but he must have been having a bad day because Jem lets a lot of stuff slide.
No, but you could see that he had extended courtesy to the highest level.
I'm not saying that he didn't, but yeah,
he wasn't having a bad day. He was just pissed off with her saying, "You British cunts," she was saying. Yeah, and that was me, Jem Panda, and she was talking to me, Jem Panda, and Chemo. You British cunts. Oh, suck a dick.
Oh, that's gold. That's gold.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. I gave her, look, 3 days ago, she wanted me to debate the moon landing and why it's a hoax, and she obfuscated her position in telling us how she knows the Earth is a globe. Okay. And Queen of the Troll said, yeah, Jin, you're going to have to let that line answer the question. Oh, okay. I'm doing this under protest, is what I said. Okay. Because I asked a clear question. So I gave my first evidence for how I know the moon landing was a hoax as Stanley Kubrick. And she went about turning that around like I'm mentally retarded. You're believing some crap. That's no evidence of proof. You know, a film director, that's not proof. And she just slagged me off. She didn't address. Yeah, she didn't address any of the information that I posted in the server. All the clues from the start of the movie. I only gave excerpts. I only posted 3 images even. That's not a lot, right? And I couldn't get her to acknowledge anything there because it's supposed to be a psychological horror book story by Stephen King, but yet we are having references about Apollo that should have no business being there. The film, the very beginning of the film, like the outlook or the overview car park, the cars that are in the scene in the car park spell the date of the Apollo 11 missions, July 16th, 1969. That's what the cars, when you count the cars, those are the digits. Now, that is a strong evidence or not? That's not coincidence, is it?
No.
Would you say that's coincidental? That the cars spell out July 16th, 1969. That's when the mission started.
Look, I'm on the look.
Wow.
You know what? When it comes to stuff in movies and cartoons and all that sort of stuff,
yeah,
there seems to be a lot of things that are in cartoons and movies that later on down the track seem to have some sort of relevance.
Yeah, some validity.
Now, you know, is it coincidence or is it planned? You know,
well, it was said of Stanley Kubrick that whatever you see in the movie isn't coincidence. It was there deliberately. He planned it to be in. It was his decision for it to be in. Right. So if you a hotel with the car park full of cars, what are the odds that the cars are going to form the date of the Apollo missions? What is the likelihood of that happening? Come on.
Oh, look, I'm not disagreeing, Gene. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's not solid proof for you, but I didn't want to go to scientific. I said I'm going to do the scientific approach after. I just want to give you the key person who is telling us that he was involved in what we watched on TV back in 1969 and all through the 70s. In fact, the Apollo
to
missions.
me, to me, that sort of stuff is an added bonus.
Yes,
if you know what I mean. It's an added. Well, this is the way I look at it. Like to me, to look at the moon lander and to see a recycled washing machine on the moon, that's all I've got to look at. That's all I've got to look at. To me, that's my proof. Okay, the recycled washing machine, and then the other stuff like Stanley and whatnot is kind of extra bonus stuff.
Cherry on the top, as you call it.
Yeah, cherry on the top. Exactly. Exactly.
I said that to them. I said, I'm going to give you the cherry on the top as opposed to scientific evidence just yet, because I want you to know that the person who actually perpetrated what we saw on TV, Stanley Kubrick. How do we know this? We have the 2001 A Space Odyssey. When you look at that movie and look at the Apollo missions, there are a lot of similarities to that. Okay, that's the first thing. And 2001 A Space Odyssey has been voted best science fiction of all time. And Stanley Kubrick is voted the best film director of all time. Then we have a movie called Eyes Wide Shut, which was released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings. Okay, 1999, July 16th, 1999. Eyes Wide Shut. Okay, so, another reference to the Apollo missions, lady. So there's clearly something there. Okay, and then I showed them the opening scene, the photograph of the opening scene where you have the mountains on a lake, beautiful, still lake, and the reflection of the mountains, okay? And then when you follow the lines, they form the letter A. A for Apollo, the Greek god Apollo. Right. So there's the first.
What's really strange for me, Jim, like I was into we not going to the moon decades ago. Like, I never believed in the moon landing.
Me too.
Which is really strange because I still believed, I suppose, in the rockets. Okay.
Yeah, but rockets are just giant fireworks. That's all they are. I mean,
pretty much. But I didn't. But then again, I didn't really give it much thought. I must say.
No, you didn't. Of course not.
But,
so did I. I was in the same position as you. Same position as you. They didn't go to the moon, but I still believe in the rockets. Yeah.
Exactly. But
when you now look at it, properly, in the final analysis of everything, rockets, like I've said, are just giant fireworks that go up, expel their fuel, and come back down to Earth. They don't go into deep space. We don't have the footage anywhere, you see, that would support that, that it's floating in space 3 days and actually landing on the moon. We don't have that, do we? We don't have that non-stop camera footage, which would be doable, really.
Yeah,
don't you think?
But they're not gonna give us uncut footage for silly flat earthers.
They can't anyway.
They're not going to do that. Like seriously, like if you were sitting, like especially in today's day and age, right?
Yeah.
If you're sitting around the round table in that boardroom and you're planning this with all the other scientists, right? With the cost of cameras and the cost of hard drives and what, wouldn't it be one of those things where you say, you know what, on this rocket we're going to put 16,000 cameras all over it.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to take footage from absolutely every single angle because it's for science. And the only reason they are going to the moon for the Artemis rocket, right, is to scout out the moon, right? Because they're not landing on it; they're just going to go around it, right?
Yeah, and they want to test their shielding. They want to test the shielding on re-entry. I don't know why the other shielding worked good enough. Wankers.
But to actually have footage of everything for every single second that rocket is in outer space. You would want to have video footage of it.
Absolutely.
Every single time. But oh no, we're not going to do it for the silly little conspiracy theorists. We ain't going to do it. There's no need for it. Well, you don't have to do it for us. You do it for your
Do it
science.
for humanity. Do it for humanity. For humanity. The whole world wants to see what yours, because we can't be in the rocket with you. So can you give us some eyes on looking at Earth as you leaving Earth footage and approaching moon footage non-stop all the way? That's because when we watch WRC rally, we get the front wheel angle where the front wheel articulates with the suspension into the wheeler, and we get that angle of that suspension as it's going over the course. We get that. That camera angle is right there, right in your face, and all the mud being chucked up. Do you know what I mean?
And how good does it look?
It looks brilliant, doesn't it? It looks fucking brilliant. It's like you're in the wheel. You are the wheel.
That's right. And then when you're watching the circuit track races, whether it's Formula One or the V8s, where they put the cameras in the on the side of the track, and you have all
on
the
the corners,
on the corner. Exactly, and all the cars.
And you see the knee, you see the rider's knee touching the ground as he goes around.
You know, the cameras that they put on the cars and the motorbikes to give you every possible angle.
It's exciting.
For that viewer experience.
Yes,
because it makes you. That's right. It actually makes you feel like you're there. It really does. Yeah,
that's right. You're there. Exactly. You are tension going up and down. So why can't they do that with the? It's easy, isn't it? To put, like you said, 16 cameras, 3 on the nose, a couple on the side, a couple rear facing. So when the rocket leaves, you can see all these angles where it's leaving the Earth, and then you've got eyes on all the way for 3 days to the moon. And then when it rounds the moon and orbits the moon a couple of times, and then on its return journey, this is supposed to be a couple of weeks. So it's going to be a couple of weeks whilst it's out there. It's not going to be just a couple of days.
You can go down to Aldi and get 20 cameras and 20 hard drives for about $300. It ain't going to cost them that much to do it.
Yeah. Good value for money there. Look, see?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? And then and they always claim they're doing it for humanity. That's what they say. They do claim this. So if that's the case, can you please, the taxpayers' money? It's the taxpayers' money. Please put the cameras on there. We want to see this from start to finish, but they don't. We don't have that footage ever. We never will, because they never go there. The last time they tried to show us a satellite deployment from the STS space shuttle, we had that human face in the background. Do you remember? The black in the background, you see the face there. You make the outline of the eyes and the nose. This is in deep space, and it turned out to be a model. We had this satellite coming out spinning. Why is it spinning? Why is it coming out spinning as well? Spinning this satellite that was being deployed, right? And accidentally you got the face in behind the shuttle moving around. Okay? Have you seen that video?
I don't think.
Wow, man! I've posted it loads of times in this server and other servers.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I'll post it again. Not now because I'm signing up my shorts now, but I'll do it later. I'll do it another time. But yeah, it's brilliant. Caught with their pants down. It's a 1984 video, a video from 1984 where they fooled everyone, where they're deploying supposedly a satellite into space, leaving the space shuttle spinning, and then suddenly you get the outline of a human face moving around behind the shuttle. Okay? The face is like 3 times the size of the shuttle. So you know that you're looking at a model. Yeah, brilliant.
I'm looking forward to watching the Artemis go up and then come down again, Matt.
What? Yeah, a return to Earth. Yeah.
No, it's not, Bandy. Behave. Behave. I knew that was for me when you said it. You bad boy. You're gonna watch the thrusty bits of Bandy.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing all those thrusty bits from all the different angles. Right. Yeah, most definitely. I must say, I think was it 4 or 5 days ago? My wife and I, we were very disappointed. I must say, we were very disappointed.
Yes,
Tuned
waited
in.
with bated breath.
We were watching. We tuned in. I think the YouTube channel we tuned into had about 50 million people watching it. I've never seen a YouTube chat move so fast in my life.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have on slow mo. Probably it was like flicking by really fast. It's crazy.
Oh my god! It was like I'm telling you what. I'm glad I didn't suffer from epilepsy. It was going that fast. It was crazy, absolutely crazy.
Your eyes would be like spinning around inside your head, like going around one way direction to the other.
Did you read any of the names? Did you read any of the names?
You couldn't. It was going too bloody fast.
Right. So the
I did type in something, but it was going that fast, and I don't think anyone saw it.
It's really crazy to think that anyone would type in if nobody can reach each other's comments.
Pointless, isn't it? Absolutely pointless.
You are in a static behavioral.
Was it in a NASA channel, Bandy, or was it some other channel? Probably wasn't.
I can't remember.
Because normally, probably wasn't because the NASA one they don't usually put the chat on, but
like I said, I just typed in Artemis Live.
And because we flat earthers are always highlighting the fact that it's fake. That's why.
I knew you were going to say that, Jim.
I did type something in the chat to see if I could trigger some people, but like I said, it was going too fast. It didn't trigger anyone.
Yeah, I'm always doing that, and you can't even drop links anymore because they shut that off as well. So you can't link them to their blooper videos and that. No.
Well, you won't be able to, Jin. You wouldn't be able to put a link in unless you're a moderator anyway. So that's standard.
Right.
Update.
Well, I've been in other flat Earth chat rooms, and you can put links. You don't have to be a mod. You can just send a link straight in. Done that loads of times. And we were able to do it with the NASA one, but they stopped that since Generism and all of us lot hijacked NASA.
Well, as it stands at the moment, they when they were loading up the liquid hydrogen, they found a leak, so it might not be going anywhere at the moment. That's what
I told you, didn't I? That's what I said. Yeah, I heard it on the news today. Earlier.
Hopefully, they've put some gaffer tape on that, and she'll be right to go.
Yeah, but it duct tape, mate. It's all right.
Yeah,
good.
Exactly.
So bit of WD-40, bit of kick with a bit of a kick and a whack with a hammer. It'll be all right.
Yep.
And some W and some super glue 3, bond it.
Yeah.
They're only risking mannequins, so it's no big anyway.
That's right. There's 3 mannequins on board. That's right. Yeah.
Must be special mannequins. Why the hell are they putting mannequins?
As it happens, yes, they are special mannequins.
Oh, okay. Is it what do they call? What does Mythbusters call their? Is it Buster?
Something like that.
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know they had one.
Well, they got 3 mannequins. One's kind of like a life-size mannequin of they calling him Commander Moonkin. And that one's really just detecting like G-forces and vibration and stuff. But the other 2 detecting all kinds of different stuff, including radiation absorption and all kinds of different things as well. And apparently they've got some sort of material that mimics human flesh or something, and they're going to monitor how much radiation it absorbs and stuff. So
which is all lies.
They're putting a pig in the
I don't know. I'm not sure what the material is. They're not letting on what it is. I'm not saying it's a pig or an animal or anything like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know, but yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Such
they can
liars. They didn't do that before. Now they're doing it now because we've highlighted it. So now they're coming up to speed now, aren't they? Making out they're testing for radiation and that now. Didn't do it before.
They've been listening to you, Jin. That's what it is.
Yes,
Yeah. You've caught them out, mate. You caught them out.
We caught them out good and proper.
I don't know how you've done it. I really don't.
Yes, well, when you're not asleep, you can ask those questions. And then NASA's got to do the full Monty now. They've got to do the whole thing. Spend a little bit more money. So they say. But we know they're not going to the moon. That's the thing. It's bullshit. They're not leaving Earth. They're kidding. But now we're waiting to see what kind of CGI they're going to give us for us to believe in.
Nah, I'm not going to debate with you about that stuff today. I'm just not.
Yeah, okay.
That's all right. No, talk away though. I don't mind.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm expecting CGI. I just want to see at what level, what quality CGI they're going to produce. Because, like we said,
there's cameras all over it. There's cameras all over it.
Apparently, not where we want them.
Well,
where we want them to be.
Well, there is actually. There's cameras pointing upwards, and there's cameras pointing down, and there's cameras looking at the Orion spacecraft, and there's cameras all kinds of different places for the engines, looking at the boosters, all kinds. But it just depends on what they will show live. What will probably come out is later on is the video footage that they'll recover later on, and they'll put that into whatever. But I just don't know which cameras are live and which ones aren't. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's what they claim they're going to do. But we know full well that they're not going to show us anything that we want.
I know.
But those cameras should be left on 24/7 all the time. They should not be switched off. Should be no problem.
They're not switched off.
Well, we'll wait and see then. We'll see what they're going to show us because I want to see the whole angles. I want to see the nose and the rear. See the moon as we approach it and the Earth as we leave it. All the way through. Each minute, each second.
Yeah, you probably will.
Well, we'll wait and see. See the CGI Earth it'll be. It'll be a CGI Earth, no doubt. What we're used to. And what distance will we be able to see the whole Earth in its entirety? I'd like to see that. What distance would a rocket have travelled where we can see the whole of and make a bookmark of that number?
There is cameras on the second stage in the Orion spacecraft, and apparently there are cameras looking back, but you might not see those live. But you probably see recordings of that later on when the spacecraft's recovered. When it comes
I wonder
back.
why we can't see those live. What would be the problem with that?
I don't know. I don't know what the issue is with it. I mean, it's not to say that there's a problem with it. It's just whether they choose to put the equipment on it that can transmit it back to Earth or not. It just depends. I don't know. They might do. Then again, it might not. But I suspect they probably won't. Because at the end of the day, they're not there to satisfy you. They're only.
Well, they should be because they're doing it for the whole of humanity. It is taxpayers' money after all, and it doesn't cost a lot of money to do that.
You will see it.
Excuse.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to debate with you about it.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. So I'm making a demand. In fact, we demand it. We want it because we are not going to be in that rocket when it does finally go to the moon. So the good opportunity. Although they could claim it's all just test at the moment, fine. But it would be nice to see this moon being approached from Armistice and still being able to see the Earth as it's being left all the way. Artemis.
I just wanted to ask M2M a question. Do you not worry that you might just be like a useful idiot in this whole thing, and not in the sense that?
No, I don't. But I'm not. No, I don't. But I'm not going to get into the debate. I'm not in any fit state health wise
Okay.
to get into any kind of debate. So I'm not going to get into that. But no, to answer your question in short form, no, I'm not. I don't think that at all.
Okay, well, I find that interesting. I think if I was defending something that I couldn't verify for myself, I would definitely worry. Maybe I'm just being a useful idiot, but yeah, whatever.
I'm not defending anything. I'm really not. I don't think there is anything to defend. So I'm not, man. As I said, I'm not here to debate. I just came here to listen, really, and I got talking to Bandy, and then I got talking to Jin. That was all. So
Yeah. So yeah, there is a lot to defend. The integrity of the claim that we're going to the moon.
I mean, I'm not really interested in debating anyone who's not interested in debating, but like, if you're not interested in debating, you probably shouldn't make like claims that are
I'm not making any claims, dude. I'm just, like I said, I'm just here chatting, and I'm just listening.
Said I don't think there's anything to debate, which says to me that
I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
All right, then go back to listening.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, yeah, that's all I came here. I'm not in very good shape health wise at the moment with my heart, so it's not good for me to get into a debate because get excited and stuff like that. So I just had a pacemaker fitted, so that's one of the reasons. But on another occasion, I probably might have done.
I sympathise with you, and obviously hope you get well soon and all the rest.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So yeah, you just want to keep it on the nice and easy mode. Okay, nice and easy.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but you know what? But you know, we do have a point, though, don't we? We do have a right to demand that. Yeah.
Of course, you can demand whatever you like. Yeah, you can demand whatever you want to.
Yes, NASA.
But whether your demands are heard or not is another matter. You know, that's the thing.
Quite interesting that they're doing the radiation measurements. Yeah, didn't do that before, did they? Now
Yeah, they did actually, Jin, with Apollo. They did. Yeah.
Which Apollo did they do that with?
All of them.
No, they didn't.
I thought we were debating. I'm very confused right now. Are you debating or not?
No, I'm not. I shouldn't be getting into it. It's probably best that I go. I think it was probably best because I only came to listen. So, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't anyway. They didn't because we know they didn't have a countdown when they supposedly went through the Van Allen radiation belts, and even Alan Bean from the Apollo 12 mission said, "I don't think we went out far enough to encounter those belts." Now that is the hot statement that could ever be made from an astronaut who went out there. Come on, that's ridiculous. Not to know that the belts existed. That's mad.
Just to talk about what he was saying, like that you have the right to demand whatever, and whether it's going to be heard or not. I do find it quite interesting that, like you say, you've got this kind of thing that's been set up. Taxpayers are paying for it, and they're actually not doing it by choice. They're doing it through forced taxes, and it's not just about the fact that the taxes are forced. It's the fact that once the money's collected, no one even gets to decide how it's spent. So there's actually two elements to that I have an issue with. Yeah. But then like you say, we're being told, oh, this is for the good of humanity, X, Y, and Z. Like there surely must be someone in there saying, hold on, we need to justify all this money we're taking, and in order to do that, we should at least be showing the world what we're doing. You would have thought, and I would have thought, certainly from the point of view of someone who has run multiple businesses and continues to do so, the easiest way to be visible and to attract further funding is to have a record of the event. By far the easiest.
Transparency is the word we're looking for there. Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
transparency. You know, whenever I've run businesses before, the first thing you want to do is capture the good shit and put it out to the people who are gonna give you money to do it again. Right? That's the whole point of business. So the idea that you wouldn't put cameras on something, I don't know. I don't buy it, to be honest, because even from the point of view of you being able to attract further funding, it would be good for your own business to do so. I just don't buy that they wouldn't do it.
That's right, and especially as I said earlier, we get camera angles from the WRC Rally where you've got cameras linked to the suspension, which is linked to the wheel, which is linked to the differential there, and the whole thing's bobbing up and down as it's going across the course. I mean, they can give you these kind of angles. And it's almost free, isn't it? So why can't they do it? It's not that big an undertaking to get these cameras in position.
I mean, the one difference would be the distance, right? So you're talking about transmitting from a rally car or whatever. I don't know how that setup is, but you'd have thought that the camera goes to a central point that is then just fed into the main feed of, however that's distributed. I don't know much
Broadcast,
about
yeah.
But from the point of view of it coming from a rocket, let's just say for a second they are being, honest. When it gets to the moon, it's quite far away, so that would require quite a lot of power. Would it be worth doing? Yada yada yada. I haven't heard that argument actually being made, but that would be the best argument I could see them make, is that the distance is too much.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that's what they would say, in fact.
Well, now that I've said it.
Yeah. That's